In the eastern garden, the willow trees sway, while flowers fall by the western pond. The scenery is beautiful for 3 months, unmatched by the neighbors. Birds fly as the village awakens and fish play in the water, signaling spring. On a clear day in the mountain courtyard, where is the noise of the world? Chen Xiaowan really loves this poem. It is full of spring and endless beauty, a paradise that represents her ideal state in this life and the last. 3 years ago, it was unclear whether it was a dream of Zhuangzi or Zhuangzi dreaming. Chen Lijun, who grew up under the red flag, was at home sipping red wine infused with apples, enjoying a slight tipsy feeling. As she drank, her vision blurred, making it hard to tell if she was in reality, a dream, or just drunk. The handsome man in front of her was talking about leaving, separation, and being unrelated. What nonsense. Chen Lijun was still in a daze, unsure if she was awake or not, only hearing the buzzing in her ears. Unknown return date. Separation letter. Unknown return date. Separation letter. Before she could grasp the situation, she felt dizzy and her heart raced, as if her insides were being torn apart. With all her strength, she shouted, "Why? Why is this happening?" And then collapsed. When Chen Lijun woke up again, she was in bed. The dim light revealed a simple room, with a patched mosquito net beside her. Looking around, she saw a square table with a water kettle and 2 bowls, 2 stools under the table, and 2 wooden boxes stacked in the corner. There was also a water tank with a wooden lid, and a bow on the wall that glimmered slightly. Chen Lijun was confused. Where am I? How did I end up here? I was sold. Who kidnapped me? No, I was just drinking at home. 180 possibilities flashed through Chen Lijun's mind. At the same time, names and faces like Aunt Nyo, Mother Zhuzi, Uncle Shuisheng, Bamboo Yang Town, Lianshan Village, and Nie Zheng crossed her thoughts. If one were to describe Chen Lijun's current state, it resembled a frozen computer with wide eyes and stiff limbs, unable to move. Thankfully, no one came in. It would have scared them half to death. After some time, when Chen Lijun finally came to her senses, she couldn't tell how long had passed in the dim room. She thought she must not have prayed to the Buddha recently. Perhaps the Buddha had stopped protecting her. This 1 in a million chance had happened to her. Even though she had read stories about palace intrigue, farming, apocalyptic worlds, interstellar adventures, and cultivation, she never imagined it would happen to her. She suddenly remembered another person's life, Chen Xiaowan, a 21-year-old woman, the daughter of a scholar. Her parents passed away when she was 12, and she lived with her relatives. At 18, she married a new hunter named Nie Zheng. Now, 3 years have passed without any children. Last night, her husband Nie Zheng told her that there was trouble in the northwest, and he needed to join the army. He didn't know when he would return, and didn't want to waste her youth. He offered her a divorce letter, wishing her to find a good man, have children, and live a peaceful life. Chen Lijun got up, rubbed her head, and sat down at the table. Memories that didn't belong to her swirled in her mind, leading her to a conclusion. This man was a fraud, clearly a fraud. He married her, and after 3 years of no children, he was leaving when the time was right. Saying he didn't know when he would return meant he wouldn't come back. Not wanting to waste her time was just an excuse after 3 years of no offspring and no ties. What a shameless man. Chen Lijun felt dizzy. She picked up the kettle on the table and poured half a bowl of water, shaking it habitually before pouring it into another bowl. After drinking, she suddenly laid her head on the table. She felt unlucky. Chen Xiaowan was unfortunate, and she, Chen Lijun, becoming Chen Xiaowan was even more unfortunate. Her head felt heavy, her heart was in chaos, and she felt suffocated. Creak. The door opened, and a girl entered, wearing a slightly worn dress and holding a bowl. Seeing Chen Xiaowan with her head on the table, she quickly approached and said, "Sister, you're awake." She placed the bowl on the table, came closer to support Chen Xiaowan, checked her forehead, and asked, "Sister, are you feeling better? We were worried about you and brother-in-law. Are you hungry? I brought you some porridge, and it's still warm." In Chen Xiaowan's memory, there was her second cousin, Chen Xiaozhen, the daughter of her uncle. She was 15 years old, took care of all the household chores, and was a hard-working yet gentle girl who was always close to her. Chen Xiaowan instinctively took Chen Xiaozhen's hand and asked, "How did you come here?" Chen Xiaozhen replied, "You fainted yesterday and didn't wake up. Mom and Dad were worried, so they asked me to stay with you. I just got back with the porridge, and you woke up just in time." She pouted a little. Chen Lijun felt a natural smile despite her sadness and, surprised, gently patted her hand, saying, "You've worked hard, and you made Uncle and Aunt worry. I'm fine now. Have you eaten?" "I'm not tired. I'm just glad you're okay," she said, carefully glancing at her before adding, "Sister, about yesterday." After speaking, she turned around, brought a bowl, and handed it to her, saying, "Sister, please drink this. You haven't eaten anything since yesterday, and you can't go hungry." Chen Xiaowan looked at her and felt touched, unsure of what to say. She shook her head, reached out to take the bowl of porridge, lowered her head, and said, "Xiaozhen, you should go back and eat. Tell your parents I'm fine now, I've woken up, and they don't need to stay with me anymore. You don't need to come tonight. I'll visit them tomorrow." After saying this, she looked up at her and added, "I'm really okay, so you don't have to worry about missing meals." Seeing that Chen Xiaozhen didn't move, she urged her, "What happened yesterday wasn't a big deal. I'll explain it to your parents in detail tomorrow." She took another sip of porridge, but since Chen Xiaozhen still didn't move, she had to put down the bowl and gently pushed her towards the door, saying, "Good Jen, go back. I'm fine, and I'll visit tomorrow. You have your own things to do. You don't need to come back for a while, just take a good rest." After pushing Chen Xiaozhen outside, she continued, "Be good, go home. Sister. Be good, go home. Go home." Watching Chen Xiaozhen leave, turning back to look 3 times, Chen Xiaowan turned around to see the small courtyard she was in. It wasn't big, but it wasn't in bad shape either. It was tidy. Through the fence, she could see the distant mountains, lush green trees, and farmers bending over in the fields, working in small groups. Not far away, a small river flowed past the village like a silver belt, protecting the little village, a beautiful scene of mountains and farming. This place should be nice for retirement. Suddenly, Chen Xiaowan felt a sense of openness in her heart, and a line from a song popped into her mind. "Come on, let's create. After all, there's plenty of time." The feelings of frustration and injustice, along with her recent confusion, began to fade away. Whether it was a time travel or a rebirth, in this life, she wanted to live freely. Those long working hours could go away. If she died, so what? She wanted freedom, to be happy, and to follow her heart. After finishing the porridge, Chen Lijun walked around the house, looking at the front yard, backyard, and sides. She came to a conclusion. She wanted to build a house. For retirement, she needed a good place. It didn't make sense to live in a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room, 2-bathroom house that was barely used, only to eat simple meals and live in a low, cramped mud house. After all, she was 10 years younger, so she could enjoy her youth again. She felt like she could take risks. If fate wanted to throw her back, that would be fine too. Having died once, she didn't care about anything else. If she really died, that would be okay too. She didn't want to limit herself by living in this low house anymore. It just wouldn't do. Now there is someone who can openly try to improve their life. Chen Lijun thinks about getting a divorce and possibly remarrying. Considering the pressure of marriage, she decides against it. Even if she feels like a stone, she will stay single and enjoy her freedom. A woman without love is unstoppable. Ideally, she would be a widow, free from marriage pressure, living in a beautiful courtyard house, with a cat in one hand and a dog in the other, surrounded by chickens and ducks, with vegetables in front and fruits behind. She could gather eggs and pick fruits at her leisure. If life were like this, she could convince herself to live well in this era. "You're awake," a male voice comes from behind her. Chen Lijun turns to see a familiar face, the man she considers unreliable. 2 feelings clash within her, one of caution and one of familiarity. She tries to remain guarded. She is not close to him yet. She turns back, watching the man in front of her. He looks about 22 or 23, with slightly yellow skin, gentle features, and a strong presence. He is tall and lean but not weak, the kind of man she would have liked to spend a little money on in the past. He carries several paper bags in one hand and a wild chicken and a gray rabbit in the other, dressed in simple gray-brown clothes, standing at the door and looking at her. Qin Shaowan remains silent, her mind racing with memories and thoughts on how to handle the situation, including negotiations. Although the man is handsome, he is also unreliable. He has caused her trouble and rumors in the village. Now he wants to leave without a word. There's no way it could be that easy, Qin Shaowan thinks, wondering how to get what she deserves. Nie Zheng notices her silence and steps closer, saying, I got some medicine from Dr. Yu. I'll prepare some for you later. He adds, Dr. Yu said to relax, you'll be fine. I'll go cook now, he says, taking the medicine and the chicken and rabbit into the kitchen. Chun Lijun watches him leave, feeling a mix of emotions, some sadness and some frustration. The original Qin Shaowan was focused on him, but now she wonders why she feels so clearly. Silly girl, you can't force things. If he wants to leave, you can't hold him back.
Sigh.
She laments, feeling troubled about her emotions and the future. She decides to think about how to get what she deserves, unless Qin Shaowan returns, and she turns to go into her room. In the kitchen, Nie Zheng hears her sigh, pausing his work to glance back, his eyes flickering with concern. As the daylight fades, he brings the medicine into her room. Chun Lijun took the medicine but followed him to the kitchen. The kitchen was lit by an oil lamp. One pot was cooking chicken soup, and another pot held something unknown. Chun Lijun remained silent, holding the bowl of medicine, and sat down at the table near the earthen wall, taking small sips. Nie Zheng glanced at her but said nothing, busying himself with the pots. After a while, Chun Lijun noticed a change in front of her. Nie Zheng moved the oil lamp to the table and said, It's time to eat. Then, a bowl of chicken soup and a bowl of porridge appeared in front of her, along with a bowl of braised rabbit meat and a bowl of greens on the table. Chun Lijun took a sip of the chicken soup. It tasted quite good. Nie Zheng sat across from her, eating a mix of vegetables, rabbit meat, and porridge. Suddenly, Chun Lijun felt annoyed with him. Shaking her head, she said, I want to build a house. Nie Zheng was confused. What? Chun Shaowan added, I don't want to live in this house alone in the future. Nie Zheng. Chun Lijun continued, I can't get a divorce, and I don't want to marry again. Nie Zheng looked at her, realizing something. Why? This man really had no sense of loyalty. Chun Lijun gritted her teeth, ready to appeal to his emotions and reason, but thinking of Qin Shaowan, she decided against it. Instead, she looked into his eyes and said, When you go to the military, it's not uncertain when you'll return, it's that you may never come back. Regardless of life or death, right? Nie Zheng's gaze sharpened as he looked at her. Chun Lijun continued, Your name is fake, isn't it? Nie Zheng tightened his grip on the chopsticks, staring at her. Chun Lijun said, It's not that I can't have children in these 3 years. It's
You
won't allow it. Nie Zheng's gaze flickered, and his grip relaxed slightly as he continued to pick food. You're overthinking it. What power do I have to stop you from having children? Qin Shaowan smirked slightly. The dark shed. Nie Zheng paused. The piece of rabbit meat he was holding fell onto the table, staring blankly at Qin Shaowan. You. Qin Shaowan said, I confirmed with the doctor what was going on, and every time.
You.
She couldn't finish. It was hard to explain the indescribable. Looking at Nie Zheng's face, which was turning red and dark, she lowered her voice and continued, At that time, I didn't understand. I just thought you didn't like children. Now I know. Chun Lijun added, You took advantage of me, and now want to ruin the reputation of the Qin family. I won't agree to that. Nie Zheng looked up at her, seeming confused. Chun Lijun said, I am the eldest daughter of the Qin family, yet I am being divorced. Although you're not formally divorcing me, everyone here knows I have not had children in 3 years. With you leaving and not returning, it's almost the same as a divorce. I bear the reputation of being unable to remarry or leave my marriage. Not only would it be hard for me to find a new partner, but my younger siblings might also struggle and life could become difficult for them. It could also bring shame to my family and people would gossip about us. Without my parents or close siblings to support me, only these distant relatives remain. If my reputation is ruined because of me, you might as well be taking my life. Nie Zheng rubbed his forehead and asked, "What do you want?" "I've thought it over. I can't leave, but I can remain loyal to my husband," Nie Zheng concluded. 3 years without children is enough to end a marriage, but it also gives Chen Shaoan a way out if this man has any conscience. Even though this man has treated her unfairly, she has no witnesses, and he could easily deny everything or turn the blame on her. Nie Zheng was taken aback, surprised by her words about remaining loyal, and stared at her. Chen Lijun continued, "Once you leave, you might never return to this place of wealth and honor. You won't know what happens here, and I will have to live here for the rest of my life. The Qin family is still here, and our reputation must remain intact. After you leave, if you send a message back in 2 or 3 years, it could say I went missing or died in battle. Either would work. I won't look for you or bother you. Your future as an official or if you remarry and have children will have nothing to do with me. I will set up a memorial for you, and from then on, I will be a widow. The villagers will know that my husband is Nie Zheng, and I will only recognize that name." Nie Zheng suddenly laughed and said, "What does this have to do with building a house?" Chen Lijun felt frustrated and coldly replied, "You used me and harmed me. Now you want to leave without compensating me? This man is clever and not easily fooled. It's troublesome. In this male-dominated society, women have no advantages." Nie Zheng looked at her and asked, "Are you not afraid people will say you bring misfortune to your parents and husband?" Chen Lijun replied, "Does it matter now?" Nie Zheng paused, thought for a moment, and said, "All right." Chen Lijun was stunned. Was he really so agreeable, or had she misunderstood something? She tentatively asked, "Can you take care of things before you leave?" Nie Zheng glanced at her and replied,
So easy?
Chen Lijun felt puzzled. After returning to her room, Chen Lijun lay on her bed, continuing to recall the memories of her past life. This is the Great Zheng dynasty, where the royal family has the surname Zheng. The current emperor is Emperor Chongping, and it is now the 13th year of his reign. She is in Xingyun Prefecture, Qingping County, Zhuang Town, Lianshan Village. The Qin family, including Qin Shaoan, has not been settled here for long. She is part of the 3rd generation. Her grandfather's generation came here to escape famine, with over 1,000 people fleeing from one village, but only a few dozen made it here. Originally, there was no village. It was just her grandfather and a few others. The local government, seeing so few people, gathered more families, and about 100 people formed the current Lianshan village. After decades of recovery and family events, there are now only around 100 households. Perhaps due to the harsh years and many relatives lost, the 3 brothers of her grandfather's generation had many children. However, due to poor living conditions and taxes, only about half of them could support families of their own. Her great-uncle had 4 sons and 2 daughters, raising 2 sons and 1 daughter. Her grandfather had 5 sons and 3 daughters, leaving 4 sons and 1 daughter. Her 5th uncle had 6 sons, but only 3 survived. The 3 brothers of the Qin family faced many hardships, losing many children, which made each grandchild precious. There was no preference for boys over girls, and the family remained united and safe. After her great-uncle and grandfather passed away, the sons divided their households and started their own lives, but her situation was different due to circumstances beyond her control. Thinking about the family tree, it truly is a large family. In her generation, there are over 10 siblings from her grandfather's line. Including her great-uncle and 5th uncle, there are nearly 40 people. The older ones have grown up, married, and had children, while the younger ones are still babies. The little ones call her sister, which shows her youth and lower status in the family. Why did her parents have such short lives and fewer children? Her father, Chen Zheng, was the second son of her grandfather and lived to be 32. Her mother, En, was a scholar's daughter who lived to be 26. Chen Shaowan, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, is now 21 years old. 3 years ago, she married a hunter from the same village, Nie Zheng, but has not had any children yet and is soon to be a widow. Her uncle is 42 years old and has 4 sons and 2 daughters, all healthy. His eldest and second sons are already married, and he has a grandson and a granddaughter, making the family quite prosperous. Before her marriage, she lived with her uncle's family, and they treated her very well. She is sensible and obedient. Although she cannot do heavy work, she handles sewing and mending tasks. She also has a third uncle who has a lively personality and cares for her a lot, never forgetting her in anything. He has 2 sons and 2 daughters, and they live harmoniously. There is also the fourth uncle, who doesn't talk much, but he always brings her something, showing his care in a subtle way. He has 2 sons and 2 daughters, the youngest being a 4-year-old little one. When she got married, he was still a baby. That's a bit awkward. His 2 daughters are adorable twins. The aunt married into the neighboring town, where her family runs a grocery store. She rarely comes back, but she always brings something for her. She has 2 daughters and 1 son. I remember that her husband favored boys over girls, so she didn't have an easy life. Thinking about all this makes me feel tired. There are names and rankings which seem quite important. In my memory, the great uncle and the fifth uncle's families have their own order of seniority, but they don't interact much. When they meet in the village, they just call each other by name, not much better than strangers. However, during important events, they come together and seem very united. For small matters, if called, they will definitely show up. They work hard without hesitation, which is quite strange. After the great uncle's 2 sons split their family, they now each have big families of their own, thriving well. One daughter married a blacksmith in town, and I heard the eldest son has also married, living happily. The fifth uncle is still around, and his family hasn't split yet. They live at the back of the village. His 3 sons have young children, and there are no granddaughters yet, but I've heard they are planning to marry in a few years. Chen Shaowan hasn't met them. What's most talked about is that they have 3 sets of twins in their family, which is rare in the entire Zhejiang town. The youngest daughter-in-law has given birth to 2 sets of twins. The older boys are 7, and the younger girl is 2. People say their family is blessed by heaven, especially in these times when having 1 child can be challenging, let alone 2 sets of twins. That's truly a blessing. The fifth uncle and aunt just smile and thank everyone, never boasting. They are very kind and polite. Thinking about it, with so many people and children, aside from the original owner of this small family, everyone else is healthy and has complete families. The uncles and aunts of the Qin family genuinely care for her, but they don't raise her like their own children and would never be harsh. After all, the original owner is just a farmer's daughter. She hasn't worked the fields much and hasn't done any heavy labor. Before marriage, she hardly spent time in the kitchen. As for farming, she knows very little. Her time was mostly spent either embroidering or sewing clothes. However, to be honest, the clothes made by the original owner were quite nice. Most of the clothes in the Qin family were made by her. So even though the original owner didn't do any heavy work, she still had her share of tasks. The villagers praised her skills, saying she would not suffer from harsh weather in the future. They were right. After she got married, Nie Zheng had no fields. The land her father left her was sold by her uncle after she secretly took the deed while her father was sick. So they simply didn't farm at all. She truly didn't suffer from harsh weather. Her daily life consisted of washing, cooking, and sewing. It was quite comfortable. Before closing her eyes, Chen Lijun thought, what does it matter if I became Chen Shaowan? It's all about people's hearts. On the other side, Nie Zheng was also thinking about what Chen Shaowan said today. The Qin family had treated him well over the years. Calling him a son was not an exaggeration. When he married, he and his uncle had their own intentions, but over these 3 years, they had gotten along harmoniously. Divorcing would harm the Qin family's reputation, which he didn't want. With Chen Shaowan's personality, It was possible she might do something drastic. Moreover, he wasn't ungrateful. He couldn't bear to let Chen Xiaowan suffer. He just didn't expect that her first request would be to build a house. This was quite different from what he imagined. He thought she would either cause a scene or cry. However, while it was a bit troublesome, it was not impossible. Looking at his mud brick house and recalling Chen Xiaowan's words today, she hadn't complained even once in the past 3 years. On the other hand, Chen Xiaowan had no idea how Nie Zheng was feeling. The next day, when Chen Xiaowan woke up, the sun was already high in the sky, and there was no one in the yard. She went straight to the kitchen, relying on her memory to find some freshly cut willow branches, which she used to brush her teeth and wash her face. Then she found the bag of rice to prepare porridge. The most important thing was to eat well to have the energy for the day. As for the next meal and whether there would be rice to cook, she didn't want to think about it. Anyway, there should be enough rice in the bag for a few more meals. What to do after that wasn't something she needed to worry about now. There would always be food in the mountains and fields. Speaking of which, what was Chen Xiaowan's mindset now? She was just going with the flow, wanting to live comfortably and freely, whether it was to live again or to die again. When she opened the pot, she was surprised to find a bowl of warm porridge, a bowl of medicine, and some pickled vegetables still warm inside.
Dugman.
Chen Xiaowan mumbled as she walked to the table and lifted the cover off a dustpan, revealing half a bowl of greens. Not being polite, Chen Xiaowan took the porridge and ate it with the pickled vegetables and greens, mumbling, "Scoundrels are just like this, deceiving people." Suddenly, she understood a line from a drama where a character said, "He said he loves me and even made me porridge," which sounded so foolish. In simple terms, it was just laziness. Too lazy to even make a bowl of porridge, and then someone else took it away. Well, eating free food is really nice. While she was eating, the door to the yard creaked open, and Nie Zheng walked in. He glanced around and went straight to the kitchen, sitting down across from her. He said, "The village chief said that during spring plowing, there aren't enough hands to build houses. It's raining a lot now, and it's best to wait until May when the strong workers will be free and the rain will be less. What do you think?" Chen Xiaowan tilted her head and thought for a moment, that works. What about the land? In her memory, there were customs for building houses in the countryside and the seasonality of farming. Perhaps it had been hundreds of years, or perhaps it was a matter of time and space, but the rulers' methods were quite similar. For the land, it depends on where you want to build. The village chief suggested a few plots. There's a 5-mu piece in the middle of the village, close to Uncle's house. At the village entrance, there are 2 plots. One is 8-mu next to Zhuangzi's house, and the other is 7-mu next to Grandpa Wu's house. Then there's the land by the river. The village chief said you can choose from there. Finally, there's a piece at the end of the village by the mountain which is all wasteland, about 4-mu. This dog man is quite efficient in getting things done, Chen Xiaowan thought. Deep down, she preferred the land at the village entrance and the end of the village. She didn't want to be discovered by the villagers, as she feared being burned for being an outsider. She wanted to live a bit longer. Dying too soon would be embarrassing. Later, you can accompany me to check out the riverbank and the land by the mountain. It wouldn't do to have too small a place, and too many people meant too much gossip. She wanted some peace and quiet, especially since she needed to avoid people to feel more comfortable. This dog man, she couldn't rely on him too much, so she might as well use him while she could. Swallowing the last bite of porridge, she cleaned up the dishes and asked while washing, "What's the price for the land?" "The land is cheaper than farmland, about 2 taels of silver per mu," Nie Zheng replied. "The riverbank and wasteland are even cheaper, but not by much. The village chief might allocate a bit more land."
Chen Xiaowan didn't respond.
After washing the dishes, she found a rag hanging on a bamboo pole to wipe her hands and turned to Nie Zheng, saying, "Let's go." Nie Zheng looked up at the edge of the pot and said, "Take your medicine." Chen Xiaowan responded with silence. Unable to avoid it, she obediently turned around and gulped it down. It was really bitter. The 2 of them walked out of the courtyard, heading towards the river, which was close to where they lived. As they passed through the middle of the village, they didn't encounter anyone. In this weather, The men and women were all in the fields, while the young wives and girls washed clothes by the river. The children were all busy elsewhere. In April, with the beautiful weather, there were many fun places to be. When they reached the edge of the village, they found a group of young wives and girls by the riverbank, using sticks to pound their clothes on the stones while chatting and laughing. The two of them stopped at a distance, not approaching. Chen Xiaowan observed the scene. On the left side of the riverbank were fertile fields, and on the right was a small path winding from the village entrance, lined with sparse earthen houses, each set far apart with their own courtyards. Through the fence, she could see trees and a vegetable garden surrounded by bamboo, growing unevenly. After walking along the small path for several meters, they squatted down in a clearing near the riverbank, feeling the damp soil beneath their fingers. The ground was still wet, indicating that the house would likely be very humid and prone to flooding during heavy rains. This place wouldn't work. As she thought about speaking, she turned to see Nie Zheng and remembered that he was leaving soon, regardless of whether it was good or bad. Asking him didn't seem meaningful. What mattered was her own feelings. Chen Xiaowan fell silent and walked towards the barren land on the back mountain, deep in thought. One person walked ahead, burdened with thoughts, while the other quietly followed. It looked like they had quarreled, as a few young wives returning from washing clothes in the village noticed them and hesitated to greet them. Passing by the home of her uncle and aunt, Nie Zheng saw that Chen Xiaowan didn't stop and reached out to hold her arm. "There's a piece of land next to my uncle's." Chen Xiaowan replied, "I don't want to go. I don't like it. As a married daughter, living next to my family doesn't feel right." Nie Zheng paused, loosening his grip but not letting go. He then heard Chen Xiaowan continue, "If I'm not mistaken, my aunt probably wants to wait for the fourth and fifth brothers to grow up a bit more before buying it and building a few more rooms since there isn't enough space at home." At the end of the village, a small path led directly to the foot of the small Lian mountain, with low plants visible everywhere. On the right side of the path was a piece of barren land, about 3 to 4 acres, overgrown with weeds, small trees, and thorns. Chen Xiaowan even spotted a wild chicken flying by and wondered if there were any wild chicken eggs. She stepped onto a stone and saw that the entire area was filled with such plants, with no large trees in sight. The foot of the big Lian mountain was neither too far nor too close. They could either go around the village or take a route around the small Lian mountain. The nearby mountains are not high, so there's no fear of mudslides. Near the back mountain, Dalian Mountain, there's a pond, and the little estate has a lot of potential. Chen Xiaowan is very satisfied. She jumps down from the rock, takes a few steps, squats down to touch the soil, which is sandy and dry on the surface. Turning around, the view is nice. Across the road, there are several tall locust trees with clusters of white flowers and 2 camphor trees. Under the trees, close to the road, there's also a pond that looks quite deep, though it's not large, only about half an acre, surrounded by random trees and weeds. At the foot of the mountain, there's a pine forest. Further away, the land dips a bit, with fields growing crops and a small river flowing gently through the middle, sparkling in the sunlight. To the right, she can see the village's threshing ground and an old elm tree, along with the stone bridge leading into the village. "I like it here." Nie Zheng notices Chen Xiaowan's bright eyes. "There are no people here. It's not safe." Nie Zheng frowns. Chen Xiaowan gestures. "This place is great. We can build houses here, clear the land to plant beans and wheat, and grow vegetables behind the house. It's just right for me." She thinks about buying the whole place later to create an estate. Right now, she glances around and says, "I want to buy it all in the future." Nie Zheng is a hunter. He came here with his uncle to hunt for a living. They don't have land and don't farm. Usually they go hunting in the mountains and sell their catch in town for food, trading for vegetables in the village. Nie Zheng's uncle met her uncle through trading vegetables. After they got married, she started a vegetable garden near his house, and she often asks Nie Zheng for help with watering. Sure enough, she hears Nie Zheng say, "You can farm. I can ask my uncle, older brother, and second brother to help me plant.
I'll need to learn how."
Nie Zheng thinks for a moment and looks at her. "I'll talk to the village chief to see if we can buy it all. But are you sure you want to live here alone? It's not safe. Once the house is built, it will be safe. I'll take good care of it. Nie Zheng looks at her, his eyes filled with doubt. He simply says, think it through. Then he adds, what you said yesterday counts. It counts.
Good.
On the way home, Chen Xiaowan asks Nie Zheng, how did Uncle and Aunt know I fainted that day? I went to call Dr. Yu, and Uncle happened to be at Dr. Yu's house. Then, besides Uncle and Aunt, who else came? Nie Zheng glanced at her. She was someone favored, and over the years, he had also benefited from it. He said, everyone is here. Uncle and Aunt, third uncle and aunt, fourth uncle and aunt, big brother, second brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. Chen Xiaowan was surprised. How do they all know? Nie Zheng looked at her again, as if to say she should know better. The village was small, and news traveled fast. Plus, there were several people at Dr. Yu's house that day, so now the whole village probably knew. Chen Xiaowan. You didn't say why, right? Then why didn't Uncle and Aunt, third uncle and fourth uncle ask you? I didn't have time to explain. Hearing this, it seemed this family had no clear way of doing things. Thankfully, Chen Xiaowan thought it was inevitable for them to part ways. If they kept it a secret, once Nie Zheng left, it would be hard to hide. They would need help with building houses and farming later on. It was better not to hide it as long as they didn't mention that Nie Zheng was leaving for good. Once Nie Zheng sent news back, everything would be settled, and there would be no need to discuss it further. She finally wouldn't have to endure the pressure of marriage and childbirth anymore. As for remarrying, she really didn't want to. With her memories from 2 lifetimes at 35, why would she choose to suffer again? She needed to deal with the present situation first. Chen Xiaowan said, in the evening, let's go to Uncle and Aunt's house for dinner and talk about this. Nie Zheng looked at her again, okay. If you don't say anything, you won't come back. Nie Zheng gave her a silly look.
Chen Xiaowan.
When they got home, Nie Zheng took his bow and arrows and left. Chen Xiaowan wandered around the house, unsure of what to do. Perhaps it was still new to her, and she didn't feel fully settled in. She stretched, ran her fingers through her hair, went to the kitchen, boiled water, and prepared to wash her hair and take a bath. She hadn't bathed last night, and she didn't wash the day before either. In modern times, who doesn't bathe every day and wash their hair every 2 days? In her memories during spring and autumn, people bathed every 3 to 5 days, usually just wiping down in between. In summer, they used sun-warmed water and bathed every other day. In winter, it was every 10 days to 2 weeks. Water had to be fetched manually and stored in a tank for daily use. There was also firewood. This place seemed to be a bit southern, close to the mountains, so there was no shortage of wood, but it needed to be chopped and dried, which was labor-intensive. In farming times, bathing was quite a luxury. Chen Xiaowan shook her head. She didn't want to think about these things. It was just too unfamiliar. She also thought about building a new house and digging a well. Although there were ponds nearby, she didn't want to do the hard work of fetching water. In the kitchen, following her usual experience, she boiled water, poured it out, and adjusted the temperature, adding more water to the pot to continue boiling. She took out the small, round soap pods that she usually used for washing hair. At least it wasn't wood ash. She wondered if she needed to fuss with soap and a toothbrush, feeling a bit melancholic. She finally understood why female protagonists in time travel stories often had to deal with these things, because they needed to use them. After washing her hair 3 times and wrapping it up, she found a basin for bathing. Since there was no bathtub at home, she would have to make do for a few days and replace it later. Once she finished washing, she let her hair down and washed her clothes too, taking advantage of the good weather to hang them out to dry. By the time she was done, it was already past lunchtime, and Chen Xiaowan didn't feel like cooking anymore. She decided to eat together later in the evening. In this place, aside from busy farming times, there were usually only 2 meals a day. Although it was the busy farming season, her family didn't grow crops. She could have 2 or 3 meals as she pleased. In the past, Nie Zheng was often not home for lunch, and even when he was, they only added meals based on the situation. Finally, when her hair dried, Chen Xiaowan realized she didn't know how to style it, and her hands didn't remember the motions. There was no choice but to recall the way it used to be, combining it with modern techniques to secure her hair. She grabbed a scarf and wrapped her hair up, trying to mimic the style from her memory. She shook her head. It stayed in place, which was good. With a bamboo basket in hand, she headed to the vegetable garden. In the lunar month of April, there weren't many vegetables in the garden. It was the time for planting seeds. Chen Xiaowan usually didn't worry about these things. Her aunts helped her prepare what to plant for each season. In the 21st century markets, there were no seasonal distinctions anymore. Everything was grown in greenhouses, and there was no difference between the north and south. However, she couldn't go empty-handed when she went out to eat with Nie Zheng in the evening. In the past, he would bring back fresh game, but she didn't know if he had any today. They say spring is not the time for hunting, but what do hunters eat if they don't hunt? They only avoid hunting mother animals or those that are pregnant and need help. She picked a few cucumbers, some greens, and chives. There were many wild vegetables, but she couldn't dig them up today. Feeling troubled, she rummaged through the kitchen. Aside from some rice and flour, there weren't even any eggs. Oh, right. What about the chickens she raised? She ran outside to find them. They were all in the backyard and safe. She found 2 eggs in the coop, but that wasn't enough. As for the clothes she used to make for her uncle and aunt, she couldn't remember it all. She was only focused on adding some vegetables. Just then, Nie Zheng returned, carrying a bow on his back and holding his catch, 2 rabbits and 3 wild chickens. Chen Xiaowan stared at the game, thinking about how to ask for some. Nie Zheng said, "At Uncle's house, there is 1 chicken and 1 rabbit. Each of the 3rd and 4th uncles has 1 chicken. We will keep 1 rabbit at home to eat tomorrow." Chen Xiaowan looked at him, thinking that this man knows how to handle things well.
Great.
Quickly, she went to boil water to remove the chicken feathers while Nie Zheng skinned the rabbit. He also delivered the chickens to the 3rd and 4th uncles and refused to stay for dinner. When they arrived at Uncle Chen's house, only 2nd sister-in-law and Xiao Zhen were there preparing a meal. Little Jing rushed over to her, calling for his aunt and wanting a hug. Little Qing, who was still learning to walk, was tied to a chair. Nie Zheng set down the bamboo basket, greeted them, and turned to leave. Chen Xiaowan picked up little Jing and squatted down to play with little Qing. 2nd sister-in-law Zhou smiled when she saw her. "Why did you come so late? It's good you're here. Your mother asked about you at noon." Zhener picked up the basket. "You brought meat again. Big sister, you should keep it for yourself and brother-in-law." Chen Xiaowan replied, "It's fine. It's not a big deal. Thank you for your concern, 2nd sister-in-law. Xiao Zhen has already cooked the meat. It's fresh, brother-in-law just caught it today." 2nd sister-in-law Chen said, "As long as you're okay."
You don't know how worried your parents were that day.
Luckily, Doctor Yu said you were fine and just needed some rest, so they felt relieved and left Zhener to take care of you. As for that day when Qin Ge and Qin Er were anxious and wanted to confront Nie Zheng, 2nd sister-in-law thought it was best not to mention it, as it would reflect poorly on the family. Of course, Nie Zheng wouldn't say anything either. He cared about his reputation. Chen Xiaowan was completely unaware of this. The 3 of them were busy in the kitchen, preparing for a meal for over 10 people, which required a lot of work. Half an hour later, family members began to return home, starting with Aunt Zhang and sister-in-law Lu. Upon entering, they asked her, "Are you feeling better? We wanted to see you, but Zhener said you wouldn't allow it. I was waiting for you to come today, but you didn't show up at noon," Chen Xiaowan replied with a smile. Aunt Zhang teased her. "You little rascal, when do you come so we can save you some food?" Sister-in-law Chen added, "Exactly, little sister, your mother loves it when you visit." Then Qin Ge and Qin Er came back, and there were more questions, including threats to Nie Zheng if he bullied her. Chen Xiaowan laughed and responded positively, thinking to herself that with Nie Zheng's skills, he could handle several of them, so it was better to keep quiet about it. Finally, Uncle Chen and Nie Zheng arrived. Uncle Chen saw that she was fine and didn't say much. As the meal was about to be served, Little 4 and Little 5 returned, with Little 5 being dragged back by Little 4 by his ear. Little 5 saw Chen Xiaowan and shouted, "Sister, sister, help me. Look at what 4th brother did to me." Chen Xiaowan looked at him, drenched, and said, "Did you fall in the water? Or did you play in it and get punished by fourth brother? Go change your clothes." Little five replied, No, I didn't do anything." Fourth brother said, "Sister, don't listen to this kid. In this weather, he went into the river, right where the water is deepest." Chen Xiaowan's expression changed. Little five said, "Sister, don't listen to fourth brother. I didn't mean to. I just saw a big fish and wanted to catch it for you because you fainted the other day." Fourth brother added, "And then you jumped in? That's the deepest part. Don't you know? Use your brain." Little five touched his ear and whispered, "I thought the water was only up to my knees. I didn't know it would be over my head." Everyone felt a chill, and Uncle Chen and Annie Chen took off their shoes, ready to step in. The two brothers clenched their fists. Chen Xiaowan broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stopped them, saying, "Let little five change his clothes first before you teach him a lesson, or he might get sick." Little five continued, "I knew fourth brother was behind me, and as soon as I fell in, he pulled me out." Chen Xiaowan insisted, "Go change your clothes first. You don't want to catch a cold." Nie Zheng glanced at Chen Xiaowan and patted Little Five's head, saying, "Little Five, go change your clothes. If you want to catch fish for your sister, I'll take you another day." Little Five looked at Nie Zheng and mumbled, "Okay," then slowly went back to his room. Chen Xiaowan said, "Fourth brother, you should change your clothes too. I'll make some ginger soup. It's better to drink it in this weather." Jinner offered, "Sister, I'll help you." As Chen Xiaowan sliced the ginger, she thought about how much had happened in just one day. She reassured herself that it was okay. Taking things one step at a time would make it better. Chen Xiaowan kept wondering if the real Chen Xiaowan had not left yet and was still inside her. She joined everyone for dinner, and with Nie Zheng's wild chicken and rabbit, the meal was quite plentiful. A pot of braised rabbit meat was cooked with some dried radish, and a large bowl of chicken soup had noodles in it. There were many people, all doing physical work. Nie Zheng could eat a lot. Yesterday, Chen Xiaowan saw him finish almost an entire rabbit and some porridge. There was a bowl of cold cucumber salad, but Chen Xiaowan's cucumbers were not enough, so Sister Chen went to the garden to find some more. A bowl of greens was mixed with some garlic. There was also stir-fried chives with eggs. Chen Xiaowan didn't bring the eggs, but Little Zhen went to the chicken coop and got 5. Finally, there was a bowl of pickled vegetables stir-fried with preserved meat. 6 dishes aren't too many, but for a farmhouse at this time, having meat dishes is considered a feast. With these 6 dishes, it's enough for a celebration. Chen Xiaowan didn't know what the world outside the village was like, but when her father was still around, he said that Lianshan village was one of the better places in the entire Qingyun County. Even so, there was rarely any meat on the table, just enough to avoid starvation, which shows the low productivity. If Chen Xiaowan and Nie Zheng didn't come today, the table would only have a bowl of pickled vegetables stir-fried with preserved meat and a bowl of greens with porridge, which is still typical during busy farming seasons. That's why the Chen siblings really liked having Chen Xiaowan and Nie Zheng over for meals. They always brought meat dishes when they returned. Of course, they were also kind to Chen Xiaowan and Nie Zheng. More often than not, they returned with valuable gifts and provided convenience in daily life. This made Chen Xiaowan, a village girl who grew up in a farmhouse, feel helpless as she couldn't farm or grow vegetables without family support. It's worth noting that when her father was still alive, her grandfather was also around, and they hadn't split the family yet. She had always lived in the village. After her father passed away, her grandfather couldn't bear the loss and passed away soon after. Before he died, he divided the family, giving her grandmother to her uncle and aunt, but her grandmother also passed away within 2 years. Before leaving, like her grandfather, he held the hands of his sons and daughters-in-law, urging them to take care of Xiaowan, saying that the second son and the girl had it tough. Thinking about this made Chen Xiaowan feel a bit sad. This family had truly been good to the original owner. She naturally felt the emotions and actions belonging to Chen Xiaowan, just like when Xiaozhen came to see her that day. Now she felt like crying, but she didn't know why. The real Chen Xiaowan hadn't returned, and she, with this modern body, should be gone. Would drinking red wine and cooking apples lead to death? Chen Xiaowan felt frustrated and a bit lost, wondering how long this body would last. Would she die at any moment? Then she thought again, this stolen life was whatever. If the real Chen Xiaowan could come back, she would willingly give up the body, as everything here was inconvenient. Having been single for so long, she had gotten used to her freedom. She didn't like her current life. Everyone was enjoying their meal, but Chen Xiaowan felt it was a bit lacking in oil and salt, not very flavorful, though she wouldn't say anything. Later, the meals gradually improved. After all, she wasn't here to suffer and didn't want to suffer. As the meal was coming to an end, Nie Zheng suddenly spoke up. "Uncle and Aunt, we came today to discuss something important with you." Uncle Chen noticed Nie Zheng's serious tone and looked at Chen Xiaowan, sensing it was something significant since Xiaowan had fainted the other day. He put down his chopsticks and asked, "What is it?" Aunt Chen also set down her chopsticks, looking at the two of them. Nie Zheng continued, "Xiaowan, and I want to buy the piece of land at the end of the village to build a house." Uncle Chen felt relieved when he heard they were building a house. It was a good thing. The children were doing well. He picked up his chopsticks again and said, "Building a house is a good thing. We will all help out when the time comes. But the land at the end of the village is wild, full of weeds and thorns, and it's hard to level. Plus, it's quite remote." Nie Zheng replied, "Xiaowan likes that place. We plan to buy all of it and gradually clear the land to grow some crops." Uncle Chen thought about what his daughter-in-law said at noon. He had seen the two of them that morning, so they must have gone to check the land. He happily said, "Buying all that land to grow crops? You won't be hunting anymore, huh? That's good. It's not safe to go up the mountain all the time. There are all sorts of dangers there, like tigers, bears, and wolves. Farming is more stable. Later, we can buy a few more acres of good land." Nie Zheng. Nie Zheng said, "Uncle, I plan to join the army. I'll leave in about a month. I'll take care of the money and the foundation, but for building the house later, Xiaowan can't do it alone, so I'd like to ask you and Auntie to help arrange things." Uncle Chen was stunned, as if he didn't understand. He looked at Nie Zheng, and after a moment, he reacted by slamming his chopsticks on the table. He asked Nie Zheng, "You want to join the army? Is that why one fainted the other day?" This was like settling old scores. Uncle Chen and Uncle Air exchanged glances, realizing they had missed something important during their earlier conversation. If they had known, they would have confronted him. If Chen Xiaowan knew, she would definitely say that with her brother's skills, Nie Zheng wouldn't even bother to think about it. It was like comparing a bronze player to a king. There was no competition. Chen's whipping said, "I don't agree. Building a house is fine, but joining the army is not. You can't leave one alone." At that moment, Chen Xiaowan slowly finished her last bite of food and wiped her hands. She spoke up, "But, Uncle, I agree." Uncle Chen turned sharply to stare at her, his eyes filled with disapproval. Chen Xiaowan wanted to laugh. It was the kind of laughter that came naturally to her. Her uncle was blaming her for interrupting. Suppressing her laughter, she said, "Uncle, he's young and strong, and he has great skills. It would be a shame not to join the army and make a name for himself. Spending all day in the mountains catching a few wild chickens and rabbits is just wasting time. I can handle building the house and farming by myself." Auntie Chen quickly said, "Juan, what are you thinking? War can be deadly." Uncle Chen replied, "Do you really think you can farm all by yourself? You need help from Auntie and your other aunts just to grow vegetables. Have you ever worked the fields? Do you know when to plant seeds and when to fertilize?" Nie Zheng glanced at Chen Xiaowan. Chen Xiaowan felt frustrated and said, "Why wouldn't I survive? He has great skills and isn't afraid of tigers or wild boars. Besides, I have all of you. If everyone teaches me a little, I'll learn." Uncle Chen said anxiously, "Don't be silly. This is serious." He then asked Nie Zheng, "What do you think?" Nie Zheng replied, "I think Xiaowan is right. I have good skills, joining the army is an option, and my uncle wrote that he has arranged everything." Chen Xiaowan thought, "This guy is definitely doing this on purpose." Uncle Chen said, "Arranged doesn't mean serving in the military." Nie Zheng replied, "Arranged doesn't mean serving in the military." Uncle Chen asked, "Do you want to go?"
Nie Zheng answered, "I want to go."
Uncle Chen looked at Chen Xiaowan again. "Xiaowan."
"You."
Chen Xiaowan said, "Uncle, I agree." Uncle Chen felt troubled. wondering what she agreed to since she was still confused. He turned to Nie Zheng. Your mind is made up? Nie Zheng confirmed. My mind is made up. Uncle Chen asked, what about Shaowan? Nie Zheng explained, we discussed it and decided to buy that piece of wasteland at the end of the village, build a small house with bricks, and dig a well for easy access to water. Right now, we have to carry water and chop firewood, which Shaowan isn't very good at. The thorns and weeds around the village can be used for firewood. Of course, while I'm away for these years, I'll need help from some uncles. We'll gradually get things in order. We've saved some money over the years, so Shaowan won't have any problems living without farming. In 2 or 3 years, I'll definitely have news. By then, Shaowan will have a new life. To others, it sounded like Shaowan would become a high-ranking official's wife, but Chen Shaowan knew he was referring to her being widowed. That sly man, keeping everything to himself. She knew about the money at home. She would go back and check. Uncle Chen asked, are you sure 2 or 3 years is enough? People die on the battlefield. It seemed like they either wanted him to die or were afraid he would. Nie Zheng sighed. Uncle, don't worry. I have good skills, and my uncle's letter said my skills are as good as those of the officers. I'll be careful and won't take risks with my life. Besides, the war in the northwest won't last too long. Chen Shaowan thought, whether he lives or dies depends on his own words. At that moment, Chen Shiyang, the 4th brother, looked at Nie Zheng and then at Chen Shaowan. Suddenly, he said, brother-in-law, I want to go with you. No way, everyone opposed unanimously. This kid is definitely a scholar. Then he added, I'm of age now, and can join the army. Chen Shaowan replied, but you don't know how to fight. You're just a scholar. You should achieve great success in the exams. Zhang quickly replied, yes, my sister is right. We should take the imperial examination. Xiao Si looked at Nie Zheng and said, with my brother-in-law here, there's no danger. Nie Zheng glanced at Chen Shaowan and said to Xiao Si, my skills are enough for self-defense, but I might not be able to protect others well. Also, in the army, we must obey orders. We might not be assigned to the same unit. If something happens to you, your sister, Chen Shaowan interrupted, I will take care of it. Everyone was surprised, and Uncle Chen slammed the table, saying, Shaowan, what are you talking about? Chen Shaowan looked down. Xiao Si continued, even if I study, I might not succeed. I'm not even a scholar yet. If you join the army, it will be even harder to stand out. You have no skills. You mostly do farm work and aren't very strong. In battle, can you wield a sword or draw a bow? You have studied for 10 years. You've only been studying for 7 years and are already a student. You'll take the exam next year, 2 years earlier than my father. Don't compare yourself to your brother-in-law. He's just a warrior who knows how to shoot arrows. When you succeed in the exams, then we'll see how capable your brother-in-law really is. Chen Shiyang remained silent, and everyone else did too. Nie Zheng looked at Chen Shaowan several times. Uncle Chen said, Shaowan, don't speak out of turn. Xiao Si, you don't need to worry. You'll return to school tomorrow. Xiao Zheng, don't mind Shaowan. She doesn't know how to speak. Everyone. After this commotion, everyone lost interest in questioning and realized that the couple had already made plans that couldn't be stopped, each with their own thoughts. After a moment, Uncle Chen spoke to Nie Zheng. You and Shaowan have been married for 3 years, without a child. With this journey. Here it comes, thought Chen Shaowan, glaring at Nie Zheng. Nie Zheng replied, Uncle, we will have children eventually. It's fine if it takes a little longer.
Aunt Chen said, but Shaowan.
Chen Shaowan replied, we've discussed it. We'll have children later. Everyone exchanged glances.
Uncle Chen sighed, well, what can I say?
This couple was united in their decision, leaving no room for discussion. Nie Zheng looked at Chen Shaowan again. Uncle, are you done asking? If you are, please help us check with the village chief about the land. We haven't settled that yet. Uncle Chen shot her a glare. What's the rush? The land isn't going anywhere. He can run, but he will leave in less than a month. With so much to do, who will handle it? You know he can't do it, yet you let him join the army. Uncle, Uncle Chen looked at her helplessly. The girl didn't understand. She would face difficulties later. Joining the army is not easy. He got up, glanced at Nie Zheng, and said impatiently, "Let's go." He continued to grumble along the way, not showing a good attitude towards Nie Zheng. At night, the two in bed tossed and turned. Finally, Zhang sat up and said, "Dear, I'm really worried about one girl. What if something happens to Xiao Zheng when he leaves? What will she do? They don't have children to consider, but still." Uncle Chen also sat up. "I'm worried too, but you saw what happened today. They made this decision together and only told us." There was no room for discussion. If Xiao Zheng helps her, I don't even want to see that situation. I'm afraid there's more to it. Auntie said, "What should we do?" She made such a big decision without even giving a heads up. Uncle Chen replied, "I'm afraid she didn't have a choice. Xiao Zheng is determined to leave, and didn't she faint the other day?" Auntie said, "But Xiao Zheng promised. He has been good to her these years." Uncle Chen replied, "You can know a person's face, but not their heart."
Auntie said this.
Uncle Chen continued, "Xiao Zheng is definitely leaving. He gave all his savings to one girl. We should support her and see how it goes." Zhang said, "If Xiao Zheng really has other intentions, why would he leave everything to one girl?" Uncle Chen said, "I can't understand them either. Today, the land and the pond were worth 3.5 acres. The village chief calculated 3 acres and the wasteland, totaling 6 taels of silver. Xiao Zheng also wanted the pond and surrounding wasteland, saying one girl liked it. He gave the village chief 10 taels of silver and asked him to write it in her name, treating the chief to a meal with the extra. It doesn't seem like there's a problem between them. They are just pursuing their future." Zhang said, "Writing everything in one girl's name doesn't seem right." Uncle Chen replied, "That's what he said himself. Aunt, that I'm just worried about Xiao Zheng. If something happens, that girl Wan will have a hard time." Uncle Chen thought of something and quietly said to Zhang, "Tomorrow, go find Wan and let her."
"Aunt, yes."
"Yes. Yes, I'll go find her tomorrow. Having a child is important." The two of them talked and then went asleep. When Chun Xiaowan returned, she started searching the whole house for money, cabinets under the bed, jars, bags. She looked everywhere, but found nothing. She couldn't remember where she had put the money, not even the coins she had earned from embroidery. She was lost in thought, trying to remember. Nie Zheng came in and saw the messy room, everything in disarray, and Chen Xiaowan sitting in the middle, looking dejected. "Nie Zheng, what happened?" Chen Xiaowan looked at him weakly. "I can't find where I put the money. Is something wrong with my head?"
Nie Zheng.
It's a miracle she can remember anything at all. Nie Zheng looked around the floor and then up at the ceiling. "Chun Xiaowan, the money is on the roof." Nie Zheng jumped up and pulled down a light blue cloth bag from the beam, handing it to Chen Xiaowan. Chun Xiaowan stared in shock as she took it. It felt heavy. Then she saw Nie Zheng turn and leave. Ignoring him, she began counting the money, and coins and silver pieces appeared on the table. She separated the silver from the coins and then froze. She knew each coin was worth 1, and 1,000 coins equal 1 tael of silver. But she had no idea how much the varying sizes of silver pieces were worth. She picked one up and weighed it in her hand, but couldn't tell. Never mind, she decided to count the coins one by one. Nie Zheng came back in and saw her counting intently. He didn't say anything and sat down at the other end of the table, watching her. Chun Xiaowan looked at Nie Zheng. 2,245 coins. Nie Zheng handed her another cloth bag. Chun Xiaowan took it and repeated her earlier actions. Nie Zheng watched as Chun Xiaowan's hands moved quickly, counting and mumbling to herself. Nie Zheng poured himself a glass of water and had a sip. Chun Xiaowan paused and said to him, 1,556 coins.
Nie Zheng.
Then she pushed the silver in front of him. I can't count it.
Nie Zheng.
Chun Xiaowan raised her hand and scratched her head. It doesn't weigh right. Nie Zheng looked at her and tried not to laugh, but he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing, getting louder and louder. With someone like you, how can I trust you? Chun Xiaowan pulled his hand over to the silver. Count it. Nie Zheng shook his head, but his hands started moving. Chen Xiaowan watched as he quickly weighed and counted the silver, handling several pieces at once with impressive speed and accuracy. She looked at him in surprise. His skill was remarkable. After a moment, Nie Zheng told her, about 220 taels. We can weigh it when we use it. Chen Xiaowan stood up in disbelief. 220 taels? We have that much? Nie Zheng looked pleased. Yes. Then Chen Xiaowan exclaimed, with 220 taels, you let me stay in this shabby house? Nie Zheng glanced around and replied, you never said you wanted to change houses. Chen Xiaowan sat back down. I thought we were very poor. What makes you think I'm poor? Is my income that low? Chen Xiaowan felt frustrated, thinking about the original owner's situation. It was even more frustrating. What woman doesn't care about money? She didn't understand. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, she took a cloth bag and gathered the silver and coins, hugging them to her chest. She reached out to Nie Zheng. I know you have more. Nie Zheng chuckled and shook his head, then got up to open the cabinet, rummaging around until he tossed a paper circle to her. Chen Xiaowan opened it to find a silver note. She recognized it. The original owner could read, so she could too, counting 100 taels. She looked at him. You actually have this much money? Nie Zheng raised an eyebrow. Chen Xiaowan reached out again. Nie Zheng laughed. There's a little more, but I can't give it to you, I need it. Chen Xiaowan stared at him. Nie Zheng touched his nose and changed the subject. Have you thought about what kind of courtyard you want to build? Chen Xiaowan was momentarily stunned. Of course, she had thought about it. As part of Chen Lijun's dream of a pastoral life, a courtyard was essential. She had looked at many estate plans. Now, it would need some adjustments due to the changing circumstances. Just as she was about to speak, Nie Zheng continued, I also bought the pond across the wasteland. It's about an acre. You bought the pond in front too? Yes. How did you think to buy that one as well? It's convenient for growing vegetables. No need to carry water. That's great. This makes things even better. Thank you, I really like it. Nie Zheng glanced at her, seemingly surprised by her response. The land deed is a red deed, and it will have your name on it. The village chief will bring it over once it's ready. From now on, don't cause me any trouble. Quite proud, but since you understand the situation, Chen Xiaowan said, don't worry, I will keep my promise. Chen Xiaowan was very happy holding the silver. She had become wealthy. 1,000 won equals 1 tael of silver, and 10 taels of silver equals 1 tael of gold. In her memory, a white steamed bun costs 1 won, a meat bun costs 2 won, white rice is 8 won per pound, millet is 9 won, brown rice is 5 won, and pork is 25 won while lamb is 40 won per pound. Most vegetables cost 1, 2, or 3 won per pound or 2 pounds. From this, it seems that 1 won has a purchasing power similar to 1 yuan in modern currency. However, labor costs are very low here. Ordinary short-term workers earn 15 to 25 won a day, while long-term workers earn 400 to 600 won a month. A waiter in a restaurant earns about 300 won a month, an accountant earns 600 won, and a shopkeeper earns 1 tael of silver, which is already quite high. Calculating this, food prices are quite expensive. For an ordinary farmer, saving 1 or 2 taels a year is considered good. Her uncle's family saves only about 3 to 4 taels a year, maybe even less. Yet, Nie Zheng can take out over 300 taels. Right now, she has 323 taels and 801 won in her hands. Hunting is quite profitable. Chen Xiaowan couldn't understand. This was a knowledge blind spot for her. She shook her head. It wasn't important. What mattered was that she had money now. She could live the life she wanted and be happy. With joy, she looked for a place to hide the silver. This place wasn't safe. If only she had a special space. She wondered why she didn't have one. In her memory, the original owner didn't have any gold, jade, or copper. Only 2 silver bracelets left by her mother, which she had kept all along. She had just found them and thought, a special space. Let's give it a try. Quickly, she took a needle and pricked her finger, but after dropping blood, There was no reaction. She tried again, but still nothing.
Space, space. System, system.
She closed her eyes and silently chanted, "Come on, come on." When she opened her eyes, nothing had changed. She searched her body again to see if any special marks or signs had suddenly appeared. It turned out she wasn't a favored child of fate. She had no special abilities and felt disappointed. With no other choice, she found a corner to hide the silver, stuffed the banknotes back into the small hole Nie Zheng had just made, and put the copper coins into a jar, placing it in the cupboard. Resigned, she began to tidy up the mess she had made in the room. As she fell asleep, she wondered, isn't this supposed to be a must-have for crossing over? There can't be another main character, right? Main character? Qin Shaoan woke up. Could it be that I'm in a story? Desperately thinking, she wondered if there were any characters named Qin Shaoan, whether as the main character or a supporting role, in the books she had read or not finished. After thinking for a long time, she found none and lay back down to comfort herself, thinking that since she was here, she might as well be at peace. If she wasn't afraid of death, what else was there to fear? Who cared about being a supporting character? Her situation was much better than those stories filled with troublesome relatives. She had enough to eat and some money, and the unreliable man even helped build houses and buy land. That was enough. Being greedy could lead to trouble. The next day, Nie Zheng entered the room and saw Qin Shaoan drawing something at the table. The paper was from him, and the brushes were tossed aside. She was wrapping something in paper while drawing. "What are you doing?" he asked. Without looking up, Qin Shaoan replied, "I'm drawing the layout of the courtyard."
What?
You asked me what kind of courtyard I wanted to build, right? I'm drawing it out for you. You can draw this? Qin Shaoan looked up. Why can't I? It's not hard to draw what you want. She had seen countless floor plans and renovation designs before. Later, when she wanted a manor, she even researched many manor designs and architectural plans. Copying them was easy enough, though she couldn't say that. Before starting construction, she needed to communicate more with the master builder to create a complete house plan. She couldn't say everything now, nor could she draw it all perfectly. There were still many things to figure out slowly. Otherwise, how would she maintain her comfortable life? While it might not be the same as modern times, it shouldn't be too different either. Nie Zheng approached and looked at her drawing. It was a square grid with several smaller boxes inside, clearly labeled with words like kitchen, storage, and tool room, indicating the purpose of each section. "You drew this?" he asked. "Yes, but I haven't finished yet."
Give me some time.
Nie Zheng was shocked as he looked at the woman before him. She wore a blue coarse cloth dress, with her hair wrapped in a matching cloth headscarf. A few strands of hair framed her beautiful face and slender neck. Qin Shaoan was not unattractive. In fact, she was quite pretty. Nie Zheng had always known this, but growing up in a small village like most village women, she was busy with household chores and daily meals. She never had the chance to be carefully raised, to dress up, or to learn household management. The Qin family was relatively well off, but they could only afford to eat well and didn't focus on much else. The boys went to school, and it was said that Qin Shaoan's father taught them when he was still around. After he passed away, it took a few years before she could send her younger brother to school. Qin Shaoan learned to embroider by looking at her mother's patterns. She taught herself. She was smart. At 6 years old, her mother left, but she learned to embroider on her own. Nie Zheng suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Because she could embroider, she later learned tailoring from an elder in the village and never worked in the fields. That's not right. It seems that the girls in the Qin family rarely work in the fields, only doing housework, tending to the garden, and other chores. Her father only had her as a daughter, so what did he teach her over the years? Looking at her older brothers, they don't seem like very capable people. Though he hadn't paid much attention to her in the past 3 years, they got along well, and he never made her feel wronged. She had never mentioned her skills. Nie Zheng suddenly realized he didn't really know Qin Shaoan. "All right, here you go. I want it to look like this, so you need to get it right," Qin Shaoan said confidently. Nie Zheng took the drawing, and the more he looked, the more surprised he became. The design was simple, clear, and straightforward. He had never seen anything like it and couldn't draw it himself. He wasn't sure if the craftsmen outside could do it, but he was certain that most couldn't, and even if they could, they wouldn't share it easily. This house was different from the others in the village. It was a complete courtyard. It was much simpler than the courtyards of wealthy families in the capital. Nie Zheng couldn't hide his surprise. How do you know all this? You never mentioned it before. Well, I never said I wanted to build a house. Nie Zheng wanted to argue that her uncle and third uncle had added rooms to their houses in the past 2 years, and she hadn't drawn anything for that. He pointed at the drawing. What are all these? Chen Xiaowan gave him a look that said he was really clueless, and then wondered if her drawing was too complicated. She explained, look, this is the whole garden, this is the main gate, here is the storage room for convenience at the entrance. This side is the tool shed, where we can keep tools like hoes from the fields. This is the wood storage, close to the kitchen. Did you come up with all this yourself? Yes, you asked me yesterday, and I thought about it all night. This is what I like. You've never drawn anything like this before. I never thought about it before. Your uncle and third uncle built houses 2 years ago. But I don't live there, so I don't need to worry about it.
Nie Zheng.
Made a lot of sense. But will the people in the village be able to build this house? Chen Xiaowan was taken aback. They exchanged glances. Nie Zheng said, I'll go ask the village chief later. Nie Zheng is involved in this. Chen Xiaowan nodded. Nie Zheng looked at her again and asked, aren't you forgetting something?
What? Cooking. I'm hungry.
You can't cook. Nie Zheng just stared at her. Chen Xiaowan checked the weather and then touched her stomach. All right then. In light of the large amount of money yesterday, he still needs to run errands for him. During dinner, Nie Zheng was eating braised rabbit meat and white rice when he asked her, why does the food taste different today? Chen Xiaowan was surprised. Cooking is not something that can be changed by memory. It depends on individual taste and skill. Whether the food is good or not relies on the cook's hands and heart. Chen Lijun had decent talent and a good palate. Although she wasn't a top chef, she could prepare regular home-cooked meals and some common dishes. There are many recipes online, and when she felt inspired, she would experiment for a while. If not, she would just order takeout. The ingredients were plentiful. Chen Xiaowan awkwardly replied, I added more oil and seasonings today, and I put a bit of sugar in the meat and let it simmer for a long time. Nie Zheng noticed a hint of sweetness. Why didn't you add that before? Chen Xiaowan said, I used to think we were poor and needed to save.
Nie Zheng.
Nie Zheng suddenly remembered something and asked, what did you use to draw? Chen Xiaowan looked at him, thought about where the pencil came from, and glanced at the stove. That.
Nie Zheng.
What? Chen Xiaowan pointed at the stove and said, charcoal. Nie Zheng was taken aback, looking at the stove and then at her. Chen Xiaowan casually said, brushes are too soft. I haven't written in a long time, so I can't draw straight lines. I just tried using charcoal and it was hard to find a piece that was sturdy enough, but it didn't work well. Nie Zheng looked at the stove and then at her. Why is it so thin? Chen Xiaowan rolled her eyes. I sharpened it. Then she made an innocent face. Look at my hands. They're all black and won't wash off. Nie Zheng noticed she still had some black marks on her hands, but didn't mind that she cooked with dirty hands. Nie Zheng asked, how did you know about this? Chen Xiaowan replied, I just thought of it suddenly. Nie Zheng blurted out, I never thought of that before. Chen Xiaowan looked at him with dissatisfaction. You never asked me to do these things before. Nie Zheng awkwardly said, I meant you didn't know you could use charcoal to draw. Chen Xiaowan replied, I didn't know, I never tried. Chen Xiaowan played the innocent card, saying she just thought of it casually. For those who work 996 or 007 schedules, once they have free time, they never want to return to that state. Chen Xiaowan was in that situation now. She just wanted to sleep in until she woke up naturally, enjoy a meal she liked, and do things she enjoyed without worrying about 3 meals a day or countless trivial matters, which clearly wasn't possible yet. After the bad guy left, she felt freer, but it didn't change her lazy attitude. After lunch, Chen Xiaowan wanted to visit a few relatives to help out since everyone needs to support each other during busy farming times, and she had no land of her own to tend to. But thinking about her own condition yesterday, She realized she would only cause trouble instead of helping. Besides, in previous years, her original self never helped during busy seasons. It was Nie Zheng who often brought meat and vegetables over. Chen Xiaowan felt embarrassed. She hadn't done as much as Nie Zheng. She grabbed a bamboo basket, took a hoe, and packed a sickle, deciding to check on the new house. It was April, just after the Qingming festival, and everything was growing rapidly, which wasn't the best time for building. It would be better to wait until after the autumn harvest, when things would be less hectic. Thinking about clearing land made Chen Xiaowan anxious. She didn't want to work. She had some money, so hiring help wouldn't cost much. However, she hadn't thought about hiring anyone yet. She wanted to see if she had any special abilities or luck, which was very important. At the end of the village, Chen Xiaowan walked around a couple of times. She could only cut grass and tidy the land, but she needed to understand what was in the soil. What if? What if? With the hoe in hand, Chen Xiaowan pushed aside the grass and picked up the sickle to start working. Although she wasn't strong, there were some things that only she could do. Right now, she felt that she was irreplaceable and had to do it herself. Thinking of her special abilities, it felt like they were calling her, saying, "Work hard, keep going." Chen Xiaowan motivated herself. She cleared the land and casually picked some wild vegetables, feeling quite content. She was lucky enough to find 7 wild chicken eggs, and Chen Xiaowan was thrilled, thinking her special abilities were coming into play. But she was a bit hasty. For the next while, she was just clearing land without any surprises or excitement. Half exhausted, she returned home, and Nie Zheng saw her carrying the bamboo basket. He helped her take it down and asked, "Where have you been?" "I went to cut grass at the village edge." "You don't need to do that. Just hire a few people when the time comes." Chen Xiaowan wiped her hands and said, "I wanted to see what was there." "Oh, I found 7 wild chicken eggs, and I also have wild onions and vegetables. I can make scrambled eggs with wild onions and a cold dish." Nie Zheng. "How are there wild chickens in the field?" "I saw them yesterday and found the eggs today." As they talked, Chen Xiaowan naturally started cleaning the wild onions. Nie Zheng joined her in preparing the vegetables. They had been married for 3 years, and moments like this were common. After dinner, Chen Xiaowan was resting. Xiaowan, dear girl. "Aunt, you're here. Have you eaten?" Chen Xiaowan hurried out to greet her. Nie Zheng was washing dishes and came out when he heard the voice. Aunt saw Nie Zheng and asked, "Xiao Zheng, I heard from the village chief that your house is quite impressive. Zheng is planning to take a break from work tomorrow to ask his master in Dalu village." "Yes," Brother Zheng said. "He is not quite sure and wants to check." "What kind of house are you building that Zheng is unsure about?" Xiaowan drew a design for a courtyard. Xiaowan drew it.
Yes.
Aunt looked at Chen Xiaowan with surprise and said, "Dear girl, you've done well over the years." Chen Xiaowan sensed something was off and quickly interrupted. "Aunt, it's like this. I want to build a house with a courtyard, so I drew a plan of what I want." As she spoke, she led Zhang outside, wanting to explain how to make this happen since she had never drawn anything before. Once outside, Aunt looked around cautiously, as if she were sneaking. Chen Xiaowan was taken aback. Zhang looked around, saw no one, and pulled her aside, saying, "Come here, dear. I need to tell you something." Chen Xiaowan. After a whisper, Chen Xiaowan felt helpless. She had just escaped marriage pressure, and now it was about having children, along with lessons on positions and actions. She felt like crying. She wondered if once the truth came out, they would pressure her to marry again. She needed to find a way to avoid it. Chen Xiaowan felt overwhelmed. But now she could only comfort Aunt, saying, "I understand, Aunt. It's just that this child also depends on fate. He will leave soon, and it's not guaranteed." Aunt patted her and said, "Yes, but he won't be here for long. You need to act quickly. Once he leaves, he might not return for 2 or 3 years. You can't be foolish." Chen Xiaowan quickly replied, I understand, Aunt. I'll do my best," and pretended to be shy. Aunt was satisfied but thought the girl was too shy, so she gave her more advice. Finally, she patted her and said, "Hurry up.
This is not the time to be shy.
If you have a child, I and Zheng will take turns caring for you, so you won't have to worry about anything. It seemed she only needed to have the child. Hearing this made Chen Xiaowan feel both touched and helpless, her expression growing more troubled. She felt she couldn't manage it. In the end, Chen Xiaowan watched Zhang leave and returned to the courtyard feeling disheartened. Nie Zheng noticed her flushed face and helpless expression and asked, "Did Anne need help with something?" Chen Xiaowan looked at him, feeling weak, and said, "No, there's nothing to help with." Nie Zheng continued to look at her. Chen Xiaowan looked at the man in front of her and thought about the pressure to get married and now to have children. She closed her eyes and said, "Annie said I should have a baby," as it wasn't just her decision. Nie Zheng would definitely not agree. Otherwise, there would be children running everywhere. If she could escape the pressure of marriage and having kids, having one child wouldn't be so bad for Chen Xiaowan, but she was really scared, and right now it seemed impossible. Nie Zheng was taken aback and stared at her. Chen Xiaowan didn't plan to talk to him anymore. She wanted to wash her ears. However, Nie Zheng, misunderstanding the situation, asked, "Do you want to have a child?" Chen Xiaowan turned back and looked at him. "Can I even have one?"
Nie Zheng, was stimmt?
Chen Xiaowan was also momentarily speechless, shook her head, and left, thinking she had lost her mind. Chen Xiaowan was busy at Half Mountain Bay, a name she had given to this piece of land at the end of the village, which everyone now knew. In the past few days, she had traveled out of the village and even visited the town. She had broadened her horizons and gained a better understanding of the world. Lianshan village was named after the big mountain called Dalian Mountain. Behind it was a higher mountain known as Dalian Mountain, the back mountain, while her new house was near Xiaolian Mountain, the small mountain. Going deeper into Dalian Mountain, there were deep woods with large wild animals like tigers, bears, wolves, and wild boars. Usually, only hunters went there occasionally, or the village chief would organize people to go to the outskirts of the mountain. Generally, no one ventured in. On the Xiaolian mountainside, there weren't many large wild animals, but there were small animals like rabbits, wild chickens, weasels, snakes, and bamboo rats. There were also mountain delicacies like various mushrooms, wild vegetables, and fruits. So, whenever they had free time, the women and children in the village would go up the mountain to gather some snacks and dried goods. At first, Chen Xiaowan thought it was too crowded, but then she realized she didn't want to live in isolation. People needed to interact with others. Besides, as a widow in the future, avoiding people would only make her a target for gossip. That wouldn't do. To live freely, reputation was important. After coming to this realization, she returned to Half Mountain Bay and brought a few children along, starting with them from a young age. Moreover, there weren't many people going up the mountain regularly. Lianshan village wasn't considered poor. In her memory, most people could fill their stomachs. Wild vegetables were also found by the fields, so there was no need to go up the mountain specifically. They only went at certain times, like when crops were ripe or mushrooms were plentiful. The small path leading out of Lianshan village was a long slope. As Chen Xiaowan put it, you can't stop pressing the gas in a car. A horse would be exhausted pulling a cart. It's not steep, but it's long. Walking for half an hour along the path leads to the official road, which is flat and easy to travel. Chen Xiaowan thought that it was not only difficult to walk on rainy days, but also dull on sunny days. Continuing along the official road for another half hour would bring her to Qingping County. If she went the other way for a quarter of an hour, she would reach Zhuyang Town. Zhuyang Town has many bamboo trees, with bamboo groves everywhere, both inside and outside the town. There are various bamboo crafts in the town which are very cheap. Small items cost 1 or 2 coins, while larger ones are 3 to 5 coins. It's hard to earn money, but Nie Zheng is impressive. Zhuyang Town is small, with 3 taverns, 2 inns, 2 cloth shops, 2 grain stores, 3 general stores, 1 market, and 2 iron shops. Chen Xiaowan didn't see anything else, so she didn't know about them. As for Qingping County, Chen Xiaowan had never been there, so she couldn't know much. She only heard from Aunt C that it is much larger and livelier than Zhuyang Town. Chen Xiaowan counted on her fingers. Zhuyang Town has 16 villages, while Qingping County has 7 towns. The The population is small with many mountains, and the villages are not close together. The smallest has only 100 to 200 people, while the largest has 2 to 3,000. The county has about 100,000 people, which is quite small. Regarding the capital city and the imperial city, it's not something to think about now. Chen Xiaowan hadn't even considered visiting. She just wanted to wait for her house to be built, live a relaxed life, have money and free time, grow flowers, fish, and farm. These are all simple pleasures. Chen Xiaowan was sure that this place did not belong to the previous historical path. The writing was not entirely like small seal script. It resembled clerical script, but was not exactly the same. She recognized it and could write it, though not very skillfully. The social structure is similar to the Ming and Song dynasties, where women are not completely subordinate and can work outside. In marriage, women are not entirely passive and have inheritance rights. In her situation, if it were in the Ming or Song dynasties, she would have no inheritance rights, but here she does. The imperial examination system is the same, or any similarities are purely coincidental, or perhaps the roots of history are ultimately the same. Geographically, this place should not belong to the north. She remembers heavy snow and damp cold. Every winter is a test, and a lot of food and supplies need to be prepared. Chen Xiaowan felt it should be a bit more to the south, where spring plowing starts later in colder places. Now, she could only make this deduction based on her memories. According to the principles of time travel novels, she understood that the main character's paths to success did not include any special abilities for her. Everything else would need to be developed slowly. Fortunately, she was not lacking in money now. By the village's living standards, she was financially free. She was grateful to the time travel gods and to Nie Zheng. As for Nie Zheng, after their awkward conversation that day, they both went back to their own tasks. Chen Xiaowan carried 3 little ones to Banshan Bay every day, busy with her tasks. The 3 little ones are Chen Shidong, Xiaowu, 11 years old, Chen Shigui, Xiaolu, 10 years old, and Chen Xiaojing, the 9-year-old daughter of her third uncle. Chen Xiaowan personally went to ask for Xiaowu and Xiaolu, saying she wanted them to keep her company and she would provide meals. This made her 4th aunt angry, saying that at this age, kids are often troublesome, especially since the Chen family spoils their children. The kids couldn't do much work, they just made noise and caused chaos at home. Since she was willing to take care of them, the family wanted to give her a few more little ones. Chen Xiaowan didn't dare agree, mainly because she was worried about snakes, insects, and mice hurting the kids, as their skin is very delicate. As for Xiaojing, she was pushed onto her by her 3rd aunt. This girl was always fighting with her cousin, Xiaoqi, and her aunt was tired of breaking up their arguments. Chen Xiaowan found it amusing. Their family, which she called gentle and quiet, was anything but that. They were all little firecrackers. In a hurry, she ran to Dr. Yu's house and spent 50 coins on some herbs to protect against snakes, insects, and mice, like realgar powder. She worked through the night to make a few sachets and cut up an old piece of clothing to sew some gloves. However, when she woke up the next day, 2 sachets and 1 pair of gloves were missing. She couldn't be too upset with her husband. Taking the 3 little ones to Banshan Bay, she cut 3 thin bamboo sticks along the way, 1 for each child, to scare off snakes and other unknown creatures. Then she worked hard to clear the land while the kids played wildly. By the afternoon, she had managed to clear some usable land and was very pleased. With the help of the little ones, she even caught a rabbit, collected 20 wild chicken eggs, and found a small pepper sapling and a few wild orchids. She wrapped the soil and seedlings in grass, planning to take them home to plant in a pot. After all, once the house was built, it would need beautification, so she needed to start collecting plants. Since she promised to provide meals for the 3 kids, she returned home early. She divided the 20 wild chicken eggs, giving each child 5 as a reward. The remaining 5 eggs and the rabbit she cooked that evening, and the 4 of them enjoyed a delicious meal. She also remembered to save a little of everything for Nie Zheng, warming it in the pot, just like he had left her porridge in the morning. It was fair to return the kindness. Days went by, and she spent her days busy in the fields. The three little ones played while helping her, and every day they had some harvests, like small flower seedlings and tree saplings, which she carefully dug up with soil, wrapped in grass, and carried back in a bamboo frame. Later, they found it too tiring to carry things back and forth, so they decided to clear a spot and transplant directly. It was busy but fulfilling. One day, Xiaojing showed her some oval-shaped green vines and said, "Sister, this looks nice. Do you want to plant it?" Chen Xiaowan was surprised and almost said no, thinking there were plenty of vines in the mountains, and she didn't want to bring everything home. But upon closer inspection, she realized it resembled a plant she had seen before. "Is this?" After a moment, she asked, "Have you never seen this before?" Xiaojing shook her head with wide, innocent eyes. Chen Xiaowan was very excited. Her opportunity was coming. This was yam, the best food for boosting energy, and it could also be used to make yam cakes, which are good for digestion and detoxification. More importantly, this was something that wasn't in the original owner's memories. Although she wasn't ambitious, having more food options was definitely better. It could be used in cooking or as a staple food. Even though the mountain village wasn't poor, adding one more food source would improve their situation. She quickly asked the girl, "Xiaojing, where did you find this?" Xiaojing pointed in the distance and said, "Over there, fifth brother and sixth brother are digging. It's really hard work. If you don't want it, they won't dig anymore." Chen Xiaowan hurried over to see two little ones on the ground, using small shovels and working hard. "Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, let me take a look." Xiao Lu gestured, "Sister, this thing is really hard to dig up. I've been digging for a while, and still can't get it out." Chen Xiaowan looked closer and saw that it was indeed yam, about the thickness of her thumb. They had dug nearly half a meter, but it was still firmly in the ground. It was only April, so the plants weren't very lush, and there were only about a dozen of them climbing on small trees and rocks. Chen Xiaowan recognized the yam because Chen Lijun had once gone on a business trip to Huai Mountain, where a local colleague showed her wild yams and promised to send her some during harvest time, so she had paid extra attention. Chen Xiaowan asked the three little ones, "Have you seen this before?"
Xiao Jing replied, "No."
Xiao Wu said, "I have seen it. There are some on the small mountain." Xiao Lu added, "Yes, there are on the small mountain, but no one wants them." Chen Xiaowan realized she was the only one who didn't know about it and felt a bit silly for getting so excited. She told them, "Don't dig this anymore. Let it grow." Xiao Lu asked, "Sister, aren't you going to plant it?" "I'm not planting this." Chen Xiaowan then asked, "Is there anywhere on your bodies that itches?" The three little ones shook their heads. Xiaojing said, "Sister, you didn't let us take off our hats and gloves, so we didn't." Chen Xiaowan wanted to pat the heads of the three little ones and said, "Just like this, be good." She checked Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu again, saying, "The juice from these vine roots is a bit toxic. If it gets on you, it will itch. It's best not to touch it." After saying that, she crouched down and dug out the last piece with effort. She removed the leaves and tossed them into the basket. It was still some food. Xiao Wu asked, "Sister, didn't you say it's toxic and we shouldn't plant it?" Xiao Jing replied, "Sister, why did you dig it up then?" Chen Xiaowan said, "It's edible. Let's take one back to try. Now let's keep working. We're not digging anything else today." "Oh," the three little ones said, feeling unhappy. The big one and the three little ones wore straw hats and gloves, dressed in short clothes, with two coarse cloth pouches hanging at their waists. They had tied coarse cloth strips around their arms and legs. The big one was squatting on the ground, digging with a small shovel. The three little ones were each carrying a small stone, moving it back and forth to the pile, looking tired like puppets. When Nie Zheng arrived, he saw this scene and couldn't believe that Chen Xiaowan had managed to organize the land with the three kids. He never imagined that Chen Xiaowan would willingly do this. A person who usually did mental work was now doing physical labor. He thought her mind must be much lighter, assuming she had changed out of necessity. "Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, Xiao Jing, take a break." "Big brother-in-law," they replied. Nie Zheng patted their heads and started moving stones himself, of course, the bigger ones. There were many stones in the field, and Chen Xiaowan didn't let the three little ones move the big ones, only letting them pick up smaller ones. Seeing him help, Chen Xiaowan didn't hold back. It had been several days since she had seen anyone, and she directly instructed, "You're just in time. There are still rabbits in this field. Take them to catch a few. We don't have meat or vegetables today." Nie Zheng paused, looked at her, and moved the stones to the pile. He asked the three little ones, "Do you want to catch some too?" The three little ones nodded eagerly. Nie Zheng bent down and picked up a few small stones. He asked, "Has this field been turned over?" Xiao Wu replied, "Sister didn't let us go deeper. She said she was afraid of poisonous snakes and only let us hit the outer edge with bamboo sticks." Nie Zheng glanced at Qin Shaowan again and asked, "How do you catch the wild chickens and rabbits?" Xiao Lu said, "I hit a wild chicken with a bamboo stick while it was laying eggs." Chun Xiaojing, "We covered the rabbit with a bamboo frame."
Nie Zheng frowned.
He knew that wild chickens and rabbits are very fast, making it hard for beginners to catch them. These kids were lucky. Nie Zheng told the three of them not to move while he went to check. He walked straight towards the water pond, and the three little ones wanted to follow, but were too scared. Qin Shaowan, "Just wait here. Let your brother-in-law go." "Xiao Wu's sister, didn't you ask him to take us?" Chun Shaowan felt helpless. There was nothing she could do if Nie Zheng didn't take her. He's going far over there, and the grass is so tall. What if there are snakes? "You are still young," Xiao Wu complained. "But sister, you gave us amulets and tied them on, right?" Xiao Lu also complained, "Sister, we are not afraid of snakes." Chun Shaowan, "I am afraid." They were frustrated, but didn't dare to speak up. Kids who grew up in the countryside have seen snakes before, especially in the vegetable garden where there are garden snakes. Only their older sister, who was spoiled as a child and pampered by their grandparents, had rarely been to the vegetable garden, so she was overreacting. But they didn't dare to say anything. Forget about the age difference. Their older sister really scolded them, and no adults intervened. Soon, Nie Zheng returned, waving. "Come here, take your bamboo poles. There's a rabbit hole." The three little ones were excited and hurriedly grabbed their poles. Xiao Wu even ran back to carry a bamboo basket. How many were they planning to catch? Qin Shaowan, "Be careful." Before long, they heard cheers from a distance. Chun Shaowan was surprised. They had already caught something. She stood on her tiptoes to look but couldn't see anything. Another round of cheers erupted, and Qin Shaowan could hardly contain herself. After a while, she saw a few people coming back, each carrying a rabbit, and there were 4 baby rabbits in the basket. Nie Zheng also brought back 2 wild chickens.
Chun Shaowan.
It was clear he was an expert. They had been there for several days and had only caught 1 wild chicken and 1 rabbit. This person came and caught several at once. The little ones were thrilled, excitedly telling her how they blocked the rabbit hole, caught the rabbits and baby rabbits, and how accurately their brother-in-law threw stones, knocking the wild chicken down. Chun Shaowan found it noisy, but couldn't say anything. She decided it was best to wrap things up and head home. Nie Zheng took a basket and said to wait a moment, then went back in. After a while, he returned with over 20 eggs. Siblings. This person is impressive. I suddenly understand why they can save so much money. They have skills. It was supposed to be a rich dinner. Chun Shaowan cooked personally. Chicken stew with yam, braised rabbit meat, scrambled eggs with chives, cold cucumber salad, and steamed eggs for the kids, served with a bowl of white rice. But before they could eat, the 3 little ones were brought to this house. Here's what happened. Nie Zheng brought the 3 little ones back after catching 4 big rabbits, 4 small rabbits, and 2 wild chickens. They happily divided the catch, with each of the 3 little ones getting a rabbit to take home for an extra meal. They didn't want to keep the 4 small rabbits, and Qin Shaowan didn't want to eat young rabbits either. After discussing it, they decided to give them to the younger twins at Uncle C's house, Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya. Chun Shaowan repeatedly reminded them to deliver the rabbits and then come back for dinner. However, the 3 little ones got so excited that when they got home, they boasted to everyone about how capable they were and how they caught the rabbits. They praised their big sister's skills, making everyone, young and old, envious. They kept talking until the adults who were working in the fields returned. Then they added, "We're going to our big sister's house for dinner. She wants to eat something poisonous, and we want to go too."
Then,
Before they could even step outside, Uncle C, who had just returned, caught them and pulled them back to question them. Naturally, the three little ones couldn't explain clearly. Chen Xiaowan hadn't gone into detail, but they heard something about digging up small saplings, vines,
itching, and poison.
The adults didn't understand, but Chen Xiaojing quickly summarized. Big sister said the new yard needs trees and flowers, so we helped her dig up saplings and flowers. We found a vine, and Big sister said its juice is poisonous and will make you itch all over, but the root can be eaten, and she took it home to eat. When the adults heard this, they found it hard to believe and went together to find Chen Xiaowan, leaving the three little ones at home. To explain how they all ended up together, it was mainly because of the division of families. There were many children and few adults. Except for the eldest uncle's family. The youngest child in the third uncle's family was only 16, and the oldest in the fourth uncle's family was only 11, following Chen Xiaowan. So usually, during busy farming times, the families helped each other in the fields and took turns eating together. When they arrived, Chen Xiaowan was busy in the kitchen, and the chicken stew with yam was almost ready, while Nie Zheng was chopping firewood in the yard. Nie Zheng greeted them. Eldest uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, you're here. Where's Xiaowan?
Cooking.
Uncle Chen Sand, you haven't eaten, right? I heard some kids say that Xiaowan brought back something poisonous to eat.
Nie Zheng was confused.
He felt guilty and hurried into the kitchen, where he saw Chen Xiaowan still busy and didn't know how to start the conversation. The others followed into the kitchen, filling the small space. They all watched her nervously. Chen Xiaowan was confused. What's going on? She called out, Uncle San, Uncle C are here. The food is almost ready. We can eat here. Uncle C. Xiaowan, you haven't eaten, right? Chen Xiaowan. Uncle Chen said, Xiaowan, the kid said you brought back something poisonous to eat. You didn't eat it, did you? Chen Xiaowan was taken aback, and Nie Zheng looked at her anxiously. Then she laughed, took a piece of yam from the bowl, waved her chopsticks at them, and said, You mean this? I haven't eaten it yet, and popped it into her mouth. The others rushed forward to stop her, colliding with each other. Spit it out, hurry. Xiaowan. You. Nie Zheng stepped forward to hold her back. Chen Xiaowan laughed again. Uncle San, Uncle C, it's fine, it's not poisonous. They all stared at her. Chen Xiaowan was puzzled. You don't recognize it? Didn't Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu say there are many of these on the small hill? They were silent. Chen Xiaowan was confused again.
Didn't they say?
Did she misunderstand? There were many on the hill, but she didn't know if they were edible or if anyone ate them. She tentatively asked, You don't recognize it, or has no one eaten it? Uncle Chen, Xiaowan, stop joking. What is it? Uncle San, Xiaowan, why do you eat everything and even make chicken soup? Uncle C, Xiaowan, what exactly is this? Nie Zheng, who had been quiet, was mainly observing Chen Xiaowan. She didn't seem to be worried, so he took a pair of chopsticks, picked out a piece of yam from the chicken, and ate it. It was soft, slightly sweet, and quite tasty. Uncle San, you all. Seeing Chen Xiaowan's expression, Uncle Chen calmed down. He sat down and asked, Tell us what's going on. Chen Xiaowan looked at Nie Zheng, who wasn't afraid of poison, and replied, Uncle San, Uncle C, this is called yam. It looks like a vine on the outside, but the root can be eaten. She glanced at Nie Zheng and continued, It fills you up and is a great energy booster. Eating it regularly can nourish and strengthen the spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The fruits that grow on it look like eggs. They also help with digestion and detoxification, and they can be used as ingredients. Uncle Chen, how did you know that? Uncle San, you understand herbs. Uncle C, you understand medicine. Chen Xiaowan shook her head, not understanding. She really didn't know. Neither did Chen Lijun or Chen Xiaowan. The group exchanged glances. Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment and quietly said, When I was young, my father took me to the mountains and taught me to recognize them. But over the years, I haven't gone back up the mountain, so I forgot. I just remembered today. Everyone couldn't help but think of her father and fell silent. Uncle C, why haven't I heard second brother mention this? In those years, he was younger and often followed his second brother around. Chen Xiaowan, I don't know. Maybe he just hasn't encountered it. They thought about it. With his second brother's personality, it was very likely he hadn't come across it, and thus hadn't remembered. Uncle Sand, unsure of his thoughts, picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Big brother, it tastes pretty good. Uncle Chen, you.
Xiaowan.
Chen Xiaowan. Uncle, it's fine. The main thing is that the juice from the roots can cause itching and swelling. But most people are fine. When cooked, it's not toxic. Uncle C, really? Chen Xiaowan, really, Uncle C. Besides, we're only eating a little. What could happen? Uncle Chen. All right, you're becoming more decisive. He added, let's go see what it is. If we encounter it again, we'll know. Chen Xiaowan. What is going on? She looked outside. Uncle, it's getting dark. Uncle Chen. Xiao Zheng, take us to see. Nie Zheng. I haven't seen it before. Uncle San, Xiaowan, let's go. Chen Xiaowan, feeling helpless, could only put out the fire and warm the prepared dishes. She led them to a spot halfway up the mountain, pointing to a dozen yam plants. It's this. She kicked a vine. This is what we dug up today. The group looked closely and saw there were indeed many on the small mountain. They asked her, when do they mature? Chen Xiaowan wasn't too sure, thought for a moment, and replied, they should mature around September to October. Then uncertainly added, maybe October. Uncle Sen laughed. You ask her. She doesn't go to the mountains or fields. Chen Xiaowan felt quite embarrassed. Nie Zheng. Then why did you dig it up today? Chen Xiaowan confidently replied, it's not like it was planted this year, so of course we can eat it. Besides, we've already dug half of it up. As they were leaving, Uncle Chen said, Xiao Zheng Xiaowan, don't touch that piece of land for now. After the busy farming season, we'll come back to work on it. The next day, a light rain began to fall. It truly was a spring rain, fine and dense. Chen Xiaowan did not want to go outside, and Nie Zheng was nowhere to be found. Chen Xiaowan was thinking about what to do, feeling that there were many things she did not know in this world. She considered making a fire wall. She had wanted to create one before, but it ended up being an electric heater, which felt a bit lacking in charm. She didn't need a heated bed, as she wasn't used to it. In her memories of winter, it wasn't so snowy that the mountains were blocked, but it could get as cold as -10 degrees. Then there was the bathroom, which was very important. She wasn't sure if there were underground sewage pipes here. She didn't want a dry toilet or a squat toilet. As a simple village girl, she preferred not to deal with something like a Western toilet. Even though there was a fancy toilet here, it just wasn't the same. What was important were some small power devices, which she also didn't understand. All these little needs required asking the master mason. The house also needed to be raised a bit to prevent dampness. Furniture, right, there was also furniture, which was easier to manage. Her uncle's family were carpenters, so with so many children at home, they couldn't possibly feed another Chen Xiaowan without some extra money. When there was a lot of work, they even brought along the third and fourth uncles to help. The third uncle, when he had free time, went to the county to work at a pottery kiln and was almost a regular worker. As for the squat toilet, she could try talking to the third uncle about it. The fourth uncle went to the county's painting and calligraphy workshop, framing artworks and getting paid by the piece. It was not always steady work, but the fourth uncle enjoyed it, and the fourth aunt supported him. Over the years, the weather had been good, and the family was healthy, otherwise. Of course, they were better off than other families that relied solely on crop yields. Chen Xiaowan thought about this, and went to get Nie Zheng's writing supplies. Oh, there was also a charcoal pencil. That guy, she didn't know what his background was, but he was a hunter who could read and wrote well too. After writing and drawing, and wasting a sheet of paper after another, Chen Xiaowan looked up. She saw Nie Zheng standing at the door, with wisps of water vapor around him, his damp hair falling on his forehead, and his clothes half wet. He was holding 2 large burlap sacks, and his legs and feet were muddy, with bits of grass stuck to him. Chen Xiaowan exclaimed, "Where have you been? You didn't wear a raincoat, and you're all wet." Nie Zheng waved the burlap sacks in his hands, and a series of clucking sounds came from them. Chen Xiaowan was surprised. He had gone hunting. Chen Xiaowan said, I'll go boil some water and make ginger tea. Nie Zheng tightened the burlap sacks and nodded, then tossed them into the corner. He changed out of his muddy shoes, ran his fingers through his hair, and took off his damp outer garment. Chen Xiaowan came in holding a bowl of hot water. Drink this first. The ginger tea isn't ready yet. This was something the old Chen Xiaowan used to do, and now she was following that same routine.
Okay, Nie Zheng replied.
Chen Xiaowan squatted down to untie a burlap sack. Don't move, Nie Zheng said, grabbing her hand. She looked at him in confusion.
Nie Zheng frowned.
It's just a live chicken and rabbit. I'll take care of it in a moment. Chen Xiaowan glanced at him and then stood up, pointing to the kitchen. The water should be hot now. Right, Nie Zheng said as he got up and headed to the kitchen. When Chen Xiaowan returned to the table, she noticed that the drawings had been disturbed. She didn't continue drawing. She wasn't trying to hide anything, and it wasn't anything special, just some creative ideas. She just wanted to make her life a bit more comfortable by sketching out some useful things, even if she wasn't sure she could draw them well. With nothing else to do, she felt a bit idle. Looking at the burlap sack in the corner, she went to the woodshed to find a bamboo cage and a bamboo frame, wondering if Nie Zheng would need to keep the live rabbit and chicken. Living under the same roof, she felt like she was just taking advantage of him, eating and taking without giving back. Men need a little pampering sometimes, even if it felt a bit strange now. Her actions and words felt natural and familiar, yet warm. But when she thought rationally, she felt a chill. Nie Zheng seemed to have similar behavior, natural yet restrained. Oh well, it was what it was. Once someone leaves, everything becomes meaningless. When Nie Zheng returned and saw her fiddling with the bamboo cage and frame, he noticed the young woman with a lovely face, her black hair wrapped in a light pink scarf. Her coarse linen clothes revealed a brown inner shirt, and she wore brown pants and common farm shoes. A feeling stirred in his heart. This parting felt like a lifetime. Was this truly her in the days to come? Seeing him approach, Chen Xiaowan asked, "What should we do with this?" Nie Zheng squatted down, took the bamboo frame, and flipped it over. "This won't work," he said, heading back to the woodshed. Chen Xiaowan saw him with his hair down, still wet. He wore a light blue linen shirt and black pants, without a belt, which hung loosely on him, making him look tall and slim, quite handsome. She went to her room to get a clean towel. Nie Zheng brought in a bamboo cage. Chen Xiaowan handed him the towel, saying, "Wipe your hair first." Nie Zheng set down the bamboo cage, took the towel, and started drying his hair without worrying about his dirty hands. Chen Xiaowan wanted to say something, but held back. Never mind, they wouldn't be living together anymore, so why bother? She turned back to her room to find scissors. After searching for a while, she finally found them in the embroidery basket. When she came out, Nie Zheng was already putting wild chickens into the bamboo cage. Chen Xiaowan handed him the scissors. Nie Zheng asked, "What for?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "Cut off their wings so they can't fly. Let's see if we can keep them to lay eggs." Nie Zheng glanced at her and then at the scissors in her hand before heading to the woodshed. When he returned, he had a larger pair of scissors in his hand. Chen Xiaowan wasn't embarrassed and placed her scissors on the table. Watching Nie Zheng cut the wings of 2 roosters and 3 hens, she thought it was best to keep them in the bamboo cage in the woodshed since free-range wild chickens were not popular now. There was also a broken egg, which was probably the clucking sound she heard earlier. The hen couldn't hold it in. She didn't feel sorry about it, as they had been eating wild chicken eggs every day. There were 4 rabbits, and one was particularly large, weighing over 5 or 6 pounds. They couldn't keep them in the cage. Nie Zheng asked her, "Shall we eat them? We can give one to each of the 3 families, and if we can't eat the rest, we can preserve them. There shouldn't be any rabbits left at Half Mountain Bay."
"You caught these at Half Mountain Bay?" "Yes. Just sell them."
"We've given them away several times. If we give them another, Uncle won't accept it. Let's give them away. I might not be able to do it again." Chen Xiaowan looked at him, waiting for his next words. I have to leave. Uncle sent a letter." "Sure enough," Chen Xiaowan asked when. "At the end of the month." Chen Xiaowan calculated and said, "That's in 5 days." Let's not give them away. Let's preserve them instead. This man had given her so much silver, she could make something delicious for him to take. She was very polite about such things. Nie Zheng looked at her. Chen Xiaowan insisted, really, don't send them. At noon, Chen Xiaowan prepared a rabbit meal. Rabbit with ginger, cold rabbit meat, and steamed rabbit. Rabbit with ginger. Cut the meat into pieces, add ginger, and use white wine for cooking. There is no cumin powder or sesame oil. Add salt to marinate. The Sichuan pepper was bought from Dr. Yu when making a scented pouch. Next is the cold rabbit meat dish. Put the rabbit meat in a pot, add wine and ginger, and cook until done. For steamed rabbit meat, cut the rabbit into pieces, season with ginger, white wine, and salt to remove the gamey smell. Drain the water, then add the steaming powder. The steaming powder was made by Chen Xiaowan, who used half a bowl of regular rice and glutinous rice, and pounded it with a pestle. After she did half, Nie Zheng took over to continue. Finally, add a small amount of Sichuan pepper powder, soy sauce, wine, and a little oil, and mix well before setting it aside to steam. Chen Xiaowan was happily busy in the kitchen while Nie Zheng sat by the fire and they didn't talk. In the afternoon, they finally had their meal. There were 3 rabbit dishes that Nie Zheng had never tried before. He took a bite and looked at Chen Xiaowan. Chen Xiaowan took a bite and frowned. The seasoning was lacking and it didn't taste quite right. She thought about asking Dr. Yu what seasonings he had. Nie Zheng asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm thinking about how to make it taste better." "How did you learn to do this?"
I didn't. It's my first time.
"Why didn't you make it before?" Chen Xiaowan had a ready excuse. "I didn't think of it before. I thought we were too poor." "You saw how much effort it took to make this. Why did you decide to cook today?" "Look outside. It's quiet. Plus, there are plenty of rabbits today, so I thought I'd give it a try." "It was a lot of trouble," she said, waving her hand impatiently. Nie Zheng began to doubt if Chen Xiaowan was trying to trick him, and he suspected she was doing it on purpose. Chen Xiaowan asked, "Do you know where I can buy beef?" "It's not allowed to slaughter working cattle. But there are those that die of old age, exhaustion, or accidents. That all needs to be reported to the authorities. It's complicated." Chen Xiaowan sighed. There was nothing she could do about it. Nie Zheng asked, "What do you want to eat?" Chen Xiaowan seemed to have an idea. Her eyes darted around, unsure if it was legal. "Elder sister, brother-in-law, are you home? Elder sister, are you there?" Nie Zheng and Chen Xiaowan got up to see it was Xiao Wu, a young boy dressed in gray shorts, wearing a raincoat and a straw hat, standing at the gate in the muddy ground shouting. Chen Xiaowan said, "Xiao Wu, come in." Xiao Wu replied, "Sister, I won't go in. Uncle Zhu's cow died from exhaustion, and my mother sent me to ask if you want to buy meat. If you do, hurry and get in line." Without waiting for Chen Xiaowan to respond, he turned and ran off in the rain. Chen Xiaowan called out, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu." But he didn't come back. Turning back to Nie Zheng, they exchanged glances. Chen Xiaowan touched her mouth, wondering if she had spoken too soon, or if she had a lucky charm. Chen Xiaowan awkwardly said, "I was just saying it casually." Nie Zheng looked at her deeply and said, "I'll go get in line." Chen Xiaowan quickly replied, "I'll go too." Nie Zheng, busy with his hat and raincoat, while Xiaowan went into the room to grab an oiled paper umbrella. However, she wasn't used to wearing wooden clogs, so she put on a pair of straw sandals instead. She didn't like rainy days. She hadn't liked them before, and she liked them even less now. Nie Zheng glanced at her outfit, and then at himself, thinking it was all that little brat Xiao Wu's fault. When they arrived, there was already a long line at Uncle Zhuzi's house, and they joined the end of it. Listening to the people in front talk about what happened, they mentioned Uncle Zhuzi's cow. The 3 brothers took turns working it, but the youngest brother, who was supposed to take care of it, had been lazy and didn't feed the cow properly. The day before, he sent it back without food, and since it was late, Uncle Zhuzi didn't check on it. Yesterday morning, they found the cow couldn't get up, and after consulting Dr. Yu and the veterinarian, they said it was exhausted. This morning, it was worse, and the village chief and Uncle Zhuzi rushed to the county office to report it, but before they returned, the cow had already died. Now the three brothers were arguing about how to split the money from selling the cow. Chen Xiaowan listened in silence. She didn't understand much about cows and had no interest in other people's family matters. She just wanted to buy some beef. She glanced at Nie Zheng, thinking, this guy still had an appetite. Nie Zheng was also looking at her. Then, they witnessed a scene of the three brothers and their wives arguing. Zhuzi said, sister-in-law, why do you say the cow got tired working for my family? It clearly died at your place. Then Xuanzi shouted, third brother, why didn't you feed the cow properly? You just sent it back, and the doctor said it was exhausted. Zhuzi shouted back, I fed it. Who says I didn't? Step forward if you think I didn't. Uncle Zhuzi's wife replied, third brother, have some conscience. You didn't feed the cow, and even whipped it to work. Many people in the village saw it. She continued, when you sent it back, you could have said something. I could have sent our second son to take care of it. As she spoke, she started to cry. Zhuzi still stubbornly shouted, who in the village saw it? Step forward. The villagers remained silent. Uncle Zhuzi's wife said, third brother, keep acting like this. This time the cow is dead, and next time there won't be anything left for you to act with. Bamboo's wife said, sister-in-law, if Bamboo says there is none, then there is none. No one in the village has seen it. Anyway, we need to share the money from selling the cow. When we divided the family, it was agreed that the cow would be used by all three families. Now that it has died, it should still be counted as belonging to all three families. It turns out that Zhuzi, Xuanzi, and Zhuji are three brothers. Zhuzi is the eldest, and Zhuji is the youngest. Their mother passed away last year, and the three brothers divided the family. The mother favored the youngest son and did not leave most of the family property to the eldest, asking for an equal division instead. Zhuzi, being filial and with grown children, agreed. The second brother, Xuanzi, thought it was a good deal and had no objections. The youngest brother, Zhuji, felt it was unfair, but since the two older brothers agreed, he had no choice, as he wouldn't get a third anyway according to tradition. After the funeral, they asked the village elders and the village chief to witness the division. Everything went well except for one cow, which their father had bought for over 20 taels of silver.
It was an old cow.
They discussed buying it, but they didn't have enough money and were unwilling to spend. In the end, they agreed to take turns using the cow, with each family feeding it for 10 days at a time. Not even half a year later, the cow died from exhaustion. Chen Xiaowan thought it was indeed worked to death. She had never seen or heard of such a thing before. After arguing for a long time, Bamboo was still shouting and seemed ready to fight, while Nie Zheng protected Chen Xiaowan behind him. Chen Xiaowan was surprised to see this instinctive action of his. Before she could speak, the village chief came out, raised his hand, and quieted the crowd. He glanced at Bamboo and his wife and said, the money from selling the cow will be shared among the three families. Then he addressed everyone. The meat is 50 won per pound. Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered. Pork costs over 20 won per pound, and lamb is over 40 won, so beef at 50 won is truly a bargain. The villagers lined up to buy meat. When it was Chen Xiaowan's turn, she saw that the butcher was Chen Chaoquan, who was from the same clan. Their ancestors had fled together, but for some reason, his name was not listed in the family genealogy. He had watched Chen Xiaowan grow up and had a good relationship with the Chen family. Chen Chaoquan said, oh, Xiaowan and Xiaozheng are here. You two still need meat? I heard Xiaozheng caught a lot of rabbits today. Chen Xiaowan glanced at Nie Zheng and replied, not really, Uncle Chaoquan. It's just that beef is rare. I'd like 5 pounds of tenderloin and 5 pounds of thigh meat. Chen Chaoquan threw the meat onto the counter and said, Xiaozheng, you need to manage this. How can they buy so much? What about the others?
Chen Xiaowan.
Nie Zheng. Uncle Quan, how much can we buy? Let's get the maximum. Chen Chaoquan. Now that's more like it, 5 pounds, where to? Nie Zheng looked at Chen Xiaowan and she said, Uncle Quan, I want all the beef shank. Chen Chaoquan replied, wait a moment, and after cutting it, he handed it to them, directing them to pay at the San brothers' place. Chen Xiaowan added, Uncle Quan, if it sells out, can I buy a little more of what's left? Chen Xiaoquan looked at the two, confused, and said, Wait. Chen Xiaowan. Okay. Nie Zheng paid for the meat and noticed that Chen Xiaowan was still waiting beside him. He asked, What's wrong? Chen Xiaowan pulled him. Wait, I want to buy a bit more. What could Nie Zheng do? He had to wait with her. Chen Xiaowan was too focused on Uncle Quan, watching him cut the meat perfectly, each slice precise, her eyes sparkling. She was amazed at how skilled he was. She couldn't even guess the weight. To Nie Zheng and the villagers, her gaze seemed to show her craving for beef, and Nie Zheng reflected on whether he was lacking in meat, having only had 3 dishes of rabbit meat for lunch. The village women teased them. Xiaowan, are you in love?
You look so eager for that meat.
Chen Xiaowan shook her hands and said, I'm not. I don't have a crush, Auntie, don't say that. Chen Xiaowan continued, I was just watching Uncle Quan's hands. He's so skilled. The meat is weighed just right, not too much or too little. This made everyone laugh. Chen Xiaoquan looked back and asked, Want to learn? Chen Xiaowan nodded. Chen Xiaoquan smiled at her and said, This is a family skill. Nie Zheng can learn, but you might struggle. When you were little, you couldn't even measure rice correctly. The villagers laughed, sharing the story. When Chen Xiaowan was young, her grandmother taught her to measure rice. She filled a container with a pound to show her what it looked like.
Chen Xiaowan quickly said she understood.
But when her grandmother asked her to pour the rice back and try measuring it herself, she failed for 3 days, wasting a whole jar of rice. From then on, the Chen family knew she couldn't estimate weight and wouldn't learn. Chen Xiaowan felt embarrassed. Nie Zheng chuckled, thinking about her struggles with measuring.
Chen Xiaowan.
The villagers laughed again and said, Nie Zheng, you're not a kid anymore. That Daong family's child is already 2. You need to step up, haha. This made both of them blush. Nie Zheng nudged Chen Xiaowan, suggesting they go home, as it wasn't good to be teased here. Chen Xiaowan shook her head, indicating he should go back first, but Nie Zheng also shook his head. Seeing the long line, Chen Xiaowan wondered how there could be so many people in a village with only about 100 households. After thinking for a moment, she said to Nie Zheng, You wait here. I'll visit Dr. Yu's house and be back soon. If I'm not back, just buy a little extra.
Nie Zheng.
Is she really that eager for beef? When Chen Xiaowan arrived at Dr. Yu's house, the rich smell of beef filled the yard, clearly having been stewing for quite a while. Dr. Yu was standing under the eaves, holding a teacup and looking relaxed. Seeing her, he called out, Is something the matter, Xiaowan? Chen Xiaowan replied, Uncle Yu, I want to buy some spices. Dr. Yu asked which ones. I might not have all of them. Chen Xiaowan listed, I need star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, chili, ginger, nutmeg, angelica, cloves, fennel, lemongrass, licorice, white atractalodes, pepper, cumin, and continued naming. Dr. Yu interrupted, Wait a moment, Xiaowan. Why do you need so many? Is someone sick? Who prescribed this? Chen Xiaowan was just curious about what was available and couldn't check his medicine cabinet. She explained, No, Uncle Yu, I'm not sick. I just want to buy some spices to see if they can enhance the flavor of my dishes. Dr. Yu replied, Xiaowan, you're not a child anymore. You shouldn't take medicine carelessly. Chen Xiaowan assured him, I know, just see which ones you have. Dr. Yu remained silent. Chen Xiaowan added, Uncle Yu, if I make something delicious, I'll bring you some. Dr. Yu replied seriously, Xiaowan, remember, medicine can be harmful if misused. Chen Xiaowan responded, I understand, Uncle Yu. Can you check if these spices can be combined safely? Dr. Yu considered, they can be. He continued, I only have star anise, bay leaves, and cinnamon. I have angelica too. What is chili? Chen Xiaowan explained, it's a type of food that has a spicy taste. It's red and pointed. Dr. Yu said, I don't have that, but I do have mustard and red fruit for spice. Chen Xiaowan agreed. That's fine. I'll take some of everything. After some discussion, Dr. Yu asked how she knew about these spices. She said her father mentioned them, and she thought to ask. When she mentioned her father, Dr. Yu fell silent and didn't press further. He only mentioned a few spices he didn't have, suggesting she check the town's pharmacy or the county's. Chun Shaowan said she had the chance to go to the town and then to the county, and she would visit the pharmacy to ask about some ingredients. If they were tasty, she would bring a bowl to Dr. Yu as well. In the end, she bought a few items and was very satisfied. Perhaps it was the different names or the many options yet to be explored. Taking it slow, it seemed like there would be good food to look forward to in the future. When she returned to Uncle Xuanzi's house, Nie Zheng was still waiting, watching her carry a large paper bag while holding an umbrella. "What happened? Did you get some medicine?" he asked. "It's nothing. I got some spices from Dr. Yu," Chun Shaowan replied. Nie Zheng didn't understand how spices could be obtained from a pharmacy, but he thought about her cooking at noon and guessed it was a bit of a hassle, though it tasted good. Seeing that there were only a few people left, Chun Shaowan waited. "Shaowan, are you really going to buy more?" "£5 isn't enough to eat," Chun Xiaoquan said. "Uncle Quan, it's rare to find beef, so I bought a bit more," she replied. In the end, Chun Shaowan asked for 5 pounds of leg meat, 5 pounds of beef brisket, and 2 bones, all of which Nie Zheng carried while she held the spice bag on the way home. Once home, Chun Shaowan removed all the membranes from the leg meat with a knife, then cut it along the grain. She soaked it in a large clay pot, changing the water several times. Then she asked Nie Zheng about dinner, saying they would have braised beef brisket. Nie Zheng nodded. Seeing how eager she was, he couldn't say no. So, they returned to their midday routine, one tending the fire, while the other moved around the stove. Chun Shaowan took out the spices, separated them into portions, and returned to her room to get a clean cloth to wash and dry. She also rubbed some pepper and Sichuan pepper onto the rabbit meat she had marinated earlier. Nie Zheng watched her busy work. When the braised beef was ready, the kitchen had been lit by an oil lamp for half an hour. Without a clock, Chun Shaowan didn't pay attention to the time. Nie Zheng mentioned it was already half past the hour. Chun Shaowan knew that meant 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. was the next hour. But she didn't mind. When the braised beef was served, it had some dried radish in it. Ideally, potatoes would have been better, but there weren't any. She also added 3 wild chicken eggs, which she boiled and cut before putting them into simmer, as there were no quail eggs. Nie Zheng watched her work. When Nie Zheng took a bite, he felt a mix of flavors. Chun Shaowan must have done it on purpose. "Is it not good?" she asked. Nie Zheng looked at her in silence. Chun Shaowan tasted a piece. It was tender and flavorful, with the spices blending well with the beef. It was already much better than the rabbit meat from noon. She also tried the dried radish and it was good too. Although the eggs were broken, it's still okay. Chun Shaowan looked at Nie Zheng in confusion and said, "I'm not used to it, I don't like it." Nie Zheng shook his head and asked her, "Didn't you say you wanted to send a bowl to Dr. Yu?" Chun Shaowan shook her head. "I'll send something else another day." Nie Zheng really seemed to be craving it. Chun Shaowan thought Nie Zheng didn't like it since he had a serious face the whole time, but in the end, he didn't leave a drop behind. Chun Shaowan looked at Nie Zheng in confusion. Nie Zheng glanced at the bowl and said, "It's delicious." Chun Shaowan smiled. After they finished eating, Chun Shaowan did the final cleanup. There was a knock at the door. When Nie Zheng returned, Chun Shaowan asked who it was. Nie Zheng replied, "Brother Dashing came to deliver a message. He said his master is coming tomorrow to discuss the blueprints and the construction of the house." Chun Shaowan thought to herself that her wish had come true. The next day was bright and clear. Chun Shaowan got up early to prepare lunch in the kitchen and even killed a chicken. Since the master was visiting for the first time, it was only proper to treat him well. Nie Zheng went to invite his uncle Chinswuping and Aunt Zhang to join as elders. Usually, women don't participate in these matters, but this time, Chun Shaowan was in charge, and with a group of men, she was the only woman, which might lead to some bias. At the right time, the village chief and Brother Dashing arrived with an older man dressed in a gray-blue short coat with gray trim, a gray belt, black pants, and black cloth shoes. Chun Shaowan noticed that the man was older than her uncle, with some white hair at his temples. He was dressed neatly and greeted them with great respect. The men exchanged greetings and introductions, learning that the master's surname was Wang and his name was Liren. He came from a family of bricklayers and had been in the trade for generations, mainly working in the county and nearby towns. Once inside, they took their seats and poured tea. Master Wang took out a piece of paper from his pocket and said, "A few days ago, someone brought this blueprint to ask me about it. After looking it over, I found some clever ideas and some unclear parts, so I came today to clarify." Everyone looked at Nie Zheng. Nie Zheng stood up, slightly bowed, and said, "Master Wang, please forgive me. This blueprint was given to Brother Yusheng by me, but it was not drawn by me. It was created by my wife, Chen. If you have questions, you'll need to ask her." Master Wang was surprised, and everyone else was astonished, except for Uncle Chen and Aunt Zhang, who had little reaction. Chen Xiaowan stepped forward to greet him. Master Wang returned a respectful gesture, and Chen Xiaowan also bowed in thanks, unsure if she was doing it correctly, relying on her muscle memory and instinctive reactions. Master Wang asked, "Is this drawn by Lady Chen?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "Yes." Master Wang inquired, "May I ask why Lady Chen created this drawing?" Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment and said, "Master Wang, I didn't think much about it. Recently, my husband wanted to leave home to serve in the military. After being apart for years, I find it inconvenient living alone in this house. Before he leaves, I wanted to create a home for myself. Since I live alone, I thought it would be easier to have everything I need, so I drew what was in my mind." Master Wang was surprised. Lady Chen is educated. Chen Dashing added, "Master, Lady Chen's father was a scholar, and she has been studying since she was young." Master Wang understood. He then unfolded the drawing and asked, "Lady Chen, please explain this drawing." Chen Xiaowan sat next to Nie Zheng, picked up the drawing, and realized it was not the one she originally drew, but the content was the same. She glanced at Nie Zheng, who touched his nose, indicating he understood. Chen Xiaowan then said to Master Wang, "Master Wang, I want a courtyard. The front yard should be a place to relax, with space for flowers and trees. The backyard should be for drying clothes and working, with room for vegetables, fruit trees, and space for chickens and livestock. It needs to have living spaces, including a main room for guests, a warm room for daily sewing, a bedroom, 2 guest rooms, a kitchen, a firewood room, a tool room, and a storage room for grain. That adds up to 10 rooms. I just want to know how to build it well. I thought the tool room should be near the entrance, the front yard for guests, and the kitchen should also be in the front yard, along with the firewood room. The main house will have 1 warm room and 1 bedroom, with a guest room in the middle and 2 guest rooms on the sides for future guests. Lastly, a storage room is needed, so that's how I drew it." The others listened, confused, looking at Chen Xiaowan, unsure of what she was saying. The village chief said, "Xiaowan, do you really need such a big place for yourself?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "Village chief, it's not too big. Look, it's all necessary." Uncle just said, "Xiaowan, you." He wanted to say more but saw that Nie Zheng and Uncle Chen were silent, so he held his tongue. Nie Zheng didn't mind. As long as Chen Xiaowan was happy, it was fine. Uncle Chen noticed that the drawing had some differences. Master Wang, Wang Liren, and Chen Yusheng listened carefully and asked him, "Madam Chen, what about this area? And this area?" "This is the restroom and the bathing area." "Both are." Uncle Chen was about to speak. Chen Xiaowan added, "The current restroom is dirty and smelly. I was thinking about how to make it cleaner and more convenient. I didn't want to share with others, so I thought if it were in a room, it would be easier at night, and that's how I drew it." Master Wang looked at everyone, then at Uncle Chen and Nie Zheng, and asked, "Is there something extra?" Chen Xiaowan rubbed her temple and said, "Master Wang, actually, I haven't figured everything out. I wonder if I could ask you something." Master Wang replied, "Madam Chen, please go ahead." Chen Xiaowan said, "It's just that this area and this area are essential. About the waste, is there a way to drain it underground?" Everyone. Master Wang thought for a moment and said, "Madam Chen, when we build houses, we need to consider drainage." Chen Xiaowan looked at Master Wang. Master Wang continued, "In the county town, the entire area also needs drainage. We use a type of ceramic pipe that can be buried underground to drain rainwater outside the city." Chen Xiaowan's eyes lit up immediately. This could work. With a drainage pipe, her expression turned excited. Nie Zheng, unable to hold back, wrapped an arm around Qin Xiaowan's shoulders, covering her eyes, and asked Master Wang, "Can we buy it?" Master Wang smiled awkwardly. "You need to ask in the county Tan, or the prefectural city. It's not needed elsewhere, and you might need to place an order." Qin Xiaowan pulled Nie Zheng's hand down and looked at Master Wang. Nie Zheng said, "Thank you, Master Wang. As for how much we need, please help us calculate." Qin Xiaowan then asked Master Wang, "Do you think we can dig a well here in the yard, in this area and this area?" Master Wang looked at Qin Xiaowan speechlessly. "Madam Qin, digging a well depends on whether we can find water. I can't say for sure." Qin Xiaowan asked again, "Do you think we can dig a well here in the yard in this area and this area?" Qin Xiaowan. Master Wang said, "I have a junior apprentice, who is 2 years younger than me and specializes in well digging. If Madam Qin wants to inquire about well digging, I can ask him to come and take a look." Qin Xiaowan thought about it, and then turned to look at Nie Zheng. Nie Zheng said, "Please arrange it, Master Wang." Master Wang nodded. Master Wang asked Qin Xiaowan, "Qin, please tell us more about this." Qin Xiaowan looked at Nie Zheng and then at Qin Zwiping, saying, "I'm afraid of the cold in winter, so I was wondering if we could build a firewall to keep the house warm with firewood." Everyone was surprised and turned to her. Qin Xiaowan continued, "My father once mentioned a type of heated bed that keeps you warm in winter if you have enough firewood. There's also a firewall that can warm a cold room. I prefer sleeping in a bed, so I think we should go with the firewall. That's what my father said, and that's how I drew it. Have you all not heard of this?" Uncle Qin said, "Xiaowan, why didn't you mention this before?" Annie said, "Xiaowan, your father really told you about this." Qin Xiaowan replied, "Uncle and Auntie, I was still young then. I think my father mentioned it when he was teaching me to read." She shook her head. "I can't remember clearly. I haven't thought about it in years." Qin Xiaowan continued, "Master Wang, my father also talked about a smoke channel that needs to fill the wall with smoke, but I haven't figured out how to do that yet." Master Wang asked, "How much do you remember about this firewall, Qin?" Qin Xiaowan replied, "Just a little bit." As she spoke, Master Wang and Brother Dashing fell silent. The village chief and Uncle Qin slowly began to understand. It was indeed very cold in winter here. Being craftsmen, they had some common knowledge, and they began discussing it together. What happened next would be up to them. During lunch, they also called Uncle Qin San and Uncle Qin Si. While toasting and chatting, they settled the matter. Master Wang said he would bring his apprentice tomorrow to check the well location and find an auspicious day to start work. Nie Zheng said he would go to the town with Master Wang. Qin Xiaowan was very happy. Her new life was about to begin. Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin were also pleased. It was great to see their child succeed. However, once everyone left, they couldn't help but start urging her to have children. Qin Xiaowan felt overwhelmed. In a panic, she quickly stopped her uncle, smiling foolishly, and finally pulled out a drawing from her pocket. She held up the design for a toilet and asked if it could be made, insisting it had to be white because she thought anything else looked unclean. Uncle Qin San held the blueprint, rubbed his face, and gave Qin Xiaowan a sharp look, as if he was seeing her in a new light. Then, Uncle Qin San, Uncle Qin Da, and Uncle Qin Si began to question her again. Qin Xiaowan gave a mix of half-truths and playful excuses. Finally, Uncle Qin San took the blueprint and hurried off to the county with the ox cart. After he left, Qin Xiaowan magically produced a stack of blueprints and handed them to Uncle Qin Da. He looked at the blueprints and realized they were all furniture designs, which were all his work. Uncle Qin Si asked her, "How many more do you have? Did you make any for me?" Qin Xiaowan replied, "I have more, but I haven't drawn them yet." Uncle Qin Si, feeling helpless, said, "Then hurry up." He was surprised by his niece's abilities. Since both of them worked with wood, they found the blueprints easy to understand and pointed out several mistakes Qin Xiaowan had made. Qin Xiaowan humbly accepted her mistakes and promised to pay more attention next time. After they left, she felt exhausted and lay on her bed, thinking about whether she had forgotten anything, and soon fell asleep. When she woke up, it was almost dark. She checked outside and saw that Nie Zheng had not returned. She lit the oil lamp in the kitchen, warmed up the leftover food from lunch, and made fried rice with the remaining rice, saving half of the vegetables warm. She boiled water to wash up and was drying her hair when Nie Zheng rode back in. He led his horse into the yard. It was a light brown horse that didn't look very strong. Chen Xiaowan glanced at it but didn't ask anything. The horse's return confirmed everything. There was nothing to question. Nie Zheng looked at her without hesitation and said, "Is there any food left?" "I'm hungry," Chen Xiaowan replied, looking at the horse. "Yes, it's warming up." After a moment, she went back to the kitchen and fried a large bowl of fried rice, which made Nie Zheng stare at her for a long time. Then he pulled out a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to her. Chen Xiaowan looked at it and realized it was silver notes of different denominations. 1 tael note, 4 tael notes, 5 tael notes, and 10 tael notes, totaling 500 taels. She looked up at Nie Zheng and asked, 500 taels? Where did this come from? Nie Zheng replied, "Uncle had someone bring it back for you to build the house." Chen Xiaowan said, "But you already gave me over 300 taels before." Nie Zheng replied, "Just take it." Chen Xiaowan's eyes lit up as she said, "Really? You won't regret it?" Nie Zheng glanced at her and said, "Then you owe me." Chen Xiaowan rolled her eyes and replied, "A man's word is his bond. How can you go back on your promise?" She said, "With so much silver, can I make some changes to my little courtyard?" Nie Zheng glanced at her and continued eating. "It's up to you." Chen Xiaowan felt happy, hugged the banknotes, and went back to her room to draw plans with paper and charcoal. Nie Zheng looked back at her, but kept eating. Chen Xiaowan had slept for half the afternoon, and now with the silver, she was even more excited about drawing. She lost track of time and saw Nie Zheng at the door. She invited him in and talked about how to change the plans. Nie Zheng listened and offered many suggestions. Chen Xiaowan chewed on the charcoal pencil, writing and drawing, making edits until late at night. The next day, she woke up to the sound of Master Wang knocking. Nie Zheng got up to greet him. Chen Xiaowan felt confused. She could remember what happened at the end of the day before, but nothing before that, only that she had discussed the plans with Nie Zheng. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the bed. Did she sell herself for 500 taels? Chen Xiaowan cursed and then comforted herself, thinking she had made a mistake that many women do. It was the fault of men, not hers. When she got up, she couldn't find the plans, which made her feel frustrated. With guests at home, she had to endure and busy herself in the kitchen. Today, there was an extra master to serve. While she was busy, Xiao came running to say there was no need to prepare food. Master Wang and Master Cheng were leaving soon and were discussing details at Uncle's house. Chen Xiaowan hurriedly said she wanted to go and pulled Xiao Wu, asking, "When are they leaving?" "I made changes to the plans." Xiao Wu laughed. "Sister, brother-in-law is discussing the plans with the two masters, and Dad, third uncle, and fourth uncle are there too. It's almost done." He whispered, "Sister, brother-in-law was worried you would be tired preparing food, so he sent me to tell you." Chen Xiaowan thought. "Men," she said, "then Xiao Wu can eat here. I made a lot." Xiao Wu shouted, "No way. If Mom finds out I ate here, she'll scold me. Plus, she killed a chicken today. I want to go back and eat chicken." He ran off shouting. When Nie Zheng returned, both felt a bit awkward. Nie Zheng handed her the plans. "Keep this copy. Master Wang has sent a similar one. Work starts on May 8th. Master Wang will bring some skilled workers, and the temporary workers will be recruited by De Sheng in the village. If more are needed, Master Wang has people. Master Wang's total payment is 10 taels of silver. The skilled workers earn 30 when a day, while the unskilled workers earn 20 when a day. For the bricks and materials, Uncle San and Master Wang will decide together on the price later. As for the wood, Uncle De said he would handle it, and Uncle C will help keep an eye on things. When it's time to cook for the workers, Annie Da and Aunt San and C will take care of the meals. The skilled workers will be arranged for housing by Brother De Sheng, and the costs will be settled later. Brother De Sheng also earns 30 when a day, so please pay him a bit more." Chen Xiaowan was stunned and replied, "I have nothing to do with this." Nie Zheng smiled. "Yes, Nie Zheng continued. Master Chung mentioned that the well in the front yard might need to be deeper, and it will cost 8 taels of silver. The 3 of them will come to help with it. In the backyard, Master Chung said that the pond there is clean spring water flowing from the mountains. If you want, you can bring it directly into the yard without needing to dig a well. They can help with that for just 3 taels of silver. He added, also, about that squat toilet and toilet you asked Uncle San to handle yesterday. It hasn't been done at the kiln before, so it will need a separate kiln, which will be a bit more expensive. But it will just be for testing, and Uncle San will personally supervise it. I've agreed to let him handle the price, even if it's a bit high. He continued, when did you draw so many furniture designs? Today, Brother Da and Brother Air have already started thinking about them. I need to order materials from Master Wang, so I paid 100 taels up front. I also gave 100 taels for the wood from Uncle Da. If there's not enough left, you can add more. Chen Xiaowan was confused. Is that how much money is needed? Nie Zheng looked at her and said, it's all bricks and tiles. We need to build a corridor, pave the ground, and also have a courtyard wall. This might not be enough. Chen Xiaowan smiled shyly. Thank you. Nie Zheng looked at her seriously. As long as you don't cause me any trouble.
Chen Xiaowan.
Silly man. She shook her hands and said, I won't. Nie Zheng said, Anta wants you to go and cook for Xiaozhen and Air Saw for a few days. Starting tomorrow, they will go to Banshanwan to prepare the land, or it will be hard to start the work later. Also, about the pipeline, Uncle Da is worried it might affect the land, so they want to clear everything out first, and then we can decide what to plant. Chen Xiaowan was shocked. I don't need to go to Banshanwan. Nie Zheng replied, you don't need to work there, it's not good. That was her house. Are they all going? Nie Zheng said, not everyone is going. There still needs to be someone in the fields. Those who aren't working in the fields will go. Chen Xiaowan felt like she was dreaming. Everything was already arranged, and she was just assigned to cook. What kind of amazing family is this? The next day, at the foot of the usually quiet little Lian Mountain, a group of men, women, and children gathered. 1-year-old Xiaoqing was also brought by Aunt Chen. As Aunt Chen said, on the first day of work, everything should be organized. When it was time to cook, everyone went to cook, and when it was time to work, everyone went to work. The children were very excited, thinking about catching wild chickens and rabbits. Today, Nie Zheng was here, so it was especially lively around him. Several boys were shouting their opinions, and the twins were jumping up and down. Normally, they were not allowed to come to the foot of the mountain. 4-year-old Xiaoba obediently took care of his 2 younger cousins and sat on a mat that Chen Xiaowan had just laid out. He was holding a bunch of grass he had picked up from somewhere. Seeing that everyone was ready, Uncle Chen shouted to start working. Everyone moved forward to the area that Chen Xiaowan had cleared a few days ago. Of course, Nie Zheng and Chen Xiaowan were among them, while the children pulled out the small weeds that Chen Xiaowan hadn't finished. After about 15 minutes, they had cleared a large area, much faster than Chen Xiaowan had managed in many days. Although there were many people working together, Chen Xiaowan felt embarrassed and helpless. The children started to make noise, asking Nie Zheng to take them to catch rabbits and wild chickens. Nie Zheng, feeling helpless, had no choice but to take the children with him. Aunt Chen watched the kids leave and then looked at the ground, laughing. Big sister is really lucky. With that laugh, everyone else joined in. Aunt Chen Si also said, it's our Xiaowan who is lucky. Chen Xiaowan felt so embarrassed she could almost dig a hole to hide in. They were saying she wasn't good at working while Nie Zheng was capable. What could she do? She could only silently complain to the heavens, unable to argue back. If only she could respond, she would be waiting for a chance. Chen Xiaowan tried to please everyone again, making them laugh once more. Aunt Chen said, our mother really likes Big Sister the most. Just look at how well she talks. We can't compare. Aunt Chen added, that's right. Not just us, but even second sister and third sister can't compare. Chen Xiaowan straightened up and pretended to be serious, saying, sisters, you shouldn't stir up trouble. Aunt treats us all the same. Aunt Chen quickly stood up, saying, listen to this. I care for her because she understands me best. I treat all of you the same, but none of you seem to realize it. Zheng, Mom, are you saying we are not caring enough? Auntie could do nothing. There were still 2 daughters-in-law around. We care. We really do. It's just that we keep everything to ourselves. Unlike your older sister. Third sister Chen Zheng, Mom. Auntie, all right, I won't say more. Aunt Chen San, yes, it's not the same for mothers. Aunt Chen Si, these kids don't understand. My little Lu even says I favor the twins and Xiaoba. Everyone laughed and chatted while working. The men chopped down some difficult bushes, leaving the roots for later, while moving large stones. The women cut grass and collected edible wild vegetables in baskets. Soon it was almost noon, and Annie called Chen Erseo, Xiao Zhen, and Chen Xiaowan to go back and cook. Chen Dajia said she didn't want to cook at home and preferred to work outside, feeling more relaxed. So since Chen Erseo came into the family, the kitchen work fell to her and Xiao Zhen. During busy farming times, she would take her sickle to the fields, only helping in the kitchen during the off-season. The 3 of them got up to leave, taking Xiao Qing and Xiao Jing with them. The 2 kids, carried by their mothers, didn't dare to resist, only pouting their lips. Xiao Ba, being older, refused to go with Chen Xiaowan, insisting on waiting for rabbits and wild chickens. Chen Xiaowan had no choice but to adjust his position, asking Aunt Si to keep an eye on him and reminding Xiao Ba not to run off. After several promises from Xiao Ba, he walked away with a basket of wild vegetables, looking back 3 times. Auntie and the 2 aunts laughed, sighing that Chen Xiaowan's belly still showed no signs of movement. Once the 3 got home, Chen Xiaowan went back to bring over 2 pieces of marinated rabbit meat, making lunch quite satisfying. Chen Xiaowan decided to check in the afternoon if there was still pork for sale at Chen Chaochuan's. If there was, she would buy more, especially the offal, to make some braised dishes since she had spices. This would make the meals much simpler. Chen Xiaowan wasn't concerned about whether it was appropriate for the times. She just wanted to make things easier. Plus, she had bought a lot of herbs from Dr. Yu a few days ago and had already explained that. At noon, the 3 of them busily prepared a large pot of rice, a bowl of braised rabbit with dried radish, a bowl of wild vegetables, a bowl of cured meat with pickled vegetables, and a bowl of cold cucumber salad. These dishes were quite good for a farmer's meal, but in Chen Xiaowan's eyes, it still wasn't enough. This strengthened her determination to add more dishes, especially since they were all working for her, and it was only right that she bought the ingredients. At noon, the family finished lunch. Those who needed to rest did so, and the kids were also required to take a nap. Nie Zheng took them to find 6 little rabbits, 2 of which were not fully grown. Since Nie Zheng had already checked the area alone, and it wasn't very big, this was quite a lot. Any more would be too much. There were no wild chickens, and then Chen Xiaowan suddenly remembered her family's chickens and those in the woodshed that still needed feeding. She tugged at Nie Zheng's sleeve and quietly asked him. Nie Zheng looked at her and said, "You just remembered." Chen Xiaowan smiled shyly. "I got busy and forgot." Nie Zheng replied, "I fed them this morning, so it's fine. If you don't want to keep them, you can just eat them." Chen Xiaowan laughed. "I want to keep them. I'm counting on them to lay eggs for me in the future." She added, "Roosters are for meat." Nie Zheng shook his head helplessly. With her personality, he wondered how things would turn out when he left. Luckily, the money he gave her would ensure she would never go hungry. Chen Xiaowan pulled on Nie Zheng again. "Come with me." She turned to Zhang Shi and said, "Aunt, we're going back to rest for a bit, and we'll come back later." The 2 of them left, and Chen Xiaowan led Nie Zheng straight to the butcher Chen Chaochuan's house, which was at the village entrance. The 3 large tiled houses looked quite nice. As they approached, they heard the sounds of pigs squealing. Oh, they were in the middle of slaughtering a pig. Chen Xiaowan excitedly ran ahead, having never seen a pig being slaughtered before.
Nie Zheng sighed.
When Chen Xiaowan saw the gate was closed, she knocked and called Uncle Chen, Uncle Chen. A child around 12 or 13 years old, Chen Yaozu, opened the door. Uncle Chen had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son, Chen Yaoguang, was 18. The eldest daughter, Chen Feng, was 15. The youngest son, Chen Yaozu, was the one at the door, and there was also a little daughter, Chen Jia, who was 8. Chen Yazu opened the door and stepped aside, saying, Sister Xiaowan, Brother Nie, are you here to buy meat? It's not ready yet. Chen Xiaowan replied, That's okay, I'll wait. Then she walked past him into the house, followed by Nie Zheng. When Chen Xiaowan entered the house, she saw the pig still bleeding, with blood flowing into a bucket and steaming. Seeing the two of them, the butcher asked, Is the beef all gone? Nie Zheng remembered there was still beef. He looked at Chen Xiaowan. Chen Xiaowan smiled, Not yet. Uncle Chen, the beef has other uses. Today we're buying some pork. The butcher replied, I heard you bought that piece of wasteland at the end of the village to build a house.
Chen Xiaowan said, Yes.
Uncle Chen, I'm starting to clear the land today. I'll buy some meat to take home for a treat. Butcher Chen looked at Nie Zheng and said, I heard you bought 5 acres of land. Nie Zheng replied, It's all unused land. Not worth much. The main thing is that it will be easier for Xiaowan to plant behind. Butcher Chen glanced at Chen Xiaowan, thinking she was better at planting than at embroidery. He then looked back at Nie Zheng and asked, Are you really going to join the army? Nie Zheng answered, Yes. Butcher Chen asked, When are you leaving? Nie Zheng replied, I'll be leaving in a couple of days. Butcher Chen exclaimed, So soon? Nie Zheng said, Yes, it will take over a month to travel. Butcher Chen asked, What about your house? Nie Zheng reassured him, Xiaowan is here, and my uncles will help. It's fine. Butcher Chen said, You young man. He looked at Chen Xiaowan and said, Girl, you can just enjoy yourself. Chen Xiaowan smiled shyly. Seeing that the blood had drained enough, Butcher Chen began to shave the pig. After finishing, he prepared the pig and said to Chen Xiaowan, I'm starting now. Do you dare to watch?
Chen Xiaowan dared to.
Nie Zheng stepped forward, held her, turned her head away, and said in a low voice, Don't look. Chen Xiaowan felt a tickle in her ears and unknowingly listened. They both stood at the door, looking in different directions. Butcher Chen saw them like this and sighed inwardly, but his hands didn't slow down, working quickly and cleanly. When Chen Xiaowan turned back, the pig was already cut in half, and the head and organs were separated. He was now shaving the bones. Butcher Chen asked her which part of the meat she wanted. Chen Xiaowan replied, I can choose any part. Butcher Chen was surprised and said, This pig fat has been reserved for someone else, and the fatty meat and pork belly are all taken by the main family. I can give you some of the rest. Chen Xiaowan was also surprised, realizing she had limited options. She said, Thank you, Uncle Chen. I would like the remaining pig fat and 5 pounds of pork belly. Can you manage that? Butcher Chen turned and started cutting. Chen Xiaowan added, What about the pig's feet, head, and organs? No one wants them, right? Butcher Chen turned to her and said, No one wants them. You can have the pig's feet and head, but why do you want the organs? Chen Xiaowan thought. New knowledge, no one eats the organs. Chen Xiaowan said, Uncle Chen, I have a use for them. So Chen Xiaowan bought 2 pounds of pig fat, 5 pounds of pork belly, 4 pig's feet, 1 pig's head, and Butcher Chen gave her a whole set of pig organs, plus a bucket of pig blood. She also asked Butcher Chen's wife, Mrs. Hua, to help scald the hair off the pig's head and feet. Before leaving, the Butcher Chen asked her, Girl, can you eat all this? Chen Xiaowan replied, If there are many people, we can finish it. Please save a whole piece of pig fat for me. I need it for building a house. The butcher wanted to object, but when he heard she was building a house, he nodded, Okay, I'll save it for you. They didn't take a basket and even borrowed one from the butcher. After they left, Mrs. Hua said to the butcher, Your niece seems honest, but I didn't expect she could be so resourceful. That boy Zheng is following her. The butcher replied, As long as they are happy, why do you have so much to say? Mrs. Hua rolled her eyes and went back inside. The two of them were unaware of this conversation. When they got home, Chen Xiaowan told Nie Zheng to rest while she took out salt and flour to start cleaning the meat. Nie Zheng didn't rest and sat watching her. She cleaned the pig's trotters and set them aside, then began to prepare the pig's head. Nie Zheng took the knife and asked how to do it. Chen Xiaowan looked at her and said, First, cut off the pig's ears and shave the skin. See if you can cut the bones. If not, that's fine. Once done, put everything in a bowl. She started cleaning the pig's insides, removing the white membrane from the heart, setting the liver aside, and leaving the lungs for later, since they were hard to clean. She set aside the intestines and put the stomach and lungs together, while the kidneys, known as pig kidneys, were also set aside. Finally, she carried a bowl of lungs, intestines, stomach, and other parts, added salt and flour, and collected some ash from the stove. Before leaving, she told Nie Zheng, "I'm going to wash this by the river. You can sleep once you're done." Nie Zheng looked at the sky and continued working with a knife. When Chen Xiaowan returned, exhausted and wet, the yard was empty and the sorted meat was neatly arranged in bowls. Chen Xiaowan quickly went to change her clothes. She was soaked from washing the lungs, and the splashing water from the intestines made her feel tired. She thought about why she didn't have any special skills. Even a bit more strength would help. After changing, she hurried back to the kitchen to marinate the meat. By the time she finished, it was almost time for dinner. She sat on a stool for a moment, looked at the partially processed beef in the bucket, and changed the water, thinking about tomorrow's meal. She filled a bowl with half the pig fat, pork belly, liver, kidneys, and lungs, and went to her uncle's house to prepare dinner. At that moment, Chen Xiaowan would rather work in the fields herself, but considering the family's attitude towards her and the future, she decided to endure a bit of fatigue for now. Sometimes, resting can wait. Upon arriving at her uncle's house, the first thing Chen Xiaowan said to the girl picking vegetables, Xiaozhen, was, "Xiaozhen, go dig up some ginger and a lot of green onions too." Xiaozhen replied, "Sister, where have you been?" Chen Xiaowan pointed to the bowl and said, "Doing this, it's exhausting." Chen Erseo and Xiaozhen looked at her, and Chen Erseo asked, "Can we eat this?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "Yes, hurry up, I'll cook dinner tonight." Chen Erseo and Xiaozhen looked at her, and Chen Erseo said, "How about I do it?" Chen Xiaowan handed the bowl to them, saying, "You can." Chen Erseo can handle meat, but not much else. Chen Erseo gave her a glance and went back to picking vegetables. Xiaozhen went to the garden, looking for other food besides what Chen Xiaowan wanted. Her sister's cooking, in their mother's words, uses a lot of ingredients. But there was one good thing. It was delicious and everyone would enjoy it, which made her quite happy. Chen Xiaowan was the main cook, Xiaozhen helped, and Chen Erseo watched the fire, while keeping an eye on the three kids. As they watched Chen Xiaowan cook, they noticed her face twitching. It seemed like she was using a lot of oil and salt, and she even brought her own seasonings. In the end, before the family returned, 5 dishes and a soup were ready. Chen Xiaowan initially planned to use all 5 pounds of pork for braised meat, but after some help from Zhou Shi and Xiaozhen and contributing 15 eggs, she ended up using 2 pounds less meat. Zhou Shi first brought out 10 eggs, but Chen Xiaowan said that wasn't enough for everyone, so Xiaozhen brought 5 more, and Chen Xiaowan still thought it was too few. The key was that she couldn't be too polite. Chen Xiaowan had always been this way, using what was needed and making sure everyone had a share. She made a bowl of stir-fried kidney with scallions, ginger, garlic, white wine, soy sauce, and pepper, adding a bit of Sichuan pepper for flavor. She stir-fried it on high heat, adding salt and some garlic water before serving. For cucumber stir-fried with pig liver, she first cooked the cucumber with salt until tender, then added the marinated pig liver and quickly stir-fried it, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, white wine, and pepper before serving. Xiaozhen was dazzled, feeling that her sister had become even more skilled. The pig lung soup was great for clearing heat, detoxifying, moisturizing the lungs, and stopping coughs, making it perfect for those with weak blood and bodies. Unfortunately, in modern cities, Chen Xiaowan rarely got to eat it, mainly because it was hard to find and most people wouldn't know how to clean it. Chen Xiaowan was cooking while teaching Xiaozhen. She added an appropriate amount of water to the pot and put in pieces of pig lung, needing to cook quickly. Chen Xiaowan cut everything into small pieces, added ginger slices, green onion sections, and some cooking wine. After bringing it to a boil over high heat, she turned it down to a simmer, cooking it a bit longer to make it tender. It wasn't possible to cook it for several hours now. When serving, she sprinkled a bit of salt and chopped green onions on top. The greens were simply seasoned with oil and salt, tasting mild but fresh, with a natural sweetness and crispness since they were just picked from the field. The pickled vegetables were salty and perfect for pairing with rice. Chen Xiaowan just stir-fried them in oil. When the table was filled with dishes, everyone could tell it was made by Chen Xiaowan. This girl tends to use less oil and salt, making her cooking seem lacking. Her grandmother often commented that her dishes were either burnt or undercooked, so she wasn't often allowed in the kitchen anymore. Chen Dage said, "Xiaowan, this looks so abundant. What did you make?" Chen Xiaowan smiled and replied, "Braised pork, stir-fried cucumber with pig liver, pig lung soup, and stir-fried kidney." "Give it a try." Aunt Chen Sen questioned, "Pig liver and pig lung? Aren't those awful? Are they safe to eat?" Everyone was silent. Chen Xiaowan assured, "They are safe and really delicious. I cleaned them well." Chen Urge asked, "Xiaowan, you're not tricking us, are you?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "Urge, do the dishes on the table look unappetizing?" Chen Urge directly asked about Xiao Zhen and Chen Erseo. Chen Erseo thought to herself, with so much meat and fat, how could it not taste good? But she couldn't say anything. Xiao Zhen just smiled. Uncle Chen Si took a bowl of rice, picked up a piece of pig liver to wrap around the rice, glanced at Chen Xiaowan and took a bite. It seemed he didn't trust Chen Xiaowan but wanted to support her. Chen Xiaowan sighed. Everyone watched Uncle Chen Si. After he took a bite, he paused, then slowly chewed, and quickly took another piece, eating faster. Seeing this, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, and soon the table was bustling with activity. Chen Xiaowan served each child half a spoonful of braised pork, half a boiled egg, half a spoonful of pig lung soup, 2 pieces of pig liver, and some greens. She wasn't being stingy. There were over 20 people to feed. Soon, the braised pork and pig liver were nearly gone, so Chen Xiaowan served everyone half a bowl of soup. The soup was light yet flavorful, clear and bright, and tasted refreshing and warm. Chen Dage gave her a thumbs up, and Chen Xiaowan smiled back. At that moment, 7-year-old Xiao Qi came over with his bowl, asking his dad for kidney. Chen Xiaowan stopped him, saying that children shouldn't eat too much of that dish. Uncle Chen Sen paused while serving and looked at her, "Xiaowan, is it toxic?" Chen Xiaowan said, "It's not harmful, just this dish. If children eat too much, they might wet the bed, but it's good for adults." When Uncle Chen San heard this, he didn't say much and gave Xiao Qi half a boiled egg to eat by himself. Then he took the plate and shared the kidney dish among the adults, saying, "What Xiaowan said is true. It's good for adults, so you kids shouldn't eat it." His tone and expression were quite intriguing. Nie Zheng had a full bowl, while Xiao San and Xiao Si had empty bowls, and the kids sighed. After the meal, the moon was high in the sky. Chen Xiaowan hurried back. She needed to prepare marinated dishes, or she would be too busy tomorrow with 26 people to feed. Suddenly, she stepped on a stone and stumbled. In that moment, Nie Zheng grabbed her arm, and she ended up kneeling but didn't fall. When she stood up, her knee hurt a bit. Nie Zheng asked, "Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "I'm fine. I must be tired from washing earlier this afternoon." Nie Zheng said, "It's hard work." Chen Xiaowan agreed, "Yes, it is." She added, "I still need to marinate the dishes tonight. Can you help me with the fire?" Nie Zheng suggested, "Why not do it tomorrow?" Chen Xiaowan responded, "Tomorrow has its own tasks. This is for lunch tomorrow. It'll be quick, just cook it in the pot." Nie Zheng said, "Okay." Once home, Chen Xiaowan didn't check her knee. She realized she had too many things to do. She went straight to the kitchen to prepare the spices, blanch the meat to remove the smell, and season it. Chen Xiaowan also added 2 beef bones and some small pieces of beef. "It needs to boil for half an hour," she said. Nie Zheng looked at her, his eyes heavy with fatigue. "I'll watch the fire. You go wash up before the water cools." Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment, then saw there was nothing more to do with the pot.
All right.
Since it was getting late, she decided not to cook one pot at a time. They used 2 pots and took turns boiling water and washing up. Now it was Chen Xiaowan's turn to marinate 2 pounds of beef, along with the remaining rabbit meat and today's pig head and offal, filling 2 large pots with meat. Nie Zheng watched the fire, lost in thought. Slowly, The delicious aroma of the marinated dishes spread throughout half the village, but he didn't notice. The most surprising part was when Dr. Yu caught a whiff of the fragrant herbs and meat and wanted to come over, but Mrs. Yu pulled him back. Dr. Yu complained. That girl Wan said she would bring some for me to taste. Aunt Yu finally impatiently tugged at his ear and said, "It'll be tomorrow before I can bring it for you to taste. Can't you see what time it is? Going to someone's house to ask for food is not right." As for the other families, no one knew what they were thinking. After a little while, Chen Xiaowan appeared like a ghost and asked, "Is it ready?" Nie Zheng replied, "I haven't looked." Chen Xiaowan hesitantly lifted the pot lid. "Be careful." Nie Zheng supported her from behind. "Steady now." Once the smoke cleared, Chen Xiaowan used chopsticks to pick up each piece of meat, placing them into a bowl. After everything was ready, she put it back in the pot to soak overnight for flavor, since it was her first time and she still needed to improve in many areas. Another hour passed, and only the pig's trotters were left. Nie Zheng said, "You go to sleep first. I'll handle the rest." Chen Xiaowan, unable to stay awake any longer, replied, "Okay, after you finish, put all the meat in the pot to soak in the water overnight for flavor."
Nie Zheng nodded.
Chen Xiaowan ghosted back to her room and, in the middle of the night, felt someone beside her. She startled awake and heard a familiar voice say, "It's me." The next day, when Chen Xiaowan woke up, it was nearly noon. She sighed, realizing that while some misfortunes are bearable, self-inflicted troubles are not. She still had many things to do. However, that wasn't the most awkward part. When she brought the bowl of braised meat to Uncle Chen's house, she found Aunt Chen there too, smiling at her. Chen Xiaowan forced herself to greet her. "Aunt Chen, there's another bowl of meat at home. I'll go get it. You can cut this up. It's ready to eat. You can also stir-fry it with some vegetables." Chen Xiaowan felt exhausted. She didn't find it worthwhile to be there. She wanted to go back, to escape, to stop dealing with so many things, and just relax. On her way with the second bowl of braised meat, she ran into Dr. Yu, who looked at her with bright eyes. Last night, the smell of meat filled the whole village. "Did you make that, Xiaowan? Is there meat in that bowl?" "I didn't see you this morning, Xiaowan. That's not fair." Chen Xiaowan. Could she say she just woke up? She rolled her eyes in her mind, trying to recall the smell of meat that filled the village, but she had no memory of it. Thinking again, she realized she had been half asleep last night. Chen Xiaowan replied, "Yes, Uncle Yu. This meat just came out of the pot. I didn't have time to do anything with it." Dr. Yu asked again, "Did you use the spices from my place to cook it?" Chen Xiaowan nodded. Dr. Yu shook his head. "Those spices can cook meat, but they also have medicinal properties." Chen Xiaowan shook her head. Dr. Yu sighed again, slowly pacing and lost in thought. Chen Xiaowan tried to call out, "Uncle Yu, why don't you come to my uncle's house to try this meat?" Dr. Yu stared blankly at the meat dish, unsure of what he was thinking, but he nodded. Dr. Yu was passionate about medicine, but his skills were limited in this small village. People always turned to him first for any illness, and only if it was serious would they go to the town or county. He was also a foodie, with a spirit of exploration, willing to try all kinds of food. His family didn't just earn money from consultations. They sold herbal medicine, which was always in demand. Their yard was filled with various herbs, and they often collected some from the villagers. He and Mrs. Yu frequently went up the mountain to gather herbs and sometimes ventured to the back mountain. After processing the herbs, they sold them at the county pharmacy, keeping only the commonly used ones at home. The meat Chen Xiaowan brought was appealing to him, as it combined both food and medicine. The two of them went to Uncle Chen's house, just as a group of workers returned, greeting each other. Chen Xiaowan hurried to the kitchen and handed the meat dish to Xiaozhen. "Just cut it and put it on the table. I heated it up this morning." Xiaozhen asked, "Sister, should we put all this meat on the table?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "You decide." At that moment, Aunt Chen Sen walked in, took the dish, and said, "Give it to me. Xiaozhen, go prepare the bowls and chopsticks. Dr. Yu is here for dinner." Aunt Chen asked, "Dr. Yu, why are you here for dinner?" Aunt San glanced at Chen Xiaowan and said, "Xiaowan invited him." Chen Xiaowan added, "Yes, Aunt, I invited him." The seasoning for the meat was bought from Dr. Yu, so he came to taste it. Aunt Chen looked at the offal in her hands and sniffed it, catching a whiff of the herbal aroma. Given Dr. Yu's character, it made sense for him to come and taste it, so she started organizing 2 more dishes and directing the 2 daughters-in-law to get busy. As for Qin Shaowan, after handing over the meat, she sat down by the stove, looking exhausted. She was truly tired. With 4 or 5 women working together, plus Qin Shaowan's marinated meat, there ended up being 7 or 8 dishes on the table, which was quite a spread for that time. However, being in the countryside, everything was a bit rough around the edges. But no one really minded. These people had limited experiences and lived hard lives, so they had never tasted such rich meat before. They were momentarily stunned. In the capital city, such cooked meat was also sold, but the flavor wasn't as strong. It was just different. Of course, at that moment, they had no idea and just thought it was something special. Qin Shaowan naturally blamed everything on her father, who had long since passed away. Dr. Yu has lived in this village for 3 generations and is very familiar with everyone. He chatted and laughed with the crowd about last night's events, which made everyone burst into laughter, quite different from their usual calm demeanor. Today, there were 2 tables because there were too many people and some guests. The men sat at one table, while the women with children sat at another. Both tables had the same dishes, but the portions varied. The men's table had large bowls, and Uncle Chen even brought over a jar of wine. Qin Shaowan did not sit at the table because she wasn't very hungry. When the meat was taken out in the morning, she had tasted a few dishes, but they didn't quite match the flavor of the traditional braised meat she remembered. She added some soy sauce and salt and cooked it a bit longer. Seeing that she wasn't at the table, Xiao Zhen brought a bowl to the kitchen to keep her company. They were chatting when Qin Shaowan asked Xiao Zhen to come to her house in the afternoon to help with some work, and they were discussing it. Little Yaozu from the butcher's family brought her some lard. Qin Shaowan asked Xiao Zhen to cut some of the braised meat for Yaozu to take back, and she went out to meet him. The young boy was still wearing the same outfit from yesterday, a brown-gray short shirt with white trim, black pants, and a bun hairstyle, with sweat on his face. At his feet was a bamboo basket containing the lard that Qin Shaowan had ordered yesterday. Yaozu said, "Sister Shaowan, here is the lard you ordered yesterday. You wanted a whole set, and my dad didn't divide it. It weighs 6 jin and 6 liang, totaling 191. Qin Shaowan replied, "Okay. Thank you for your hard work. I was planning to go get it later." Yaozu said, "Sister Shaowan, my dad killed the pig early this morning. If I wait too long, it won't be fresh anymore, so I brought it over." Qin Shaowan picked up the basket and said, "I'll take it inside first. You can come in with me to get the money." Yaozu replied, "Sister Shaowan, I won't go in. I'll just wait here." Qin Shaowan didn't insist and simply said okay, then went into the kitchen. When she came out, she was holding a money pouch, a basket, and a plate of meat. She handed it to him and called out to Xiaolu, "Xiaolu, are you done eating? Run an errand for your brother Yaozu, and take this meat." She then said to Yaozu, "Yaozu, this is a plate of the pig offal your dad made yesterday. Take it home and try it." Yaozu waved his hand and said, "Sister Shaowan, I can't accept this. How can I take your meat?" Qin Shaowan replied, "Don't be polite. Didn't your dad give me a whole set of offal yesterday?" Little Yaozu said, "But offal isn't worth much." Qin Shaowan responded, "But this is made from the offal." Qin Yaozu. Qin Shaowan watched the 2 little ones walk away, then turned to go inside. She saw that the women and children had mostly finished eating and left the table, while the men were still slowly enjoying their food. Qin Shaowan went straight to the kitchen to continue chatting with Xiao Zhen. She never expected that in less than 15 minutes, the 2 children would return, still the same 2, still with the same basket. This time, however, it was filled with pig offal. Qin Shaowan stepped out. Qin Yaozu said, "Sister Shaowan, my dad said this is for you." Then he quickly ran away. Little Lu, with a crying face, said, "Sister,
It's
Uncle Chun who wants to give it to you." Qin Shaowan patted little Lu's head and sighed. She didn't want to wash it. Uncle Chun and Uncle Chun Si came out and laughed when they saw her. Uncle Chun said, "Looks like we're in for a treat." Doctor, you also joined in. Do you still want those medicines? This time, I'll send some to my house. Chun Shaowan forced a smile and called out to Aunt Chen, Aunt, can you arrange for someone to help wash this? Aunt Chen looked at the offal in the basket, then at the two daughters-in-law. Just as she was about to speak, Sister Chen said, Mom, I'll do it. Aunt Chen glanced at her, then at the basket, and said to Chun Shaowan, I'll wash it. Sister Chen Lu slightly raised the corner of her mouth. Sister Chen Er looked at Lu. At that moment, Chun Shaowan didn't understand why Sister Chen wasn't allowed to wash it. Cleaning pig offal was a dirty and tiring job. Later, Xiao Zhen reminded her that pig offal was considered worthless and usually thrown away without a second thought. But one day, when it could be transformed into something valuable, like gold, everyone would want it. Moreover, it was cheap, and Chun Shaowan cooked it well. Once she learned how to clean it, making it at home would be both economical and practical. Sister Chen was usually fine, but everyone has their own selfish thoughts, often thinking of their siblings back home, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. However, this method was Chun Shaowan's secret recipe, something that could be passed down. Sister Chen likely had her own motives. When Chun Shaowan asked, no one in the room spoke up to volunteer for the task. They were all waiting for Aunt Chen to assign it. Chun Shaowan shook her head, refusing to think too much or calculate others' intentions. She was just there to help. But it must be said that Xiao Zhen was right. Now, when Chun Shaowan recalled her past, she realized she needed to reflect, otherwise, she wouldn't have remembered on her own. At that time, she simply didn't want to wash the offal. I didn't expect that quiet girl, Xiao Zhen, could be so clever. Xiao Zhen shot her a glance and said, Sister, our home is so small. I spend all day with them, so how could I not know what everyone is thinking? That would make me a fool. She continued, my mother sometimes explains things to me. She says as long as you don't make big mistakes, small ones can be overlooked. Chun Shaowan was being narrow-minded. However, Chun Shaowan had no intention of changing. What seemed useful to them was just a bonus for her. Taking care of the elderly doesn't require much money. What matters is comfort, and she is now a wealthy person. While teaching her aunt how to clean the pig's intestines, Zhang asked everyone, including Xiao Zhen, to step outside. Chun Shaowan felt both frustrated and touched as she patiently explained each step. First, all the membranes and blood vessels must be removed. The pig's heart should be rubbed in clean water until the blood is washed out, changing the water repeatedly until it is clear. The pig's intestines need to be cleaned of waste first, rinsed with clean water, then scrubbed with wood ash, and finally washed with flour. The small intestines are similar. They should be rinsed with clean water and then washed with flour. The pig's lungs and heart require thorough rubbing and rinsing until they turn pale. As she explained each step, her aunt listened very carefully and finally said, Shaowan, you've worked hard. She took the items and went to the riverbank, just like yesterday. Chun Shaowan called out, Aunt, I haven't told you how to marinate it yet. Zhang replied, no need to explain. I'll wash it and take it to your home for you to handle, and she walked away without looking back. Chun Shaowan. When Chun Shaowan returned home with Xiao Zhen, Nie Zheng was already gone, but she wasn't worried. He couldn't get lost in such a small place. Their home was simple, and to be honest, she hadn't been there long. Making beef jerky was a big challenge. She took out the marinated beef and asked Xiao Zhen to start the fire. While waiting for the pot to heat up, Xiao Zhen asked, Sister, what are you making? Chun Shaowan replied, I'm making snacks for your brother-in-law. Xiao Zhen exclaimed, What? Snacks for brother-in-law?
But sister.
Chun Shaowan said, We're leaving the day after tomorrow. Xiao Zhen jumped up in surprise, Sister. Chun Shaowan shushed her. Don't rush.
Don't say anything.
Just watch me.
Xiao Zhen.
Chun Shaowan poured in oil, and when it was hot, she added the marinated beef strips to the pan, frying them on medium heat until both sides were cooked through, while also instructing Xiao Zhen on how to control the heat. The whole dish is cooked until dry, then sprinkled with the spices that were prepared earlier and stir-fried evenly before serving. Since there is no oil-absorbing paper at home, I use a cotton cloth that was prepared in advance to soak up the oil, and it needs to be baked even drier. In this weather, it's better to make it drier by baking, as we cannot sun-dry or ventilate it. The weather is still damp. In autumn, we can air-dry some, but I wonder if I can buy beef. She can make a homemade oven, but there isn't enough time, and it takes a while for the oven to dry out completely. I can only try slowly like this. Nie Zheng being a big man, and Chen Xiaowan didn't cut the meat too finely, which will take more time to cook. Chen Xiaowan was about to ask Xiaojin to heat another pot when her aunt came outside, calling for her. Xiaowan. Xiaowan. Chen Xiaowan was busy with the pot and waved to Xiaojin. Xiaojin went out to greet Zheng, while Chen Xiaowan served the meat, then removed the fire from the stove and lit another pot on low heat to slow cook. The pot just needs to be slightly warm, and it must be turned often to prevent sticking or burning, as there are still plenty of beef slices left. Chen Xiaowan felt a heavy responsibility. Xiaojin called from outside, "Elder sister, come see if this is okay." Chen Xiaowan asked, "Where's Aunt?" Xiaojin replied, "She left, saying she needed to get back to work." Chen Xiaowan didn't think much of it and instructed, "Then you can marinate it." Xiaojin said, "Elder sister, I can't do it. I'll go out, you handle it yourself." Chen Xiaowan replied, "I'm busy with the pot. I don't have time." Xiaojin. After a while without a response, Chen Xiaowan suddenly remembered what Xiaojin had said in the afternoon. She turned to see the young girl blushing, twisting her hands while looking at the pig offal. Chen Xiaowan chuckled. Xiaojin quietly said, "Elder sister, this doesn't seem right. Mother just said I should keep the fire for you. There's no need for so many rules. This isn't a secret recipe, just a way of cooking that anyone can learn. But no one outside knows how. Only you do. If you learn, will you teach others?" Xiaojin shook her head, "No." "Then it doesn't matter. If you know, you can help me." Xiaojin smiled, "Elder sister, do you trust me?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "Of course, I trust you. You're my sister, we're family. If I don't trust you, who will I trust?" Xiaojin's eyes turned red, "But mother said you and brother-in-law are the real family now." Chen Xiaowan. "But we share the same blood. We are already family." Chen Xiaowan suddenly felt a bit sentimental and pretentious. This isn't really a secret recipe. A secret recipe is just a mix of seasonings, and it's not complete yet. She added, "Don't worry, this isn't a secret recipe. The real secret is the seasoning, and Dr. Yu hasn't separated it yet. Once it's separated, it won't be a secret anymore. Just go ahead. If my sister-in-law wants to learn, I'll teach her too." Xiaojin was stunned. "Ah, big sister." Chen Xiaowan said, "Just do it." So, the two sisters worked together, one making beef jerky, while teaching how to marinate the meat. It was simple. Chen Xiaowan just added some extra seasonings. By the time the marinade was ready, Chen Xiaowan's beef jerky was only partially done and still not dry enough. She also taught Chen Xiaojin how to make it. The afternoon passed, and looking at the marinated meat and the remaining beef, Chen Xiaowan realized she would have to finish it tomorrow. They still needed to go back and prepare dinner. Life is not just about distant dreams. It also includes the little things and the ordinary moments. With happy meals and busy laughter, the farewell came suddenly, yet not unexpectedly. After a night of heavy drinking, this morning was the day of departure, the last day of the 4th lunar month. Early in the morning, Nie Zheng led his horse to the village entrance, where many people had already gathered. The Qin family was mostly present. Even the rarely seen 5th uncle showed up, dressed in gray and wearing muddy cloth shoes. He took Nie Zheng's hand and said, "Zheng, you've been in our village for 6 years, and we've watched you build your life. Take care of yourself on your journey, and come back. One is waiting for you." Uncle Chen added, "Your life is more important than your future." He then handed him a package. "This is from our 3 families for your trip." Dr. Yu also arrived, giving him a package of medicine. "For injuries, you'll probably need it." Brother De Sheng from the village chief's family came over and playfully punched him. "If you get promoted and make money, don't forget your brothers. I'll take care of your house and make sure it's ready for your return." Nie Zheng smiled wryly and punched him back. "I trust you with it." Uncle Chun Sen said, "Be careful on the road, don't miss your stops, and stay alert since you'll be alone." Little Wu chimed in, "Big brother-in-law, in a few years, when I'm older, can I come find you? The child looked at him with bright eyes, and Nie Zheng patted the boy's head without saying anything. Chen Shijiang came over and handed Nie Zheng a package. Surprised, Nie Zheng looked at him. Chen Shijiang smiled warmly and said, "These are pancakes my mother made, especially for your journey." Hearing this, Nie Zheng turned to look back at the path he had taken. A certain unkind woman had only moved him to bed when he was drunk yesterday and hadn't prepared anything for him. He had to gather his own clothes this morning, and she hadn't even woken up when he left. Chen Shijiang said, "Xiao Zheng, now that you're leaving, it seems we won't be able to go deep into the mountains for the autumn hunt anymore." Nie Zheng asked, "Why not?" Chen Shijiang replied, "In our village, besides you, everyone else is just farmers. They can grow crops, but they can't hunt." Nie Zheng inquired, "What about Uncle Kong?" Chen Shijiang said, "He doesn't go into the mountains anymore either. Aunt Kong won't allow it. The kids are too young."
Nie Zheng was surprised.
Seeing more and more people gathering, Nie Zheng decided it was time to leave. He had intended to sneak away early, but that woman insisted he should leave openly, without giving her any reason to talk. After living in the village for 6 years, he knew most of the people, especially after marrying Chen Shaowan. Those who came to see him off had mixed feelings. Some were sincere, while others were just curious. Nie Zheng looked at the crowd whispering around him and walked over to the Chen family, saying, "Uncle, aunt, third aunt, fourth uncle, fourth aunt, big brother, second brother," and he patted a few children on the head. "I'm leaving now." After saying that, he turned to lead his horse, preparing to mount. Aunt pulled him back. "Xiao Zheng, wait. Wanyata hasn't come yet." "She's not coming. She said so yesterday." The crowd reacted. Aunt insisted, You wait. I'll go call her. This girl is becoming more and more unreasonable." Nie Zheng got on his horse, and Aunt hurriedly turned to run back to the village. Just then, a young girl appeared on the main road of the village, wearing a yellow outfit, slender in figure, carrying a large package, and running out of breath. Aunt called out, "Xiao Zhen, where's your older sister?" Xiao Zhen ran over, shouting, "Brother-in-law, wait." Nie Zheng looked at her and then at the empty road behind her, feeling disappointed after spending so much money. The crowd turned to listen to her, whispering among themselves. As Xiao Zhen reached them, Aunt grabbed her and asked, "Where's your older sister?" Xiao Zhen replied, "She went to Half Mountain Bay." The crowd reacted. Xiao Zhen wiped the sweat from her forehead and handed the blue-black package on her back to Nie Zheng. "Brother-in-law, this is what my sister prepared for you. It has everything inside, including instructions on how to use it. You can check for yourself." She added, "Sister said she's not coming. She wants you to take care of yourself. Your life is important. She will wait for your news." Nie Zheng raised an eyebrow, took the package, and looked up at the hillside. There stood a woman in a light blue outfit, her head wrapped in a matching scarf, her features unclear, facing the village entrance. Nie Zheng waved his hand, and the horse neighed, turning around to face away from the village. He turned back to see the woman on the slope waving. Nie Zheng waved back, greeted Uncle Chen and the villagers, then urged his horse to move forward. The sound of hooves echoed as dust rose on the path, and the pair rode away. Chen Shaowan stood on the slope, thinking that this farewell meant they would part ways, with mountains and rivers between them, never to meet again. She felt grateful for the identity he gave her, allowing her to live freely from now on. She also thanked him for providing enough money for a comfortable life. No matter where he was, she wished him well, and if he returned, she would follow him. As she pondered, she noticed the galloping horse had stopped at the mountain's exit, and the rider was looking back at her. Chen Shaowan raised her hand to wave, and the departing figure waved back before turning to ride away. Watching the dust settle at the mountain's exit and the crowd at the village entrance disperse, she felt a mix of exhaustion, relief, and confusion. Her time here seemed to be coming to an end, leading to a new beginning. Where would she go next? Would she really retire? Looking back at the cleared land and the clear pond, Chen Shaowan realized this would be her new home, her place for the rest of her life. Her future was about making everything better. She no longer wanted the hectic 996 work schedule, the 007 lifestyle, or the irregular meals and sleepless nights. She wanted to live well, taking her time to enjoy life in the limited time she had left. With the sunrise, she would work and rest with the sunset, carrying her basket and small shovel, picking up scattered stones. A good life would start from this moment. At a small tea shop near the north gate of Qingping County, a man in black stood holding a large knife, waiting with two strong black horses. Beside him was another man dressed like a farmer, also holding two sturdy black horses with shiny coats and strong limbs. As the sound of hooves grew closer, the two men stretched their necks to look ahead. "They're coming," one said, and they hurried forward. A young man in gray rode up, half of his face covered by a mask, revealing only part of his features. He was tall and slender. A man recently jumped off his horse and clasped his hands, saying, "Uncle Zheng." The man in black also clasped his hands and replied, "Young master." The man in black asked, "Are we leaving now?" The young man replied, "Yes, we are leaving now." The man in black handed the reins to the young man. He then took the reins from a farmer-dressed man and said, "Xiaoji, you can go back now, and remember not to tell anyone." The man replied, "Yes, I understand." The young man transferred two bundles onto the black horse and handed two smaller bundles to the man in black, saying, "These are provisions." The man in black took them, weighed them in his hands, and hung them on the saddle. Both men mounted their horses, glanced back at the city gate of Qingping County, and galloped away. The farmer also led the old horse that the young man had ridden, walking slowly away. With Nie Zheng's departure, Chen Xiaowan's life became more regular, waking up to feed the chickens and pick vegetables. The chickens were well fed and had started laying eggs, but Chen Xiaowan didn't let them out of the cage yet. She would wait until they adjusted a bit more before letting them mingle with the other chickens. Then she would go to Uncle Chen and Auntie Chen's house to help prepare breakfast for the workers, and later go with Xiao Zhen to pick up the meat from the butcher, while the aunts went to the vegetable garden. Yes, her house was under construction, and today was the fourth day. All the Chen family members who could go to the construction site were there. Those who couldn't had other tasks, like her older brothers, who had started building her bed. Her third uncle was going to the county tomorrow to check on the kiln to see if they could make a toilet. The underground pipes that Chen Xiaowan wanted had been delivered the day before by Master Wang and his team, which surprised the villagers. The village chief was also paying attention to this matter and had been visiting the site frequently, which made Nie Zheng sigh that his father was quite clever. As a result, he received 2 scoldings from the village chief. Her uncles and Master Wang, along with Nie Zheng, were making more detailed plans and adjustments based on the blueprints. Who said ancient people had limited knowledge and insight. Chen Xiaowan felt like giving them a pat on the back. After her drawings reached Master Chen, they had turned into 4 sheets. One was her floor plan, another was the building plan with underground pipes and flues, a third was a bird's eye view, and the fourth was a roof structure plan. After looking at them, Chen Xiaowan sighed. This was true expertise. She realized she was just getting started while others had already completed everything. Now the 4 of them understand the layout, arrangements, details, and what to do much better than she does. Chen Xiaowan thought that they could easily form an ancient-style construction company. Master Wang understands design and engineering. Nie Zheng can manage construction, her uncle can handle carpentry, her 4th uncle can take care of landscaping, and her 3rd uncle can provide various pottery and bathing supplies. Unknowingly, this could also be a way to make money. Chen Xiaowan admired this and didn't remind them that some things should be discovered naturally to fit into the flow of this era. She doesn't need to be a pioneer or a practitioner. She is just an ordinary person who accidentally thought of an idea and wants to take it easy. If an ordinary person doesn't worry about money and livelihood, then they are truly happy. Chen Xiaowan found peace in this. She just needed to focus on what she was doing at the moment. Like now, this is the 4th time she has made braised meat. The first time, her family ate it, and she sent some to Dr. Yu and Butcher Chen. The second time, Nie Zheng took some away, and her aunt decided to give some to good families in the village. The third time, Butcher Chen sent over another batch. They ate part of it and gave some away. Now, for the fourth time, Butcher Chen no longer gives it for free. Instead, he charges 10 coins for a batch that includes offal and pig's blood, promising to return with a bowl of mixed offal. Chen Xiaowan scooped up the hot braised meat and took it to her uncle's house, where her aunt and third aunt had already cooked porridge, steamed buns, and prepared cold dishes. The fourth aunt took it and immediately started cutting the meat. Since they started having braised meat, the Chen family's meals have never been lacking. Every meal now has meat and vegetables. Uncle Chen said he hadn't eaten like this in decades. If Chen Xiaowan had shown her skills earlier, her grandparents could enjoy a good life too. As soon as this was said, Uncle Chen stopped him, and Chen Xiaowan just smiled, not minding. Earlier, she hadn't come here. She wouldn't have been able to do all this. The workers started breakfast at the hour of Chen, but they had already begun work earlier. Originally, they didn't start this early, but the Chen family provides good meals, 3 meals a day, and the workers all live in the village. The men were idle, so they got up and tidied up. If breakfast wasn't ready, they went straight to the construction site. It was easy to call them back for a meal since it was just a short walk. Chen Xiaowan and Master Wang discussed it and decided to add 2 more coins to their daily pay. This made the workers even happier. Even the large stone that the Chen family didn't move has been taken away. Chen Xiaowan can only sigh that people today are really simple and don't know how to take it easy. But what she doesn't know is that it's not easy for these men to find odd jobs in their spare time. Now, Master Wang, Nie Zheng, and the occasionally visiting village chief are all here, and they need to perform well. If they do, they might get some work in the future, which is an extra income. In the countryside, everything is about being frugal and smart with details. Today is the first time the workers are eating offal, and they look at the meat in the bowl in disbelief. They can't believe that pig offal can taste good, and they don't know where to start with their chopsticks. The meat is not cut very neatly, and Aunt C didn't arrange it nicely, so it doesn't look very appealing. Chen Xiaowan didn't correct her. Being natural is the best attitude. There are many stories about the trouble that comes from showing off. Besides, the rougher it is, the less curious people will be. Chen Shihua didn't hesitate to grab a piece with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and chewed. It tasted salty and fragrant, with a bit of chewiness and a slight spiciness. It was delicious, and after taking a sip of porridge, he looked very satisfied. Is it good? Yes, it's good. Everyone's chopsticks started moving quickly, and the meat, porridge, and vegetables in the bowl disappeared fast. Master Wang was also very surprised by how good it was and unintentionally ate a few more bites. He thought it would be even better with a few cups of wine. As he was leaving, he took a special look at the busy women. The workers were strong men who ate quickly, finishing everything in no time. Each person had 2 steamed buns, porridge, and some vegetables, just enough to fill their stomachs. Farmers are already very satisfied if they can eat enough and stay warm. As ordinary people at the bottom of society, their needs are really not much. Especially in this time when education is not widespread, there aren't many spiritual needs. They are busy just making sure the whole family has 3 meals a day. Chen Xiaowan didn't feel it was right or wrong. After all, she is only moving around this small mountain village and has only been to the town once. Any greater sense of fulfillment comes from a distant time. Here, she feels just as poor. She remains calm because she has seen prosperity. She is at peace because she has witnessed so much that is extraordinary, which makes her appreciate the current tranquility. Great buildings rise from the ground, and one can see the feasts and celebrations, but also see them collapse. The debates about right and wrong are just topics for casual conversation. Some feel sorry for him, some think it's unfair, and a few are pleased. But it doesn't really matter. As they were cleaning the dishes, Xiaojin came to help. They originally planned to wash them by the river, but Chen Xiaowan refused to use water that had been contaminated downstream. She insisted on washing the dishes at home and then using the water to water the vegetable garden, while giving the scraps to the chickens. This annoyed Chindage and Chenurge, who had to carry extra buckets of water every day while rolling their eyes at her. Chen Xiaowan argued, "Would you prefer we bring back the water we just washed the dishes in for you to drink?" Chindage called her too picky. Chun Urge thought it was unacceptable too, especially since the river at the village entrance didn't flow very fast. The water they brought back was likely to be, so they had to obediently fetch water instead. Chun Daeja's protests were in vain. While Chun Shaoan was being particular, the outside world gave Chun Daej and Chun Urge a harsh lesson. As the two of them were fetching water, before they could fill a bucket, they saw a thin man upstream, wearing tattered clothes, with messy hair and a noticeable scar on his face, washing his feet in the river. Chun Urge immediately thought of what Chun Shaoan said about washing dishes. He shouted angrily, "Wan Lizi, what are you doing? Who told you to wash your feet here? Don't you know everyone in the village comes here to fetch drinking water?" Wan Lizi was startled by the shout and looked up to see the Chun brothers. He replied casually, "Chun Urge, what's the fuss? It's just washing my feet. In hot weather, people bathe in the river too. They still fetch water to drink and no one complains." Hearing this made Chun Urge even more disgusted. He had bathed there in hot weather too and said, "You're not allowed to wash your feet or bathe in this river anymore. If it gets dirty, how can we drink the water?" Wang Lizi shot him a sideways glance and said, "Is this river yours? You can't decide what I do." Chun Urge was about to retort when Chun Daej pulled him back, saying, "Urge, don't argue with him. We can't use this water now. Let's go upstream to fetch some. We need water at home." Frustrated, Chun Urge banged his shoulder pole and followed Chun Daej, both of them finding a spot upstream to fill their buckets. Wang Lizi watched them leave, spat, ruffled his messy hair, put on his shoes, and walked away, mumbling to himself. Seeing this made Chun Urge even angrier, and he grabbed his pole to chase after him, but Chun Daej held him back, saying, "Urge, it's not worth it." The story begins with Wang Lizi, who is not from the same background as the old Chun family. His ancestors were also disaster victims, but they were not from the same line as Chen's grandfather. They were sent by the government. It is said that he came from a wealthy merchant family but faced bad luck and could not survive the chaos, leaving behind a widow and her son. They ended up in Lianshan village, where the government placed them, and they had some money. However, the two were used to a comfortable life, and once they settled, they lost their will to work hard. The widow, wanting to secure her son's future, arranged for him to marry a child bride before the chaos fully settled. From then on, all the household chores fell to this bride. She was worked so hard that she became thin and weak. Finally, when she turned 16, they rushed to consummate the marriage, hoping to have children. The young girl, already frail and overworked, was not favored by her husband. After the marriage, he rarely returned home, spending his time in town and at places of ill repute. When he did come back, it was either to shout, to argue, or to ask for money. After 2 years, the child bride finally became pregnant, and the widow was overjoyed. She took great care of her, stopped working, and insisted on good food, believing that better days were ahead. However, that was not the case. 10 months later, when the baby was born, the widow took the child away, allowing the bride only to nurse it and not to care for it otherwise. The workload returned to the bride, which only increased because her husband had started gambling. Wang Lizi grew up amidst his grandmother's affection, his father's anger, and his mother's struggles and hunger. One day, when the debt collectors came to their home, the widow decided to sell the child bride to pay off the debts. Wang Lizi could not bear it and shouted frantically, refusing to let them sell his mother. The widow pretended to agree but secretly signed a contract to sell her. The child bride, knowing what was happening, did not cry or complain. She comforted Wang Lizi to sleep, then went to the kitchen to prepare one last meal for the widow. She even knelt and bowed 3 times, promising to be obedient as long as her son was safe. The widow, thinking the bride was too soft and not being cautious, did not suspect anything. The next day, when the buyer came with people, they found 3 bodies in the living room and Wang Lizi unconscious. Seeing the situation, the buyer panicked and ran away. The debt collectors, realizing there was a death, also left, fearing trouble, especially since the only child was still unconscious. The village chief reported to the authorities, and after an investigation, It was concluded that all three had died from poisoning, with evidence found in the meal. All evidence pointed to the child bride, who was already dead. The authorities instructed the village chief to handle the matter himself and left with their people. The village chief had no choice but to arrange the funerals for the three people. After Wang Lizi woke up, he was both mad and crying. He sat by the grave all night and then followed in his father's footsteps. That year, Wang Lizi was 14 years old. He didn't often return to this village. When he did come back, it was just to rest in his room before leaving again. In the early years after the incident, the village chief and many villagers tried to persuade him, including his grandfather and great-grandfather. But he wouldn't listen. He wandered outside, and the villagers saw him begging in the county, sleeping in bridges, and getting beaten. Despite their attempts to help, he continued to live his own way. Eventually, the villagers noticed he wasn't causing trouble for anyone in the village, so they stopped trying to persuade him and just sighed. The children growing up in the village weren't afraid of him and knew who he was. Today, for some reason, he returned. His brother was carrying water and chatting as they walked back. Suddenly, Chen Urge said, "Big brother, where do you think Mom and Xiao Wan washed the pig intestines?" Chen Dage stumbled, almost dropping both himself and the bucket. He managed to steady himself and looked at the half-full bucket of water, saying to Chen Urge, "No way." Chen Dage continued, "Xiao Wan definitely wouldn't do it. She won't even wash the dishes." Chen Urge replied, "But Mom." Chen Dage said, "That water is from a flowing source. It should be fine." After a moment, he added, "Air. Why don't you ask her later? Next time, we can get water from a different place." Chen Urge felt a wave of nausea and asked, "Can we ask Dad if we can dig a well?" The two brothers exchanged glances. They returned home with the water buckets, set them down without pouring them into the tub, showing how uneasy they felt. Chen Urge plopped down in front of Chen Xiaowan and asked, "Xiaowan, where do you wash the pig intestines?" Chen Xiaowan looked at him and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Chen Urge repeated, "Mom, where do you wash the pig intestines?" Andy didn't think much and replied, "In the river." Chen Urge jumped up, "At the place where we usually get water." Zhang Shi looked up and sensed something was off. "What's going on?" Chen Urge anxiously turned in circles, unsure of what to say, and looked at Chen Dage. Chen Xiaowan laughed and said, "Big brother, what's wrong with Urge?" Chen Dage glanced at her, realizing all the questions stemmed from her, and then explained the situation, starting from Chen Xiaowan's dishwater to Wang Lizi's foot bath water, and then to everyone's bathing water in the hot weather. After the first person finished speaking, everyone was stunned. How could such a simple thing not have occurred to anyone? Chen Xiaowan laughed and said, "Don't worry, big brother. I'll fetch water from the lower stream, near the reeds where there are fewer people." Auntie added, "I also get water from the reeds. It's just that we don't want anyone to see us." Big brother Chen looked at the water bucket and said, "So this water." Chen Xiaowan stood up, picked up the bucket, and poured it directly into the tub, saying, "The water from upstream is fine. We need to give these kids some sense of security, otherwise, life will be hard."
Who knows what might happen upstream?
She continued, "But from now on, we need to boil the water before drinking it. We can't drink it raw anymore. Who knows what's in it, like bugs and such." Xiaowan stopped talking about that, someone said. The more they talked, the more uncomfortable it became. The people present looked confused and clearly didn't believe or were disturbed by it. Auntie called out, "Eldest and second, go fetch water." "What time is it?" She added, "Go upstream and find a clean spot." Everyone laughed. The brothers' water-fetching routine continued despite the discomfort. They still did it every day. After all, this was not a problem that could be solved immediately. The only change in the Chen household was that the water now required more firewood to boil before drinking. Chen Xiaowan even sprinkled some wild chrysanthemum flowers into the water to help detoxify it. It was very necessary for the workers doing hard labor in the sun, and they drank the same water. The wild chrysanthemums were not bought. They were picked by Xiaojin and a few friends in the fields. There weren't many, and they didn't separate the flowers that hadn't bloomed. They just gathered them all together. Chen Xiaowan discovered them while organizing the kitchen and asked Xiaozhen about it. Xiaozhen was puzzled for a while before remembering that she had planned to collect more to sell, but it never happened. Chen Xiaowan didn't hesitate to boil a bowl for herself first. In May, the weather wasn't extremely hot, but with several women in the kitchen, the steam made it feel warm. The men were working under the sun, so it was natural to feel hot. When the water was delivered to the worksite, Master Wang and Brother Dashing praised and thanked her, saying it was very thoughtful. The workers also mentioned they had never encountered such considerate hosts before. Usually, they only received extra rewards after the work was completed. Now, they had good food, comfortable living, and fair pay, and even the water was prepared with chrysanthemum tea. Uncle Chen kept expressing his gratitude, but Chen Xiaowan felt something was off. It seemed like many people were missing. Uncle Chen pulled her aside and said, "Your uncle has gone into the mountains with some people. They cut a main beam and are bringing it back today. Your house has a large area, but mainly because the courtyard walls are big. The house itself is fine. As long as the bricks and tiles are moved, it will be ready quickly." Chen Xiaowan felt confused. She wondered if the beams and tiles had arrived. She looked around and saw some long, round pieces of wood stacked in a corner. Chen Xiaowan pointed at the wood and asked, "Uncle, where did this come from?" Uncle Chen chuckled and replied, "Your uncle got it. Xiao Zheng arranged some before he left. He added, 'Don't worry, everything is taken care of for you.'" Chen Xiaowan said, "Thank you, uncle." Uncle Chen replied, "No need to thank me. We are family, and you've paid for it." Chen Xiaowan smiled with red eyes. If it weren't for these people, it would have been very hard for her, even as a soul from another world, to settle down here. She felt very lucky. She wasn't given a bunch of difficult problems or difficult family members. Everything was just fine for her. At Uncle Chen's urging, Chen Xiaowan and Aunt Si went down the mountain to prepare lunch. Uncle Chen specifically asked for braised pork rice. Chen Xiaowan decided to put effort into the meal. If it turned out well, it would be her way of repaying them. She also went to check on the dozen or so yam vines, which were a vibrant green. As she was looking around, she saw a snake coiled up inside, sleeping. She was so scared that she took 4 or 5 steps back and then ran all the way back to the construction site. She decided that she needed to plant more snake-repelling herbs around the yard. It was too frightening. Uncle Chen turned around and saw she hadn't gone back. "Xiaowan, why aren't you returning?" Noticing her pale face, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you sick?" Chen Xiaowan pointed toward the yam area and said, "There's a snake." Uncle Chen was taken aback. "You should go back. Don't wander around." A strong man nearby heard their conversation and said to Chen Xiaowan, "Niece, go home first. We'll catch the snake." He called over a coworker and headed toward the yam field. Chen Xiaowan wanted to shout that the snake was poisonous, and what if someone got bitten? There was no anti-venom here, and no one could help. She opened her mouth but saw that no one, including Uncle Chen, seemed to care. She turned to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen said, "Don't be afraid. It's fine." Chen Xiaowan asked, "What if it's a poisonous snake and someone gets bitten?" Uncle Chen thought for a moment and shouted, "Be careful. Snakes can be poisonous." The man replied, "No worries. I come from a family of snake catchers." Chen Xiaowan was surprised. It wasn't her house that was being built, so how could there be a family known for catching snakes? She turned to look at the busy construction site and wondered if her house was safe. Just then, 2 men returned. One strong man carrying a red and black striped snake. He laughed and said, "Brother Chen, it's a good catch." Uncle Chen Si replied, "That means we can make some good wine." The strong man added, "Here, Brother Chen, this is for you." Chen Xiaowan quickly interjected, "No, that's a venomous snake. It's very dangerous." Uncle Chen Si glanced at her and told the man, "I don't want it. Just take it down this road, turn into the 5th house in the middle of the village. That's Dr. Yu's house.
See if he will take it."
The strong man hesitated. "Is that okay?" "Brother Chen, you caught it while working at your house. It should belong to you." Uncle Chen Si waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. Just be careful not to get bitten." Chen Xiaowan watched as the man walked away. holding the snake toward Dr. Yu's house, feeling quite shocked. She said to Uncle Chen-si, "Uncle, is it really safe to carry it like that?" Before he could respond, a tall, thin man who had also been catching snakes said, "It's fine. His family has been catching snakes for generations." Chen Xiaowan asked, "Then why is he working here?" The tall man replied, "Catching snakes means going into the old forest every day, which is dangerous. His mother and wife don't let him do it anymore, so he came to work here instead." Chen Xiaowan remained silent. Uncle Chen-si gave her a sideways glance and said, "If you don't go down now, I might not have lunch." Chen Xiaowan looked at the sun, gasped, and ran down the mountain. Uncle Chen-si would still have food, but Auntie and third aunt would notice she was gone and would cook without her. She didn't know what they would make, but it was certain it wouldn't be the braised pork rice Uncle Chen-si wanted. Sure enough, when she arrived, the dishes were already being cooked and the meat was stewing. She glanced at it and realized it was beyond saving. "Oh well, maybe tomorrow." Aunt Chen looked at her and asked, "Xiaowan, what's wrong? Did something go wrong with the cooking?" Chen Xiaowan shook her head no. She didn't dare say that the older women in the family had started complaining about her wasting food. If she mentioned that Uncle Chen-si wanted something specific, he would probably get criticized too. She looked at Auntie kneading dough and asked, "Auntie, what are you making? Can I help?" Auntie relaxed her hands and said, "No need for you. Go help Xiaojin with the vegetables." Chen Xiaowan, "Oh." Aunt and a few others exchanged smiles, feeling pleased that they had gotten ahead of her today. Otherwise, who knows what she would have made. It wasn't that her food was bad, but it felt wasteful with the way she tossed ingredients into the pot without care. In a farming household, there weren't many fancy practices. Besides, with so many people around, having one person known for cooking meat was enough. There was no need for more. Time passed day by day. Uncle Chen no longer went up the mountain. He was busy preparing beams and columns for the house at the construction site, needing quite a lot. Chen De and Chen Er helped her build a bed and 2 cabinets before joining the construction site to assist with the beams, along with Uncle Si. Once the bricks and tiles arrived, the house could be built quickly, so they focused on the construction site first. Master Wang traveled back and forth between the brick kiln and the construction site, working diligently. After all, the amount of bricks needed for Chen Xiaowan's yard was enormous, not only for the house but also for paving the entire front yard and half of the backyard, which couldn't all be brought back at once. Master Wang also worked closely with Uncle and Brother Dashing to test a firewall, just to see if the smoke channel would work. Chen Xiaowan pretended to check it out, asked a few naive questions, and made a couple of minor requests before leaving. Thanks to good fortune, construction in the yard had not been interrupted by rain so far. However, it was time for the crops in the fields to be watered and fertilized, so fewer workers were available as they took turns going home to tend to their farming tasks. The speed of building slowed down, not intentionally but due to the many requirements. The workers were inexperienced and hesitant to take risks, and the materials were not all available yet. Uncle Chen had been at the county's porcelain kiln for 10 days, returning only once to discuss with Chen Xiaowan. The items produced were too fragile. When Uncle Chen struck one with an axe, it shattered completely. Chen Xiaowan was speechless and reminded him that as long as they were durable and could bear weight, it was fine. Who would go around smashing them anyway? With fewer people eating now, Chen Xiaowan had some free time to experiment in the kitchen with Xiao Zhen and Xiao Qi, trying different dishes under the guise of practice. Since she had time, she enjoyed it, even if not every attempt was successful. Eventually, she was chased out of the kitchen by Aunt, but the younger ones were increasingly drawn to her, following her around since the eldest sister was so entertaining. The villagers of Lianshan also came to know that Chen Xiaowan was now seen as a playful and extravagant person. Braised meat and offal were no longer made by Chen Xiaowan. More than one villager had approached Dr. Yu, wanting to buy the same braised meat seasoning from her, which made Dr. Yu furrow his brows and worry. Although he could identify a few herbs, he was unsure about the quantities. Dr. Yu went to find Chen Xiaowan, while Auntie and Aunt San were so upset that they wanted to confront her. Chen Xiaowan smiled and stopped them, saying Dr. Yu could continue selling medicine without worry. Dr. Yu, confused, asked her if she was just giving away the recipe. Qin Shaowan replied, Uncle Yu, you know the herbs, but do you know the exact amounts for each time? How long to cook it, and when to get the best flavor? Let them figure it out. Dr. Yu realized she had a point and decided to go back to selling medicine as usual, letting them choose their own quantities and herbs, since he wasn't a chef. After some trouble, the lady from that family spent the whole day complaining in her yard. Qin Shaowan didn't even look up. She found it quite entertaining. The Chen family was busy at the construction site and didn't have time to pay attention, but Aunt Yu from Dr. Yu's family came over to complain, saying that in the future, they shouldn't come to her family for help with sickness or health issues. She was frustrated that they couldn't even figure out what they needed and accused them of trying to steal Qin Shaowan's secret recipe. This put an end to some villagers' thoughts about the seasoning. However, Qin Yaozu, the second son of the butcher's family, came by to tell her that their offal was still being ordered every day, sometimes from the same family and sometimes from different ones. The price had risen from 10 coins to 20 coins. Qin Shaowan understood and gave the little guy 2 boiled eggs to take and play with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. She was discussing with Xiao Zhen whether to take a few kids to the small mountain to see what fruits were there when Annie and Aunt Si walked in, overhearing them. Auntie shouted, Qin Shaowan, if you try to stir things up again, and you too, Qin Xiaozhen and Qin Xiaoqi, you're not allowed to follow your sister and cause trouble. If you're idle, go back and help with the clothes and vegetables. Hearing this tone, Qin Shaowan realized her plan had failed. She had upset Auntie quite a bit lately, mainly over food, as Annie claimed she had wasted their family's resources for the entire year. Looking at the sky, Qin Shaowan thought, fine. She would behave for a few days and not upset Auntie anymore. Otherwise, she feared she would be forced to drink herbal water, as Auntie had already been complaining to Aunts San and Si, wondering if Qin Shaowan was possessed since she was so restless. They suggested taking her to the temple to pray or to seek help from the fairy. Qin Shaowan leaned in to ask about the temple and the spirit there, leaving her aunt speechless and her other aunt laughing for a long time. Qin Shaowan pouted, thinking she had to ask. She was genuinely scared. After all, in the rules of crossing over, there must be wise people who can understand the unseen and foresee the future. She complained about this situation. Little did she know, miles away in a mountain hollow, someone had not yet reached their destination and was hiding from the fierce winds. They had been sheltering there for 3 days, with the sandstorm showing no signs of stopping. They had ventured out several times, only to be forced back. A young man brushed the sand off his head and took out the last pack of beef jerky from his bag, putting a piece in his mouth to chew. A man in black quickly snatched a piece from him and chewed it while saying, "This is great. This beef jerky is really tasty." The young man replied, "Save some for later. It's the last pack." Hearing this, the man in black felt frustrated. Their journey had gone smoothly until they passed by Wulianggang, where they encountered a group of robbers. The robbers weren't very skilled. They just had numbers. They didn't take much, just 1 pack of their food. After scattering them, they didn't chase because it wasn't worth it. As a result, they found themselves stuck here without encountering any villages. The man in black said, "You are smart to carry the jerky on you. Otherwise, if it got stolen, we'd have nothing to eat." The young man didn't respond. His thoughts drifted. He didn't think he was clever. He just felt that their last connection was probably this pack of jerky. It was indeed delicious. If Uncle Zheng hadn't eaten so much earlier and they hadn't brought extra food, they would have run out before reaching their camp. "Need 10 pounds of meat. Can I buy some more after the villagers finish buying?" Li Yunjin recalled how Qin Shaowan had looked back then. He hadn't realized the beef was meant for him. Besides the meal they had that night, the remaining 10 pounds were still in the pack. If he had known, he would have bought more. He remembered that day when they stopped on the road and opened the pack to find it filled with oil paper bags. The bags had somewhat messy handwriting labeling them as beef jerky, cumin flavor, beef jerky, mustard flavor, and 2 packs of marinated rabbit legs, along with some marinated offal. Everything was cut and seasoned, and there were also some dried marinated meat. Inside, there were also 2 sets of new clothes, stitched by Qin Shaowan, which looked like they had been finished a long time ago. He couldn't recall when she had made them. Additionally, there were some mosquito repellent packets and 50 taels of silver, along with a 50-tael banknote, which was quite generous. Uncle Chen's package contained 2 pairs of shoes, some dry food, and 20 taels of silver, which should belong to the 3 families and was likely all their savings. They really cared. Dr. Yu's package only had some medicine, while Chen Shizhang's package contained just a few dry pancakes, which they could chew on when they missed their lodging. Li Yunjing thought that Chen Shaowan probably wouldn't wait for his news any longer. Along the way, Nie Zheng's footprints had been completely cleared away by them. Now he was Li Yunjing. There was no Nie Zheng on the northwest battlefield. Chen Shaowan had been well-behaved for several days, feeding the chickens, cooking, going to the butcher's for meat, and wandering around the construction site, which took up her whole day. She added several leaves to the flower patterns that Xiao Zhan had embroidered, making Xiao Zhan's eyes light up as she begged her to draw some designs. Chen Shaowan refused, not wanting to do it. Instead, she picked a few wildflowers and foxtails by the roadside and asked Xiao Zhan if she could embroider them, which delighted Xiao Qi and Xiao Jing, leaving Xiao Zhan speechless. The twin girls, Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ya, had also been following her around lately. As an adult, she was taking care of several little kids happily moving around the yard. Sometimes, Xiao Jing and Xiao Jinger would follow behind. Auntie Chin felt dizzy watching them. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. She hesitated to scold them, as she couldn't bear to. With the child alone, she felt it was best to keep an eye on her. At noon, Chen Shaowan counted the time on her fingers and discussed with Master Wang and Uncle about whether to settle the wages. To her surprise, both said it wasn't necessary. They had agreed not to pay in advance, and they still had money left to use. Chen Shaowan took their advice. Everyone in the house was resting quietly when suddenly a loud cry came from outside, startling the people who were sleeping awake. Uncle Chen was the first to rush out, looking in the direction of the cries. Chen Ge and Chen Er also came out, rubbing their sleepy eyes, while Chen Shaowan hurriedly counted the children in the house. Uncle Chen turned back to the people inside and said, "You all stay here, I'll go take a look." Chen Ge and Chen Er exchanged glances and followed him. Chen Shaowan counted again and realized something was wrong. She exclaimed, "Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu are not at home." Auntie Chen and Aunt Chen Si, upon hearing this, became anxious and said, "Shaowan, you stay here. We will go check." Chen Shaowan thought something was off. Although Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were a bit mischievous, they were obedient and usually rested at home during noon. This situation felt wrong, and she needed to go see for herself. Chen Shaowan turned to Xiao Qi and Xiao Jing and said, "You all stay at home with the little ones. There's no need to go anywhere. Your mother will be back soon." Chen Shaowan then pulled Xiao Zhen and started to leave, causing Xiao Jing to cry out, "Sister, I want to go too," which made Xiao Qi cover her mouth. The crying outside grew louder. Chen Shaowan pulled Xiao Zhen and ran towards the sound, seeing a crowd gathered at Dr. Yu's house. Something serious had happened. She also noticed the village head rushing over to Dr. Yu's house. She hurriedly ran a few steps and asked, "Village head, what happened?" The village head stopped and said, "At Gondania's house, some kids from Qin Wenliang's family fell into the river and drowned." "Shaowan, it's not your family's business, you should go back." Chen Shaowan paused, thinking about Xiaowu and Xiaolu. These kids were about the same age, they might be involved. She quickly pulled Chen Xiaozhen and squeezed into the crowd. Inside, she saw 4 children around 10 years old lying on the ground, surrounded by many adults who were crying loudly. Dr. Yu stood there, looking very grim, while a young woman was kneeling beside him, bowing her head in distress. Turning her head, she saw Xiaowu and Xiaolu standing wet behind Uncle Chen and brothers Chen, with Wang Lizi beside Chen Urge, also soaked and dripping water, with some weeds in his messy hair. Auntie Chen and Aunt Chen Si stood close to the 2 kids, watching the scene with sorrowful expressions. Chen Shaowan wanted to go over as well. As she scanned the area, she noticed the child on the far left slightly moved their pinky finger, while the adult beside them was holding the child and crying. Without thinking, Chen Shaowan quickly let go of Chen Xiaozhen's hand and rushed over, pushing past the adults to place the child on the ground. She tilted the child's head to the side and checked their mouth and nose for any obstructions. She unbuttoned the child's clothing, lifted their head, and opened their mouth to give artificial respiration. The child's adult tried to intervene, but Chen Urge quickly stopped them. Doctor Yu called out, Xiaowan, do you have a way to help? Chen Xiaowan didn't have time to answer and continued to breathe into the child. Hearing this, the crowd began to gather around. Brothers Chen and Uncle Chen quickly tried to keep people back, and Dr. Yu rushed over. After 2 breaths, Chen Xiaowan began to press on the child's chest, saying, Uncle Yu, I don't know, but you should try what I did. First, check the mouth and nose for anything. If there is something, you need to remove it quickly. Dr. Yu responded and hurried to another child lying nearby. The family stepped back, and Dr. Yu laid the child flat, opened their mouth, and checked their mouth and nose while asking how to proceed. Chen Xiaowan shouted, Open your mouth and blow twice to see if the chest rises. Chen Urge and Chen Dage exchanged glances, and Chen Dabo nodded. The 2 of them walked over to the other 2 children, while Si Shun held Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu close, gently patting them. Dabo's wife stood beside Chen Dabo. Chen Xiaowan called out again, press down in the center of the chest, a little deeper, about the depth of a child's fist. Be quick, do 30 compressions, then blow twice. Press down 30 more times, blow twice again, and then press down 30 times again. After repeating this twice, one of the children coughed and spat out some water. Chen Xiaowan relaxed her hands and exhaled. She had saved the child. The child's mother cried and tried to rush over, but Chen Xiaowan said, Don't rush, dress him properly, he mustn't get cold. Chen Xiaowan shouted, Everyone step back, don't crowd around. Someone stepped forward to help clear the crowd, and the onlookers quietly discussed the child who had been revived. The Chen family looked at Chen Xiaowan in surprise, their faces filled with joy. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled with hope, wanting to rush over, but were held back by Si Shun, as 3 others were still in danger. Chen Xiaowan watched Dr. Yu perform first aid, but there was no response. Sweat dripped down Dr. Yu's face. As Chen Xiaowan approached, Dr. Yu asked Xiaowan. Chen Xiaowan replied, Don't stop. Another gasp arose as the child under Chen Dage began to wake up, accompanied by sounds of vomiting. Chen Xiaowan shouted, Keep him warm, he mustn't get cold, and cries and murmurs filled the air. Chen Xiaowan took over for Dr. Yu, and Chen Dage switched with Chen Urge. As time passed, the other 2 children did not wake up. Chen Xiaowan, drenched in sweat and exhausted, sat on the ground. Aunt Zhang held her close and said to the child's family, I can't do anything more. It's been too long. Dr. Yu, feeling disappointed, checked the child's eyelids and said, The child has already passed. The mother cried out and begged, Please, save my child, please. Dr. Yu turned to Chen Dage, checked the child, and stopped the sweating Chen Dage. Looking at the child's eyelids and sighing, the child has also passed. The cries grew louder. Chen Xiaowan helped Aunt Zhang stand and said, I'm sorry. I can't do anything more. Please accept my condolences. The child's mother fainted upon hearing this. Chaos ensued. No matter what happened next, Chen Xiaowan was unaware. She was helped back by her aunt and Xiao Zhen, and on the way, they met her sisters-in-law rushing over. Chen Xiaowan told them that the younger ones were still at her uncle's house, and urged them to hurry back to check on them, saying there was no need to go to her uncle's place. She also told her aunt, I want to go home. Her aunt replied to Chen Xi's wife, Sister-in-law, please take Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu home first. Let them wash up and change clothes. I will be back soon. Her aunt and Xiao Zhen accompanied Chen Xiaowan home. They first asked Xiao Zhen to boil water. Seeing Chen Xiaowan's condition, she opened her mouth to speak several times but stopped. Then she told Xiao Zhen, Stay here with your sister. I will go back to check on things. Xiao Zhen nodded. Looking at Chen Xiaowan, she said, Sister, the water is hot. Do you want to wash up first? Chen Xiaowan lay in the tub, feeling weak. Xiao Zhen asked, Sister, what's wrong? Are you scared? Chen Xiaowan replied, I'm just a bit exhausted and have no strength. She was thinking about the 2 children and the woman who fainted. Chen Xiaowan recognized her as Chen Wenliang's sister-in-law, who had 2 daughters and a son. Life would likely be harder for them now. As for the other child, Chen Xiaowan didn't know whose family they belonged to. It was such a shame. She wondered if it was still early enough to save those 2 children, but she knew that was a paradox beyond her control. She said to Xiao Zhen, I plan to take a nap. Are you going to sleep too? Sure, I'll keep you company. But you have to get up first. You can't sleep in the tub, and your hair needs to be dried too. Chen Xiaowan reluctantly got up and took the dry cloth from Xiao Zhen to dry her hair. She asked Xiao Zhen, what do you think will happen about today's incident? Xiao Zhen replied, I don't know. There have been children who drowned before, but it wasn't this serious. It's been many years since anyone died. Then she asked sister, how do you know how to save people? Chen Xiaowan said, when I was younger, I followed my father and saw how others did it. After a moment, she added, I was curious and asked my father. He found someone to teach him, and then he taught me. Xiao Zhen admired her capable uncle and looked at her sister with envy, sighing that her sister had a tough life. Xiao Zhen asked sister, do you think Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu also? Chen Xiaowan replied, they should know what happened, and they definitely went into the water today. She added, next time, I will take care of them, and you must not stop me. Chen Xiaozhen. Chen Xiaowan tossed the cloth aside and wrapped her hair, saying, let's go, no more sleeping. We need to ask those 2 kids what happened. Chen Xiaozhen. When the 2 returned to Uncle Chen's house, it was quiet inside. Aunt Si was fanning the sleeping Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, keeping watch over them. Sister-in-law was with Xiao Qi and Xiao Jing, preparing vegetables, while the eldest sister was kneading dough. Xiao Jing sat on a chair, playing with Xiao Qing, who was tied to the chair. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ye were with Xiao Ba, entertaining 2 rabbits. Everyone else was out. When they saw the 2 return, Aunt Si made a shushing gesture and whispered, it's a big deal. The village elders have all gone. Chen Xiaowan pointed to the 2 sleeping, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu. Aunt Si shook her head and said, it's not their fault. They were trying to help. They were scared today, so let them sleep well first. We can talk to them later. Chen Xiaowan was pleased. Aunt Si really understood how to educate. She then said to Chen Xiaozhen, you should go get some rest too. Xiaozhen shook her head, I'll help in the kitchen. They still had meals to prepare for dozens of people. They were all being paid, so they couldn't slack off. Aunt Si continued to watch over the 2 kids. They needed adult supervision these days, especially after the recent incident. As the elders say, they were afraid their spirits were frightened. Everyone was busy with their tasks when Uncle Si returned and asked Aunt Si if something had happened in the village. He had been at the kiln with Master Wang and was not in the village. Aunt Si quietly told Uncle Si what had happened. He looked at the 2 kids on the bed, patted Aunt Si's arm, and said, you stay here and watch the kids. They shouldn't go outside for a few days. I'll go check things out. Aunt Si replied, I know. Come back early. The workers still need to be fed. Uncle Si said, I know. Then he hurried out. After Uncle Si left, Aunt San returned and went straight to the kitchen to help with the cooking. She told Chen Xiaowan, this time, I'm afraid the Gan family and the Chen Wenliang family will fall apart. Chen Xiaowan was surprised and asked, is it that serious? Aunt San replied, the ones who are gone are the 2nd son of the Gan family and the only son of the Chen family. Aunt San continued, 6 kids were playing by the water. 1 fell in, and the other 3 went to pull him out. 1 went to call for help, and another ran away. Luckily, Wang Lizi passed by, otherwise. Chen Xiaowan understood that if it weren't for Wang Lizi, the 2 kids they saved wouldn't have made it back either. Chen Xiaowan asked, what about Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu? Aunt Chen replied, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu weren't with those kids. They were with the older boys from Li Shuizhi's family, who heard the calls for help and went over to rescue people. The 2 younger ones didn't go into the water. It was 4 kids, Wang Lizi, and the 2 older boys from the Li family who went in to save them. The 2 younger ones helped carry 1 back, otherwise. Chen Xiaowan understood that with 4 kids and 1 adult, the 2 older boys couldn't carry everyone back, so the younger ones helped out. Thankfully, they didn't recklessly jump in to save anyone. Chen Shaoan said, "How did it get to the point where families are breaking apart?" Aunt Chen looked outside and said, "The one who ran away is the child of brother Wenliang, named Yinzi. The child you saved from Wenliang's family is named Shirtu. The one who couldn't be saved is the son of Wenliang's younger brother, named Taitu." She continued, "From the Gan family, the one lost is the younger son's child, named Ziming, who is studying in a nearby village. The one who is saved is the older son's child, named Zining, who is also studying. Usually, the two families' older women favor the eldest, so there's always tension. After this incident, the younger son from the Gan family has already suggested splitting the family, fearing that the other child might also be harmed by the eldest." Chen Shaoan looked at Aunt Chen, who saw that she didn't understand, and added, "It's what that boy from the Zhao family said." Chen Shaoan replied, "That boy from the Zhao family?" Aunt Chen lightly tapped her and said, "The one who called for help. It said that Zining from the Gan family fell in first, and Ziming went to pull him out, but Ziming got pulled in as well. The two kids from Wenliang's family went to help and got pulled in too." Chen Shaoan understood that when a person is drowning, they panic and instinctively grab onto anything nearby. The kids didn't know this. If they had handed over a bamboo pole or a rope, it might have been better. She thought she should teach the kids at home not to rush in to save people. Just then, her aunt returned, wandered around the kitchen, changed her clothes, and came back. Chen Shaoan looked at this strange behavior, confused, and turned to Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen said, "Did you forget? The kitchen is blessed by the kitchen god. If you're worried about bringing back something dirty, you should walk around the kitchen first before going back inside." She added quietly, "She must have gone to those two kids' homes." Chen Shaoan asked, "Aunt, you didn't go?" Aunt Chen replied, "I didn't go. I went to the Zhao family." Chen Shaoan, "How did you know their family was breaking apart?" Aunt Chen san, "I didn't go. Others did. Those who went came to Zhao's house to ask about it, and I just overheard." Chen Shaoan, "So that's how it is." It got dark, and the workers had finished their meals and went back to rest. The men from the Chen family returned, hungry, and everyone quickly brought out the dishes. Chen Shaoan stayed a bit longer out of curiosity about the outcome. Aunt San and Aunt Si were probably also anxious, waiting for news. Uncle Chen didn't keep them in suspense. This matter is quite serious. The elders from each family went. The Gan family and the Chen family agreed to split up. The households will not separate their labor for now. The eldest of the Gan family will pay the second son, and the third son of the Chen family 5 taels of silver each. He added, "After dinner, we still need to go. The two children haven't gone up the mountain yet." Chen Shaoan said, "Uncle, it was really the Gan family's children who were involved." Uncle Chen glanced at her and said, "That's what the Zhao boy said, and the Chen child named Yin also said the same. It must be true." Chen Shaoan. Chen Dage said, "This time, Wang Lizi did a great thing. Otherwise, not a single child would have been saved." It was the middle of the day, and everyone was resting at home. Chen Dage's wife said, "How could Wang Lizi be in the village? How could he go to the river to save people?" Chen Dage replied, "Wang Lizi said he had just returned to the village. When he reached the village entrance, he heard someone calling for help, so he went over. He saw 2 children struggling in the water, jumped in and rescued one. Before he could get back to shore, 2 boys from the Li family, along with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, arrived. The Li boys were good swimmers. They stayed on the shore with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu while they jumped in to save the others and called the Zhao boy to hurry and get the adults." Chen Erge added, "When they jumped in, they thought there was only 1 child, but then the Zhao boy shouted that there were 4 kids. They managed to rescue one and went back into the water with Wang Lizi to search for a while before finding the other 2. Chen Erge sighed, "I thought I had learned Xiaoan's method incorrectly. I thought those 2 children were lost in the water." Uncle Chen looked at Chen Shaoan. "Shaoan, tell us how you learned that method. It's worth noting that even Doctor you couldn't help at that time."
Chen Shaoan
Looked at Xiao Zhen, then paused, and slowly said, "When I was young in the capital, I saw it. Later, I asked my father, and he found someone to teach him. He came back and told me, and this is the first time I've used it. To the Qin family, her father was their Achilles heel. Many things were difficult to discuss when it came to him. How should I put it? Chen Zuan was once the hope of the entire Qin family. He was good at studying, handsome, smart, polite, hardworking, and also knew how to relax. At 16, he passed the first level of exams, and at 18, he became a scholar. He was supposed to continue his studies, but that year, Qin Xiaowan's mother and Xinyan reached the age for marriage, and her father wanted to find her a husband, but he was worried about who to choose. When Chen Zuan returned from school and saw his teacher troubled, he offered to help. Teacher and was reluctant to agree because his daughter, and Xinyan, was often ill and he feared for her future. He also worried about burdening his talented student, who he believed would surely succeed one day. However, he couldn't refuse his student, and his wife encouraged him. His daughter was willing, and with a bit of selfishness, he agreed. Thus, at 19, Chen Zuan did not take the county exam to marry, and at 20, Qin Xiaowan was born. When the next county exam came at 22, and Xinyan fell ill, and the family spent all their money on medicine. At 25, Chen Zuan took his wife and 5-year-old daughter to the city for her treatment, also preparing for the next county exam. For some unknown reason, he returned home with his wife and daughter before the exam, talked with his grandfather all night, and soon after, the family divided their lineage. Then, and Xinyan passed away, leaving Qin Zuan to care for Qin Xiaowan alone. Although they didn't split the household, many things were divided, like the money each branch earned, which no longer had to be fully contributed. Chen Zuan, once a bright young man, became increasingly silent, often sitting for an entire day. His grandfather sighed and worried, turning gray with stress. Later, he fell ill, and during those years, his grandfather spent all their savings on his treatment, leaving nothing for his younger brother to learn a trade. So, the eldest uncle became a carpenter, the third uncle learned to make bricks, and the fourth uncle could only do odd jobs. During the hardest times, they were nearly destitute. The eldest and second brothers of the Qin family didn't have a proper education, learning only a few characters alongside Qin Xiaowan, taught by her father. Back then, the eldest uncle and the fourth uncle dared not ask the sickly Qin Zuan what had happened, but instead inquired with the grandfather. Mr. Qin was silent for a long time and said, "Don't ask anymore. Those who don't know are not guilty. The second son is finished. You should treat one girl well in the future and not ask her about the city matters." Uncle Chen and Uncle Si were shocked and couldn't come to their senses for a long time. That night, the lights in Mr. Chen's room stayed on all night. The next day, he gathered his spirits and started to worry about Uncle Si's marriage with Grandma Chen. In this matter, Mr. Chen and Grandma Chen did not neglect Uncle Si. Before the engagement, Qin Xiaowan's father, despite being ill, went out for 3 days and returned with 200 taels of silver to give to the elders. This is also why the Qin family was not poor later on, and why Aunt Da, Aunt San, and Aunt Si did not blame Qin Xiaowan for treating them well. Otherwise, after Mr. Chen and Grandma Chen passed away, the Qin family would have been unable to cope. Even so, Uncle Da took several years to send Xiao Si to school. By the time the older generation had passed away, Uncle Da and the others still did not know what had happened to Qin Zuan in the city back then. Only Qin Xiaowan knew, but she was too young at the time. Uncle Si had also tried to find out, which led to Mr. Qin getting very angry. After that, no one dared to ask again. Some said that fifth uncle might know. Uncle Da later asked him, but fifth uncle didn't know either. He only said that the two brothers had made an agreement and didn't tell him the reason. Fifth old master still can't figure it out. Now that Qin Xiaowan said she learned it in the city, everyone had nothing to say. Uncle Da said, "Be careful in the future and don't act recklessly." Qin Xiaowan replied, "I didn't think much at the time. When I saw that child's finger move, I thought there was hope." Second brother Qin asked curiously, "Big sister, what else can you do? My second uncle has taught you so much, but I'm the same age as you, and he hasn't taught me anything." Qin Xiaowan seemed to recall and slowly said, "Actually, I can't remember clearly. Dad taught me a lot back then, but I remember some things and forget others." Some things I can remember when I see them. Uncle just sensed something was off and thought about Mr. Chen and his second brother back then, feeling uneasy. He said, "You don't need to think about it anymore. It's been so many years. Just focus on the present. The house is built. We can move in and wait for Xiao Zheng to come back." Chen Xiaowan was taken aback, but nodded. Uncle just saw that everyone had finished eating and said to Uncle C, "I'll take the eldest and the second. Your little one doesn't need to go, and take good care of Xiao Lu." He then told Aunt Da and the others, "You don't need to wait for us to come back tonight. You can sleep with Xiao Wu, and Xiao Zhen can keep your elder sister company." To Aunt Chen San, he said, "You should take the children home early and lock the doors and windows. Tomorrow, I will send someone to inform Lao San to come back for a visit." Aunt Chen San replied, "Elder brother, I understand. I will take good care of the children. Their father will come back when he is ready." Uncle Chen nodded and left with his people. Everyone went home, but that night felt different. The next day, when Chen Xiaowan and Chen Xiaozhen arrived at Uncle Chen's house, many people had already gathered there. Village Chief Yu, Dr. Chen Dasheng, Uncle Chen, and Brother Chen Er were all present. Shadows moved in the kitchen, and Chen Xiaowan felt relieved. When the village chief saw Chen Xiaowan enter, he greeted her, "Xiaowan." He then pointed to a well-built man in brown clothes with dark skin and kind eyes, saying, "This is Xiaowan, the only daughter of the Chen family's second son. She taught the method of saving people." Chen Xiaowan. The village chief continued, "This is Chen Er, Chen Wenliang. The child you saved yesterday is from his family." Chen Xiaowan thought, the story from yesterday was over. Why is there more today? Before she could gather her thoughts, the man knelt down and bowed 3 times. Chen Xiaowan was startled and quickly jumped aside, leaving the man and the people around him stunned. Chen Xiaowan awkwardly said, "This gentleman."
Onkel Chen reminded her, "Brother Chen."
Chen Xiaowan waved her hand. "Brother Chen Er, please get up. There's no need for such formalities. It was just a small effort." Chen Wenliang bowed again, and this time, Chen Xiaowan couldn't move away in time. He stood up and clasped his hands, saying, "Sister from the Chen family, your small effort saved my whole family. If my son sure to." Chen Wenliang's eyes turned red, and he choked up, unable to continue, then bowed again. Chen Xiaowan thought, "Is this going to go on forever?" Chen Wenliang said, "If sister from the Chen family ever needs anything, please feel free to ask me. I may not have many skills, but I have strength." He then turned to Uncle Chen, saying, "Uncle Chen, if you need anything, please let me know, and I will do my best." Uncle Chen replied, "No need for that. You just separated from your family. Focus on living well." Chen Wenliang said, "Thank you, Uncle Chen." He then looked at Chen Xiaowan and said, "My wife and Shirdu still can't get out of bed. Once they recover, I will bring them to bow to you and thank you for saving their lives." Chen Xiaowan hurriedly said, No, that's not necessary." Chen Xiaowan pointed to the crowd and asked, "Who are these people?" Uncle Chen and Dr. Yu exchanged glances, and Dr. Yu said, "They are the family of the 3rd daughter-in-law of the Chen family. They came to ask if saving Taitu first would have made a difference in his survival." Chen Xiaowan understood their concern. When it comes to saving lives, time is crucial. Under the same conditions, the one who is saved first has a better chance of survival. She turned her head and saw a woman in her 50s, with gray hair, kneeling and tearfully saying, "Please don't worry, I am not unreasonable, but my daughter Xinghua is now."
Sobi.
Wiping her tears, they flowed down like water. She used her sleeves to dry her face, and soon both sleeves were soaked. Chen Xiaowan thought this was what they meant by tears soaking clothes. Feeling sympathetic, she stepped forward to help the woman up and said, "Auntie, feel free to ask what you want. I will answer you honestly." The woman held back her tears and asked, "I want to know, is it true that my grandson had no chance of being saved yesterday?" Chen Xiaowan paused for a moment but eventually said, "Annie, to be honest, I had never used that method before yesterday, so I don't know if it would have worked." The woman was surprised and asked, "But yesterday?"
You.
Chen Xiaowan replied, "Annie, the fact that anyone survived was unexpected. I only thought to help when I saw that little boy, sure to, move his fingers. The boy sure to was still alive at that time. The woman responded, alive. Chen Shaowan confirmed, yes, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to try to save him. The woman cried, oh, my Taitu, my treasure. A man in black, around 30 years old, said, Mom, the village chief and the boy said that Taitu sank in the water first. The woman cried, oh, my son. Taitu, my Xinghua, what will happen to her? The man replied, Mom, let's get up first. We need to go see Xinghua. He helped the woman and the others to stand and walked out, bowing slightly to the others. Chen Shaowan felt a deep sadness. A child represents the hope of many, and just like that, he was gone. Crossing over, Uncle Chen was preparing to go to the kitchen to help. Dr. Yu stopped her and said, Shaowan, what was that method you used to save someone yesterday? Chen Shaowan replied helplessly, Uncle Yu, my uncle must have told you. I only remembered it when I saw that child's finger move. In the past, when I saw people saving others in the capital, I was very curious and asked my father. He invited someone to teach him, and then he taught me. However, I rarely went out before and had never seen anyone drowning, so I didn't think of it. Dr. Yu asked, so, Shaowan, can you teach this method to others? Chen Shaowan shook her head and said casually, the method of saving people is meant to be shared. Why not? Feel free to teach it. She added, this method isn't mine. When that person taught my father, he didn't refuse either. The more children we can save, the better. Dr. Yu asked, are there any precautions with this method? Chen Shaowan thought for a moment and said, actually not really. Just those few points to pay attention to. There shouldn't be anything in the nose or mouth. That needs to be cleared first. Also, the drowning time shouldn't be too long. If a person is dead, they can't be saved. When pressing, you need to pay attention to the number of times and the timing, and the depth of the pressure should be just right, she said, demonstrating with her hands. Dr. Yu listened carefully and asked, can adults use this method too? And what does blowing air into the mouth mean? Chen Shaowan rolled her eyes internally but patiently replied, adults can use it as well. The person who saved someone in the capital was an adult. As for blowing air into the mouth, I don't know the specifics. However, if someone has been underwater too long, blowing air in can help them breathe sooner, which increases the chance of saving them. She added, Uncle Yu, every step from that day must be followed precisely. My father told me the same thing. Even though I'm small, I remember it clearly. Dr. Yu nodded seriously, seeming to understand some key points, and he gave Chen Shaowan a respectful gesture. This surprised Chen Shaowan and made Uncle Yu laugh. Uncle Chen waved his hand, urging Chen Shaowan to hurry along, but she thought it wasn't her choice to stay. Little did she know, Uncle Chen was worried when he heard her mention the capital. The lives of the two children were like a stone thrown into water, creating ripples before gradually settling back into calm, except for those who mourned. On the third day of the incident, early in the morning, while it was still slightly bright, the second son of the Gone family was carrying his wife along with a boy and a girl, both dressed in somewhat worn clothes with a few patches on their tops. The boy approached and knocked on the door, but before it opened, four people knelt at the entrance and bowed 3 times. Gone Lao Er picked up his wife again, and with their 2 children, they left the village before dawn, their destination unknown. Chunjia Lao San moved into an empty house in the village with his wife and 2 daughters, quietly starting a new life. However, for a long time, the sound of a woman's muffled crying could be heard from that house, making the children too afraid to go near. For several days, Lianshan village felt heavy and tense. The children stayed close to their parents, and the Qin family was no exception. On the 5th day, the village chief's gong rang out, calling for a village meeting. Chen Shaowan stood on the slope of Banwan Mountain, watching the bustling crowd at the village threshing ground. It was the first time she had seen so many people in the village. With over 100 households and many children, there must be more than 1,000 people. The village chief's call did not require everyone to attend, but at least one person from each family had to be present, as was the custom. When the gong rang, it meant something important was happening. Chen Xiaowan did not go because she had already received news. The day before, the village chief had asked her about the safety of children playing in water and whether she could teach the villagers how to save someone. He also inquired about drinking bathwater. Chen Xiaowan nearly laughed at the third question. Her second brother had been bothering their uncle about digging a well, and the village chief had been visiting them frequently. Just imagine drinking someone else's bathwater or water used to wash feet or toilets. What would that be like? As expected, when her brother mentioned it, the village chief and Nie Zheng could hardly bear it, both looking at their father with anticipation. The village chief had no solution. He couldn't expect every family to dig a well, and not many farmers had the resources for that. Today, they happened to discuss this and called upon several village elders. From a distance, Chen Xiaowan watched as the village chief waved his hands in front of the crowd, with a few men maintaining order nearby. Uncle Chen and Dr. Yu stood beside the village chief, and she could see the occasional stir and noise from the crowd. After watching for a while, she went to Manhwa to check on the progress of the house. Master Wang saw her coming from afar and approached, saying, "How's it going? Is everything all right?" He stroked his short beard with pride. Chen Xiaowan smiled back, turning around to take a look. It was quite good, to be honest. Aside from the rough materials, the craftsmanship from ancient times was impressive. This was true artisan skill. The house is being built quickly. Now we just need to wait for Uncle San's things to arrive, and Master Wang can finalize the last few steps. Chen Xiaowan didn't mention it, but everything could have been prepared in advance. Uncle San's part is related to the decoration, and it's better for the workers to handle it themselves. This way, if repairs are needed later, it will be easier. After discussing a few details with Master Wang, he looked at her several times. This young lady is very particular. If she were in a wealthy family, it wouldn't matter, but in a farming household, it seems too costly. Thinking about how Nie Zheng paid, he ultimately said nothing. He just sighed that people are different. This young lady is quite fortunate. During lunch, Chen Zheng talked about the meeting. The main point was to prevent children from swimming alone. They must be accompanied by an adult when catching fish or shrimp. He also discussed first aid. Dr. Yu demonstrated a few times, and those who wanted to learn could do so. If they wanted to learn later, they could also approach Dr. Yu or teach others. However, he mentioned that this is not a way to bring someone back to life. As long as someone is alive, there is hope, but once they're gone, it's too late. Chen Xiaowan thought that the first aid training had begun, but it wasn't a bad thing. They also talked about drinking water. The village chief, as agreed, called a few men from upstream to prepare some stones to build a few water access points. No one is allowed to wash dirty things, bathe, or urinate in the river. They also plan to set up a designated washing area for laundry. After the reeds, they will build a few more access points for cleaning toilets, and washing will not be allowed in the front area anymore. Chen Xiaowan said, "The villagers will listen." Chen Zheng replied, "Of course they will listen." Once the village chief speaks, everyone pays attention. The men building the access points volunteered. Chen Xiaowan asked, "What if someone doesn't follow the rules in the future?" Chen Zheng responded, "According to your idea, the village chief said to have the whole village supervised together, including the children. If someone is caught disobeying, they will be fined 2 big coins and publicly criticized for what they did. If caught a second time, they will be fined 5 big coins, publicly criticized, and have to apologize to the whole village. If they still don't listen, the fine will be 10 big coins, and they will have to clean up the village for a month." Chen Xiaowan was alarmed. That's not what I said." Chen didn't mind, "I know, it's your idea, but the village chief set the rules." He added, "What's there to be afraid of?" The village chief said that if someone reports a violation, they will receive 2 big coins as a reward. The remaining money will be used for road repairs in the village. If there isn't enough money, they can use goods as payment. I want to tell you that some people in the village are quite happy. They might even hope to make a little money from this, and the kids, with just a bit of money, can buy a lot of candy. Chen Xiaowan touched her chest, feeling helpless. She had given the village chief several examples, and now they were all being used. Her heart was a bit unsettled. However, Chen was right. For a while, The atmosphere in the village improved greatly. Villagers and children reported things they saw, and the village chief didn't know what to do. Reports earned rewards, and when he criticized someone, he would bang a gong every night when there were many people around, announcing what certain individuals had done. It was embarrassing for those mentioned. When they went home, they would see their parents and children with red faces. Those from certain families would also go home to see their in-laws and children, all feeling shy. It could even lead to some trouble at home. When Chen Xiaoxi returned from his break, he heard about this and called a group of children to the riverbank, finding a shallow spot to let them practice swimming for a few days. At first, the kids were both excited and scared, but later they didn't want to get in the water. But Xiaoxi was determined. That seemingly gentle boy was stubborn, and no one could stop him. Uncle Chen said he was just like his father and insisted that the kids learn to swim. Chen Xiaowan tried to persuade him a few times, but then Xiaoxi asked her sister, "Do you remember when Xiaowu fell into the water? If I hadn't been there, he might not have made it." Chen Xiaowan was speechless. Okay, it was her fault. Compared to safety, everything else didn't matter. She then taught the kids some first aid knowledge and what to do if someone fell into the river. She used the previous incidents to explain, and the kids listened intently. When Xiaoxi's break ended, he told the kids not to go near the river until he returned to practice with them. Everyone, Aunt San and Aunt Si, were very pleased, saying that with such a brother and sister, it was easier for them to take care of the children. Chen Xiaowan started to worry because her third uncle had been gone for almost a month without returning. He had only sent one message, telling her to wait for good news. Chen Xiaowan thought about whether she should go to the county to see her third uncle. If that didn't work, she would think of another way. Before she reached Uncle Chen's house, she saw a very fancy carriage parked in front. Chen Xiaowan was surprised but didn't stop walking. As she reached the door, she saw her Uncle Chen with a big smile on his face, looking very happy. Seeing her uncle made Chen Xiaowan happy too. After all, he had been busy outside for a month because of her request, so how could she not care? She hurried a few steps forward and said, "Uncle, you're back." Uncle Chen turned to look at her and said joyfully, "Xiaowan, it's done. Come and see if it's what you wanted." Chen Xiaowan stepped closer and saw two white porcelain items on the floor of the living room. One was a squat toilet and the other was a regular toilet. One was rectangular with a smooth surface and a hole in the middle. The other was oval-shaped with a seat and an opening for waste. Also very smooth and looking quite nice, not worse than modern ones. Chen Xiaowan looked at her uncle with excitement and said, "Uncle, this is." Uncle Chen, feeling pleased, replied, "Isn't it nice? I made sure it's sturdy and not fragile." Chen Xiaowan. Uncle Chen then pointed to a middle-aged man in a blue shirt and said to Chen Xiaowan, "Xiaowan, this is Manager Sunday." He added shyly, "He wants to ask how to use this." Manager Sun didn't mind and politely greeted her, "Madam Chen." Chen Xiaowan bowed slightly and felt embarrassed as she replied, "Although this was my idea, I haven't used it yet, so I don't know if it works." Uncle Chen turned red, regretting that he hadn't thought this through and that Chen Xiaowan shouldn't have to deal with this. Uncle Chen seemed to think of something and whispered to Manager Sunday. After some hesitation, Manager Sun spoke to Uncle Chen again and then patted him on the back. He came over to say goodbye to Uncle Chen and Chen Xiaowan, mentioning he had other matters to attend to but would return later. Chen Xiaowan. Watching the carriage leave, Chen Xiaowan turned back to her uncle and said, "Uncle." Uncle Chen, feeling awkward, replied, "It's not clear yet, so let him go back for now. We'll sort it out later." Chen Xiaowan continued to look at him. Uncle Chen, seeing his niece was not easily fooled and with her older brother watching closely, decided to tell the truth. "I had trouble making these, so I asked a master craftsman for help. I happened to meet Manager Sun while I was there. After we talked, he seemed very interested and asked me many questions. Yesterday, I finally made them and was ready to come back. I don't know how Manager Sun found out, but he came to see them early this morning and I didn't think much of it and showed him. He also said he wanted to see how to use." "Uncle Chen, you just agreed." Uncle Chen San looked a bit hesitant. "Brother, I didn't think too much about it." Uncle Chen looked at Chen Xiaowan. What do you think? Chen Shaowan. It's not a big deal, but it might cause some trouble. We won't know if it will work out until later. She then asked Uncle Chen-san, how many did you burn in total? Uncle Chen-san, 10. Chen Shaowan. That's enough. Uncle Chen-san added, 10 of the same kind. Chen Shaowan was surprised, noticing there were only 2 on the ground. Uncle Chen-san, I only showed him these 2. The rest are being brought back by Xiao-san with the ox cart. Uncle Chen looked serious. You can't let Xiao-san handle this alone. Uncle Chen-san replied hesitantly, Brother, I was just excited. Uncle Chen, later, Lao Si will go with Xiao-san to bring them back. Who else knows about this? Uncle Chen-san, the master knows a bit, but not much. I mainly asked about the materials. The kiln owner knows some, but not the details. Chen Shaowan said, Uncle, don't worry. We don't know if this will work out yet. If it does, it's still Uncle San's skill, and no one can take that away. Uncle Chen, I'm worried about attracting trouble. Shaowan, you should be careful about who you let into your house. I'll talk to Master Wang and Lao Si later about not letting anyone see it easily. Chen Shaowan thought for a moment and agreed, realizing she still had limitations. The group went to Hanshan Bay to test the installation of the toilet and squat toilet. Uncle Chen whispered to Uncle Chen Si, who glanced at Uncle Chen-san and Chen Shaowan before silently driving the ox cart away. Master Wang called over Chen Dasheng, and everyone was excited to see the 2 white items, as it was their first time. They had to figure out how to install them. Then they encountered a problem: how to handle the water tank. Chen Shaowan had previously thought of using water to flush, but after the incident where Uncle Chen-san used a hammer, they discussed it again. Chen Shaowan explained the principle of using water to flush, but wasn't sure. Chen Shaowan looked at Uncle Chen-san. Uncle Chen-san said, We need to wait for Xiao-san to return. I didn't bring the water tank and pipes back. The others. Uncle Chen-san confidently stated, That thing is easy to burn and will be ready quickly. It's just this toilet that's been difficult. I've focused all my energy on it. In the afternoon, Uncle Chen Si and Xiao-san, Chen Shifeng, returned, each driving an ox cart securely covered with straw, directly bringing the carts into Uncle Chen-san's backyard. A few people in Banshan Bay were studying how to connect the drainage pipes. Chen Shaowan was watching nearby, feeling like she had no role to play. Seeing 2 people bring in 2 large bundles of straw, she called out, Uncle Si, Xiao-san. This was the first time Chen Lijun had seen Chen Shifeng after becoming Chen Shaowan. The young man radiated vitality, and unlike Xiao Si's refined elegance, he was warmer and sunnier, like the sun. The young man smiled and greeted her, elder sister. Chen Shaowan replied, You don't look thin. Life seems to be treating you well. The young man put down the straw and smiled. My master treats me very well. Xiao-san had stopped studying last year and didn't want to continue his education or learn a trade. Uncle Chen and Uncle San helped him find an apprenticeship at a grocery store in a nearby county, where he earned 400 coins a month and rarely came home. Chen Shaowan said, Stay a few more days this time. Xiao Sen smiled and replied, I have to help my dad. He's had me watching the kiln for half a month. She asked him, So you haven't been helping at the store? Xiao Sen said, I work the store during the day and help my dad with the kiln at night. Chen Shaowan patted him and said, You've worked hard. Thank you, elder sister. In her heart, she wondered how she could have such a family. If anyone could master this skill, it would only be her Uncle San. Xiao Sen waved his hand dismissively and said, It's nothing. It's what elder sisters do. Then he pointed outside and asked, Elder sister, can I take a look? Chen Shaowan smiled and said, Of course. Feel free to look. Come on, I'll show you around. As they walked outside, Chen Shaowan explained what each area was for and why it was built that way. She pointed to an empty space and said, We'll plant a osmanthus tree here. When it blooms in autumn, the whole yard will smell wonderful. The siblings were very close. After looking around, Xiao Sen smiled at Chen Shaowan and said, Elder sister, no wonder my dad says you spend money. This must have cost a lot. He laughed and added, He even told me not to find a wife like you. Too costly. Chen Shaoan frowned and said, Chen Shao-san, are you asking for trouble? As she moved closer to tickle him, Shao-san looked around and quickly begged for mercy. Elder sister, I'm sorry. I'm grown up now. You can't tickle me anymore. Chen Shaoan replied, then why are you still talking nonsense? Shao-san laughed. That wasn't me. It was my dad who said that. Chen Shaoan raised her hand. Shao-san hurriedly said, I won't say it again. You're the best, elder sister. Chen Shaoan was satisfied and was about to lower her hand when they heard cheers from the backyard. It's done. Chen Shaoan quickly ran toward the backyard, and Shao-san hurried to follow. In the restroom stall that Chen Shaoan had originally prepared, a few people gathered around a white toilet, happily watching water flow from the white tank into the toilet. When they saw Chen Shaoan enter, they eagerly asked her to try it out. Chen Shaoan felt a wave of emotion. The wisdom of ordinary people is limitless. There was no physics or chemistry involved here, just her somewhat unclear description, and in just 1 month, the results exceeded her expectations by a lot. As the water flowed out again with considerable force, everyone cheered. A few people were too busy to pay attention to Chen Shaoan and huddled together to discuss something. Then, Uncle Chun-san stepped outside, and at the door, Uncle Chinda whispered to him. Uncle Chun-san nodded and said, got it. He called for Chen Shao-san, who drove the ox cart away. Chen Shaoan was taken aback. She hadn't even seen Aunt San or the younger ones during this visit. Uncle Chinda came over, looked at her, and said, we're still missing a few things. He took Shao-san to get them. He then quietly added, Shaoan, think about what to do. Once this is done, things won't be peaceful anymore.
Chen Shaoan.
Uncle Chun-san returned on the morning of the 4th day, driving the ox cart straight to Half Mountain Bay, bringing back a load of tiles. No, they shouldn't be called tiles. They were pieces of ceramic, irregular in shape, some large and some small, meant to be laid in the restroom. When she heard this, Chen Shaoan was shocked. She hadn't mentioned this. She only thought about using bricks for the floor, and somehow, they ended up with ceramic pieces as well. Uncle Chun-san explained that the white toilet looked out of place against the gray floor, and since there were many unburned ceramics and fragments in the kiln, it made sense to bring them back and use them for the floor. Chen Shaoan felt embarrassed. Her uncle's cleverness had nothing to do with her. She examined the pile of ceramic pieces, noting their irregular shapes, and asked, Uncle, can't we just use flat pieces for the floor? Using these in the bathroom won't work. They'll be slippery and won't hold a bathtub. Uncle Chun-san and Uncle Chun-si looked at the pile of ceramic pieces. Uncle Chun-san scratched his head, while Uncle Chun-si pondered. Uncle Chun-si said it could be done, but it would be troublesome. Chen Shaoan glanced at Uncle Si, and then at Uncle San. The situation wasn't too different. She closed her eyes and then looked at Uncle Chun-san, saying, Uncle, can you burn some square pieces? One side should be a bit smooth, but not too smooth, or it will be slippery when wet. The other side can be rough to stick to the floor. Uncle Chun-san's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Shao-san, come with me. Chun Shao-san, who was watching Master Wang busy at work, quickly responded and got up. Uncle Chun-si quickly pulled Uncle Chun-san and said, Brother San, let's focus on getting this done first. After some busy work, in the afternoon, Uncle Chun-san took little Chun-san away, and it seemed like their energy wouldn't fade anytime soon. Uncle Chun-si then asked Chen Shaoan, what about those broken pieces? Chen Shaoan looked at Uncle Chun-san with admiration and asked, Uncle, do you know about the starry sky? Uncle Chun-si pointed to the sky and asked, that starry sky?
Chen Shaoan replied, yes.
She continued, these small porcelain pieces are broken, and if we stick them to look like a starry sky, it should be beautiful. Uncle Chun-si asked, where should we stick them? Chen Shaoan said, in the bathroom, starting from this height and below that, we can stick square tiles. Uncle Chun-si looked at the ground, then the wall, the sky, and the pile of porcelain pieces and said, all right, I'll help you stick them myself. Chen Shaoan smiled and said, thank you, Uncle Si. She knew her Uncle Si was a romantic person, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the art studio to frame paintings. For this house, her uncle managed the wood and furniture. Her third uncle helped her fire the kiln for over a month, and although Uncle C was busy, Aunt C quietly told her that he wasn't feeling quite well. Chen Xiaowan sighed in relief. Her family and friends were great, but it was also important to maintain balance in relationships. Her Uncle C was already very good to her. "Hey, Xiaowan, come here," Uncle Chinda called to them. "Xiaowan, the work on the ground and the walls is almost done. Master Wang said we can start the beams. He told me that June 18th is a good day. I was thinking that since there will be a lot of rain from late June to mid-July, we might not finish the tiles in time. It would be better to speed things up and start the beams on June 8th, then continue with the tiles before the rain comes. After the rain, we can do other things and see if we can finish before the busy farming season. If not, we can do it in August, let it dry in September, and move in by October." Uncle Chen Si thought for a moment and said, "That sounds good, but we need to do some extra processing in the next few days." Uncle Chinda replied, "No problem, I've discussed it with Master Wang. The past few days have been slow, so we can catch up now." He then asked Chen Xiaowan, "What do you think?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "I will listen to Uncle Da." With that settled, the Chin family became busy again in the following days. The workers worked overtime and Uncle Chinda, Uncle Chen Si, and the older brothers organized the roof beams. Seeing everyone so tired, Chen Xiaowan prepared a pot of meat for an extra meal. This time, there were no offcuts available, as they were hard to find from the butcher's family. Chen Xiaowan didn't ask who bought them or what they were eating. If there was nothing, she would just buy something else. This time, the braised dish includes spare ribs, pork belly, pig head, and pigtail, but we didn't take any of those since there are too many people and not enough to share. Butcher Chen hesitated several times, wanting to say something but ultimately didn't. His wife, Mrs. Hua, remarked, "Xiaowan, why haven't I seen you buying pig offal lately? Should I save some for you tomorrow?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "Aunt Hua, we can only eat offal a few times. We can't have it every day. Meat is still tastier." Mrs. Hua said, "If you buy meat every day, how much will that cost?" "Xiao Zheng must have saved you some money." Chen Xiaowan responded, "That money is almost gone. I can only buy some bones and pig heads now." Not wanting to engage further, Chen Xiaowan said, "Aunt Hua, I have to go. I need to cook at home." After leaving, she heard the two arguing inside and shook her head, choosing to ignore it and walk away. Chen Xiaowan learned from Aunt Yu at Dr. Yu's house that Aunt Hua was one of the people who initially bought spices from Dr. Yu to braise meat. Since they lived in the same village and had a good relationship, it hadn't caused any trouble, so Chen Xiaowan pretended not to know. She thought that Butcher Chen probably didn't know about this, as Chen Yaozu had reported back a few times. If Butcher Chen had wanted the recipe, he could have just asked Chen Xiaowan directly. She might have given it to him. After all, selling meat along with cooked dishes would be better for business. However, Aunt Hua wasn't very straightforward, so Chen Xiaowan kept her distance. Recently, it had been her aunt and her two other aunts coming to buy meat. Today, her aunt and the two others were preparing fruits and other items for the beam-raising ceremony, using rice to stir-fry, kneading flour, and drying and dyeing them with many details that Chen Xiaowan didn't understand, so she went out to buy meat instead. Finally, on the evening of the 7th day of the 6th month, Uncle Chen brought back Chen Xiaosan and called for Uncle Chinda and Uncle Chen Si, along with Chen Xiaowan. They returned home first and moved neatly stacked tiles into the storage room. Then, they secretly took 2 or 3 dozen wrapped in straw up to the hillside. This time, Uncle Chen Si didn't even call for Master Wang. He gestured in the bathhouse for a long time and nodded at Chen Xiaowan. Uncle Chen San proudly whispered to Chen Xiaowan, "I smashed it, and it didn't break easily. I even stepped on it, and it's sturdy."
Chen Xiaowan.
Suddenly, she thought of a question and asked, "Uncle, do you have enough money there?" Uncle Chen San's previously cheerful face darkened instantly, and he said quietly, "Not enough. You need to give me some more." Chen Xiaowan thought about how not easy these things were. Both the toilet and the squat toilet were of good quality. The tiles brought back today were smooth and felt better than modern tiles. She quietly asked, "How much more do we need?" Uncle Chen held up one finger. Chen Xiaowan replied, 10 taels or 100 taels? Uncle Chen looked at her, speechless, and said, 10 taels. My brother gave me 40 taels. Chen Shaoan asked, is there enough money with uncle? Uncle Chen shook his head. The two discussed quietly like thieves. That evening, Chen Shaoan used the excuse of needing to raise the beam to go over the accounts with a few people. She realized they had spent quite a lot. She gave each of the 250 taels and also gave Uncle Chen 20 taels. She settled the wages for uncle, aunt, and others and gave 500 coins to Chen Shaosan, since he had helped both inside and outside the kiln. By now, she had spent over 200 taels on her yard, with the most expensive parts being handled by Uncle Chen and the underground pipes and tiles bought from Master Wang. The rest were all standard. On the morning of June 8th, at the request of Aunt Zhang, Chen Shaoan dressed in new clothes for the first time without a headscarf, instead using a wooden pin to style her hair. She wore a light pink long shirt with red edges, paired with light gray undergarments, black pants, and a matching red-edged belt, finishing with a pair of clean black cloth shoes, looking both neat and cheerful. The Chen family also looked refreshed, wearing their best clothes, usually reserved for visiting relatives. Though made of coarse fabric, they all appeared lively and happy. Early in the morning, the group arrived at Hanshan Bay with various offerings: a pig's head, chickens, ducks, wine, fruits, and candies. Little Zhen, Little Qi, and Little Jing even brought back 2 bunches of wildflowers. The workers first carried the red silk beam into the new house. Uncle Chen and Master Wang prepared the altar, placing the offerings, fresh flowers, wine, and the steamed buns and pastries made by Aunt and the other aunts, filling a large table. By the time of the ceremony, Hanshan Bay was crowded with people, including the village chief, the family of Uncle Wu, and relatives from the past. Dr. Yu and several elders from the village also came. At this time, Master Wang calculated the auspicious hour based on Chen Shaoan's birth date and also asked for Nie Zheng's birth date. Chen Shaoan provided it, but she wasn't sure if it was accurate since the names were all fake. Uncle Chen asked Chen Shaoan to stand in the middle, with him on the right and Master Wang on the left. They began to burn incense and invite the spirits, each reciting blessings in turn. The words were long and complicated, but Chen Shaoan only understood the beginning. The beams are blessed with spring light, welcoming the Ziwei star. The pillars rejoice as flowers bloom. The doors greet beautiful scenes for miles. The home enjoys good fortune year after year, and the family thrives in peaceful days. There were more lines about auspicious times and good days. They also offered wine and recited more blessings, which were similarly lengthy. Then, they poured the concrete for the beam, and Chen Shaoan didn't understand the auspicious phrases, but she followed Uncle Chen's instructions. She heard, "Congratulations on the successful completion of the beam," followed by another long blessing. Next, firecrackers went off, and everyone cheered. A few men, along with Master Wang, went up to the roof, while others lifted the red silk-covered main beam, with firecrackers going off continuously. Uncle Chen began to chant blessings, shouting, "Up it goes, great fortune!" And everyone echoed, "Up it goes, great fortune!" Workers on both sides of the roof lifted the main beam, and the workers above pulled the ropes, slowly raising it. Chen Shaoan watched closely. The speed and technique were very precise. Once the main beam was raised, Master Wang caught it while singing praises. Today, the firecrackers celebrate joyfully, congratulating the host on raising the main beam. This beam descends from the heavens, bringing good fortune to the host. May joy be added to the young and longevity to the old, and may future generations be successful. May wealth and treasures be added, bringing prosperity for years to come. After it was secured, there was another round of long firecracker sounds. Uncle Chen handed a red cloth-covered container with date flower buns to Chen Shaoan, signaling her to pass it up. Confused, she handed it to Uncle Chen. He took it, reciting words as he climbed onto the wall, draping the red cloth over the main beam and placing the date flower buns on the wall while continuing to chant. Everyone cheered, and after a few rounds, Uncle Chen threw another red cloth package to Chen Shaoan, who caught it in a basket. Someone shouted, "Throw it!" And Uncle Chun began tossing the contents around, and everyone rushed to grab them. He continued to chant, "Throw the beam to the east, where the sun rises and fills the hall with red. Throw the beam to the west, where the Qilin brings double happiness. Throw the beam to the south, where descendants become top scholars. Throw the beams to the north. The grain circle is filled with white rice every year. A handful from the east, a handful from the west, wherever there are more people, sprinkle there." In the end, he even puts a handful in his own pocket. As he sprinkles, everyone rushes to grab some, and someone shouts, "Sprinkle more." Master Wang also chants along while throwing out buns, fruits, and candies. It was quite lively. Uncle Chunsi signaled, and Chen Xiaowan took out the red envelopes she had prepared to give to the workers and the masters. When Uncle Chunda and Master Wang came down, everyone left the house to prepare for the meal, which was set up in the open space of the half-mountain bay. This was all arranged in advance by Uncle Chun and the others. Today, they invited villagers to cook. Master Wang, Chen Dasheng, and Uncle Chunda sat at the main table, while Uncle Chin San and Uncle Chin Si, along with Chen Xiaowan, served drinks to the elders at the table. When they reached Grandpa Wu, Chen Xiaowan bowed and offered a toast. The elder looked at her and kept saying, "Good, good." His eyes, misty, seemed to see something that made him very happy. Chen Xiaowan was also very touched. The main beam in this house was chosen by the three brothers when they first came here. They spotted it during a trip into the mountains and agreed to use it for building a new house. However, as the three of them got married and started their own families, the tree was never used. It was only when Chen Xiaowan decided to build her house that Uncle Chunda searched for days without finding suitable wood. It was Grandpa Wu who came and told Uncle Chunda the location of that tree, which led to the beautiful cedar beam they use today. How could Chen Xiaowan not be moved? Later, she learned that her ceremony was very formal. Farmers usually don't care much about such things. It could be simpler and less expensive. But it was Grandpa Wu's request for the village elders to come, and he even arranged for the cooks and helpers, which Uncle Chin Si went to invite. The elders' heartfelt care was evident. Although Chen Xiaowan didn't fully understand at the moment, she sincerely bowed and thanked them, giving red envelopes to the same elders. Up until now, Chen Xiaowan didn't know why she had to do this. Not many people understand these customs in modern times, and she had never encountered them before. She just knew it was important. She followed what Uncle Chunda, Master Wang, and Uncle Chin-si told her to do. After all, it was just a little money, but she could still feel the love and respect from her elders. Don't make things difficult for others or for yourself. Besides, since this house was built, Chen Xiaowan has mostly just cooked and hasn't done much else. The workers are Uncle Chin-si, Uncle Chinda, and her two brothers, while Uncle Chin-san and Xiao-san help her with her small wishes. In the kitchen, Aunt Chinda, Aunt Chin-san, Aunt Chin-si, the older sister-in-law, and the second sister-in-law mainly handle things, while she and Xiao Zhen and Xiao Qi help a little. She isn't the one who gets tired. Even taking care of the kids is mostly done by Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Jing. People should learn to be content. As long as you know your family won't harm you, just listen to them. That day, Lianshan village was lively, and the Qin family was all happy, unaware of what was happening 1,000 miles away in the northwest camp. The camp was bustling, like a city, with soldiers in heavy armor patrolling with weapons, creating a serious atmosphere. Li Yunzheng had joined the camp as a soldier 10 days ago, training daily with new recruits in physical fitness, weapon use, and formations. This was not difficult for him, but the strict military discipline was very different from his previous life as a hunter. He hadn't seen the person he wanted to meet, which made him a bit distracted. This morning, after finishing training, he was taken away by the inspecting deputy commander for not standing properly. The other new recruits were confused and couldn't understand what happened, especially since it was Deputy Commander Chow. They spent the day scratching their heads over it. Deputy Commander Chow was a rough-looking man with a full beard and a sturdy build, appearing quite unkempt. At that moment, he stared in shock at Li Yunzheng, who was kneeling on the ground, and the general behind the table. He had just heard Li Yunjing call him dad and wondered if he was imagining things. The general continued writing without reacting, neither excited nor stern, just as he usually did. After a while, the general said, "Xiao Chao, you can leave now." Deputy Commander Chao bowed and stepped out, still confused, finding a spot nearby to stand, one hand on his head and the other touching his beard. Inside the tent, General Li stepped out from behind the table and approached Li Yunjing, his eyes red and glistening with tears. He firmly grasped Li Yunjing's arms to help him up, and Li Yunjing raised his head, his eyes also red and filled with tears. General Li said, "It's been 13 years. My son, are you well?" Tears streamed down Li Yunjing's face as he knelt again, saying through his tears, "Yunjing is fine. Father, mother, and my brothers, have you all been well these years?" General Li replied, "Everyone is well, but we have missed you a lot." He added, "Your mother and several brothers have returned to the capital, so you will be able to see them soon. Your eldest brother will be back in a couple of days." General Li helped him up, gently squeezing his arms and patting him, as if this could express the years of fatherly love and longing. Li Yunjin, with tears in his eyes, replied, "Yes." General Li seated him on a nearby chair and sat down himself. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Zheng, can you tell me how you have been these years?" Li Yunjin choked up and said, "After the incident that year, it took me a month to receive news. The message said I couldn't return to the capital, couldn't look for you, and couldn't stay at Wiling Mountain. My fourth uncle took me around, but we couldn't stay in one place for too long. He said it was better to travel than to just read books. This went on for over 2 years. Then my fourth uncle said he could no longer accompany me and found a security company for me to learn martial arts. I studied there for over a year, but then something happened, and the head of the company disbanded it. The head saw that I was young and had nowhere to go, so he found me a hunter. The hunter was a widower, over 50, living alone in the mountains. He taught me how to hunt, set traps, and understand animal behavior. I lived with the hunter for over half a year. Seeing that I could read and learned quickly, he spent money to hire a scholar to teach me. The scholar was weak but knowledgeable. The hunter paid a lot just to teach me. So, I spent half my time studying and half hunting with the hunter, practicing martial arts in the morning and evening. After another 2 years, one day the hunter told me to leave and go deep into the mountains without looking back. I didn't know what was happening and was reluctant to go. I asked the hunter, but he urged me with his bow and arrow. I walked halfway into the mountains but felt uneasy, so I returned and saw a group of people in black surrounding the hunter's home. Li Yunjin wiped his tears and continued, choking on his words, "They killed the hunter and set fire to the house. I hid in the mountains for 3 days and secretly returned. The villagers had already taken care of the hunter's funeral. I also went to see the scholar, but he had passed away. His wife was frightened to see me and told me to leave, to go far away and never come back. I stayed alone in the mountains for a while, just walking. I didn't dare to join a caravan or ask anyone for help. I hunted to trade for silver, and before I knew it, I arrived at Xingyun Prefecture. I stayed there for over 6 months and met Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin told me about you and took me back and forth between Xingyun Prefecture and Jiqing Prefecture. After more than another 6 months, Uncle Qin said I shouldn't be too visible. He helped me find Uncle Zheng, who helped me settle in Lianshan village in Juyang town. I hunted in the mountains, and Uncle Qin would occasionally visit me. This went on for more than 2 years. I was 19. Uncle Qin talked to me a lot and said I needed to start a family. But I rarely showed my face in the village, and most villagers didn't know me. Later, I spent half my time in the mountains and half in the village, and sometimes I would go to the county town. General Li wiped the tears from his face, feeling for his son who had suffered. He choked up and asked, "Did you get married?" Li Yunjing also wiped his tears and replied, "Yes, I married Chen Xiaowan, an orphan girl from Lianshan village, when I was 21. Her father was a scholar." General Li asked, "Did he agree to the marriage?" Li Yunjing said if he were alive, he probably wouldn't have. He passed away when Xiaowan was 12. She lived with her uncle and received much love from her relatives. Uncle Qin spoke on my behalf, since I was the only one in the village. They thought I wouldn't harm anyone, and since I was nearby, they could keep an eye on things, so they agreed. Uncle Qin helped arrange the wedding. General Li asked, "Do you have children?"
How are they arranged this time?
Li Yunzheng closed his eyes and knelt down. After a moment of silence, General Li said, "Speak." Li Yunzheng continued to cry and said, "I don't have children. Before I got married, Uncle Qin told me that my identity was special and there might be spies around me, making it hard to have children. It's better to be safe than sorry, as it could involve others. I married just to better hide my identity and to reassure people. I came this time not knowing if it would bring good or bad news." Uncle Qin specifically sent word to me, cutting ties with the Qin family. I intended to divorce, but the Qin family refused. They said if I divorced without reason, it would harm their reputation and make it difficult for both men and women to marry in the future. They also knew that I had intentionally avoided having children for the past 3 years. I agreed to her request to send word that I had died after 2 or 3 years. She said she would set up a memorial for me. This farewell means we part ways, and we will not meet again. General Li looked at him deeply and continued, "You're doing this because of Qin Ming. Don't you have any thoughts of your own?" Li Yunjin replied, "I have thought about it. I don't need a divorce or separation. I could return to her after achieving military success. But I'm afraid of my sister. She wouldn't accept her, and there's also our mother and my sisters-in-law, who are all from noble families. I don't want Xiaowan to suffer. I fear she wouldn't handle it well, and it could harm her life." General Li's voice grew serious. "You say that, but the Qin family has treated you well." Li Yunjin replied, "They have been kind." General Li said, "Have you considered how people will view you if you abandon your first wife? If one day you hold a high position, what will happen if they find out?" Li Yunjin said, "I initially took my grandfather's surname and used the name Nie Zheng. Xiaowan knows this isn't my real name. She said she would only recognize this name and that she probably wouldn't leave Lianshan village for her whole life. She told me not to worry, and before I left her nearly 1,000 taels of silver."
General Li replia, "Foolishness.
A man in this world must know what to do and what not to do. Do you think changing your name means no one will know you? If that's the case, why does Qin Ming want you to marry?" He continued, "Marriage is not something you can fix with compensation. You married her with bad intentions, and for 3 years you deliberately didn't have children, which has harmed her for life. How will she live her remaining years?" He grew angry. "Qin Ming tells you to do something, and you just do it without thinking for yourself?" Li Yunjin wiped his tears and said, "Father, I..." General Li stood up, paced back and forth, and stomped his foot, his armor clinking. After a while, he sighed, "Alas, we have burdened you. Qin Ming worries too much. Even if you bring the Qin family to the capital, it could work." He added, "As for your mother and sisters-in-law, you don't need to worry. They have endured many hardships over the years and won't mind your wife's background. As for your sister, forget it. You have a prior agreement with the Qin family. 3 years is enough. But if you have children, it will delay your future. But my sister, don't worry about her. She is too controlling."
Come in.
2 soldiers entered and saluted, "General. Take this person away and give him 20 strikes with a military stick." He then said to Li Yunjin, "I am punishing you. Do you understand why?" Li Yunjin nodded and said, "I understand. Think carefully and go." So, on the first day Nie Zheng met his father, he received 20 military sticks without having any food. After June 8th, the Qin family became busier. Even the younger kids stopped wandering outside and helped with chores. The construction site was bustling as Master Wang and Uncle Qin planned to finish the main structure before the rainy season, so they were working hard on the walls, flooring, backyard, and animal shelter. The 2 younger ones helped their sisters with picking and washing vegetables and other small tasks. Chen Xiaowan had more cooking to do because more workers had joined, and with the hot weather, she prepared chrysanthemum tea in the morning and mung bean soup in the afternoon, along with dinner. The workers were tired but satisfied with the good food. This busy routine continued until June 20th, when the rainy season arrived. Before the heavy rain, Uncle Wu made several trips to the hillside to check on the house and the progress, urging Uncle Chun and Master Wang. Uncle Chun returned and secretly told Aunt Chun about Uncle Wu's situation, asking Chen Xiaowan to prepare something nice to send over. Although Chen Xiaowan found it strange, she followed his instructions and made a big bowl of braised pork with eggs and some meat buns to send. On the day of the heavy rain, she also made dumplings and sent over more than 100. Grandma Wu chased after her, secretly giving her a silver bracelet and signaling her to keep it quiet. Filled with curiosity, Chen Xiaowan returned and whispered to Aunt Chen, who gently patted her hand and said, "Keep it safe. Don't tell anyone." That evening, she shared the news with Uncle Chen, who was also puzzled but told her to keep it to herself. The rain fell for 3 consecutive days, raising the river levels. Villagers donned raincoats and went to their fields to manage the water. Chen Xiaowan and a few girls worked on embroidery at home, while the younger ones had small embroidery frames. She and Xiao Zhen were sewing clothes. The fabric was brought back by her third uncle. Chen Xiaowan had only gone to town once since arriving in Lianshan village, as she was busy and didn't feel the need to explore. She was quite comfortable in the small village. The fine cotton fabric came in white, gray, and light purple, which Chen Xiaowan requested to make into undergarments. Gray, brown, black, dark blue, earthy yellow, and light purple coarse cloth are all the outer garments for the Chen family. The ceramic and dyeing industries in this era are very advanced, rivaling even the ceramics from Jingdezhen, and perhaps even better. Otherwise, Uncle Chen wouldn't have gotten his toilet so quickly. The dyeing industry here is not inferior to the past in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It's just a matter of price. Given Chen Xiaowan's current situation, it's understandable for her to buy better materials. However, being too prominent can attract attention. The cost of building her house in Shanshan Bay has already consumed the wealth of several generations in the village. It's better for her to wear ordinary clothes like everyone else to avoid trouble and feel more at ease. She cut 3 sets of clothes, and Xiao Zhen started sewing with a needle and thread. Chen Xiaowan stood at the door, watching the rain outside, which showed no signs of stopping, and she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. According to the laws of crossing over, it's either natural disasters or man-made calamities. As an outsider, she wonders if her arrival in this world is a blessing or a curse. She has no intention of interfering with this world's development or future, nor does she have the ability to change it. She is content to live in her own corner and hopes nothing else will happen. Chen Xiaowan shook her head to stop her wandering thoughts, looking around the house. The mud brick hut is bound to be damp on a rainy day, and she dislikes this weather. The humid days of the past were also uncomfortable for her, as she could once use fans and air conditioning to relieve it. Now here there's no way to do that. With both front and back doors wide open, she had to keep the chickens in the woodshed. Chen Xiaowan is grateful that there isn't much in the house. Otherwise, everything would be damp. The sisters sat in a row. Even the youngest, Xiao Xiu and Xiaoya, were seriously stitching flowers on the embroidery frame. The designs were drawn by Aunt Si, and she also taught them how to stitch. When they were dropped off in the morning, it was mentioned that the 2 younger ones would stay here for the day, while the even younger Xiao Ba was sent to stay with sister de Xiao Lu naturally stayed with Xiao Wu. Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen left early in the morning with the ox cart to visit Aunt Chen's family, saying that the elderly lady there was ill. Chen Xiaowan looked at the weather and went to the kitchen to brew some dried tangerine peel and ginger tea. The children have been quite tired lately, enduring the summer heat without fans or air conditioning, only drinking mung bean soup and chrysanthemum tea. Now that it's raining and the humidity is high, they could easily fall ill, and a heat-related cold is even worse. Moreover, with Dr. Yu's medical skills, Chen Xiaowan always feels a bit uneasy. After brewing the tea, she poured it into bowls and added some sugar, as it's good for the girls to replenish their energy. She brought it to the main room and called everyone to drink. The little ones were all happy, but Chen Xiaowan still looked worried. The rain had not stopped for a while, and if it continued like this, it could lead to trouble. She wondered if she should say something. Xiao Zhen noticed and quietly asked Chen Xiaowan's sister, "What's wrong?" Qin Shaowan softly replied, Xiaozhen, has it rained like this before? Xiaozhen thought for a moment and said, it has rained before, but not like this without stopping. She added with concern, sister, it has been raining for 3 days and nights. Qin Shaowan felt uneasy and said to Xiaozhen, Xiaozhen, please take care of the little ones. There are buns in the kitchen. If you get hungry, eat those. I will go find your father. Xiaozhen grabbed her arm and said, Sister, I will go with you. Qin Shaowan replied, What about the little ones? Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Xiaozhen looked at the little ones, nodded, and her face showed some worry. Qin Shaowan opened her umbrella, thought for a moment, then put on a raincoat, stepped into the muddy ground, and headed towards Uncle Chen's house. The rain poured down on the umbrella and her raincoat, and with each step, she sank into the mud. Qin Shaowan couldn't help but think that her cousin disliked coming to the countryside because of the muddy days like this, which were nothing compared to the concrete roads in the city. Looking up, she saw villagers still in the fields, watching the water in the rice paddies. Qin Shaowan's heart tightened. This rainy season used to be called the plum rain season, caused by the clash of cold and warm air, leading to cloudy and rainy weather, but it was never continuous like this. Such heavy rain would have overwhelmed cities in the past, let alone in ancient times. As she exited the alley, Qin Shaowan glanced towards the river. Sure enough, the water was almost level with the banks, and the houses there would likely be muddy inside. Thinking this, she quickened her pace. Qin Shaowan stepped into Uncle's house, muddy, startling Auntie, who was mending shoes in the main room. She quickly stood up and asked, Shaowan, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this heavy rain? Qin Shaowan closed her umbrella and took off her raincoat, asking, Auntie, where's Uncle? Auntie pointed to the nearby room and said, he's inside. Qin Shaowan understood that room was filled with wood for making furniture, and several people were probably busy inside, maybe even her third uncle. Feeling anxious, Qin Shaowan didn't have time to say much to Auntie. She opened the umbrella again and went straight to the door of the house, pushing it open and stepping inside. Sure enough, for people were busy at the window, sweating heavily. Qin Shaowan immediately said, Uncle, please stop for a moment. I have something to ask you. They all paused and looked at her in confusion. Uncle Qin glanced at the rain outside, then at Qin Shaowan, who was half wet and had a muddy foot. He stood up and wiped his sweat, asking, What's wrong? Is something happening? Qin Shaowan replied, I want to ask you where the upstream of the river in front of our village is. Uncle Qin thought for a moment and said, Yanglin Town. Why do you ask? Before Qin Shaowan could respond, Uncle Qin continued, However, the city moat outside Qingping County connects to our river, but it first goes through Yanglin Town before winding its way here. Actually, that's not entirely correct. There's a tributary near Zhuoxi village that goes toward Wushan. Then it passes through the small hills and our village, winding around the mountains toward Zhudong village. Qin Shaowan felt a bit confused, but she understood the general idea. Having a tributary was a good thing. She thought for a moment and asked, Uncle, how is the terrain in Qingyan County and those villages? Uncle Qin paused and said, Are you worried? Qin Shaowan responded, Uncle, this rain is pouring down like a waterfall, and it has been raining for 3 days. The river is almost at full capacity. I saw the water on my way here, and if it rises any more, the houses there will surely flood. I also saw people watching the fields, but I'm afraid it won't be good. Uncle, has it ever rained this heavily before? Uncle Qin thought for a moment and waved his tool, ready to continue working. Shaowan, don't worry. It has never rained this heavily before. Our home and your Banshan Bay are on higher ground, so we won't flood here. Also, the village chief came by this morning and said the same thing as you. But with the rain so heavy, there's no way to get any news. The areas upstream are definitely lower than us. Uncle Qin paused, set down his tool, and said, I'll go to the village chief's house. Lao San, you don't need to go anywhere today. Shaowan, please wait here for a moment. Without waiting for Qin Shaowan or the others to say anything, Uncle Qin hurried out into the rain to grab a raincoat. The others looked at Qin Shaowan, who remained silent, and turned to walk toward the main room with her umbrella. She stopped and called out, Aunt, Hurry, get something to catch the rainwater, a clean basin for drinking water. She shouted to the neighbor, Uncle San, come home. We also need to go to Uncle C's house to help collect things and catch rainwater. Big brother, second brother, you don't need to work so hard. Just look at the river. If the water is clear, bring some back. Uncle Chen came out and asked, What's wrong, Xiaowan? Chen Xiaowan replied, Uncle, it has been raining for 3 days and nights. I'm afraid some places upstream are flooded. If it's in the mountains, there might be flash floods. The river water probably isn't safe to drink. We should collect rainwater and wait for news. Andy said, Why can't we drink the river water? Chen Xiaowan patiently explained, Andy, think about it. If Qingping County and the nearby villages have experienced flooding, what do you think is in that water? Mud, trash, animal waste, and possibly even dead animals or people. How can we drink that water? Auntie. Uncle San rubbed his face, glanced at her, then ran to the woodshed to grab a raincoat and left. Sister Chen and second sister Chen also started looking for containers to collect water under the eaves and on the ground. Chen Xiaowan turned and said, For a while, we must boil the water before drinking it. We absolutely cannot drink untreated water. It can cause diseases, especially for the little ones. Chen Xiaowan emphasized this to prevent any potential issues and minimize harm. After saying this, she put on her raincoat and headed to the village chief's house. Living in a village, it was hard to stay safe alone, so she needed to check on things. When Chen Xiaowan hurried to the village chief's house, she found the door wide open and many people were looking inside. After thinking for a moment, she pushed through her social anxiety and walked in. As soon as she entered, Uncle Chen saw her and asked, Xiaowan, what brings you here? He pulled her behind him. Feeling warm inside, she asked, Uncle, how is the situation? Uncle Chen replied, Qingping County, Jushi Village, and Yanglin Town are all flooded. Chen Xiaowan's heart sank, and she asked, Are there any casualties? Uncle Chen shook his head and said, It's still unclear. Just as Chen Xiaowan was about to speak, a villager asked, Village chief, you need to think of a solution. The rain hasn't stopped. If it keeps raining like this, the river will rise. Our village might not be flooded, but this year's harvest might be completely lost. The village chief sighed, I know, but what can I do about the rain? We have people taking turns watching the fields to manage the water, hoping for a better harvest, but the rain just won't stop. I really have no solution. Another villager said, Now in Yanglin Town, Qingping County, Jushi Village is flooded, and the rain keeps falling. Next, Zhuyang Town might be in trouble too. We worry that it's not just a natural disaster, but also human mistakes. We need to think about how to minimize the losses. Everyone fell silent. At that moment, Chen Dasheng saw Chen Xiaowan behind Chen Debo and said, Xiaowan, why are you here? Chen Xiaowan lowered her head slightly and replied, I heard that the upstream county is flooded, so I came to give a warning. The village chief asked, What is it, Xiaowan? Chen Xiaowan said, Chief, do you know if there are any casualties upstream? Is it serious? The village chief paced back and forth and said, According to past experiences, there are always casualties during floods. The rain hasn't stopped yet, so this time it might be serious. Chen Xiaowan said, Then we might not be able to drink the river water. Chief, please inform the villagers to collect rainwater quickly. The village chief and everyone else. Chen Xiaowan repeated what she had said to the Chen family. The villagers became restless again. The village chief asked, Is it that serious? Chen Xiaowan looked at the weather and replied, If the rain doesn't stop, it might get worse. The village chief waved his hand and said, Dasheng, find some people to go door to door and inform everyone. Chen Xiaowan whispered a few words to Chen Debo before heading home, as she had younger siblings to take care of. Before returning home, Chen Xiaowan stopped by Dr. Yu's house and repeated the same message. She also asked Dr. Yu if there would be any epidemics if the flood was severe and what medicines she should prepare. She expressed her worries and a bit of fear. Of course, she couldn't buy any medicine, as Dr. Yu sent her away. But shortly after Chen Xiaowan left, Dr. Yu went to the village chief's house, wearing his raincoat. After that, Chen Shaowan didn't ask how the village chief and others arranged things. By the time she got home, it was already late. She made hand-pulled noodles and steamed buns for her younger siblings. The younger ones ate until they were full, while Chen Shaowan only ate enough to feel satisfied, saving some space for sleep. As for the younger ones, she didn't stop them from eating since they were too thin and growing, as long as they didn't overeat. After dinner, the rain gradually lessened. Uncle Chun San came to take Xiao Qi and Xiao Jing home. He initially planned to take Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ya too, but the two younger ones clung to Chen Shaowan and wouldn't let go. Since Uncle Chen Si and Aunt Chen Si hadn't returned yet, Chen Shaowan decided to let them stay. As for Xiao Zhen, she came to sleep with Chen Shaowan every night shortly after Nie Zheng left. At first, she also refused, but she couldn't argue with Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen. Their message was simple. Either Chen Shaowan moved to their house until the new house was built, or Xiao Zhen would keep her company. After thinking it over, Chen Shaowan chose the latter. She didn't have any close friends, so having a sweet little sister with her was nice. As night fell, Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen did not come to pick them up. She and Xiao Zhen washed the two little ones and let them play on the bed. After they finished washing up, Xiao Zhen sat by the oil lamp to continue sewing clothes, while Chen Shaowan cut fabric. There was no choice. It was still too early to sleep. It felt quite peaceful. After a night of tossing and turning, the rain finally stopped by dawn. When Chen Shaowan got up with dark circles under her eyes, the sun was already up, and the weather was nice after the rain. However, she felt something was off with the damp air around her. In the kitchen, she cooked porridge with Xiaozhen, stir-fried some pickled vegetables and a green dish, and heated a few buns, waiting for the two little ones to wake up for breakfast. Just as they were about to start eating, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu came in covered in mud. Chen Shaowan quickly grabbed bowls and chopsticks, inviting the two little ones to eat while asking what news they brought. Xiao Wu replied, "Dad told the big sister to stay home today and watch over Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ya. Uncle and Aunt Chen didn't come back last night, and this morning, Ge and Sen Shu went to Xiao Lu's grandma's house." Chen Shaowan asked, "What about your dad?" Xiao Wu said, "Dad and the big brother, along with a few people from the village, went to town." Chen Shaowan inquired, "Did he say what for?" Xiao Wu shook his head, "I don't know." While they were talking, Xiao Qi and Xiao Jing arrived, one of them carrying a basket. Chen Shaowan greeted them, asking if they had eaten. The two nodded, indicating they had, and set down the basket. Chen Shaowan saw it was filled with vegetables, green beans, eggplants, small greens, and loofah. Great, they had lunch covered too. A group of older kids played in the house, and Chen Shaowan kept Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu inside since the outside was all muddy. She thought about how to ask the village chief to build a stone path once her house in Banshan was finished. It would be much more convenient. Although farmers don't usually care much about such things, it wouldn't hurt to have a little more consideration. Looking at all the children in the room, with two boys present, she decided that since embroidery wasn't suitable, they could study and write instead, as the little ones already knew some characters. Chen Shaowan asked each child one by one. A few of them immediately looked worried, and when Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu tried to run away, Chen Shaowan caught them by the back of their collars and brought them back. With just one look, they became obedient. Good, you all have similar basic skills, so let's start from the fundamentals, including Xiao Qi and Xiao Jing. Chen Shaowan didn't give them long explanations. She taught them one word at a time, creating a story for each word and connecting 7 words into one sentence. 4 sentences made a poem. The story chain method made it very clear for her. The children listened intently. When it was time to combine the stories and share them with Chen Shaowan and Chen Xiaozhen, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Ya were the most excited and eager, while Xiao Qi and Xiao Jing fell silent. Chen Shaowan understood. They were older and felt shy, making it hard for them to speak. She wasn't in a hurry and let Xiaozhen gently encourage them. She went to get some paper and ink but realized there weren't enough supplies, so they had to take turns, working in pairs. While 2 wrote, the others told stories or did other activities. The writing was not good at all. It was hard to read. Eventually, Chen Xiaowan stopped asking them to write and focused on helping Xiaozhen practice her writing while the younger ones played. Xiaozhen looked frustrated, her lips pouting and her eyes full of longing. Chen Xiaowan smiled and said, "You're the youngest at home, and your writing isn't good. How will you help me in the future? Once you get married, you will have even less time to practice. You have time now, so hurry up and practice. You can't always put off sewing." She added, "Don't worry, the younger ones won't escape. Tomorrow, I will ask Uncle and the others to bring more supplies for you all to practice together." The younger ones looked at her in surprise. Xiaojing quickly said, "Sister, tomorrow Mom wants us to help at home, so my sister and I won't come." The others nodded in agreement. Chen Xiaowan laughed in disbelief, while Xiaozhen found it amusing. Chen Xiaowan replied, "All right, then I'll talk to your mom tomorrow and let you all work hard at home." Xiaozhen smiled and picked up her brush to start practicing. The younger ones looked at each other and rushed over to hug her, calling her big sister. Chen Xiaowan said, "Go play over there. If you're not going to play, there's a pen over there. Go practice writing and write what I taught you today." Xiao Qi glanced at the younger ones and then at Xiaozhen, obediently going over to practice writing, while Xiaojing let out a sigh of relief. With the remaining 5 children, Chen Xiaowan drew a patch of mud and taught them how to play a simple game, thinking about making a 5-character chess and go game later. She decided to wait until the house was built. One day passed without anyone noticing. In the evening, the children, Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya, finally asked their parents about the situation. Chen Xiaowan and Xiao Zhan exchanged surprised glances. It had been a whole day without any news, and they feared it might not be good. After taking care of a few younger ones, Chen Xiaowan and Xiao Zhan led the group to Uncle Chen's house to wait for news, also bringing Xiao Qi, Xiao Jing, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu back home. From a distance, they saw that Uncle Chen's house was crowded with people. They exchanged worried looks again, picked up Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya, and quickened their pace. As Chen Xiaowan and Xiaozhen squeezed into the crowd with the 2 children, they noticed many unfamiliar faces and heard voices arguing. Chen Xiaowan felt relieved when she didn't see any safety issues, so she let go of Xiao Xiao's hand and walked further inside. Just as they reached the door, she heard someone say, "Why can't that house be lived in? Didn't they put on good beams and tiles? We just want a place to stay out of the wind and rain. We don't care about anything else." A group of men and women echoed, "Exactly, we don't have high demands, Uncle." Chen Xiaowan's heart sank. It seemed they were after her house in Ban Mountain. She didn't recognize any of these people. Turning to see Xiaozhen, she handed Xiao Xiao to her and decided to go in herself to see who these people were. Uncle Chen said, "No, Xiaowan's house isn't ready yet. No one can stay there. If you want to stay here, I'll rent a room in the village for you to live in for now. My sister can stay at my house. When the county gives us news, you can decide whether to go back or stay," a man said. The man continued, "Uncle, what do you mean by saying your sister stays with you? She's my sister-in-law. Of course, our family should be together. We can all stay at your house, but can your home accommodate so many of us?" Uncle Chen replied, "You." He then turned to a woman and asked, "What kind of life did you used to have?" Turning to a man in brown clothes, he asked, "Sanqing, what do you think?" The man named Sanqing rubbed his nose and replied, "Brother, my second brother isn't wrong. We are all family, and it's best to stay together. Besides, with so many people, there will be more problems. Xiaowan's house is empty. If we could stay there for a while until the county makes arrangements, we would leave and not disturb you." Uncle Chen's face turned dark. Uncle C said, "Brother-in-law, this isn't right. Xiaowan's room isn't completely ready yet." The man who spoke first replied, "What's wrong with that? A house is meant to be lived in. Who cares who lives there? Besides, doing good deeds helps build good karma. Our houses were flooded, so letting us stay is a good deed for you." This statement stirred up a lot of chatter in the crowd. It was truly shameless. Xiaowan, standing among the crowd, scoffed, "You're right about doing good deeds, but you're all lonely, elderly, sick, or disabled. Why are you thinking about such things?" She stepped out of the crowd and looked at the people across from her, saying, "Wow, there are quite a few of you. You all look young and strong. with families. Why are you thinking about such unfortunate matters? Uncle Chen felt guilty when he saw her, while Uncle Si rubbed his forehead, and Uncle San had a dark expression. Big brother Chen stood protectively behind her. Second brother Chen took the younger ones, including Xiaojun, to the backyard. Xiaowan shook her head at Uncle Chen. Then she heard the same man angrily say, "Who is this girl, making trouble? Who is thinking about such unfortunate things?" Xiaowan replied coldly, "It's not about that. Why are you trying to make others do good deeds?" The man said, "You don't argue with a man." "Big brother, what do you say?" Now Xiaowan could see him clearly. He wore a gray robe and black pants, looking much better dressed than the villagers, or even the Qin family. She looked at the group again. The men, women, and children were all in fine clothes, some even embroidered. This was not the attire of farmers. Then a man in a brown robe stepped forward and said softly, "Xiaowan, don't be angry. I'm your uncle." He continued, "You see, we were doing business in Pingshan town, but the rain was too heavy and the whole town got flooded. We barely escaped, and now there's no place to stay. We thought, since we're relatives, we could come to you and borrow your house for a few days. This way, your aunt and your siblings won't freeze or go hungry." Xiaowan replied, "You came on your own." Huang Sanqing said, We came with third brother and fourth brother." Chen Xiaowan said, "It was he who invited you here." Huang Sanqing replied, "Xiaowan, why do you say that? We are all relatives." Chen Xiaowan responded, "My third and fourth uncles arranged for you, so why did you come to my uncle's house?" Everyone, Chen Sengsu and Chen Sishu, exchanged glances. Chen Dabo was about to speak. Chen Xiaowan said, "Fourth uncle, you tell them." Chen Sishu replied, "Xiaowan, I only intended to bring your aunt and her family back, but they insisted on coming as a group." Chen Xiaowan remarked, "So you came without an invitation?" Everyone, Chen Xiaowan said, "Our village does not welcome uninvited guests. You can leave now." Chen Xiaowan then addressed everyone. "Do you all remember what the village chief announced yesterday? They have come from a disaster area, and what if they bring something with them?" Everyone. From the crowd, a man stepped forward, dressed in a coarse outfit and covered in mud. Chen Xiaowan recognized him as Nie Zheng from the village chief's family. Looking around, she noticed that the village chief, Grandpa Wu, and several brothers from her grandfather's family had also arrived. As Chen Xiaowan was observing, she heard Chen Daxing's voice. "Everyone, please. Our village has not welcomed outsiders since yesterday. Chen Sishu left yesterday morning and doesn't know this, but since you weren't invited, it's best if you leave." On the other side, over 20 men and women exchanged glances. A man in a gray collared shirt, named Huang Ershing, spoke up. "Wait, who says we weren't invited? He invited my third brother, his wife, and their children." It's not hard for Chen Xiaowan to know this. In this era, many names are based on numbers to indicate seniority. Families like the Chens often follow this tradition. Chen Xiaowan wasn't sure if the Chen family was a big family, but she knew they had a family tree. The roots are in virtue. The scholars maintain goodness. Blessings come from heaven. Loyalty and filial piety are passed down. The family name flourishes and generations shine, was a phrase her father used to teach her. Her older brothers belong to the scholar generation, and her younger brother's full name is Chen Weijing. Her uncle has 4 brothers named Huang Daxing, Huang Ershing, Huang Sanqing, and Huang Sixing, along with 2 sisters whose names she forgot. Just now, her uncle called the man in the black robe second brother, which must be Huang Ershing. What a ridiculous attempt to use her house. They must be dreaming. It seems this is more than just borrowing a place. Chen Daxing. Then you can leave, leaving your third brother, sister-in-law, and their children behind. Huang Ershing swallowed hard and shouted, "We are family. If you invited them, you invited us too. Why should we leave?" Uncle Chen was also angry, his face red as he said loudly, "When did I invite you? You insisted on coming along. I said I would find you a place to stay in town, but you refused and insisted on coming to our home. What are you trying to do with Xiaowan's house?" Huang Ershing replied, "We are relatives. If you have a house, Why won't you let us stay? Is this how relatives act? He then shouted to the crowd, have you ever seen such heartless relatives? When family is in trouble, they don't help. Doesn't that make you feel cold inside? Chen Xiaowan, you are in trouble, and I didn't notice it? Huang Ershing, our home was flooded, and we lost everything. Chen Xiaowan, really? You ran out because of the flood? Huang Ershing, of course. Chen Xiaowan looked at him and said, that outfit is new, right? And those shoes are new too. She glanced at his head and said, that on your head. Is it jade? Chen Xiaowan walked a few steps toward the Huang family women and observed their clothes, saying, these are silk, right? And embroidered too. Those shoes are satin. Wow, you are quite wealthy to wear satin shoes in such heavy rain. And that on your head, is it gold? And silver? She moved closer to the two children. These clothes are new too, right? Made of fine cotton, and the skirts are silk. They are better than what I wear. I don't even have fine cotton clothes. Oh, my uncle's family doesn't have them either. Poor my fourth brother, even as a scholar, he can only wear coarse cloth. Her comments made the group blush, and even some villagers laughed. Chen Xiaowan didn't stop. She continued to walk around, stopping to look and comment. She paused for a moment, took 2 steps back and said, Uncle, your clothes are new too. Those shoes look great. The crowd was still processing this. Then Chen Xiaowan suddenly shouted, wait. Everyone is wearing new clothes, but why are my aunt and her 2 daughters in old clothes, all muddy and wet? Everyone was shocked and looked over, and indeed, it was true. The faces of the Chen family grew darker, and Grandpa Wu and the village had stepped forward. Even some villagers moved closer. Aunt Chen Guilan, holding her 2 daughters, slowly squatted down and started to cry. The Huang family's faces darkened. Huang Ershing said with a frown, we changed our clothes. We don't have theirs. Someone in the crowd laughed and said, there are old and young, men and women, but it's rare to see the 3rd daughter missing. We have enough jokes for the whole year. Huang Sanqing hurriedly said, Xiaowan, this is my fault. I arrived late and there were no clothes left for them, so we have to make do. I thought there would be clothes for them here. Chen Xiaowan suddenly lost interest and found it very boring. She said, you want to stay in my new house. Huang Sanqing awkwardly smiled and said, that would be best. We have many people, and staying together makes it easier to take care of each other. Chen Xiaowan replied, that's fine.
But
Xiaowan, the Chen family, along with the village chief and Grandpa Wu, were anxious. Grandpa Wu said, Xiaowan, your house isn't finished yet. How can you let others stay there? Chen Xiaowan bowed to Grandpa Wu, walked over to support him, and said, it's nothing. Then she turned to the Huang family and said, 500 taels, and you can stay in that house. Everyone was stunned. Huang Sanqing quickly said, Xiaowan, we just want to borrow a place, not buy it. Besides, what house in the countryside is worth 500 taels? Chen Xiaowan replied seriously, my house is worth it. You only have this one chance. If you don't agree, it means you don't want to stay. The Huang family looked confused. Huang Ershing angrily said, what a shabby house. 500 taels is robbery. Chen Xiaowan said, do you want to stay or not? If you do, then pay. I see that you all dress well, so money shouldn't be an issue. Over there, Chen Guilan shook her head anxiously at her daughters, and they shook their heads too. Chen Xiaowan thought there might be another story here. Huang Sanqing hurriedly said, Xiaowan, we are relatives. How can you charge us? And such a high price. Chen Xiaowan replied, so you won't pay? Huang Sanqing said, we don't have that much money. Chen Xiaowan asked, what, do you want to stay for free? She added, that's not impossible. I have another idea, but I need to ask my aunt first. She turned to Chen Guilan and asked, Aunt, do you want to stay with them in my new house? Chen Guilan sobbed, Xiaowan, we just need a place to stay. Chen Xiaowan looked at Huang Ershing and Huang Sanqing, and their eyes seemed to say, see, my aunt says we don't need it. Huang Ershing, sister-in-law, you're not confused. Where will our big family settle? We will go to the new house. Huang Sanqing, Xiaolan, you should think about me but also about the 3 kids. They are still hungry. Chen Xiaowan sneered. Chen Guilin. That's Xiaowan's new house. It's not ready yet. It's not appropriate for us to move in. Huang Ershing's wife, the woman with the gold hairpin, said, I'm telling you, sister-in-law, you can't be so selfish. We have a big family here. The Huang family immediately began to persuade, their words sharp and unyielding. Chen Xiaowan moved closer to Chen Xiaosan and whispered something. Chen Xiaosan turned and went to the back room. Chen Xiaowan noticed Huang Ershing's fists tightening and loosening repeatedly. She said coolly, it seems you can't convince my aunt. I have another idea. The Huang family looked over. Chen Xiaowan said to Huang Sanqing, Uncle, why don't you and my aunt get a divorce? If you divorce, my aunt's opinion won't count, and you all can agree. Everyone looked at Chen Xiaowan in disbelief. Chen Xiaowan added coolly, Aunt, what do you think? You can't keep holding back, Uncle. Chen Guilin hugged her two daughters and exclaimed, Xiaowan. The two girls said, Cousin. Chen Xiaowan turned to Huang Sanqing and said, Uncle, what do you think? Why don't you all discuss it? Chen Xiaowan called, Xiaosan. Chen Xiaosan placed the ink and paper on the table. We can write the divorce agreement right away. Huang Sanqing continued, Xiaowan, we just want to borrow a room, not get a divorce. Chen Xiaowan replied, Why don't you all discuss it again? I think a divorce could solve the problem. Uncle Chen said, Xiaowan, don't say such things. Chen Xiaowan responded, Uncle, I'm not joking. Look, they can't agree, and it's already dark. We can't just stay stuck like this. She turned to the Huang family and said, So, will you stay or not? Either give us money or get a divorce. The Huang family huddled together to discuss, while the villagers were also murmuring, unsure of what Chen Xiaowan was doing, suddenly pushing for a divorce. As the saying goes, better to tear down a temple than to ruin a marriage. Aunt and Chen San and Chen Si also pulled Chen Xiaowan aside, insisting that this matter couldn't be handled this way. Chen Xiaowan quietly said, Look at them. They're coming to ask us for help, and treating my aunt like that isn't right. Aunt, but, Xiaowan, we can't just let them get a divorce. There are 3 children involved. Chen Xiaowan, it's fine. They were whispering among themselves. At that moment, Huang Daxing spoke up. If they get a divorce, you should let us move into your new house. Chen Xiaowan replied, Okay. Chen Xiaowan quietly said something to the village chief, who nodded and then turned to say something to Chen Dashing, who walked away. While Chen Xiaowan was still talking, a young man from the Huang family came out. He looked somewhat refined and sat down at the table, picking up a pen to write. Everyone fell silent and watched him write. Chen Guilin shouted at Huang Sanqing, Kid's father, you. Huang Sanqing twisted his face and said, Xiaolan, don't blame me. Your niece is forcing us. We just want a place to live. He shouted again, You didn't agree. It's just a house. What's the big deal? Chen Xiaowan coldly replied, It's not a big deal. If you don't get a divorce, then that's it. Regretting it now won't help. Huang Sanqing pointed at Chen Xiaowan. I've never seen such a heartless woman, especially a niece. He turned to Chen Dabo and the others. If she treats us this way today, she will treat you the same in the future. Chen Sanshu said coolly, Don't worry. We care for Xiaowan. We never intended to take advantage of her. Chen Xiaowan asked Chen Guilin, Aunt, if Uncle chooses the house and picks the Huang family, what do you think? Chen Guilin cried loudly. Chen Sishu said, Xiaowan, your aunt. Chen Xiaowan glanced at her uncle, who looked a bit embarrassed. The man in the blue robe stood up, dusted off the paper, and handed it to Huang Daxing. Huang Ershing looked at it, passed it to Huang Sanqing, and whispered something to him. Huang Sanqing held the paper, looked at Li Guilin, and said, Xiaolan, don't blame me. As he spoke, he bit his finger and was about to press it down. Chen Xiaowan said, Wait. Huang Sanqing looked at her. Chen Xiaowan continued, Uncle, do you want to think it over? Once you press it, you can't change your mind. Huang Ershing mocked, What's there to regret? It's just a woman. San, I'll find you someone better later. Huang Sanqing looked at Huang Ershing, then at the Huang family, and finally at Chen Guilin. Gritting his teeth, he pressed down. Chen Xiaowan clapped her hands and said, No regrets.
Huang Shanshin replied, no regrets.
Chen Shaoan looked at Chen Guilan. Aunt, have you made up your mind? If you don't agree, that's fine. Chen Guilan looked at her, then at Huang Sanqing, and then at the divorce papers. She moved her hands and, lowering her head, hugged her 2 daughters and began to cry. I can't get a divorce. What will happen to my 3 children? At that moment, an old woman holding a chubby boy in fine cotton clothes started crying too, calling for his mother. Chen Shaoan thought this must be her aunt's youngest son, Jin Bao. She had never seen him before. She heard he was very favored by the old lady and was never allowed to go out with her aunt, usually eating and sleeping with the old lady. Amid the crying, Chen Shaoan checked the time. It was getting late, and she couldn't wait any longer. She said, forget it. My aunt can't bear to part with her children, so let's drop the divorce. Village chief, could you please find them a place to stay for the night? We can discuss it in the morning. If we can't reach an agreement, let them leave the village tomorrow. The village chief replied, Shaoan, don't worry. If we can't agree, we'll let them leave the village tonight. We can't keep outsiders here. Chen Shaoan looked at the village chief, her eyes brightening with a smile. The village chief smiled back at her. Chen Guilan refused to sign, and the Chen family didn't urge her. There was plenty of time for that. Among the 2 girls, the older one suddenly spoke up. Mom, just sign it. I will take care of my sister. The younger girl, thin and small, quietly said, Mom, please sign it. Chen Guilan looked at her 2 daughters and cried loudly. Chen Dage and Urge's fists were tense, then relaxed, then tensed again. Just as Chen Shaoan was about to speak, Grandpa Wu stopped her and said, if she doesn't want to, then let it be. We can't make the children suffer. They are their mother's heart. Village chief, please do this old man a favor and let them stay for one night. They can leave the village tomorrow. The village chief replied, Uncle Wu, that's not possible. You don't know what the situation is outside. These people. Huang's family heard that they couldn't stay for even one night, and with the muddy rain outside, there was nowhere for them to go. They began to pressure Chen Guilan again. Huang Daxing's face darkened, his gaze sharp as he stood up and said to Chen Guilan, Sister-in-law, this is your family home, and your brother has already signed. What more do you want? Chen Guilan shrank back, still hugging her 2 daughters and crying, without answering. Huang Daxing continued, if you can't bear to part with Sanya and Sia, that's simple. They can stay with you. But Jin Bao is the apple of his mother's eye and cannot be given to you. A woman spoke up, Big brother, you can't. There is so much work at home, and this is our family's responsibility. The wife of Huang Ershing, who had just inserted her hairpin, also said, Big brother, you can't. Huang Daxing turned to them and said, then we all might as well sleep in the mud. The 2 exchanged glances and fell silent. Huang Daxing then asked Huang Sanqing, what do you think? Huang Sanqing seemed lost in thought and didn't say anything. Huang Daxing turned to the man in the blue robe and said, 4th brother, add this. Chen Shaoan interjected, if you're going to write it, make it clear. Since you won't support the 2 sisters, their future marriages should not involve you. Old Grandpa Wu glanced at Chen Shaoan and added, exactly. If you give birth but do not support, then you should not interfere with their marriages. You should cut ties with them. Huang Daxing's expression tightened further as he waved his hand, saying, 4th brother, write it down. The man in the blue robe, Huang Sixing, wrote it down and handed the paper to Huang Daxing, who did not take it. He then offered it to Huang Sanqing, who ignored it. Chen Shaoan signaled for Uncle Chen to take it. Uncle Chen took it, and Chen Shaoan tilted her head to look at it. It read, as a couple, we are bound by fate from past lives. If we are not compatible, we are like enemies. Since our hearts are not united, it is difficult to reconcile. Now, Huang Men Sanqing and Chen Guilan voluntarily separate. They have 2 daughters and 1 son, and the daughters will stay with the Chen family. From now on, all matters regarding their marriages will be decided by the Qin family, and they will have no further ties with Huang men. 1 son will be raised by Huang men, continuing the Huang family line. We wish to resolve our grievances and part ways amicably. allowing each to find happiness in their own marriages. Uncle Chun and Chen Xiaowan exchanged glances. Uncle Chun handed the separation document to Chen Guilan, who looked at her older brother with tears in her eyes. Uncle Chun whispered, "We will find a way for Jinbao later." Chen Guilan cried heavily. Chen Xiaowan supported old Grandpa Wu and said to Huang Sanqing, "Uncle, do you think Aunt should sign? If you disagree, she won't sign, and you can still be a family." The Huang family all looked at Huang Sanqing. Huang Daxing called out, "Second brother," and leaned in to whisper to Huang Ershing. Huang Sanqing's expression seemed to improve a bit. Nana said to Chen Guilan, "Xiaolan, go ahead and sign." "Jinbao, I will take good care of you." Chen Guilan cried again, and the older girl, Sanya, said, "Dad, do you not want us to stay with Mom? Just so that uncle and second uncle can live in the new house?" Her words were sharp. Chen Xiaowan said, "Uncle, even if you say no, you are still family. We will help you find a place to settle down." Huang Sanqing seemed determined and looked at the three women, saying, "Let's sign it."
Get a divorce.
This time, Chen Guilan didn't cry but swallowed hard and asked, "Huang Sanqing, are you choosing to divorce me because of that group behind you?" Huang Sanqing glanced at his family behind him and replied, "I can't be blamed. It's your brother's niece who is forcing this." Chen Guilan insisted, "I just want a yes or no answer." Huang Sanqing swallowed and said, "Yes." Chen Guilan took the divorce papers from Uncle Chen, bit her finger, and pressed it on the paper. Huang Ershing happily said, "It's done. Take us to the new house." Chen Xiaowan smiled and said, "Not so fast. With so many witnesses, let's sign it too." Everyone was surprised, and even the older villagers nodded, expressing their willingness to be witnesses. In the end, the village chief, Uncle Chen, Grandpa Wu, Elder Chen, and the Huang family members, including Huang Daxing, Huang Ershing, Huang Sixing, and Grandma Huang, all agreed to be witnesses. Thus, the divorce papers became official, and the village chief would take them to the authorities for record-keeping. After everyone signed as witnesses, Chen Dashing had already returned. Chen Xiaowan happily said, "Dashing, big brother, second brother, could you help me take the Huang family to my new house?" She emphasized the new home, and the others laughed. "Sure," they replied. Chen Xiaowan then asked the village chief, "Village chief, do you think this is in accordance with the rules?" The village chief stroked his sparse beard and said, "Your new house isn't finished yet, so it's fine. It's not in the village." He waved his hand and instructed, "You young ones, take them over." He added, "After you drop them off, go home, drink some ginger tea, and take a hot bath." Huang Ershing suddenly said, "Not in the village? Are you joking with us?" The village chief replied, "That sounds strange. If you want to stay in Xiaowan's new house, it's not in the village and isn't finished yet. You can't stay in the village right now." Huang Ershing said, "Isn't the new house a big courtyard, made of bricks and tiles?" The village chief confirmed, "Yes, it's a big courtyard made of bricks and tiles." The Huang family looked confused, glancing at each other since they had only heard about it and had never seen it. A few young people led them away. It was already late, and everyone was tired and hungry, so they followed along. Originally, Aunt and a few others were in the kitchen preparing food for them, but they had gotten into an argument, and dinner was still not served. After a group of people left, Chen Xiaowan respectfully thanked the village chief and everyone else. They smiled back at her. The village chief asked her what to do about those people. Chen Xiaowan replied, "Don't worry about them. They won't last long without food or water. Just keep them out of the village." She added, "Village chief, some people went out today, so please try to keep villagers from leaving for the next few days. Also, make sure to boil the water before drinking. We can't drink it raw anymore." The village chief nodded, saying, "Xiaowan, you are very different from before." Chen Xiaowan was surprised and said softly, "I used to rely on others, but I can't depend on them forever. My father taught me so much, and I used to forget it all. Now I remember. I can't pretend I don't know anything." The village chief replied, "Yes, but you still need to be careful. You tricked the Huang family today. Tomorrow they might not be so forgiving." Chen Xiaowan laughed, "Village chief, I didn't trick them. They kept asking for new houses, and the one I just built isn't even at the foot of the back mountain. The village chief chuckled and shook his head as he walked away. Interestingly, Chen Xiaowan's yard had some leftover bricks from recent renovations. The village chief came to see and said, "I think you could build 2 more rooms." He joked with Chen Xiaowan, "Why don't you fix up that old house at the foot of the back mountain?" Chen Xiaowan was surprised and remembered it was the house where Nie Zheng first stayed. It used to belong to an old hunter who had a family but preferred living in the mountains. After he passed away, his son gave the house to the village chief to sell if someone wanted it, or to let the village manage it if not. When Nie Zheng and his uncle first arrived, they bought that house and lived there for a few years before moving to their current home and marrying Chen Xiaowan. They never returned to that house. Chen Xiaowan jokingly said to the village chief, "Why don't you suggest I fix the house I live in now?" The village chief replied, "The house you live in now is fine. When you move to the new house, you won't need to fix it for the villagers." Chen Xiaowan realized that her current house was indeed better compared to others in the village. Then, she seriously asked her 4th uncle to take her to see the old house, which had already collapsed halfway. After returning, she asked Chen Dashing to arrange for someone to use her leftover bricks to make repairs. Her 4th uncle said she was wasting materials, suggesting it would be better to save the bricks for selling or building more houses later. Chen Xiaowan thought the view from the foot of the mountain was quite nice, with the river flowing beneath, the green mountains across the way, and a small waterfall visible, cascading down the rocks. Of course, the water has flooded the rivers and mountains, and from a distance, it's hard to know where it flows into the hills. In the future, enjoying the scenery, watching the moon and sun, providing a place for people to rest and take shelter from the rain is a good thing. Although not many people go to the back mountain, there are still occasional visitors, and this land is on the outskirts. When Chen Xiaowan said this, Uncle Chen and Uncle Chen did not object. Upon hearing this, Chen Dashing arranged for a few strong men from the village who often went to the back mountain to help. The men, eager to work, did not ask for payment. With 2 small houses already built, it didn't take much effort, and they thought they might use them later. In just 2 or 3 days, they finished the work and even built a small courtyard with old mud bricks. Just then, the land was not fully prepared, and it was still considered incomplete. The process was similar to that of Chen Xiaowan's house in the half-mountain bay when the Huang family arrived. It was unclear how they heard about it. Chen Xiaowan shook her head and said, "Uncle, I'm going back. Aunt, please take my 2 cousins to stay with me." Uncle Chen said, "You and Xiaozhen go back first. Your aunt will stay at home today, and you can come back tomorrow." Chen Xiaowan replied, "Okay." She and Xiaozhen returned home in the dark. On the other side, Chen Dasheng, along with his brothers Chen Dage and Chen Urge, led a few young men from the village to guide the Huang family to the back mountain. As they walked further away, Huang Daxing was breathing heavily. Huang Ershing hurriedly approached and said, "Where are you taking us? Who builds a new house so far away?" Chen Dage blocked him with his hand. Chen Urge spoke up, "It's my sister Xiaowan's family. She insisted on building the house in the mountains." Chen Dage added, "If you don't want to stay, we'll leave. You can do as you please." Huang Ershing lowered his hand, looked at Huang Sanqing, and then said to Huang Daxing, "Brother, look." Huang Daxing replied, "Let's go take a look first." When they reached their destination, they saw a courtyard with a tiled roof that looked quite sturdy, but the courtyard walls were made of mud bricks, not quite a meter high, clearly showing signs of being newly built. Inside the courtyard were 2 brick houses, which were indeed solid, and each room had a window, though the windows were not yet covered. Upon entering, they noticed the floor was still dirt, confirming that the house was not fully completed. Just as Chen Xiaowan had said, it matched what they knew, but something felt off. The Huang family exchanged glances, and Huang Daxing asked Huang Ershing, "Is this what that person described?" Huang Ershing scratched his head and replied, "That person said it was halfway up the mountain, a big courtyard with brick houses, and it cost a lot of money. Chen Lao Sen even went to the kiln to burn good materials." Chen Urge replied, "You mean the squat toilet? It's in the outhouse in the backyard. You can go see for yourselves. It's getting late, so we should head back. You all take care." He called a few people to head down the mountain, and the group of young men chatted all the way. Before parting, Chen urged cheerfully said, "Thanks for today, everyone. When my sister Xiaowan makes some braised meat, I'll bring some for you." The young men were excited and gathered around him, asking when he would deliver it. Chen chuckled, "I don't know yet. I'll ask her when I get back. There's a lot going on right now, and my aunt just returned." Chen dashing interrupted, "Stop joking. If there's food, it will be delivered. It's getting late. We should head back and drink some ginger soup. We can't afford to get sick at this time." In the small courtyard on the back mountain, the Huang family looked at the squat toilet glowing in the firelight, feeling dizzy. Huang Daxing slapped Huang Ershing and shouted, "Fool." The Huang family on the back mountain felt angry, anxious, and hungry. In the dark woods, they could still hear wolves howling, and the children's cries wouldn't stop no matter how hard they tried to soothe them. They hadn't come up with any solutions, and it started to rain. With about 20 people, both adults and children, they had to squeeze into the 2 empty rooms just to avoid the rain. The unsealed windows let in chilly winds and dampness. Qin Xiaowan slept soundly, unlike Qin Xiaozhen, who tossed and turned. Meanwhile, the lights at Uncle Chen's house burned all night. The next morning, when Qin Xiaowan woke up, it was still drizzling outside, though it had lessened a bit. She wondered if the people on the mountain were doing any better. When they arrived at Uncle Chen's house, only the eldest and second sisters-in-law were preparing breakfast. The others were still asleep. They went to help and overheard the second sister-in-law whisper, "We only just went to bed when it was almost dawn." Chen Xiaowan exchanged a glance with Xiaozhen, then took an umbrella and went to the butcher's house. She bought a whole rack of ribs, a whole pork backbone, and 3 pounds of pork belly. She also told the butcher that if he had any offal in the afternoon, he should send the pig's head and trotters to Uncle Chen's house. If he was slaughtering more pigs, she wanted it all. The butcher agreed, and the woman from the Hua family rolled her eyes. Chen Xiaowan ignored her. She was foolish for not understanding how to treat important customers. Since Chen Xiaowan first came with Nie Zheng, this woman had never given her a friendly look. If it weren't for the fact that there was only one butcher in the village and that Chen the butcher was decent, Chen Xiaowan would have definitely gone elsewhere. Once the house is built, she would find a way to solve the meat issue. It's quite annoying to keep sending money. She didn't come to be upset. In the past, Chen Xiaowan might have wondered where the problem lay, but now she knows without thinking. It's jealousy. They envy her house in Shanshan Bay and the kindness Nie Zheng shows her. The Qin family spoils her and they think she's too comfortable, which is just typical of women. She also thought about the Huang family and felt troubled. All she wanted was to live quietly. If no one bothered her, she wouldn't cause trouble. That's just her nature. But if someone came after her, she wouldn't hold back. Her 2 sisters-in-law cooked porridge, steamed buns, heated pickles, and stir-fried vegetables, leaving the stove to her. Chen Xiaozhen helped by cooking sweet and sour ribs in one pot and bone soup in another, adding cucumbers later for health benefits. She planned to stir-fry some pork with green beans and make a bitter melon and egg dish. Her sisters-in-law watched her cook, still surprised after all this time. That wasn't enough. Chen Xiaowan went to the garden to fetch some pumpkin vines. Chen Dazhao reached out several times, but didn't take any. Chen Xiaowan explained, "It's still raining, and we don't know the situation outside. We need to eat well to stay healthy." She added, "Don't save these few coins. Being sick can cost much more." Her sisters-in-law's expressions softened a bit. Chen Xiaowan intentionally didn't mention her aunt Chen Guilan and her 2 cousins. Although she initiated the separation, she sensed her aunt might have similar thoughts. Yesterday, her aunt never agreed to let the Huang family stay in her new house. From her aunt's last words, it seemed the Huang family had other intentions, and her aunt was unwilling to discuss it, not even bringing up little Jean Bao. As for arrangements, they were probably made last night, and she would find out soon. However, her uncle's principles would ensure it didn't affect her, so she felt quite at ease. As for the marriage issues of the Qin family's children, it wasn't that serious. They were all locals and aware of each other's situations. Besides, What she said to Nie Zheng back then was just casual talk, not something that would cause any real issues. There were also some rumors that harmed her reputation. She was ready to live like a widow and didn't care about such things. Besides, once things settled down and life improved, those people would only be able to watch her succeed. So what was there to be afraid of? The smell of braised pork ribs finally woke the sleeping person. Brother Chen was the first to come out, and his first question was to his wife. "What delicious food are you making?" Sister-in-law Chen shot him a sideways glance and said, "Big sister is busy." Brother Chen bent down to hold little Qing'er on his neck and asked, "Xiaowan, what delicious food are you making?" "Braised pork ribs." Brother Chen was confused but happy, thinking it must be good. He smiled, a bit shy, and playfully shrugged little Qing'er, making her giggle. He said, "Big sister." When Xiaowan heard him call her that, she knew something was up, and it wasn't good. She put down her spatula and glared at him, saying, "What is it?"
"Speak."
Brother Chen sheepishly said, "Yesterday, I helped take the Huang family up the mountain, and I told those brothers I would bring them some braised meat." He continued to smile and said, "When will you make more? There are quite a few of them." Xiaowan replied, "Okay, I know. I went to Uncle Chen's house today to order some meat, but I don't know if it can be delivered."
"There are quite a few buyers now."
Brother Chen said it will definitely be delivered. He won't give it to anyone else. Xiaowan rolled her eyes in her mind, thinking they didn't understand Aunt Hua's intentions. But she didn't say anything. Brother Chen held little Qing'er in one arm and tried to grab the pot lid with the other hand. Xiaowan blocked him with the lid and said, "It's not ready yet. We'll eat later." Just then, Brother Chen came in holding little Qing'er. He took a quick look and then went back out, teasing the child with words like, "Wash up, it's time to eat meat." By the time everyone was up, it was already noon. Uncle Chen glanced at the dishes made by Xiaowan and sent Xiao Wu to call Uncle San and Uncle Si's families to come for lunch. Xiaowan sighed. It wasn't that she didn't want to share. It just felt like they were living like a big communal meal. Every day, dozens of people were eating together. She looked at the ribs in the pot and felt there still wasn't enough. However, when Aunt Chin and Aunt Si arrived with people, they didn't come empty-handed. They brought dishes and steamed buns. This eased Xiaowan's worry about not having enough food, and they managed to have a meal together. When Aunt Chin came out with her two daughters, all three of their eyes were red. Qin Xiaowan pulled the three people to sit down and handed them bowls and chopsticks, letting them pick what they wanted to eat. Xiao Zhan was quick and picked up a piece of pork rib for each person, while Xiao Wu cleverly grabbed a piece of egg for everyone. Xiao Qi served porridge to the three, and seeing this, Xiao Jing also wanted to join in, picking up a piece of green bean for each person, while others followed suit. The Chen brothers looked at each other in surprise, their expressions softening a bit. Aunt Chun was in tears again. The two girls were both crying and laughing, repeatedly saying, "That's enough. Thank you, older sisters and brothers." Uncle and others encouraged them, and the meal was filled with laughter and tears. There were no separate tables. Everyone gathered around, holding bowls, either standing or sitting to eat. There were no rules or restrictions, just freedom. This was how a family should be. The family happily enjoyed lunch without any blame or questions, and the younger generation didn't ask why. It was as if the matter of separation didn't exist. Aunt Chen felt a bit anxious, thinking about how to move forward. They couldn't keep living at their brother and sister-in-law's house forever. Xiao Jing stretched out her chopsticks and said, "Sister Sanya, look, this is the twice-cooked pork made by the older sister. It's really delicious, you should try a piece." Xiao Qi added, "Sister Sia, you should eat too." Xiao Wu asked, "Aunt, why is Sister Sanya called that? Doesn't she have a name? And what about Sister Sia?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Chen's eyes turned red again. Xiao Zhen said, "Xiao Wu, what are you talking about? We can just give them names. Now Sanya and Sia can take the Chen surname from Aunt, which is great." This was the first time Xiao Zhen spoke so quickly, and her words made sense to everyone, drawing their attention to her. Feeling a bit flustered, Xiao Zhen blushed and said, "Why is everyone looking at me? Naming isn't just up to me. It should involve Aunt and also Dad and the third and fourth uncles." Everyone's gaze shifted to Aunt Chun and Uncle Chun. Chun Shaowan smiled but remained silent. She was not good at naming, and besides, the elders were present. It was not her place to decide. However, some things couldn't be avoided. After a moment of hesitation, Uncle Chun turned his gaze to her. Uncle Chun said, "Shaowan, you give it a try." Now, all eyes were on her. Chun Shaowan helplessly said, "Uncle, wasn't this brought up by Xiaozhen? Why are you looking for me?" Xiaozhen replied, "I mentioned it, but big sister, you've read more than I have, so your names will definitely sound better." Chun Shaowan felt a chill on her scalp and said, "The one who studies the most at home is Xiaoxi." If it weren't for him needing to come back for it. Aunt was anxious and replied, "If I ask you to get it, just get it. What's the big deal about a name?" Chun Shaowan knew that her name was important and quickly said, "Aunt, this name is not." Aunt Chun added, "Shaowan, you choose. We 3 women have come through tough times, thanks to you." The 2 girls nodded in agreement. Chun Shaowan froze, holding her bowl and staring at the rainy sky outside, lost in thought. After a while, she finally responded to the 2 girls, "What flowers do you both like?" In a farming family, names don't need to be too fancy. Simplicity is elegance. The 2 girls exchanged glances and 4 said, "Big sister, are you going to give us flower names?" Chun Shaowan nodded. "In our farming family, names shouldn't be too elaborate. Simple and elegant is appropriate." Aunt Chun nodded at the 2 girls. Since 4 was a bit younger and bolder, she looked at Aunt Chun and said, "I like lotus flowers." 3 quickly added, "I also like lotus flowers the most." Chun Shaowan gazed out at the rain for a while and slowly said, "The lotus is a noble flower, growing from the mud without being stained, and it blooms beautifully in clear water. Since ancient times, there have been paired lotuses, symbolizing happiness and deep sibling bonds. Now that you 2 are just right, I wish for you to be close sisters, supporting your mother, and may you both find a happy marriage in the future." 3 will be named Mei Lian, and 4 will be named Li Lian. As soon as she finished speaking, smiles brightened the faces of 3 and 4. Aunt Chun hugged her 2 daughters, her eyes filled with joy. Good names. From now on, you will be Chun Mei Lian and Chun Li Lian." Uncle San laughed. Uncle Chun also smiled at Aunt Chun and said, "Now you can rest easy." Aunt Chun nodded with tears in her eyes. The children continued to serve food to everyone. Aunt Chun then pulled 3 and 4, saying they would be the 2 lotuses, and asked them to bow to Chun Shaowan. Aunt Chun performed a half bow, and the sisters bowed fully. Chun Shaowan tried to decline, but Uncle Chun insisted that naming is a big deal and that she should accept this gesture. Chun Shaowan reluctantly accepted, but she thought about how Aunt had just said naming wasn't a big deal. She looked at Aunt with a pitiful expression, making Aunt and the other aunts chuckle. Seeing everyone so happy, Xiao Pao and Xiao Jing couldn't help but speak up. "Big sister, beautiful sister, and lovely sister have such meaningful names. Why are we all just Xiao? Xiao Wan, Xiao Rou, Xiao Zhen, Xiao Qi. Don't we have any special meanings?" Indeed, children's words can bring joy. When Xiao Jing said this, the adults were all happy, focusing their attention on her. Xiao Zhen joined in, saying, "Sister, hurry and tell me. I want to know too." She even made a funny face. This girl has been eating well lately and has gained some weight. She follows Xiao Jing every day and has become more lively. She looks even more graceful and sweet. Chun Shaowan shrugged and said, "Ask your dad." Uncle Chun said, "You should tell her. They don't know, and your dad named her, so he must have told you." Chun Shaowan felt helpless. Ever since she mentioned that many things were taught by her dad, he has turned into someone who occasionally teases her, not caring if it makes her sad. Chun Shaowan finally said, "My dad says that when the moon is full, it wanes, and when water is full, it overflows. A woman should be gentle and elegant, and with a small name, she will surely have a smooth and happy life." Everyone nodded, as if agreeing and reminiscing about that man from years ago. Xiao Qi counted on her fingers and said, "Wait, sister. My name isn't in there. How did I get my name?" This made all the adults laugh again. Uncle Chun said, "Ask your dad." Uncle Chun-sen rubbed his forehead and leaned down, resting his head on his hands, without saying a word. Aunt Chun-san smiled, looking at Uncle Chun-san. Xiao-Qi, who is 11 years old and still growing, appears very quiet, but those who know her understand she is quite clever. Otherwise, she wouldn't make Xiao Jing so upset every time, and there would be no way to handle it. "Dad," she called out sweetly, and Uncle Chun-sen couldn't take it anymore. He laid his head on the table, pretending to be drunk, even though they hadn't had any drinks at lunch. Both adults and children, including Aunt Chen and the two new babies, laughed even more. Aunt Chen-san, unable to hold back, said, "On the day you were born, your dad won a chess game against your second uncle and insisted on naming you Xiao-Qi. No one could change his mind." Xiao-Qi pouted, and Uncle Chun-sen lifted his head and said, "I only won against my second brother that one time. Was it easy for me?" Everyone laughed again. Uncle Chun said, "Well, that was still for you." Uncle Chun-san protested, "Big brother, you can't say that. I don't care. Anyway, that one time, I won, so Xiao-Qi should be named Xiao-Qi." Hearing her dad say this, Xiao-Qi, being generous, replied, "Good thing I'm named Xiao-Qi. Otherwise, Xiao-Xiu and Xiao-Yu wouldn't have names." Uncle Chen said, "You're thinking too much. Your second uncle had a few other names in mind too." Xiao-Qi. "Really, what is it called?" The other girls, including Xiao-Xiu and Xiao-Ya, joined in, asking, "What is it called?" "Qing Xian Shu Hui, but that's all I have." The family gathered together, creating a warm atmosphere. Chess is elegant, but not as precious as qi, which means beautiful jade. When your father heard it was precious jade and that it was called qi, he agreed. Chen Xiaowan was explaining the meanings of different names to a group of children. The kids were very interested and kept asking her questions. While everyone was lively, a few members of the Huang family arrived and kicked the door open. The men from the Qin family were startled and stood at the entrance. Chen Xiaowan whispered to Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, who cleverly slipped out the back door wearing raincoats. Chen Xiaowan then led the other children, calling for her sisters-in-law to come into the kitchen in the backyard, locking the kids inside. She walked behind Chen Dage, and soon, her aunts and Chen Gu were also there, standing beside Chen Xiaowan. The Huang family members barged in, having kicked the door and knocked over a bench at the entrance, looking fierce and soaked. Chen Dabe looked at them and shouted, "Huang Sanqing, Huang Ershing, what do you want?" Huang Sanqing replied, "Big brother, the room you arranged for us has nothing in it. We're tired and hungry." Huang Ershing added, "You're a liar, Chen family leader. Your niece said we could stay in the new house, but you put us in this small, damp place. What kind of big courtyard is this?" Chen Erge responded, "Nonsense. If you want to stay in the new house, my younger sister has already offered her newly built house for you. What more do you want?" Huang Ershing retorted, "What new house? There's nothing there, just mud. We don't care. You made promises, and my third brother and his wife have separated. You need to give us the new house, a big courtyard, and provide us with good food and drinks." Chen San-shu scoffed, "You've separated. What does that have to do with us? Why should we give you good food and drinks?" Huang Ershing kicked the broken bench again, showing his true colors, wet and rubbing his nose, saying, "Why shouldn't you? You called us here and also made my third brother and his wife separate. We came here because of what you said." The Qin family found them shameless. Huang Ershing stepped on the broken bench again, saying, "If you think you can deny it and cross the bridge after burning it, let me tell you, Qin family leader, that's impossible. My surname is Huang, and I eat everything except for losses." Uncle Chen said coldly, "Huang Sanqing, you tell me, did you agree to the divorce yesterday? Did Xiaowan not ask you repeatedly? If you disagreed, Guilan wouldn't have signed." Huang Sanqing rubbed his face with both hands and said, "Big brother, I agreed. But that house,
It shouldn't be."
Uncle Chen interrupted sharply. "What do you mean it shouldn't be?" Huang Sanqing replied, "It shouldn't be that rundown yard with nothing in it. It should be a big, nice garden." Uncle Chen continued sternly, "What big, nice garden? Where did you hear that? Didn't I ask you? The new house isn't finished, and can't be lived in yet. I arranged for you to rent a place, but you refused. You insisted on living in Xiaowan's new house, wanting the whole family to stay together, even willing to part with Guilin and your 2 daughters. Now you're regretting it? I'm telling you it's too late. Since yesterday, we are no longer relatives. Don't come to me about your matters. The house Xiaowan promised you can be used until the flood recedes in the county. Once the water goes down, you need to leave. Don't come looking for us. If you don't want to stay, then just go. Huang Daxing angrily punched another door. Blood instantly oozed out, startling Aunt Si and Aunt Chen, while Qin Xiaowan gently supported them and quietly told them to go to the backyard. Both shook their heads. Uncle Chun San remarked, "What's this? Kicking, hitting, and smashing doors like you want to fight." After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves. Huang Daxing, with his wet head, spat and said, "Chen Lao-san, don't pretend to be confused. You tricked us. That rundown yard isn't worth you spending 100 taels of silver to burn things." Uncle Chun San was taken aback and said seriously, "Huang Lauda, what do you mean spending 100 taels to burn things? Do I look like someone who has that much money?" Huang Ershing angrily replied, "You must be mistaken. Old Huang said you spent over 100 taels just on burning things, and he saw it. Yesterday, your 2 nephews took us to that house on the back mountain, and there was that thing." Uncle Chun San, hearing old Huang's name, remembered and said, "You all must be foolish. That thing is worth 100 taels. I can sell it to you for silver." Huang Ershing, furious, pointed at him and said, You. Uncle Chun San coolly continued, "See? You also think it's not worth it. How foolish would I be to spend so much money on something like that?" Thinking to myself, what a silly niece. There are really 2 fools here spending so much money on such a thing. One is you, and the other is me. You spend the money and I do the work. So, you're the foolish one. I didn't spend any money after all. With this thought, Uncle Chun felt a bit more justified. He really hadn't spent any money. It was all Qin Xiaowan's doing, so he wasn't the foolish one. He completely forgot who had been working day and night, staying at the kiln for over a month without going home, and even brought his son along to work in shifts. Qin Xiaowan looked at her uncle and quietly touched her forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. Huang Ershing angrily kicked a broken piece of the stool. Uncle Chen said, "We always keep our word. You wanted to stay in Xiaowan's new house, and we agreed. You wanted the whole family to live together, and we accepted that too. We will not provide for you. What, do you want to go back on your word?" Huang Daxing thought they should have checked the house first before making a decision. Huang Ershing cursed inwardly, thinking, darn, those Qin family members are so cunning. Just wait. Huang Sanqing thought his brother-in-law was being unreasonable. Huang Sixing thought his second brother was too impulsive. They should have at least had a decent meal yesterday. He had seen several of the Qin family wives cooking. None of them thought about how their family treated the 3 women. People only see and think about what they want to see and think. Everything else is completely invisible and unheard. Just then, there was a commotion outside. Chun Dashing arrived with several men, looked at the fallen door, and immediately told the Huang family, "Get out of the village." After saying that, he turned to Uncle Chun and the Qin family, saying, "Uncle and Aunt Chun, I'm sorry. During these special times, we can't keep outsiders, especially those with dirty hands." The Huang family was confused and had no idea what was happening. They hadn't eaten for a day and a night and had been exposed to the cold wind and rain, so they didn't have the strength to resist the men brought by Qin Dashing. They were dragged out of the Qin house. The Qin family looked at each other. Uncle Qin gave Qin Dage a look, and a few members of the Qin family went out wearing raincoats. Uncle Qin smiled at everyone and said, "It's fine now, you can all go. I was just thinking of changing the door anyway. Lao San, Lao Si, come help me." Aunt Qin looked at her brothers with tears in her eyes and said, "Eldest brother." Uncle Qin replied, "Why are you crying? It's not a big deal. Everyone can go now. You should go back to what you were doing." The Qin family followed Qin Dashing and others to the village entrance, where villagers in raincoats gathered around a group of people. Amid the sound of rain, they heard women crying and shouting. As they squeezed into the crowd, they saw a woman wearing a hat and raincoat, pointing at several wet women and 2 children, crying and scolding them. After listening for a while, they learned that these women had gone into the vegetable garden to steal vegetables, and the 2 children had tried to steal chickens, all from the same family, which is why the woman was so upset. Looking closer, they recognized the Huang family. Just yesterday, they were dressed in silk and gold, and now they looked like drowned rats. The Chen family watched with interest, not saying a word or offering help. The 4 newcomers, seeing the situation, realized it was bad. Huang Daxing slapped one of the women in a maroon outfit and shouted, "I told you to find food, not to steal." The woman covered her face, looking down in shame and anger, muttering, "I was going to buy it with money, but this woman is unreasonable." Huang Daxing replied, "Fool." He then took the silver hairpin from the woman's head and threw it to the woman in the hat, angrily saying, "Is this enough?" The woman caught the hairpin, examined it, and even bit it to check, not caring about the dirt. She cursed, "If you wanted money, you should have said so." I wondered how someone could be so shameless as to pick from someone else's garden. She then picked up fruits from the ground and stuffed them into the arms of the maroon-clad woman. The maroon-clad woman stood there, looking at the hairpin, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, she remained silent. When the fruits were handed to her, she instinctively accepted them. The rain poured down her face, and she couldn't wipe it away, making her look even more pitiful as tears streamed down. Chen Dashing stood there and said, "Now that everyone is here, you can leave the village." Huang Daxing replied, "What? Didn't we give money?" Chen Dashing explained, "That doesn't matter. Our village doesn't take in outsiders. Yesterday, Uncle Chen made an exception for you. Now you have nothing to do with our village, and stealing is absolutely unacceptable. I'll send someone to get your people. Once they arrive, you can leave. You have no food or drink here. Xiaowan's house is nothing, and it's not convenient for you to stay. It's better for you to go to the town, find a place to stay for a while, and wait until the water recedes before going home." Huang Daxing, "You are ruthless, hunting geese all day, and today you got pecked in the eye by one." Huang Ershing, "Why not? That back mountain doesn't belong to you in Lianshan village. Why can't we live there?" Chen Dashing said coldly, "But you came into the village today and stole something." Huang Ershing, "Didn't we just pay?" Chen Dashing, "Did you plan to pay from the start? Did you discuss it properly with the owner? Taking without asking is stealing." Huang Ershing, "You didn't say anything at first." Villager, "How shameless. Get them out." Villagers shouted, "Get them out. Get them out." Huang Ershing, "Why should we leave? We were invited by the Qin family, and they were supposed to provide for us. Why should you rude villagers kick us out?" Villager, "Don't be ridiculous. You shamelessly wanted to stay in the new house of someone else's niece. If they didn't agree, you would rather break off the engagement. Who would be foolish enough to provide for you?" Villager, "Right, the Huang family is very shameless. I don't know how that Qin girl ended up with one of them." Villager shouted, "Yes, the Huang family is shameless." Huang Sanqing angrily said, "You are talking nonsense. It was clearly the Qin family that was shameless, tricking me and Xiaolan into breaking up." As he spoke, he started to cry, covering his face with his hands, standing in the rain, looking very pitiful. Regarding this matter, Huang Sanqing should really cry it out, trying to find a match but ending up with a broken family. However, one must know the difference between what belongs to them and what is not. If it weren't for Qin Xiaowan making adjustments to that little house, it would have been the Qin family in a passive position. If the Huang family hadn't been so eager and had inquired properly, the Qin family wouldn't have had an easy time either, and they could have been taken advantage of. This situation is just a case of unfortunate timing, where the wicked face their own consequences. Chen Dashing continued coldly, "Isn't it true that you wanted the Huang family to live in the new house, willingly breaking off the engagement and not wanting the 2 daughters anymore?" Villager, "Yes, Qin Xiaowan asked many times. If you disagreed, Xiaolan wouldn't sign, and you still disagreed." Villager, "Exactly how shameless. They are greedy even for a house that isn't finished yet. Now that they realize they can't stay, they come to cause trouble and steal. This is just petty and shameless. Get them out. The Huang family felt they couldn't argue anymore, were outnumbered, and feared being beaten, especially since the Qin family had 3 younger members in the crowd who were watching. A few people exchanged glances, wondering what to do. This area, including the nearby mountain village, was a bit higher, but what if the town was also flooded? The Qin family was truly ruthless. Here, there was no food, no water, and no warmth. With just 2 broken houses that leaked, getting soaked in the rain would surely lead to illness. As a few people argued, more villagers appeared from the narrow alley, a group of young men from the village who helped the Huang family down. The young men wore raincoats, while some of the Huang family members also wore raincoats and straw hats, clearly provided by the villagers. This shows that most poor people are kind-hearted. An elderly man, several women, and a group of small children gathered. The Huang family cried, lamenting how the heavens were unkind, but people had compassion. If the Huang family didn't cause trouble, the Qin family would treat them well. Now, it could only be said that the Huang family was foolish. While one can survive natural disasters, self-inflicted misfortune is harder to bear. Once everyone was gathered, Nie Zheng said, "Let's go. Don't come back to Lianshan village." The Huang family saw the situation and had nothing more to say, so they turned to leave. Nie Zheng added, "Wait a moment." Huang Ersheng asked, "What do you want now?" Ignoring him, Nie Zheng addressed the villagers, neighbors, "Give them a few raincoats. We don't want them collapsing on the road." He felt some pity for the elderly and children, but they couldn't stay. Some kind-hearted villagers took off their straw hats and raincoats to give to them. Chen Dage and Chen Urge also prepared to take off theirs, but Chen Shaosan stopped them. They were different from the villagers. Watching the Huang family support each other as they left the village, Nie Zheng reminded the villagers of the current situation and firmly stated that outsiders should not stay in the village. The 3 Qin brothers took off their straw hats and raincoats to give to those in need and express their gratitude. Nie Zheng cheerfully said, "They are all from the village. It's the least we can do. But with the fields flooded, you brothers need to come out and patrol." The 3 of them laughed and agreed. They each bid farewell and returned home, as the Qin family was still waiting for news. The rain fell steadily for 3 days before finally clearing up. The water in the river rose nearly a foot, and the rice fields on the opposite bank were flooded. The few households by the river also had water enter their homes, reaching their calves, but fortunately, there were no casualties. The village chief found a few empty houses for temporary shelter. When the water level in Zhiyang town just reached their feet, the rain stopped, and the water quickly receded. In the village, no one went to the county town, but someone went to the town and came back to share what they learned about the county. Most houses were flooded, with water reaching above people's heads in some places, and some houses had collapsed. The water was filled with trash, clothes, branches, and wood. Some people climbed onto the beams, while others spent the night on rooftops holding umbrellas, making a mess everywhere. In higher areas nearby, many people had gathered. Fortunately, there weren't many casualties, and it was said that the county magistrate had sent people to assess the damage. However, it was uncertain how many days it would take for the water to recede. Chen Shaowen wasn't very interested in learning more because she felt helpless. She had seen enough news reports in the past and had initially donated money and goods, but over time, she became numb to it all. She believed that most disasters were caused by human actions rather than nature. At first, people would rush to help in times of trouble, but later, when disasters struck, the government would announce donation accounts. She appreciated the kind-hearted people who showed great love in the face of disaster and admired those who donated their entire fortunes. However, she agreed with the saying that the poor should take care of themselves and not pretend to be wealthy. Taking care of oneself and not causing trouble for others was the best plan. When one has the means, they should help others in an organized way. She wanted to be someone who helped others, but only if she had the ability to do so. In this small mountain village, even with money, she might not be able to buy much, as most things were the same. The only difference was the extent of the disaster's impact. Seeing the villagers moving around, Chen Xiaowan felt a pang of sympathy and called for Chen Urge to inform the village chief. She also wanted someone to report to the authorities. If illness or an outbreak occurred, it could lead to another disaster. This rain had already taken some lives. Chen Urge returned quickly and told her that the village chief would send someone to help. He then hurried off. The Chen family's life followed a routine. Chen Xiaowan visited the upper mountain bay twice. The first time was with Uncle Chen, who noted some areas that needed improvement. He mentioned that the rain was not all bad, as it tested the houses. Chen Xiaowan rolled her eyes at this. Uncle had become quite humorous. She also checked the water pipes, which were fine, and felt relieved. The second visit was with Uncle Chen Si, who inspected the entire house thoroughly and noted some things to discuss later with Master Wang and Uncle Chen. Chen Xiaowan knew that Uncle Chen Si was very detail-oriented, so she thanked him with a smile and didn't worry about the follow-up. She felt very fortunate. The house is still unfinished, and the ground is still muddy. After the heavy rain, it has turned into a muddy pit. Uncle Chen Si laughed at her, saying, "You grew up in a farming family, so why are you still afraid of this? You used to stay indoors whenever it rained, and now it's even worse." Chen Xiaowan looked at her muddy feet and smiled awkwardly. She didn't remember the cement recipe, but with tiles and stones, she could find a way to ask the village chief to pave a stone path for the whole village. Before cement was available, they used tiles and stones for paths. She heard that some wealthy families paved their floors with gold and jade, but Chen Xiaowan had never seen it and didn't want to deny it. She simply wasn't interested. A stone path is quite nice and practical. The news about Aunt Chen's situation spread throughout the village that day, and many neighbors came to gossip and inquire. Uncle and Aunt Chen managed to send them away without letting Aunt Chen come out to meet anyone. After that night, no one in the Chen family mentioned it again, as if it never happened. Aunt Chen settled at Uncle Chen's house, moving into the room that had been Chen Xiaowan's after her marriage. Chen Xiaoro and Chen Xiaozhen had never separated rooms and lived together until Chen Xiaoro got married. When Chen Xiaoxi grew up, he moved to his father's study. Chen Xiao stayed in the room that used to belong to Xiaoxi. Chen Xiaowan's room remained untouched and empty. When Xiaoro returned to her family home, she shared a room with Xiaozhen. This is why after Nie Zheng left, Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen asked her to come back to stay. This time, Aunt Chen arranged for Aunt Chen to stay in Xiao's room, while Xiao moved to Xiaoxi's place, but Chen Xiaowan stopped it. She smiled at Aunt Chen and said, "Aunt, I have built a new house. What do I need that room for?" Aunt Chen suddenly realized and laughed, saying, "Oh, I forgot. You have 3 rooms in this village. You have the most rooms here." Chen Xiaowan laughed, and everyone joined in. Chen Xiaowan then asked Aunt Chen, "Aunt, aren't you sending anyone to check on Xiaoxi and Xiaoro?" Aunt Chen replied while tidying up, "Check on what? Xiaoxi is up in the mountains. With this heavy rain, he can't come down. As for Xiaoro, if there was a problem, she would have come back by now. If she hasn't returned, then there's nothing to worry about. My son-in-law is a constable, so she'll be fine. Look at that, that's a mother for you. She doesn't hold back when talking about her daughter." Chen Xiaowan added, "I just hope Han Sheng can manage everything. I heard the county magistrate is busy assessing the disaster situation. He must be overwhelmed." Aunt paused her work. "It's fine. That girl won't put herself at a disadvantage. Don't forget, she's been through many legal battles since she was young." Chen Xiaowan replied, "That was a long time ago." As they spoke, a bright female voice, half complaining and half playful, came from the doorway. "I knew my mother doesn't care about me, only about my sister." They turned around and were pleasantly surprised to see a girl leaning against the door. She wore a light green long shirt with narrow sleeves, matched with an embroidered belt and pants of the same color. Her fair skin, expressive eyes, and hair styled in a cloud bun adorned with a silver hairpin and a pink flower made her look quite lovely, though the mud on her shoes detracted from her beauty. Chen Xiaozhen peeked in from behind and blinked. Second sister said, "She wanted to give you a surprise." Chen Xiaowan smiled. "What a surprise! We were just talking about you. Chen Xiaoro rolled her eyes. I heard it. My mother loves you and ignores me. The aunt's earlier surprise faded instantly. She had kept them out of trouble since childhood, and it had only been quiet for a few days. She didn't want to hear any more. Wiping her hands, she said, Now that you're back, just settle down. We'll talk when the water recedes. I'll go find your third aunt. Chen Xiaowan felt awkward. Mom, why are you like this? I just got back and you don't even ask about me? What is there to ask? You're fine, all in one piece. Mom, am I still your daughter? Is this how you talk about your own daughter?
What do you want me to say?
Their voices faded as they walked away. Chen Xiaozhen smiled at her, and Chen Xiaowan smiled back. The fact that Xiaoro was back meant the flood wasn't as bad as they feared. The government was doing its job, which was really good. Zhao Hansheng hurriedly sent his wife back to her family for safety, without even greeting his in-laws. He dropped her off at the village entrance and was about to head back when Chen Dasheng called him back, asking him to relay a message that he wouldn't be going to the city after all. Chen Dasheng had been feeling down lately. Ever since he took on the job of helping Chen Xiaowan build a new house, he and his father had been busier than ever, with many tasks related to her family, while the work fell on their own men and brothers. He followed his father around, constantly on the move. His second brother was in charge of patrolling the village, while his third brother was monitoring the water levels and ensuring villagers didn't go to the river for water. His father had just sent him to the county town to deliver a message to the county magistrate. The problem was, who was he to meet the magistrate? Plus, there was a flood. Who knew if the magistrate was even there? The water was already up to waist level in the town, and he didn't want to go through that trouble. Just then, he ran into Zhao Hansheng, a guy he rarely saw, maybe twice a year. But it was fine. If he could deliver the message, that was good enough. Besides, Zhao was a constable, which made it much easier for him to see the magistrate than for a common villager like himself. So, Chen Dasheng hurried to catch up with him. He never expected that Zhao was only escorting his bride to the village entrance. Once he caught up, he started complaining and chatting. Zhao was in a hurry. He had just returned from seeing his bride off and was worried he might miss the magistrate's call for help. Chen Dasheng was rambling, but not getting to the point. Zhao, impatient, said, Dasheng, just tell me what message I need to deliver. I need to get back quickly. The flood area is large, and the magistrate is urgently looking for help. Chen Dasheng paused, realizing how serious the situation was. He finally said, Just pass on this message from your sister, Chen Xiaowan. She said the river water is contaminated. There are all sorts of bodies and waste in it, people, pigs, horses, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, dogs, and who knows what else. So, the floodwater is not safe to drink. If people drink it, they could get sick, and if an epidemic breaks out, many could die. Just tell the magistrate that. After saying this, he sighed in relief. His father had told him to relay what Chen Xiaowan said, but he couldn't remember the exact words. Just the general idea would do. Zhao Hansheng looked surprised, thought for a moment, and then nodded, saying, Got it. I'll tell the magistrate as soon as I see him. Without waiting for Chen Dasheng, he turned and left, scratching the back of his head. Chen Dasheng shouted after him, Hey, don't forget. This is really important. Then he remembered something else and called out, Make sure to tell the magistrate quickly. Zhao Hansheng didn't turn his head, just raised his arm and waved his hand. It was unclear if he was saying he understood, or if he wanted to clarify something. Chen Dasheng anxiously stomped his foot and rubbed his face, thinking that it was fine. He had delivered the message and he couldn't worry about anything else. He looked at the flooded rice fields on both sides and felt a heaviness in his heart. Many families would struggle this year. He decided he needed to get the Chen family's boys to help out, otherwise he wouldn't be able to calm down. Chen Dasheng turned to head to the Chen family home. On the way, he met his father, who asked, Aren't you supposed to be in the county delivering a message? Why are you back so soon? Chen Dasheng replied, I ran into Zhao Hansheng and had him pass the message. The village chief was stunned for a moment and said, Why didn't you go yourself? I didn't want to. The road is muddy and wet, and what if I get sick? The village chief asked, What are you going to do? I'm going to get the Chin brothers to help. They have so many problems at home. They can't just sit around. Without waiting for his father to respond, he headed straight for the Chin family. The village chief rubbed his head, realizing he had no hope left. What a great opportunity for achievement, and this kid didn't even realize it. It seemed he was destined to be just a simple worker. Meanwhile, the Chin family was fortunate. Chen Xiaoxi was doing well in school and was expected to graduate soon. Now, Chen Xiaowan had two sons-in-law, one in the army and the other a constable, both with bright futures ahead. Look at that! The opportunity for success that the Chin family had was being wasted by this boy. The village chief felt a surge of frustration and walked on, thinking about what a mess this was. Chen Dashing arrived at Uncle Chen's house and called out from outside, "3 members of the Chin family, come out and help me." The 3 Chin brothers inside exchanged glances and understood what was happening. They smiled, grabbed their hats, and left. The 4 of them walked away laughing. Zhao Hanqing arrived at the county magistrate's location, his clothes completely soaked. Just as he got ashore, he turned to see a man urinating in the water, which made him angry. Before he could say anything, he saw several children being held by adults. Looking up, he saw dead chickens and bodies, and Chen Dashing's words flashed in his mind like lightning. He glanced back at the muddy water he had walked through, which smelled terrible. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. If someone drank that water, it would be strange if they didn't get sick or die. Just then, a colleague saw him and asked, "Han Sheng, where did you just go?" "The county magistrate is looking for someone." Zhao Hanqing stared at his colleague for a moment before realizing he might have a great opportunity to prove himself. Shaking his head, he gathered his thoughts and replied, "I just went out for a bit. I will go see the magistrate now." The current magistrate was also in a difficult situation, as the county office was flooded. The 2 entered, and the magistrate wasted no time, directly assigning tasks. "You 2 take a few people and check the surrounding areas to see where we can accommodate some of the displaced residents. I will go check the granary to see how much food we have left." Another officer replied, "Yes." However, Zhao Hanqing suddenly knelt on one knee and said, "Sir, I have something to report." The magistrate paused for a moment and waved his hand, "Speak." Zhao Hanqing had intended to keep quiet about sending his wife away, but he feared that if he sought personal glory, it would make things difficult for her. After thinking it over, he mustered the courage to explain everything in detail, including Chen Dashing's reaction and what he saw after they reached the shore. The magistrate was taken aback and broke into a cold sweat. While it was common for epidemics to follow disasters, this situation was concerning. He looked at the vast area of flooded land. The clerk beside him grew increasingly serious and said, "Sir, while this may sound harsh, there is some truth to it." The colleague stood there, unsure whether to follow the earlier orders. Zhao Hanqing urged, "Please, sir, issue an order to prohibit the people from drinking this water. If an epidemic truly occurs," the magistrate replied, "you 2 take the gong and notify the people and the villages. Also, take 2 more people to assess the damage." The 2 answered in unison, "Yes," and turned to leave. The magistrate added, "Clerk, let's find the doctors in the county and ask about the situation, and if there are any available medicines." Chen Xiaowan was unaware of what was happening outside. Even if she knew, she wouldn't say much. This was the responsibility of the officials, and as a common citizen, she shouldn't interfere. She was preparing to make braised meat. Yes, she was getting ready. The pork and offal ordered a few days ago had not yet arrived, and Chen Urge had already gone to urge them twice. However, due to the flooding, the butcher couldn't buy any pigs. The 2 he had were too risky to sell, so he hadn't slaughtered them. Today, a nearby family that raised 3 pigs decided to sell them to the butcher since they were getting too thin. The butcher came over to ask the Chin family if they wanted to buy any and how much they needed, as he was ready to slaughter them. Chen Xiaowan originally wanted to get a whole pig, but her aunt stopped her, saying it was too much food. Chen Xiaowan counted on her fingers. There were more than 30 people. Chen Urge also gave away a lot, and in the end, Uncle Chen decided to take half a pig. The butcher sent over the parts that couldn't be sold, like pig heads, pig feet, spare ribs, and backbones. In the end, the butcher delivered half a pig, 3 pig heads, 8 pig feet, 3 sets of offal, a bucket of pig blood, 10 pounds of lard, 3 whole racks of ribs, 2 backbones, and 10 pounds of pork belly, asking Chen Xiaowan to help marinate some, keeping half for herself as a thank-you gift. Looking at the pile of meat, Chen Xiaowan felt it was even more than a whole pig. Her aunt looked at Chen Xiaowan and Uncle Chen with a frown, while Uncle Chen rubbed his nose and left. Chen Xiaowan was only thinking about how to eat it. In the end, Aunt Chen San and Aunt Chen Gu were at home cleaning the pig heads and feet and bones. Chen Xiaowan, her aunt, and Aunt Chen Si went to the stream on the other side of the hill to wash the offal. For safety, they called Chen Xiaosan to join them. Chen Xiaoro, curious, brought Xiao Zhen along up the hill. As they passed by the halfway bay, Xiaoro looked at the big courtyard in amazement and teased Chen Xiaowan, saying, "Wow, big sister, you really have it good. Your brother-in-law treats you well with his house." Hearing this, Chen Xiaowan felt embarrassed and hurried to catch up with her aunt. Then Xiaoro shouted from behind, "That's my mom. I finally came back. Don't steal her from me." Everyone laughed. Aunt Chen Si said, "With Xiaoro back, the house is livelier." Aunt Chen replied, "As soon as she's back, it's so noisy, I have a headache."
Aunt Chen Si laughed.
Xiaoro said, "Mom, why are you like this again?" The group chatted and laughed as they walked around the small hill to the connecting area between the small hill and the back hill, where there was a stream. The water flowed towards the deeper part of the small hill, and a smaller stream flowed towards Chen Xiaowan's halfway bay. They found a spot to start washing. When they were cleaning the pig intestines, Xiaoro immediately gagged and pointed at Chen Xiaowan, saying, You actually want to eat this?" Chen Xiaowan ignored her. Chen Xiaosan was surprised and quietly asked, "Can you eat this?" Xiao Zhen nodded and said, "The big sister's cooking is really good." She continued, "I forgot, you haven't tried it before. The big sister has made it several times, and there was beef too. This is my first time eating it." Chen Xiaosan felt a bit left out and said, "You've made it several times and didn't share any with me." Xiao Zhen quietly said, "Xiao Si hasn't eaten it either." Xiao San felt a bit better after hearing this. Xiao Zhen continued, "Every time it comes out of the pot, it's gone right away. There's never enough." Xiao San thought for a moment and looked at the 3 people washing dishes and at Chen Xiaoro, who was still feeling unwell. He asked, "Can we really eat it?" Xiao Zhen nodded confidently. Xiao San wanted to stand up to help, but then he heard his aunt say, "Don't come over, just wait there. This stuff leaves a strong smell on your hands." Chen Xiaosan. On the other side, Uncle Chen's place was in chaos. It was simple. The flooded crops were just starting to ripen. If it hadn't rained so heavily, they would have been ready to harvest soon. Now, no one knew when the water would recede, and if they tried to harvest early, they would definitely lose some yield. The problem was, if they didn't harvest the rice soon, it might spoil after a few more days. The village chief was also worried. Just a while ago, things were looking better, and now it seemed like they were going to lose everything. He said, "The fields are flooded to a foot deep, and while the ears of grain are still above water, there will definitely be some impact. As long as the water recedes quickly, we can wait a bit." An old farmer said, "But some of them have already fallen over." The village chief. He replied, "Let's harvest the fallen ones first. Gather whatever we can. Our area is still better off than the upstream county. Just don't drink that water." He added, "Lao San, Xiao Song, Xiao Bai, you guys take a few people and check the water flow in the back mountain. The rest help with the urgent harvest of the fallen rice." He continued, "At this time, don't worry about whose family is whose. We all need to help each other. Everyone should pitch in. Lao, you go make the arrangements." He then spoke to Uncle Chen, Grandpa Wu, and the clan elders, saying, "We need to discuss our plans. This year's yield will definitely be lower. We don't even know how bad the situation is in the whole county. The government might not provide disaster relief. The grain stores in the county probably won't have much good grain left. Prices are sure to rise." Grandpa Wu said, "Although our village isn't poor compared to the county, We barely have enough to eat. This will be tough. The elderly felt sad. Their whole family farmed. The second and third sons had previously worked in the county but returned home. They enjoyed family time, but with more people and less land, the burden had become heavier. In the past couple of years, they had been living frugally. Even though their three sons could contribute a bit to the household, the elders worried more about the future as they aged. Uncle Chen said, "There's nothing we can do about it." He was thinking about whether Chen Xiaowan had any good ideas. Last time, she found that edible root, and there were many in the small mountain. It would be great if there were more, but it wasn't convenient to talk about it now. They also needed to check at Banshan Bay to see if the roots were affected by the heavy rain. The village chief asked for the opinions of the others. Everyone's views were similar. In the face of natural disasters, there wasn't much that could be done. They still didn't know the exact situation, so they could only harvest quickly and see how long it would take for the water to drain. If it drained quickly, they might be able to save some rice. They could only take it one step at a time. Everyone understood that Lianshan village was better off than others. They feared there might be places with no harvest at all. The village chief discussed the plan, deciding that adults and older children would go to harvest and find ways to drain the water. They called out a young boy to keep an eye on the village, watching for outsiders and ensuring no one was slacking off or wasting water. They worried about refugees coming into the village and the possibility of diseases spreading, so they made a series of arrangements. If Chen Xiaowan knew, she would probably sigh and think that the village chief was truly skilled at managing affairs, organizing everything clearly. It was a shame for someone like him to be in Lianshan village. Chen Dasheng and his team arrived at the rice fields that had been flooded. To be precise, it wasn't just flooding. The heavy rain had caused the rice to bend under its weight and fall over, then it got submerged in water. Old Man Sun, who had just heard from the village chief about the fallen rice, had worked hard all his life. The land was his lifeblood. Seeing the rice lying in the water felt like a knife to his heart. Their family's entire year of hard work and harvest was now mostly gone. He stood by the field in a daze, heartbroken, and wiped his eyes with his hand. Chen Dasheng couldn't bear to see him like this and said, "Old Man Sun, take a break. We'll get started now. Just call out if you need anything." Old Man Sun wiped his eyes with his sleeve and nodded, choking back tears. Chen Dasheng waved his hand. "Let's begin. Those who cut the rice should place it on the ridge. You four can work in pairs to bundle and carry it back." The men swung their sickles and entered the field, where the water reached their knees. Seeing this, Chen Dasheng felt even heavier and joined them in cutting the rice. He needed to feel around for the rice that had fallen into the water, cut it, and then lift it to place it on the ridge. However, this method was too slow. Meanwhile, Old Man Sun, with tears in his eyes, had already started working. He didn't mind being tired. He just feared that they wouldn't have any harvest at all. The group of men quickly realized the problem. They were working too slowly, much slower than during the busy harvest season. They directly asked Chen Dasheng, "This is too slow." Chen Dasheng scratched his head and replied, "There's nothing we can do. You all keep cutting, and I'll go back to get more people." The men had no other choice. After all, they were from the same village, and the next harvest might affect one of their families. Chen Dasheng hurried to the village. When he got home, the family was still gathered, and he quickly explained the situation about the harvest. The village leader's face grew serious as he said, "You go ahead. I'll get the gong and ask the women at home to help bundle the rice." At that moment, Grandpa Wu suggested no need for that. Send some boys around 14 or 15 years old, and have them bring a big wooden basin to help transport the rice. Village leader. "Uncle Wu, are you saying?" Grandpa Wu coughed and confirmed, "Yes." Village leader. "Then what about the village patrol duties?" Grandpa Wu looked at a few men his age and said, "We can still help with lighter tasks, even if we can't do heavy work." The village leader nodded and picked up the gong to start calling people. A few elderly men also got up to help. Before long, many people gathered at the village leader's house. He explained the situation, and anyone with extra labor at home, regardless of gender, along with older boys, was asked to help with the harvest. Boys around 10 years old accompanied the elders to patrol the village. When Chen Xiaowan and her group came down from the mountain, the villagers were already heading to the fields. Chen Xiaowan held a bundle of white mushrooms wrapped in leaves and asked the others, "What's going on?" Auntie carefully looked and said, "It seems they are rushing to harvest. Many rice fields have fallen over, and if they don't harvest quickly, it will rot and smell." Chen Xiaozhen, who had never seen such a scene before, asked, "Mom, can we eat the rice we harvest?" Aunt Chen replied, "If it's handled well, it can be eaten, but it will taste worse than regular rice."
Ah,
"Then this year might be tough." "Well, as long as we can survive, that's what matters." Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment, then stayed silent as they hurried to Uncle Chen's house. Uncle Chen saw them return and said, "Xiaowan, take your sisters and your aunt and Malian to process the meat at home. Malian can't go out with the younger ones, you know?" He continued, "Sister-in-law San, sister-in-law Si, and the wives of the older brothers, you all might have to work hard in the fields this time. Let's see how it goes after one day of harvesting." Everyone nodded and prepared to change their clothes and grab tools to head to the fields. Aunt Zhang said, "This is serious." Uncle Chen replied, "The eldest just came back and said the water flowing down from our village is very slow. It might be hard for the water to recede, so we need to act quickly. Follow the others to the village entrance. They are organizing things there, and the eldest and second eldest are also there." Little 5 and little 6 went with Grandpa Wu to patrol the village, so don't worry. Chen Xiaowan asked, "Uncle, is the grain shortage this year really that serious?" Uncle Chen sighed, "I'm afraid it's less than half." "Uncle, how did people get through similar situations in the past?" Uncle Chen looked at her and said, "What else can we do? We just have to endure." "How much help can the government provide in times of disaster?" He added, "But in all these years, we've faced droughts, and this is the first time we've had a flood." Chen Xiaowan felt a bit uneasy, knowing that crossing over often comes with disasters. She gathered her thoughts and saw Uncle Chen walking away with a sickle. However, she didn't know that he didn't go directly to the fields but first visited Half Bay Mountain to check on the yam vines, then climbed a small hill to look around. Shaking his head as he descended, he thought there were too few resources, and it might not help much. He hurried to the village entrance to assist with the harvest. In the kitchen, Chen Xiaowan taught a few people how to pickle meat while she blanched the offal. One pot was for rendering lard, and another was for marinating meat. She realized that if she made marinated meat now, there wouldn't be enough time to prepare dinner. So she asked Xiaozhen to knead dough to steam some buns instead of cooking rice. She also chopped ribs to make braised ribs and prepared to cook a dish with pig's blood and vermicelli. Additionally, she decided to make a winter melon soup with ribs since the early winter melons were ready to eat. Today, Chen Xiao was in charge of the fire, but sweat was running down her face, and soon her green outfit was half soaked. "Just add a log and let it burn on its own. Go outside to cool off. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chen Xiaowan. In the fields, a line of people stretched out, with wooden basins floating nearby. Boys around 12 or 13 were carrying half-full basins of rice back and forth between the fields and the paths. On the paths, several women gathered the rice into piles while men came over to carry it away. It was quite busy. Old Man Sun watched the scene, feeling a mix of gratitude, emotion, frustration, and worry. His face showed a range of expressions, and tears streamed down his cheeks, dropping into the water. The sunlight reflected colorful light on that tear. At that moment, Chen Dashing came over and said, "Uncle Sun, why are you still here? Hurry back and check on the harvested rice, see how to handle it and dry it." Uncle Sun wiped his eyes with his muddy sleeve and replied, Yes, I will go back right away." Chen Dashing assured him, "Don't worry, I will take good care of things here." Uncle Sun held onto his sleeve and said, Thank you, village chief." Chen Dashing waved his hand and replied, "No need to thank me. We are all from the same village. We'll help others with harvesting later too." The day after the urgent harvest, more people joined in the effort. Aunt Chen also went to the fields. She needed to live in the village and couldn't avoid seeing people forever. When Aunt Chen suggested it, the three Chen brothers thought for a moment and agreed, arranging for their aunt and third aunt to help supervise. Since the construction of Chen Xiaowan's house began, they had been eating together, and the meals were quite large. The vegetables were picked from the fields of all four families, along with some dried goods from each home. By June, there were plenty of vegetables, though the variety was limited. Chen Xiaowan thought she should find time to go up the mountain to see if there was anything else to eat. She hadn't had any fruit since arriving here. The wild peaches and pears on the hillside were not ripe yet. Either the birds had taken them, or mischievous kids had picked them. She regretted not planting a couple of fruit trees before the house was built. But now she was stuck in the kitchen. The Chen family had gone to the fields early, and she had come over early too, cooking with Xiaozhen and Xiaoro, steaming buns and dumplings, and preparing the marinated meat from yesterday. They sent Xiaoqi and Xiaojing with Xiaoxiu, Xiaoya, and Lilian to deliver it to each household as directed by Chen Urge. They also set aside some for Grandpa Wu's family and sent portions to Uncle Fu and Uncle Gui from the other branch of the family, as well as to Dr. Yu and the butcher's family. By the time the Chen family returned for breakfast, they still hadn't finished everything. Breakfast consisted of thick porridge, steamed buns, pickled vegetables, marinated meat, water spinach, and cucumber salad. The porridge was very thick, cooked in 2 large pots, as there were too many people, served in wooden basins and eaten cold. The Chen family enjoyed it. Uncle San said they would have the same for lunch, and Uncle Si nodded in agreement. The younger ones liked it too. Chen Xiaowan let out a long sigh, feeling much less pressure about cooking. Xiaoro had been quite tired since yesterday and didn't dare to complain, knowing everyone was busy. She understood that she shouldn't add to the chaos. Many families in Lianshan village also started eating porridge from this day, not for any other reason but because with a reduced harvest, how to get through winter was a big problem, and they needed to save food. During mealtime, Uncle Chen mentioned that the village had decided to harvest everything. Due to the flood, the rice was still 20 days away from being ready, and the yield would be only about a third of what it usually was. However, if they didn't harvest, with the current rate of water receding, it might all rot in the fields. The Chen family decided to go ahead and harvest, hoping for a good yield from the beans next. Chen Xiaowan innocently said, if we start seedlings now and plant them in July, we could harvest again in October. It's not very cold here in October. Why plant beans? The Chen family members looked at her. Chen Xiaowan touched her chin and innocently asked, why is everyone looking at me? Did I say something wrong? Uncle Chen said, explain in detail. Chen Xiaowan replied, what do you want me to explain? If we harvest now, the fields will be empty sooner, right? Once the water recedes, we can prepare the fields and transplant the seedlings. She added naively, the water is good for fertilizing, so it saves us some work. Uncle Chen put down his chopsticks and told Uncle Chen San and Uncle Chen Si, you too, come with me to Uncle Wu's house. To the others, he said, finish eating and continue harvesting. No slacking off. Watching the few leave, Chen Xiaowan innocently asked, did I say something wrong? Everyone looked at her in silence. Xiao Ro glanced at her several times without speaking. She felt that since her return, her older sister had changed a lot. Her cooking was better, and she made many dishes she had never made before, and her words were different too. Yesterday, she secretly asked her mother, who was silent for a long time before saying, your sister has a hard life. She shouldn't compete with you over everything. That wasn't true. She was just used to it. When they were younger, if she didn't talk to her sister could go a whole day without saying a word. Only when she teased her could she get a few words out of her. The 3 Chen brothers discussed on the way whether this plan would work. Uncle Chen Si said, regardless of whether it works or not, we have to try. A few pounds of seeds aren't worth much, and a field of beans won't sell for more than 2 taels of silver. Uncle Chen Sen added, we can try it ourselves. Uncle Chen said, let's first talk to Uncle Wu and hear what he thinks. If he disagrees, we can try planting ourselves. Then Lao San, you can take Xiao San to grow the seedlings. Don't worry about other tasks, and you don't need to help in Xiaowan's house. This matter is important. If he agrees, We will discuss it with a few elders and the village chief about planting together in the whole village. Then we can continue with our usual work." Uncle Chen San and Uncle Chen Si nodded. When the three arrived at Grandpa Wu's house, besides Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu, there were a few grandchildren. The others must have gone to the fields to harvest. The two elders were dressed in slightly worn clothes, busy handling wet rice stalks, hoping to gather as much as they could. The village's threshing ground was still wet, making it hard to dry the rice. At 57 years old, Grandpa Wu had not retired in modern times, but in this era, he was considered elderly. 2 years ago, he had fallen ill, and since then, his health had not been as good. His two sons had quit their jobs in the county and returned to farm, not allowing Grandpa Wu to work in the fields anymore. Seeing the three arrive, the elders quickly stood up, thinking something important had happened. Uncle Chen and the others greeted Grandpa Wu respectfully and quietly said, "Uncle Wu, it's not even July yet. What do you think about starting to grow seedlings now and planting another season?" Grandpa Wu was surprised and asked, "Who said that?" Uncle Chen wanted to explain, but Uncle Chen Sen quickly spoke up. "Shawan said that if we grow seedlings now and plant them in July, we could harvest again in October. Why should we plant beans? And there's also water and fertilizer to consider." Grandpa Wu raised his voice slightly. "Shawan said that?" The three nodded. Grandpa Wu asked, "Did she say anything else?" Uncle Chen San replied, "No, that's all." Uncle Chen said, "Uncle Wu, it seems Shawan mentioned it casually, but we think it's worth trying, so we came to ask you." Uncle Chen Si added, "Uncle Wu, since we harvested the rice early, we can grow seedlings now, and once the water recedes, we can prepare the fields for transplanting. It shouldn't be too cold here in October. We think it could work." Grandpa Wu said, "So Shawan suggested this." Uncle Chen Si confirmed, "Yes, it was Shawan's idea." Grandpa Wu stood up, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and said, "You make a good point. We harvested the rice nearly 20 days early, giving us plenty of time. If Shawan suggested it, then let's give it a try. If it works out, this year won't be so hard, and life will be easier in the future." Tears glistened in her eyes, and there was a kind of unexplainable sorrow in her gaze. The three brothers from the Qin family found it a bit strange that their great-uncle seemed overly concerned about Qin Shaowan, having visited the new house many times. However, they couldn't see any issues. They exchanged glances, keeping their doubts to themselves. Great-uncle said, "Zhou Ping, you come with me to find the other clan elders. Zhou Li, you go find the village chief. Zhou Shun, check on Zhou Fu and explain the situation to him. No matter what the other families do, let's try something first." He then looked at Great Aunt, who smiled and said, "I understand. I'll pick out some rice seeds for us to plant half of our land." Great Uncle smiled back, realizing that only with age do people understand the meaning of companionship. He replied, "No, let's plant them all." Great Aunt was taken aback, but then smiled and said, "All right, let's plant them all and have another season." The three brothers exchanged glances, making the same decision in their hearts. Chen Shaowan didn't know how the clan elders in the village discussed things. In the afternoon, Great Aunt came by, saying that some of their rice seeds had gotten damp and she wasn't sure if they would sprout. She asked if Uncle Chen had any extra seeds to spare, or if she could buy some. Chen Shaowan casually replied, "Don't you need to soak the seeds before planting? If they're damp, it's perfect for soaking. They might sprout sooner." Great Aunt looked at her in surprise and asked, "Is that so?" Chen Shaowan responded, "Isn't it? Once they're in the ground, you still need to water them. It's better to soak them first so they sprout faster." She added casually, "Maybe soaking them in warm water is even better." Great Aunt was taken aback, thinking she should discuss this with her husband. The girl didn't seem serious, yet her words made some sense. Still, she didn't want to borrow seeds. Just then, Uncle Chen's wife and the other aunts returned. It turned out the village chief decided to try planting another season and announced it in the fields, urging everyone to harvest quickly. Those wanting to plant again should prepare their seeds and visit the village chief that evening to discuss. Uncle Chen sent the three back to prepare the seeds. Great Aunt repeated her request, and Uncle Chen's wife readily replied, "No problem, we have enough seeds at home. I'll sort them out shortly. Do you want to take the seeds back to grow seedlings, or should we grow them, and you can come to collect the seedlings?" Great Aunt smiled and said, "I feel like I'm always bothering you. I appreciate it. This year, Shawan has already shared a lot of meat with us." Uncle Chen's wife replied, "We're all family. If you say that, it feels like you're being too polite." Grandma Wu said, "Just now, Shawan mentioned that soaking the damp rice seeds in water until they sprout before planting is a better method. Have you all tried this before?" Auntie was taken aback. "Shawan said that?" Grandma Wu nodded. Auntie called out, "Shawan, Shawan." Chen Shawan came out from behind, carrying a basket filled with eggplants, as she wanted to try making an eggplant dish. Chen Shawan asked, "Auntie, what's wrong?" Auntie replied, "You just told Grandma Wu that soaking the damp rice seeds in water until they sprout is the way to go, right?" Chen Shaowan was surprised. "Yes. What's the matter?" Annie said, "How can damp rice seeds sprout?" Chen Shaowan explained, "When you plant rice, it needs water, and it has to soak up enough water to sprout. Grandma Wu's rice hasn't been damp for long. It just got wet from the rain these past few days. So, soaking it in water to sprout before planting is a great idea, and it can grow faster. If it doesn't sprout, it won't be a problem." "Auntie, the weather is nice now. You should take the rice seeds out, let them dry for a day or two, then soak them in water to sprout before planting. Won't that make them grow faster?" Auntie and Grandma Wu felt like they were hearing a strange theory, but they also thought there was some truth to it. Auntie asked, "How do you know this?" Chen Shaowan pointed to her head. "I think about it here. When planting seeds, you either need to water them or let them soak. Why can't we soak them first?" Auntie replied, "You." Grandma Wu said, "Auntie, Shaowan has a point. Let's wait for the men to come back and discuss it further. There's no need to rush." Auntie felt anxious. It seemed like Shaowan had changed into a different person. But aside from her temperament, she hadn't changed much. She was even friendlier with them. Auntie waved her off to let her get back to work and continued talking with Grandma Wu. Chen Shaowan sighed in relief. She had wanted to say that it was her father who mentioned it or that she read it in a book, but if her father knew about the rice, he would definitely have said something. Moreover, all the books had been passed down to Xiao Si, who could easily tear them apart. She couldn't just ignore the situation. Otherwise, when winter came, everyone would struggle, and she couldn't just look out for herself. She had to care for the Qin family, which had so many people. As long as she didn't anger the spirit medium, she would be fine. What Chen Shaowan didn't know was that Grandpa Wu, after hearing this, locked himself in his room for a while and then told Uncle Chen and the others, "Let's try doing it as Shaowan suggested." He said, "It's the right time and fate. My Qin family is about to prosper. You three brothers are in for good fortune." A few people returned, and before they could eat, Annie shared what Chen Shaowan had discussed with Grandma Wu in the afternoon. Uncle Chen rubbed his head, feeling exhausted by his niece's antics. She spoke casually, without any source or seriousness, yet it sounded reasonable. If they went ahead, it would be tiring. If they didn't, something felt off. Uncle Chen asked, "What did Aunt Wu say?" Auntie replied, "Aunt Wu said she would soak the damp area first. This rush to harvest isn't a quick task. Let's observe for now," Uncle Si said with a wry smile. "Sister-in-law, today is indeed a busy day. Old Man Sun's field is almost ready, and we can finish harvesting it tomorrow. Tonight, we should arrange for the water to be drained, and we can start preparing the fields tomorrow. Everyone should help with his harvest first, and then we can go plant in his field before moving on to the seedlings." Annie asked, "So, what should we do?" Uncle San replied, "What's there to worry about? They will handle their tasks, and we will handle ours. I have a small piece of land, just 3 mu. Tomorrow I'll take Xiao Er to harvest it first and see how it goes. Xiao San can help you all in the village." Aunt San said, "Then we will follow Xiaowan's method." Uncle Chen remarked, "Not necessarily. Your land is too small, we can only give it a try. Once Old Man Sun's field is ready, we can work on that too." While they were discussing, Grandma Wu came back, urgently telling Uncle Chen's Ping, you should check on your Uncle Wu. He locked himself in his room when he returned and won't come out no matter how we call him. The three men exchanged glances and quickly went over. In a moment, Uncle San returned and called for Chen Xiaowan. Chen Xiaowan was startled, thinking something was wrong, and her family followed her. Uncle San said, "It's fine. Everyone can go back. Uncle Wu wants to ask Xiaowan some questions." When Chen Xiaowan arrived, Grandpa Wu was sitting in a grand chair, talking with the Chen family. Seeing Chen Xiaowan, Grandpa Wu waved for her to come over. Chen Xiaowan respectfully greeted everyone before approaching. Grandpa Wu smiled and asked her, "How should the seeds be soaked, and how long is appropriate?" Chen Xiaowan paused for a moment, glancing back at her uncles. Seeing them all nod, she felt reassured. "Grandpa Wu, I didn't think too much about it. If I just soak the seeds in water, I won't know if they will sprout. It's better to wash them first, and if they sprout, then I can plant them in the field. The chances of them growing will be higher." Grandpa Wu smiled and said, "That's true, but how long should we soak them, and to what extent? What do you think?" Chen Xiaowan tapped her chin and replied, "They should be ready to sprout, right? The roots need to grow in the field. If they sprout, we can rinse them in water to get rid of the bad seeds. The good ones will be left for planting." Grandpa Wu and the others exchanged glances and nodded. Chen Xiaowan added, "It would be even better if we could soak them in water that prevents pests. If the seeds don't attract pests, then the sprouts won't have that problem later on." Grandpa Wu paused and looked at her thoughtfully. Chen Xiaowan appeared casual and calm. Grandpa Wu glanced at the others. Uncle Chen chuckled awkwardly and said, "Uncle Wu, Xiaowan might have some strange ideas since Nie Zheng has been away for a while." Grandpa Wu laughed heartily. "Strange ideas are good. You brothers are lucky. The Chen family will thrive." He continued, "Let's try Xiaowan's method." Uncle Chen said, "What about the village chief?" Grandpa Wu interrupted, "No rush. It will take a few days to finish the harvest. Your aunt has already soaked the damp rice seeds, so let's give it a try first." After returning from Grandpa Wu's house, Chen Xiaowan felt like she had lost her composure, but she couldn't find any evidence to support her feelings. Grandpa Wu showed no suspicion towards her and didn't ask how she knew what she did. After walking back and forth, unable to figure it out, she sighed and said to herself, "Forget it, I meant well. As long as it doesn't backfire, that's what matters." The next day, while others were busy with the harvest, Uncle Chen took his brother Chen Urge to their own 3-mu field. As they stood in the field, Chen Urge said, "Uncle, the water here isn't deep. We could just let it be and wait for it to mature before harvesting." Uncle Chen replied, "What can we do? This piece of land is small, and the shallow water is easier to manage." Chen Urge insisted, "That won't work." "Uncle Chen." Chen Urge said, "Follow me. I remember that Uncle C has a smaller piece of land. I'm not sure what he planted there." Uncle Chen. Chen Urge led Uncle Chen around the field paths to a sunny slope where there was a small rice paddy soaking in water, just over 2 mu in size. Chen Urge pointed and said, "Here. Uncle Chen-san, when did your 4th uncle get this piece of land?"
"I didn't know about it."
Brother Chen Air. "Of course you didn't know. You went to the kiln that year, and 4th uncle took me to clear the land. This land has been cultivated for a few years now. Uncle Chen-san, that old 4th, his own land is in such a state, and he doesn't even know to tidy it up first." Brother Chen Air, "I'm afraid he hasn't even come to check on it." He added, "Uncle, wait a moment. I'll go tell him." After saying that, he left. Uncle Chen-san picked up a shovel and went to dig the field to let the water out. Regardless of whether they would harvest or not, if the water wasn't drained, the land would surely be ruined. In less than 15 minutes, Uncle Chen-si and Brother Chen-er came over together. The water in the field had already lowered a bit, and Uncle Chen-san was still digging away. Uncle Chen-si called out, "Third brother?" Uncle Chen-san replied, "Old 4th. You've forgotten your own land. If it stays soaked like this, it will all go bad." Uncle Chen-si said, "How could I forget? I was planning to work on it with Maisie after finishing up this afternoon. The land is too small, so I didn't think it needed extra help. It would be done quickly." Uncle Chun San raised his head and said, "Silly, this is just a small patch. If you had said something, I could have helped you with it yesterday instead of waiting for you and your sister-in-law." He added, "When did you even start working on this land?" "I didn't know about it. It was Xiao who brought me here." Uncle Chinsi replied, "It's been a few years. I brought Xiao to clear it back then." Meanwhile, the three of them were busy with their sickles, working hard. On the other side, Chen Xiaowan was also busy. Not only was she cooking, but they also had a few unexpected guests today. It was some half-grown kids from the village who came to notify her, and she went to greet them. Before going, Chen Xiaowan hesitated for a moment. She had to greet them since her house relied on these two. The first guest was Master Wang, and the second was Master Cheng, the well driller. As Chen Xiaowan welcomed the two, she asked Xiao Jing to call back Uncle Chinda or Uncle Chinsi, as these two were more familiar with her house. Master Wang cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Xiaowan, this time the whole Qingping County was flooded, affecting a large part of it. Although there weren't many casualties, the losses in the county are still significant. Many houses in several villages have collapsed." Chen Xiaowan looked at him as if she didn't understand. Master Wang continued to clear his throat and said, "Originally, we planned to start work after the busy farming season, but with the flood, many families have lost their harvest. The workers have nothing to do now, and they were hoping to start work earlier so they could get paid sooner. They need money for food and shelter." Chen Xiaowan understood, but was confused about why they didn't need to arrange for their families.
She thought about it and asked.
Master Wang continued, "Right now, the water hasn't receded, and the villagers can't go back. Most of them have set up temporary shelters outside, or are staying with relatives. The authorities haven't provided any guidance. They don't have much money, so they think working here is a way to earn something and avoid starving." Chen Xiaowan asked, "Are they coming just to work, or is the whole family coming?" Master Wang replied, "Only those who are working are coming. The others are waiting for the authorities to make arrangements." Chen Xiaowan then asked Master Cheng, "Master Cheng, are you starting work early too?" Master Cheng awkwardly smiled and said, "The usual clients couldn't avoid this situation. My senior brother mentioned that it's okay to start work here. It would be great to finish the yard and well together." Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment, nodded, and suddenly asked, "Master Wang, Master Cheng, what kind of water are you drinking outside?" Both masters were surprised and asked, "Is there something to discuss about that?" Chen Xiaowan explained her concern. Master Wang said, "A few days ago, the county office informed each town and village not to drink river water or floodwater." Chen Xiaowan nodded, "That's good." After a moment, she frowned, and Master Wang noticed, saying, "But there's still something." Chen Xiaowan shrugged her shoulders. "Masters Wang and Cheng, you must have seen that our village is currently busy with the harvest. We have arranged for patrols to prevent outsiders from staying here." Master Cheng asked, "Why is that?" Chen Xiaowan explained, "It's not that we are unfriendly or that I'm being rude. We are mainly worried about a major outbreak after this disaster. My house is fine, but if there's an outbreak outside, it could bring illness here, and that would be terrible. The village has not allowed anyone to leave or enter for the past few days." The faces of the two masters darkened. This news was indeed unpleasant and could cut off their livelihoods. Chen Xiaowan added, "I do have a suggestion. For families with fewer members and no land to stay on, they can squeeze in together, but I will need your help." The two exchanged glances and said, "Madam Chen, please tell us." Chen Xiaowan explained, "I have a small house on the back mountain which you should know about, where we have extra bricks. It's not too cramped and can accommodate about 10 people. The workers can set up bedding there or make a temporary shelter. We can send meals over, but they will need to cook for themselves. Our village is busy right now, so we probably won't have extra hands. You can take your time since there are fewer of you. I'm not in a hurry. Just a little. Those who drank dirty water cannot come. If they arrive with dizziness, stomach pain, fever, or rashes, they must be told not to delay. These are signs of an epidemic." The two masters exchanged glances and said, "If that's the case, we can't bring anyone." Chen Xiaowan exclaimed, "What? Is there already an infection?" The two men looked a bit grim. Just then, Uncle Chun walked in, carrying a heavy iron tool. Uncle Chun was surprised to see the two men at this time. They were very polite, and usually kept their word. He greeted them first, set down the iron tool, and wiped his face before asking what was going on. Chen Xiaowan explained the situation. Uncle Chun looked at Master Wang and Master Chung and said, "I remember you two don't live in the county." Master Wang replied, "Our village, Dayu village, was also flooded, but my house is okay, sitting on a slight slope. The houses in the village are all flooded, the fields have no harvest, and many houses have partially collapsed. The water hasn't receded, and we can't go back. We've set up temporary shelters near my house. A couple of days ago, someone from the county office came to say not to drink dirty water. I heard that Lianshan village hasn't been flooded. The young people in the village heard about it and came to find me, asking if they could start working to earn some money for future repairs." Master Wang added, "I can't bear to see them suffer." Master Ching said, "I live in the county, but I'm currently staying at an inn in Jiang town. Since I have nothing to do, I thought it would be good to start working soon." Uncle Chun nodded and said, "It's tough everywhere in disaster years." He continued, "You mentioned not bringing people into the village because there's an epidemic?" Master Wang replied, "I can't be sure, but there's a child on my slope showing symptoms like what Xiaowan described." Master Ching said, "I haven't heard anything at my inn, but Juyong town is overcrowded right now, so it's hard to say." Uncle Chun and Chen Xiaowan exchanged worried looks. This was a difficult situation. The two masters cupped their hands and said, "In that case, we won't disturb you any longer." As they spoke, the two masters prepared to leave. Chen Xiaowan said, "Masters, please take a different route. If you go this way, you'll reach my place at the hillside. It's a small house, and if you need anything, feel free to use it. Additionally, do not drink dirty water and avoid crowded places. If someone around you shows symptoms, make a mask from thick cotton cloth and cover your mouth and nose. Wash it daily, and after washing, boil it in hot water for 10 minutes or let it dry in the sun. Do not scratch or rub your eyes. Do not keep the clothes of the sick person. They should be burned. Clothes that have come into contact with the sick person should also be dried in the sun. It is best to isolate the sick person from their caregivers." Uncle Chun said, "I will discuss with the village chief about what to do. If you two want to bring your families, take a walk at the village entrance and we will send food out to you." The two masters bowed and left together. Uncle Chun said to Chen Xiaowan, "This is not a small matter. I will go find the village chief." Chen Xiaowan nodded. She decided to practice sewing masks and prepare some supplies. There was no alcohol available, but there was still some wine. However, the four families combined had less than 3 jars. She patted her head, realizing she shouldn't have brought people to her home. In the future, she planned to build a few pavilions and stone tables by the village entrance and the riverbank. She needed to be more cautious. Regardless of feelings, with so many people in the village, including the elderly and children, she had to be careful. It was a real oversight. Thinking about this, she felt a habitual urge to sprinkle something on herself. This was a habit from the past 3 years. She took out a jar of wine, poured a little, and sprinkled some on herself. She decided to let Chen Xiaozhen and the others play for a while longer. She would sanitize their used items with hot water and then let them handle it while they played in the backyard. Returning to her small courtyard with Nie Zheng, she quickly took a shower and washed her hair. She knew the chance of infection was low, but she felt uneasy and wanted to take precautions. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel comfortable. After twisting her hair dry with 6 pieces of cotton cloth, she went to Uncle Chen's house. Little Jing quietly asked her, "Sister, will we catch the disease?"
Chen Xiaoban firmly replied, "No."
"If you don't drink dirty water, don't run around, avoid crowded places, and don't touch dirty things, you'll be fine." Little Jing quickly pulled her hands behind her back, and Chen Xiaowan smiled, continuing, "Not only you, but you also need to make sure your younger siblings understand, okay?" The little girl nodded eagerly, and her serious expression warmed Chen Xiaowan's heart. Uncle Chun found the village chief in the rice fields, busy with the harvest. He explained the situation in detail, and the village chief's forehead creased with worry. Flooding had damaged the fields, and they were busy with harvesting, replanting, drying grain, patrolling the village, and dealing with the disease. The village chief felt that he had never been this busy in the past 10 years. The village chief pulled Uncle Chen along and shouted, "Hurry up, don't dawdle. There's still a lot to do." The villagers responded in unison. When they returned to the village, several family elders were already at the drying yard. Although the yard wasn't completely dry, they were trying to dry whatever they could. Uncle Sun's roof was already drying. They didn't go anywhere else and started discussing matters at the village entrance drying yard. Old Huang said, "Relatives from each family will probably arrive in the next few days. It won't be easy to refuse them then." Grandpa Wu replied, "Our village is busy with harvesting and planting seedlings right now." Old Li added, "It's tough. In a disaster year, the people suffer. If the officials don't take action, it will be even worse." Uncle Chen said, "Actually, as long as the water recedes, the people will return home, and we will be fine." Grandpa Wu responded, "Not necessarily. If the crops fail, houses collapse, and there's no food or water, what can we do? Aren't those two masters here for that reason?" Uncle Chen remained silent. Old Li remarked, "With so many relatives, we can't ignore them. The villagers' conscience won't allow it. We need to come up with a plan." Old Huang agreed, "That makes sense. Village chief, your daughter is back. You can't just turn her away." The village chief felt frustrated. All the recent patrols around the village had been a worry. With Qin Shaoan around, she would definitely say, "At least the villagers aren't drinking dirty water, so the disease won't start here." The village chief suddenly looked at Uncle Chen. "What does your daughter say?" Uncle Chen replied, "She's just a young lady. Why should she worry about this? She can barely manage cooking every day." Everyone looked at her. Uncle Chen felt embarrassed under their gaze. She did give a few reminders to the two masters. He repeated what Qin Shaoan had said. Grandpa Wu said, "That doesn't solve the current problem." Uncle Chen pointed to the riverside and said, "Those few households by the river, weren't they supposed to be relocated? If someone comes, can they all be arranged there?" The village chief replied, "Can we really not let them into the village?" Everyone looked at the village chief. Uncle Chen said, "If you can stop them from entering, that would be great. But since the disease hasn't broken out yet, how will you stop them if they come?" The village chief rubbed his forehead. Uncle Chen suggested, "Let's divide the work. First, harvest the crops that have been soaked in water. Let the others drain if possible. Assign a few people to plant seedlings and a few to prepare the fields. Those preparing the fields need to be quick." He glanced at Grandpa Wu, noting that the soaked seeds had already swelled up and had been changed once this morning. Then he suggested arranging a few people at the mountain entrance to see if they could build a few straw huts. The village chief was anxious. "Where's the water? What will they drink? The river water is dirty and not drinkable. The villagers are already going into the mountains to fetch spring water. Where will they stay, and what will they drink?" Uncle Chen replied, "Aren't you the one who said not to let anyone into the village?" The village chief said, "That was clearly your daughter Xiaoan's idea." Uncle Chen sighed as well, saying it was hard to arrange things, but it would be fine once the water receded. Meanwhile, Uncle Chen and a few others were discussing how to handle the relatives coming to seek refuge. Qin Shaoan was inside the house, teaching a few sisters how to sew masks, budgeting for 3 masks per person. She had bought some fabric for inner clothing and coarse cloth for outer garments and asked Xiao to cut them neatly. Noticing that Xiao was unusually quiet, Qin Shaoan said, "Are you worried about your brother-in-law?" "Don't you worry about your brother-in-law?" Qin Shaoan thought to herself that this girl was really annoying, but she couldn't say she wasn't worried, so she replied, "Of course I am. But what can I do? He's 1,000 miles away, and I can't help him. With the flood here, he can't help me either. So, what's the point of worrying? It's better for each of us to be safe." Xiao looked at her and said, "But Hanxing isn't 1,000 miles away. I can help him." Qin Shaoan was caught off guard by this comment and playfully flicked her forehead, saying, "Exactly. So don't let him worry. Make him some masks and find a chance to send them to him." Suddenly, Xiaozhen spoke up, "Elder sister, second sister, why aren't you worried about Xiaoxi?" Chun Shaowan and Xiaoro exchanged glances. This was something they absolutely couldn't admit. Xiaoro said, "Isn't he at the academy? What's there to worry about?" Xiaozhen and Xiaoqi giggled. Chun Shaowan replied, "I need to go to the county to check the situation and bring Xiaoxi back. The academy should take in many disaster victims." Everyone looked confused. Chun Shaowan explained, "The academy is higher up. When the flood comes, many disaster victims will surely run up the mountain. The scholars study how to cultivate themselves, manage their families, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. They can't refuse to take them in." Xiaozhen quickly put down the half-finished mask and said, "I'll go find Dad and my older brother." Chun Shaowan replied, "Come back and finish sewing the masks first. We need tools to go pick people up, and the roads are difficult. We can't take the ox cart." Xiaozhen. Then Chun Shaowan and Xiaojing prepared dinner for everyone. The truth was, this girl wasn't as good at sewing as Xiaoxiao and Xiaoya. The village chief and Uncle Chun, along with a few elders, discussed for half a day, but couldn't come up with a plan. In the end, they could only take it one step at a time. However, they clearly arranged the work for the villagers. Chun Dashing led several teams of people to harvest quickly. Li Dazhu is in charge of preparing the land with 3 teams. If they're not planting, they need to report in advance. Old Huang, Old Li, and some older villagers along with the younger boys are drying the grain. Grandpa Wu and Uncle Sun are gathering people to grow seedlings. Chun Ershing and Chun Shisong are digging water channels. When arranging a time with Uncle Chun, he said he needed to go to the county town to pick up his son, Xiaoxi. The village chief sighed, noting that the Chun family has a lot going on. The village chief said, "Your second and third sons are also around." Uncle Chun replied, "They have other things to do. We still have plenty of people working. The children's mother, my sister-in-law, and my sister are all helping." The village chief stared at him, and Uncle Chun continued, "I just came from the fields myself." The village chief said, "Let my third son accompany you to the county town. He needs to check on things too." Uncle Chun didn't respond, just accepted it. As everyone was talking, Grandma Wu hurried over and said to Grandpa Wu, "Hurry, it has hatched." Both Grandpa Wu and Uncle Chun were stunned. They hadn't finished preparing the land yet. They quickly got up and headed to the village. The village chief and several elders were puzzled, but thought it would be good to see what was happening. When they rushed to Uncle Chun's house, he told little Chi, who was playing at the door, "Go call your sister to Grandpa Wu's house." Chun Shaowan felt confused when she heard the message. She called Xiaoro to the kitchen to continue cooking and went to Grandpa Wu's house. Upon arrival, she saw everyone staring at the wooden basin, discussing excitedly. A few elders were very happy, but the village chief looked worried. He felt burdened by the Chin family's troubles. The harvest wasn't finished and the land wasn't ready, but now there were seedlings. When Grandpa Wu saw her, he happily made space for her. Chin Shaowan looked and exclaimed, "Oh, it has cracked." But she wondered what the next step was. At this rate, the fields wouldn't be ready in time. She reached out to check the temperature and noticed a sour smell. Chun Shaowan said, "We need to change the water." She and Grandma Wu changed the water for the seeds, washing them several times. Then she told Grandma Wu, "The fields aren't ready yet. Let's spread the seeds on a sack to cool them down, sprinkle some spring water on them, and cover them with straw." She said to Uncle Chun, "Uncle, we need to hurry. I estimate those seeds need to be in the ground by tomorrow. The temperature is too high. We can't let them grow too much." Uncle Chun looked at her, feeling a headache coming on. Her ideas were good, but they were exhausting. He said, "How can it be so fast?" Chun Shaowan shrugged and said, "I don't know either." Uncle Chun stared at her. Chun Shaowan continued, "Maybe it's because of the high temperature. The seeds were already damp, and after soaking them for so long, they sprouted early." Uncle Chun kept looking at her. Chun Shaowan added, "Normally, seeds shouldn't sprout this quickly. Should we try again?" Uncle Chun waved his hand, signaling her to leave. Chun Shaowan didn't hesitate. She bowed and walked away. Several elders and the village chief watched him. Uncle Chun said, "She has never worked in the fields. She probably reads a lot. They glanced at him again, speechless. Old Li said, "Now that the seedlings have sprouted, let's plant them." Grandpa Wu replied, "We just started preparing the land today. It will take 2 or 3 days to get it ready." Uncle Chen said, "Today, the third and second sons worked on a small piece of land. We'll see tomorrow if it works." The village chief glared at him again. Uncle Chen explained, "Shawan has never planted before. She suggested this method, and we thought we'd give it a try." Old Huang looked at Grandpa Wu, his meaning clear. Grandpa Wu smiled and said, "Our rice seeds got damp, so we borrowed some from the Ping family. Shawan suggested this method, and her grandmother soaked them. Who knew it would work so fast?" Old Li laughed, "This is great. Now we don't have to worry about the timing of the seedlings, just about harvesting and preparing the fields quickly. Your niece is impressive. She used to hold us back." They both chuckled, and the village chief went to find Old Sun, while Uncle Chun went to check on the progress with Uncle Chin San and Brother Chin Air, leaving the 3 elders to chat. Uncle Chin finally found the 2 after some searching, and the field was completely drained. Uncle Chin called out, "You two, what's going on?" Brother Chin Air happily replied, "Dad, we'll let it dry in the sun for a day. The day after tomorrow, we'll come to add water, prepare it, and we can plant the day after that. If the seeds aren't ready, we can let them dry a couple more days." Uncle Chin looked at his cheerful son and said, "You think it's that easy? The soaked rice seeds have already sprouted today. By tomorrow, they might all be up. This is still slow. They could sprout even faster. Dad, you wouldn't be joking with us, would you? They sprouted in just one night?" Uncle Chin coolly replied, "Why else would I be here?" He added, "Oh, we might end up exhausted by this girl Shawan." Uncle Chun San. He didn't say. He was tired. In just one night, the rice seeds from Grandpa Chen's family sprouted, and news spread throughout the village. Some sighed, some were puzzled, and some were excited. The excited farmers were busy plowing the fields. The next day, they cracked their whips loudly to drive the oxen. The families who cared for the oxen scolded their sons, but the stubborn farmers didn't listen, pretending not to hear. The puzzled old farmers, who had been farming for most of their lives, wondered what was happening at Qin Huiye's house. They thought he must have some magical method, as they heard he would plant another crop. The ones who sighed were those rushing to harvest. With the added task of planting another crop, they had to work even faster. The village chief said that whoever finished their field first would get to plant the seedlings first. This was important, so even some of the less experienced women and playful boys were pulled into the fields. The village was busier than ever, even more united than before the disaster. A few elders stood under a big tree at the threshing ground, stroking their beards and smiling. They believed they could get through this difficult year. Meanwhile, at the village chief's house, he was discussing with Uncle Chun, saying, "The water hasn't receded yet. What should we do?" Uncle Chun gritted his teeth and replied, "What can I do if the water doesn't go down? Instead of talking, let me go and harvest some rice." The village chief looked at him and asked, "Are you sure there's no way for your daughter Shawan to help?" Uncle Chun said, "Don't keep bringing up Shawan. She's just a girl, doesn't farm, doesn't work, and hasn't been out of the village much. What can she do?" The village chief replied, "I'm not counting on her. I'm counting on you. In all these years, besides that bit of woodwork, what else have you done?" Uncle Chun turned to leave. The village chief stopped him, saying, "Think about those who used to help. Remember who warned about the flood and disease? Who made that delicious braised meat? I'm telling you honestly, your daughter Shawan can do more than you admit. It's all for the village, not just for me. I won't mention it to outsiders. I'll help keep it quiet. I don't know why you're hiding it. If I had such a talented daughter, I'd want everyone to know." "Just you," Uncle Chin exclaimed. "What do you know? Don't say foolish things. Do what you want, but don't mention Shawan." With that, he turned to leave. The village chief called after him, Hey, don't be upset. If you won't let me, I'll just have to ask Shawan myself." Uncle Chun turned to glare at him. The village chief said, "That's better. Let's talk things over calmly." Uncle Chun insisted, "You are not allowed to look for Shawan. The village chief pulled on Uncle Chen's sleeve and said, Okay, just speak nicely. I'm not unreasonable. Uncle Chen replied in a heavy tone, You know that Xiaowan lived in the city with her parents for a year when she was young. The village chief. Uncle Chen took a breath and continued, Her mother fell ill, and my younger brother didn't even take the county exam. He brought the two of them back home, and not long after, my sister-in-law passed away. After that, Xiaowan forgot everything from before. She forgot everything, even her parents and who she was. My brother taught her little by little, but even then she changed so much. Such a bright child became quiet. Later, we called a doctor, and he said it was due to deep sadness. Forgetting was for the best. Luckily, she was young, so it wouldn't be a problem. Just let her grow up normally. You see, that's why we don't let Xiaowan do heavy work. That girl has a weak foundation. My brother only has her as his child. The village chief said, This has nothing to do with Xiaowan, right? Uncle Chen replied, What do you know? Xiaowan was very smart as a child, even smarter than my brother. After she forgot, we asked the doctor if she could remember again. The doctor said if she can avoid remembering, it's better not to. It's not a good thing. If one day she remembers on her own, that's fine, but we must never force her to remember. Deep thoughts can hurt her. After that, my brother didn't teach her much anymore, just some simple things like sewing. He only wanted to keep her occupied, not let her spend all day reading and drawing. Eventually, he even stopped her from writing. My brother said that a farmer's daughter doesn't need to know these things. I understand. He cares for his daughter and is afraid that if she writes or draws, she might remember something. Recently, what she knows might not be everything she learned over the years. We have been watching her closely, so how could we not know what she can do? It must be what my brother taught her when she was young. She is clever, so if she remembers some things, it makes sense. She said it just came to her suddenly. I'm worried that if something triggers her memory, or if she remembers everything, I don't know if she can handle it, especially since Nie Zheng is not around now. The village chief said, I know a bit about your younger brother's situation, but I didn't expect it to be this serious, affecting Xiaowan too. Uncle Chen said, Now you know.
Don't go looking for Xiaowan.
If I find out anything, I'll come and tell you. I won't ignore the livelihoods of everyone in the village. After speaking, he stared at the village chief and said, Don't spread this around. He saw the village chief nod and then turned to leave. The village chief tugged at his beard, worried that the water had not receded and most of the fields could not be plowed. Even if they sprouted, it would be useless. Today, Qin Xiaowan was not busy at all. She was sewing with a few children, her face full of smiles. When Uncle Chen returned, he only greeted her briefly. Uncle Chen took his tools to the little house on the back mountain where Nie Zheng used to live. Before leaving, he instructed Qin Xiaowan to stay home with the little ones and not go to the village. When he returned, he saw about 10 people on the road into the village. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be relatives of the villagers, and he feared he couldn't avoid them. After Uncle Chen left, the village chief was about to hurry out when a few kids called out, Village chief, village chief. A group of people has come to the village, saying they are here to visit relatives. Grandpa Li asked us to call you. The village chief, feeling helpless, could only stretch his back and follow the kids to the village entrance. A few elderly people at the threshing ground were talking to the group. The newcomers were dressed relatively clean and looked lively, but they had large bundles, clearly indicating they were disaster victims. At this time, most of the people who could come were indeed disaster victims. The village chief approached and asked, Who are your relatives? One young woman, about 21 or 22, wearing a deep blue dress with a light blue skirt and black pants, happily said, Village chief, it's me. I'm Gui Xier, the daughter of Gui Erping. She pointed to the others and continued, This is my father-in-law and mother-in-law, my older brother, my second brother, my sister-in-law, my second sister-in-law, my nephew, my niece, and this is my husband and my daughter. This is my sister-in-law. The village chief said, Xier, what brings you here? Gui Xier replied, Village chief, we originally lived in Lianqi village, but it was flooded. We stayed in Jiang town for several days, but now the town is too crowded, and there are few supplies at high prices.
We.
We have no money left, and I want to stay with my parents for a few days until the water recedes, then we will go back. The village chief turned to the group of children and said, "Who will go and inform the Gui Erping family?" The children all chimed in, "I'll go. I'll go." And they ran off quickly. The village chief knew that Gui Xie had married into the Qian family who lived in Zhuoxi village, which is upstream from Lianshan village. The village was flooded during the first heavy rain. The family realized it early and managed to save all the important things before the water entered their home. Knowing that Zhuyang town was on higher ground, they took their family there overnight and found a small inn to stay in. At first, there weren't many people, and the room and meal prices were low. The elderly woman and a few daughters-in-law helped in the kitchen and cleaned the guest rooms, which helped reduce costs. However, when the second rain came, more people arrived in Zhuyang town, and the prices for rooms and goods increased. The innkeeper, being kind, didn't raise their room rate at first, but changed their 2 rooms into 1. They couldn't last many days like this. The small inn became overcrowded, and a few wealthy people arrived, acting arrogantly, along with some sick guests. The innkeeper had no choice but to negotiate with them. Mr. Qian wanted to take his family to a higher place to build a shelter, but he had no money to buy materials or food. His daughter-in-law suggested borrowing a room and some rice from her family, as they likely weren't flooded. There should also be wild vegetables on the mountain to help them get by. With no other options, he reluctantly went to rely on his in-laws. He made promises not to trouble the village chief or the villagers. The village chief shook his head and said, "That's not the issue. Just stay here with the children for now. When Gui Erping's family arrives, they can prepare some food for you. We'll discuss this further." After taking a few steps, he returned and asked, "You mentioned those wealthy people have sick family members. What are their symptoms?" Mr. Qian replied, "I'm not sure, but it seems like a high fever that won't go down despite taking medicine." The village chief felt a pang of worry but reassured himself that everything would be fine. He went to discuss the matter with a few elders and Mr. Yu. After a while, Gui Erping arrived and was also called in for the discussion. The Qian family was anxious, and Gui Xie was on the verge of tears. Her husband comforted her, saying, "It's okay, it's okay. There might be things we don't know about." When Gui Erping approached, he looked troubled and said to Mr. Qian and Gui Xie, "In-laws, I'm sorry." Qian Bo's heart sank. Gui Xie said, "Dad, is it that the village chief doesn't want us to stay, or is it you?" Qian Bo shouted, "Sen Er's wife." He then cupped his hands and said to Gui Erping, "In-law, could you please tell us?" Gui Erping rubbed his hands and replied, "In-law, it's not that. Listen to me. The elders in the village say that after a major disaster, diseases are likely to occur. When the first rain falls in our village, we won't allow people to come and go freely. The ones going out to gather news are all strong young people. I asked them to find out about your village and learned that there were no casualties, which made me feel relieved." Qianbo felt a bit better. It was good that there was no loss of life. Gui Erping continued, "A couple of days ago, 2 people from the village came and said there are already patients with disease outside. They didn't stay long and left. Just now, the village chief told me that there are patients with high fevers at the inn where you are staying, and he is worried." Qianbo's ears buzzed, and his heart sank again. He felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet, while the others looked stunned. His eldest son quickly supported him. Gui Erping said, "In-law, you shouldn't go to Zhuyang town. You should come to my house directly. Although we don't have much, we can offer some rice porridge with a bit of vegetable." Qianbo raised his hand and said, "In-law, you just mentioned the disease." Gui Erping paused for a moment, then nodded. He recounted what the village chief had said about the dirty things in the water after the flood and how drinking it could make people sick, adding some details from Qin Xiaoan's words. Qianbo, feeling dizzy, said, "Why hasn't anyone mentioned this before?" Gui Erping replied, "They did mention it. Our village even sent someone to inform the county magistrate." Qianbo said, "So your village knew about it first?" Gui Erping thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure. We were notified by the village chief." Qianbo steadied himself and said, "Then we won't stay long. Sorry for bothering you." Gui Erping said, "Wait, in-law, What are you planning to do? Where can you go? Qianbo, his family, and Gui Shir all looked at her father. Gui Erping scratched his head and said, "When I came, Shir's sister-in-law and her younger sister were already preparing food. You can rest here for a while and have something to eat. The village chief and a few elders are still making arrangements." Qianbo was surprised and said, "We can stay? You're not sending us away?" Gui Erping was surprised and said, "I didn't say I wanted you to leave. Besides, where would you go? If not, you wouldn't be staying at the inn. Sierra is still my daughter. The village chief just said that we can't bring you home, and I need to explain this to you." Qianbo added, "Isn't the village chief worried we might spread the disease to you?" Gui Erping replied honestly, "Yes, he is worried, but there is no other choice. In a village, everyone is related somehow. The clan leader said we can't avoid it, so we need to find a way. Right now, the plan is to keep you separate from the villagers and set aside a specific area for you. The village doctor said that after 7 to 10 days, if nothing happens, you can go back home." By evening, the village chief and a few others had coordinated the situation. The families by the river would not move back for now. After this was over, each family would receive some rice, and these relatives could stay in their homes. They would manage their own supplies. If nothing happened in 7 days, they could return home. If there were issues, those houses would be sealed off. Sure enough, the next day, 3 more families arrived, and a few more came on the 3rd day. Chen Xiaowan took out about 10 masks for the village chief and a few elders to use when meeting outsiders. She also advised the villagers to prepare some for themselves, just in case. The Chen family focused on farming. The plot that Chen Laosan and Chen Urge worked on had excellent seedlings, attracting Old Man Sun to come and check on them every day. Chen Senshu's small plot was also harvested by Chen Urge, which made Chen Senshu laugh and say, "I'm not upset." "Why are you?" Chen Urge replied, "It's not about being upset. It's about the hard work I put in all spring." Chen Xiaosan and Chen Xiaoxi, who were nearby, couldn't help but laugh. "Oh," and Chen Xiaoxi was brought back by Chen Xishu and Chen Xiaosan, while the village chief held on to Chen Debo and wouldn't let him go. Chen Xishu went himself and brought the village chief's 3rd son along. Indeed, the mountain was crowded, and even the students had become errand runners. Seeing this, Chen Xiaosan didn't say much or ask questions. He just told Xiaoxi that there were matters at home and urged him to hurry back. This worried Chen Xiaoxi for a while, and he quickly explained the situation to the teacher. Upon hearing this, the teacher waved him off, reminding him not to forget his studies. The 4 of them crossed the water and walked along the muddy path. The water hadn't fully receded, and the pharmacy in the county town was open, as was the grain shop, with many people in line. It was said that the county magistrate required them to stay open. Other shops were either open or closed. On the hillside, where there was no water, there were makeshift shelters, and now and then, a few coughs and groans could be heard. For people were wearing masks and hurriedly heading back. Chen Xiaoxi and the village chief's 3rd son wanted to ask a few questions, but were stopped by Xiaosan and Uncle Chen. On the way, they met a constable and handed him a package to deliver to Zhao Hansheng. They returned to Lianshan village. The village chief and Dr. Yu came over to ask questions, feeling worried, while nervously adjusting their masks. The Chen family inquired about the situation, had a few people wash up, and boiled water to sanitize their clothes. Chen Xiaowan asked Chen Xiaoxi a few questions. Chen Xiaoxi replied, "We didn't drink dirty water. The mountain has spring water and well water, and we didn't mix with the disaster victims." The mountain leaders kept the students and victims separated, only sending a few people to help each day. So, Chen Xiaowan told him to stay in her room for 7 days, to study well, and she would bring him food and drinks. Meanwhile, while the people of Lianshan village were busy harvesting, plowing, and drying grains, the first field of the Chen family showed uneven green rice seedlings. When the village chief and Old Man Sun came together, Uncle Chen bluntly invited them to help with the planting. The village chief, annoyed, ignored him, but he couldn't just dismiss it. Uncle Chen was working on the land while everyone else was busy with village tasks. Uncle Chen didn't care about the village chief's troubles. He had his older brother. The Chen family might not have much, but they were united. Whenever there was a problem, they would call out, and most of the time, they would show up. Besides, they were all sharing meals together. While the village chief and Old Man Sun were in the fields planting rice, Old Man Sun was cheerful. He had been worried about a potential 70 to 80% reduction in grain yield and how his family would manage. The Chen family brought great news. At first, they were anxious, unsure if it would work. Now that they had the seedlings in hand, Old Man Sun realized that if this succeeded, even with reduced yields, his family would be fine. Plus, if they planted early next year, they could harvest twice and still have enough to pay taxes, making life much easier. Could the village chief blame Uncle Chen? Of course not. He was just frustrated with the Chen family, who always came to him with their issues. After they left, he had to manage his own sons, running around and organizing everything. How could he not be tired? Now, with several families from the village visiting, only 2 were taken back by their relatives. The rest were crammed into a few houses by the river, and some even set up makeshift shelters. The disease was spreading outside, and now the village was planting a second crop of rice. With all these responsibilities, how could he not feel anxious? The seedlings had not yet been planted when a young boy came running, shouting, Village chief, something's wrong. At the riverside houses, someone has a fever, and Dr. Yu has already gone there. The village chief dropped the seedlings he was holding into the field and exclaimed, What did you say? Repeat that. Chen Yaozu bent over, catching his breath, and said, In the houses by the river, someone has a fever. Dr. Yu just went over and sent me to call you. There was a moment of silence. The village chief, feeling heavy-hearted, walked quickly to the path. He urged, Finish your work and go home. Don't wander around the village. He turned to Chen Yaozu and said, You go home too. Stay away from the riverside houses for the next few days. He hurried back to the village, and Chen Shaoxin shouted from behind, Masks, masks, put on your masks. At the riverside houses, the water had receded, and the mud underfoot was hardening. However, the people inside wore sad expressions, showing no signs of happiness. Dr. Yu, wearing a mask, was checking the pulse of a little boy lying in bed. The boy, dressed in a black and white outfit, had fair skin and looked quite handsome. But at that moment, his face was flushed from the fever, and his lips were chapped. The boy's mother, wearing a light yellow dress with a blue skirt, was tearful. Dr. Yu asked, How long has he had a fever? The mother, choked with emotion, replied, It started yesterday afternoon. At first it was just a little warm, and I thought he was just cold. I didn't expect that today he couldn't be woken up at all. Dr. Yu said, We still don't know if it's an epidemic. Let's focus on bringing down the fever first. Make sure you're all prepared. Remember what we discussed when we entered the village? The mother nodded, still tearful, and said, I remember. Dr. Yu instructed, Then follow those guidelines. If the child wakes up with a cough, nasal congestion, or loss of taste, don't panic. Just have one person take care of him, and the others should avoid contact. I'll prescribe some medicine for the child. Just then, the village chief entered, holding a jar of alcohol and wearing a mask. He said, Everyone spread out. Why are you all crowding in here? Do you want to risk your health? Go outside and let this room breathe. Others can find space in different rooms. It's good to get some sunlight. As he spoke, he handed the jar to Dr. Yu and said, Shaowan suggested using this for wiping down the body to reduce the fever quickly. This alcohol isn't strong, so it doesn't need to be diluted. Dr. Yu handed the wine to the child's mother and said, Bring a cloth for the child to use. He added, Put on a mask and let the child wear one too. Everyone gathered here should go home and wash well and iron their clothes with hot water. Discuss who will take care of the child. The others should not come in. If there's anything, call for me. He then said to the village chief, Aren't you going to find me a room? The village chief hesitated and replied, Shaowan said it's not needed. Just stay put, wear your mask, and stay in your own room. Dr. Yu responded, All right, if you're not worried, that's fine. Was the village chief not concerned? It was just that there were no empty houses left in the village. He couldn't squeeze in with this group. He had even made a special trip to find Chen Wan when he arrived. That girl, after thinking for a long time, came up with this idea. If Dr. Yu paid attention, problems could be avoided. Soon, everyone in the village knew someone had a fever. Although they couldn't confirm if it was an epidemic, they still needed to be cautious. Therefore, those going out, especially the older boys patrolling the village, wore masks. The adults were also wearing them, at least having one tucked in their sleeves. The next day, the little boy woke up and started coughing before even opening his eyes. His mother immediately hugged him and began to cry. The child's father shouted from outside, "Xiao Bao is awake. Does he need anything?" He pushed the door to come in. The child's mother, with tears streaming down her face, said, "Don't come in. Xiao Bao is awake and coughing. Go find someone in the village to bring a bowl of porridge to the door." Hearing this, the father felt a chill. His brother beside him pulled him away, instructing, "Get a bowl of porridge, put it at the door, make it a bit thicker, and add a bowl of rice soup." Someone nearby quickly said, "Coming right up." As they left the house, they heard a commotion outside. Several families living across the river stood at their doors, watching the people working in the fields from a distance. Some of the quicker ones stepped forward, but stopped when they saw the boys wearing masks. They shouted, "Hey, can you ask them what they are carrying and what they are doing?" A brave child from the other side took a few steps forward and shouted back, "They are planting rice. What they are carrying is rice seedlings. You are not allowed to come over." The crowd gasped in surprise, looking at each other in disbelief at what they had seen and heard. Planting rice? It had been months. How could they be planting rice now? And how could there be seedlings when the water hadn't receded yet? They felt helpless, relying on others, and were being watched over by a group of little kids. These people have already planted the seedlings, which seems unusual. Everyone is still lost in thought. Then the old man urgently asked, "Young man, how can you plant seedlings in this weather? Where did you get the seedlings? Will they even grow?" The young boy confidently replied, "You're quite strange, old man. It's July, so why wouldn't we plant? The seedlings are from a nursery. We plant in July and harvest in October. It's not very cold here in October, so they will grow just fine." This statement was like a wake-up call for the old man, leaving him stunned, and the others around him were equally shocked, unsure of how to react, all staring in disbelief. Those who came to seek help from relatives couldn't sit still and urged Xiao Wu, "Young man, could you please call the village chief for us?" The 11-year-old Xiao Wu confidently shouted, "Wait here," and then quickly ran off, leaving a group of hopeful people watching the busy scene in the distance. In the back mountain, Uncle Chin placed a bag of vegetables, a bag of rice, and a jar of lard at the door, then took out 4 packets of medicine from the rice bag and called out, "Master Wang, Master Cheng, I brought some supplies. Please come out and get them." Master Wang, wearing a coat and a mask, came out and said, "Please stand back." Uncle Chen and Chen Xiaosen stepped back and asked, "How is the situation today?" Master Wang replied, "It's much better today. There's not much coughing, and the fever has gone down." Uncle Chen said, "That's good. I brought 4 packets of medicine for you to take. I'll come back tomorrow to check. It's normal for it to come and go. Just eat well, and you'll get through this." Master Wang said, "Yes, yes. Thank you so much." Another door opened, and Master Cheng, also wearing a mask, stepped out and coughed lightly, saying, "I feel like I'm getting worse." Uncle Chen reassured him, "Master Cheng, don't worry. It's normal for it to come and go. You should eat and drink well. We'll be leaving soon, but you and the others inside should come out and walk in the yard. You'll feel better faster. Thank you for your help, coming every day to check on us. Don't mention it. Once you're better, just help us dig a well for the village." "That's easy to say. I will definitely do it." After visiting the Qin family, Master Wang returned home and noticed many coughing sounds coming from the nearby sheds. He felt a sudden worry but thought it was just a coincidence and didn't pay much attention. The next day at noon, seeing the people in the shed, he became anxious when he saw them drinking and cooking with floodwater. In the kitchen, he saw his son pouring a bucket of murky yellow water into the water tank and hurriedly asked, "Where did you get this water?" His son replied just outside. We can't go to the river now, and the well is still at the village head. Master Wang slapped his thigh, realizing the danger. Didn't the county office send someone to warn us? We can't drink this water. His son said, if we don't drink this water, we'll die of thirst. Master Wang sighed and went to find his wife, only to see her comforting their grandson, who had a white cloth on his forehead. He asked, what's going on? His wife replied, the little one has a slight fever. We just need to cool him down. Master Wang slapped his forehead and shouted, quick, gather your things. Take what you can, lock up what you can't, and bring all the valuables. We need to leave immediately. His wife asked, what's happening? Master Wang explained about the outbreak, and everyone in the room turned pale with fear. He ordered eldest son and second son, go get the cart. Daughters-in-law, pack our things. And you little Chun, make some cloth masks to cover our mouths and noses. He grabbed an old shirt and said, wife, cover the little one with this. You hold him and take care of him. I'll help when we get to safety. His eldest daughter-in-law, in tears, said, Father, let me help. Master Wang replied, enough. If you cared, you should have acted sooner. Hurry up and pack. We can't stay here. The second daughter-in-law said, Father, I'll go tell my parents. Master Wang angrily said, go ahead, but don't come back. The two daughters-in-law hurriedly packed, scared by their father-in-law's rare outburst. An outbreak like this could claim many lives. The group rushed to two carts, filled with people and belongings. As they passed through the county town, they saw a long line for free medical care, with people fainting occasionally. Master Wang gritted his teeth and did not stop. Upon arriving at Lianshan village, I didn't dare to enter through the village entrance. Following the direction given by Chen Shaoan, I took a route around to the back mountain. There, I found a young patrolman and called out from a distance to inform the Chen family that someone had arrived from the back mountain. After settling in, Master Wang instructed his two sons to set up a shelter near the house to stay with the vehicles. He and his wife, along with their little grandson, moved into one of the two rooms. When Chen Shaoan arrived with Dr. Yu, the anxious family had not yet settled down, and the Wang family was startled to see the two fully armed individuals. After Dr. Yu examined them, he left 2 packets of medicine. Chen Shaoan reminded them of some precautions before heading back down the mountain. The Wang family settled in the back mountain, with the Chen family delivering medicine and food every 2 days. Just 2 days later, Master Cheng also brought his family in the same manner, occupying the other side and the other room. Chen Shaoan did not return but continued to send supplies. However, everyone inside had fallen ill, causing the sons of the Wang and Cheng families to slap their own faces in distress. Now, both families had been living in the back mountain for nearly 10 days. The Chen family, fully armed, continued to bring supplies. Normally, after 10 days without issues, they could go to the village, but people here were gradually developing fevers, making them too frightened to go down or come out. As for the situation outside, Lianshan village had not inquired at all. They only knew that no one had died in their village, and that no one had been infected. The village chief and the elders were very relieved, especially since the relatives of the villagers who had fallen ill had become more compliant. Those relatives, through Xiao Wu, expressed a desire to meet the village chief, and they spoke from a distance. The village chief understood their intentions. They wanted to learn about rice planting methods and to know the situation outside, hoping they could return home in time to plant a season of rice. The village chief gathered everyone and discussed the matter with the elders. Grandpa Wu remained silent, initially thinking they should try planting first, but it turned into a village-wide effort, and now it seemed impossible for the entire county and town to plant. It wasn't that it couldn't be done, but since they had never planted before, the harvest was uncertain. Thus, this decision was difficult to make. Later, the village chief directly conveyed this message to the relatives who had come to seek help, saying, "We have never planted before, so we cannot guarantee a good harvest. We can teach you, but we can't promise results. We've been at this for nearly half a month now. If you return home, you'll need time to prepare the land, which will take at least 20 days to a month longer than us. You should consider your own situation. What is the situation outside?
We don't know.
No one from the village has gone out for a long time, but you can send someone out or go back to check before deciding. Just make sure to take precautions and protect yourselves. When you come back, you can only stay here or set up a shelter outside. The relatives quickly made a decision. Dozens of young men, fully armed, left the village in small groups to return to their original homes. Government assistance in this era is quite prompt. On the third day after the floodwaters receded in the county, supplies arrived, including food, medicine, and cloth. According to the household registration, each adult male receives 9 pounds of grain per month, adult females 6 pounds, boys aged 10 to 15 receive 6 pounds, girls 5 pounds, and children under 10 get 3 pounds. Medicine is only given to the sick. When Chen Xiaowan saw these standards, she thought that at least they wouldn't starve. Anything else was secondary. Each person received 2 to 3 feet of cloth, while those under 10 received 1 foot. It was all coarse fabric, with no choice of color. Whatever was given is what they got. The cloth was old, damp, and had irregular marks. But the disaster victims were very happy. With the water gone, they didn't have to live in shelters anymore and gradually returned home. A thin rice porridge paired with freshly grown wild vegetables was enough to survive. Look, the common people's demands are so low. As long as they have food and clothing, they can live without complaints, feeling grateful. The relatives returned to their original village the day after the water receded, but they missed the second rice harvest since it was already early August. The rice in Lianshan village was already lush and tall, making the departing farmers feel a pang of sadness. They ultimately missed out on this good fortune. Lianshan village agreed to teach them, but their own village and fields were still flooded. With tears in their eyes, the old farmers, supported by their children and grandchildren, walked back home. They couldn't just not return. That was their route, where their ancestors still were. As for the pandemic, it certainly hasn't completely ended. The government clinics and pharmacies still have officials watching over them. However, things are much better now than at the beginning. Chen Xiaowan's preventive measures unknowingly spread throughout the entire county, leading to fewer infections. Still, in any era, there are always some people who refuse to listen and act recklessly, facing the consequences of their actions. When Chen Xiaowan learned of this, she simply shook her head. Some misfortunes are beyond control, but self-inflicted troubles are hard to endure. Oh, you want to ask about the pandemic in Lianshan village? Well, it ended with 2 children from the village getting infected and an elderly woman losing her life. You might wonder why. As I mentioned earlier, no matter the time, there are always some people who think they are very clever and do not believe in danger. It was the children's grandmother. She saw the clothes that were thrown away, which still looked quite new. Before they were burned, she secretly took 2 pieces home, washed them in the river, and boiled them in hot water. Then, she dried them in the sun and happily gave them to her grandson to wear that night. The daughter-in-law thought her mother-in-law had made new clothes. She praised her mother-in-law so much that it made the old woman smile. However, the grandson started coughing and complaining of a sore throat in the middle of the night, and by morning, he was feverish and confused. Everyone in the house turned pale with worry. When the son gave his son some water, he noticed something was wrong with the clothes. He asked his wife, who, looking confused, said they were new clothes made by her mother-in-law. When he pressed his mother for answers, her pale face revealed the truth, which made the son furious. They argued loudly, but it quieted down amidst the grandson's coughing. Then, under the son's stern direction, they reported to the village chief and began isolating those who needed it. Unfortunately, misfortune struck again. The elderly woman, possibly frightened or anxious, developed a fever herself and started talking nonsense, which upset the whole family. They had no choice but to take care of her. The village chief brought some medicine and advised them to stay home for a few days and not go out. He arranged for vegetables to be picked from their garden and delivered to them. They were told to wait until others finished their work before helping in the fields. Another family faced a similar situation, but the difference was that the elderly woman saw the first one take clothes and thought she should take some too. This angered the sons and daughters-in-law, who almost decided to split the family, but the old man managed to calm them down. The village chief rang a big gong and called out several times around the village. Everyone became more cautious, especially with the elderly woman who liked to take advantage. This time, they all agreed to keep her inside, fearing the worst. Sadly, 5 days later, the elderly woman, who had been mistaken for wearing new clothes and had made everyone smile, passed away at dusk. The old man, in tears, instructed his sons to take precautions and personally carried the elderly woman up the mountain. After the village chief received the news, he gathered a pile of firewood not far from the mountain grave, as agreed upon earlier. The old man shed tears as he laid the person to rest without complaint. The villagers watched the rising gray smoke, each with their own thoughts. Some felt the weight of the disease for the first time, some reflected on the fragility of life, and others felt relief. In the midst of relatives coming to seek refuge, the mountain village lost its first life. Those who had been harsh towards the village began to realize the seriousness of the situation. However, events unfolded unevenly. Gradually, 2 more lives were lost, but things slowly improved afterward. After planting half of the rice seedlings, Uncle Qin-si stopped working and went to the half-mountain bay, where Chen Shaowan was. Chen Shaowan was curious and even made 2 trips to the bay, prompting Uncle Qin-si to send her back. Uncle Qin-si said he wanted to give her a surprise, so she could only wait. Meanwhile, the butcher Chen killed his last 2 pigs. Chen Shaowan bought 5 pounds of pork belly and went home to prepare 4 of the wild chickens that Nie Zheng had given her. This made her aunt so angry that she wanted to hit her. She made a stew of pork belly and chicken, adding some vegetables like green beans and eggplant, and the whole family enjoyed a delicious meal together. The children were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Xiao Rou, rubbing her full belly, said, "Sister, your cooking is amazing. After eating so many vegetables, don't you feel like you're missing out?" Chen Shaowan rolled her eyes at her. With the relatives gone, Wang Chung and his 2 masters moved into the village. They didn't want to leave and were trying to convince the village chief to let them settle there. Uncle Chun-san called Shaowan into the new house at Half Mountain Bay. When she entered, she saw that the entire floor was tiled, which Uncle Chun-si had laid down piece by piece. Chun Shaowan's eyes began to mist over. Uncle Chun-san then took her to the bathroom, and she was stunned to see the finer tiles there. The gray tiles paired with a white toilet were a delightful surprise, feeling even better than modern ones. The walls up to her shoulder were also tiled in white, from a batch that Uncle Chun-san had made later. On top of the white tiles were colorful broken pieces forming a starry sky. The walls reached all the way to the ceiling. Chen Shaowan was thrilled to see the white tiles forming the Big Dipper and the golden yellow tiles representing Venus, and tears began to fall one by one. Uncle Chun-san said, "Do you like it?" Chen Shaowan wiped her tears with her sleeve and replied, "I love it. Your 4th uncle said that if you want a star map, he will give you one. Did you and 4th uncle do this together?" "How could I? It was your 4th uncle who did it. I had nothing to do with it." Chen Shaowan looked at the backyard, which was covered with half a yard of tiles, and burst into laughter, tears, and snot coming out together. For the first time in her life, someone cared about her feelings. Chen Shaowan's wandering heart finally felt a sense of belonging. The next morning, the Chen family all knew that Chen-si uncle had given Chen Shaowan a star map, and they all came to see it, but they were careful not to make too much noise. When a group of people arrived, they were busy inside, but today there were 2 more people, the 2 masters from Wangcheng. The group greeted each other and started looking around. Xiao Jing, the first to come out, went to find her dad and said, Dad, after my sister's house is finished, can I live with her? I don't want to go back. I want to live here." Chin-san uncle glanced at her, took off his shoes, and was about to scold her. Xiao Jing sensed trouble and ran away, shouting, "Dad, you're biased. You never scold Xiao Qi. Only me." Chun-san uncle watched her run off, feeling a headache. His little daughter never learned to behave, and was always so loud. Xiaowan's house wasn't even finished yet. Who said they could just come and live here? No one from his family was allowed to come, The eldest brother wouldn't allow it, and the fourth brother definitely wouldn't either. Master Wang laughed and said, "You three brothers are lucky." Chen San's uncle awkwardly smiled and replied, "Oh, it's just the kids talking nonsense." Master Wang continued, looking at the situation. "It seems this house won't need so many people. You two brothers plus me and Dasheng should be just right." Chen San's uncle said, "You should ask the fourth brother about that. He arranged everything. I'm just here to help because he asked me to." Master Wang thought to himself that Chen San's uncle seemed simple, but was actually quite clever. But he was right. The plans were made with Chen Laosi, so he had indeed asked the wrong person today. However, it didn't matter. He would be living in the village from now on and would gradually get to know the Chen family. Thanks to them during this epidemic, otherwise, they might have lost several lives. This was a life-saving grace. But seeing Chen San's attitude, it seemed he didn't take this matter to heart. While it was admirable that others didn't seek repayment, if he didn't think of giving back, that would be a problem on his part. The Chen family has the ability to attract good fortune and avoid misfortune, so it's wise to stay close to them. Meanwhile, Master Cheng is discussing with Uncle Chen about when to start digging the well. Based on the previously confirmed location, Master Cheng walked around a few more times to double-check the spot. He said to Uncle Chen, "Brother Chen, since the illness outside the village hasn't ended, I won't look for people from outside. I'll just find someone from the village. Do you know anyone skilled or experienced?" Uncle Chen thought for a moment and replied, "I'm not sure. You might want to ask the village chief or Dasheng. They might know. My older brother might know too. Then I'll go down later and discuss it with them." "Sure, you're familiar with them now, so just ask. Is it decided whether to dig a well or bring spring water in?" "Xiaowan hasn't mentioned it yet. I still need to ask her." As they were discussing, a few girls looked at the star chart and gently closed the door, as Uncle Chen had instructed them not to let others see it. Xiaora was silent, lost in thought. Xiaozhen, as usual, had a big smile on her face. Xiaoqi quietly asked Xiaozhen, "Do you think I can ask Uncle Chen to get me one too in the future?" Xiaozhen shushed her, and they turned around to head back. By the way, Chen Xiaowan hadn't come up yet. Chen Xiaowan was busy organizing things in the study with Chen Xiaoxi. Many of the books belonged to her father. Chen Xiaoxi asked her to find some that she could use. Chen Xiaowan thought she would need many excuses in the future, so she needed to have some items. She even asked Chen Xiaoxi if he had finished reading everything. Chen Xiaoxi looked at her for a moment and then quietly said, "Not yet. There's still a little less than half left. You haven't read the few books in your hands." Chen Xiaowan looked down at the travel books she was holding and felt relieved. Xiao glanced at the two of them but didn't say anything. She went to the kitchen to help her two sisters-in-law and play with her nephew. Xiaozhen and Xiaoqi came in to chat for a while. As for Xiaojing, the wild girl, she must have been scared off by her father's shoe. With fewer people in the village these days, things have calmed down and nothing serious should happen. During lunch, Uncle Chen asked Xiaowan if they had decided whether to bring in spring water or dig a well in the backyard. Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment and said she wanted to discuss it with Master Cheng and learn how to bring in the spring water. Uncle Chen nodded in agreement. However, Xiao spoke up, "Uncle, your skills are so good. Why didn't you learn painting or another craft back then?" Her words left everyone at the table in silence. Chen Xiaowan knew that at that time, all the family's money had gone to her father. Her father's uncle was 10 years old when she was born, and her uncle was only 9. After her father got married, her mother was often sick and needed medicine, which cost a lot. They also had to prepare money for exams. After going to the city and returning, her mother passed away, and then her father fell ill. It could be said that all the family's money during those years was spent on her parents. Her uncle was held back by her parents, and even brothers Chinda, Chin Er, Chin Xiaosan, and Chin Xiaoxi were affected too. Uncle Chen coughed and said, "Why do you have so much to say? Can't you keep quiet while eating?" After a while, Uncle Chen replied, "I was too young back then and didn't want to work hard, so I didn't learn anything." Xiao Ro glanced at Uncle Chen, lowered her head to eat, and after a while said, I just feel a bit regretful." Brother Chen Er said, "What's wrong with regret? Just don't have regrets in the future. Uncle is still young. Once he said this, the atmosphere lightened up. Brother Chen added, Xiaowan, you should draw some decorative designs for me in the future. I like decorations. Uncle Chen replied, you can't even make a stool properly. How can you do decorations? Brother Chen blocked his head with his chopsticks, making everyone laugh. Xiaowan smiled too, but she kept this in her heart. The Chen family had been so good to the original owner and her. She had taken the place of the original owner, and she had to repay their kindness. Just because of that one starry sky drawing, she couldn't do nothing. So she asked uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, does Xiao Sen still go to the grocery store? What about Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu? They can't go to school and must have some way to make a living. Xiao Qi should be starting school too. Xiao Wan looked at everyone at the table, who were all silent, including aunt and third aunt, fourth uncle, Xiao Zhen and Xiao Qi, all looking at her. For the first time, she confidently said, if there are no plans, I'll make arrangements. I can't guarantee a bright future or wealth, but having enough to eat, wear, and a house like mine is not a problem. Joking aside, after thousands of years of information gaps, this request was really not high. She had no big ambitions. Peace was a blessing. Uncle Chen, third uncle, and fourth uncle didn't say anything, but third aunt and fourth aunt laughed. Aunt looked at her, and then at Uncle Chen, but didn't speak. She saw the complexity in Uncle Chen's lowered gaze, and her heart tightened. At that moment, Xiao Si said, Sister, what about me? Are you not going to take care of me? Aunt raised her head to scold him. Xiao Si, like Xiao Rou, loved to seek attention since he was little. While Xiao Rou liked to scold people, he didn't want anyone to overshadow him. He wanted to be involved in everything. Qin Xiaowan looked up and said to Qin Xiaoxi, you should study. One day, when you achieve great success and become a respected official, I will give you advice. Qin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up and he replied, really? Qin Xiaowan looked at him seriously and said, really? Her fourth brother was clever and had a hidden side, but he was also a caring and devoted child who loved his parents and siblings. Qin Xiaowan sat alone in the small courtyard with Nie Zheng, enjoying the cool evening. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the Milky Way hung brightly above. As she looked at the night sky, it felt like a different world. The memories of the 21st century seemed so distant, while the sights and sounds of the Qin family felt so real. Qin Xiaowan felt a bit lost. She suddenly didn't know how to approach this world. She always thought of herself as just a visitor, regardless of why she was here. She never truly considered becoming part of this place. It was like a game. She never intended to face challenges. She just wanted to relax, enjoy food and drink, and live freely, doing whatever she pleased. Leveling up and fighting monsters were not her concerns. But the Qin family was so kind to her, treating her with such warmth that it moved her deeply, making her unknowingly feel like she belonged. They had supported her father's education, helped her mother with medical care, and took care of both of them for many years without a single complaint, only expressing concern. At least, she never heard any complaints, and her memories held none. When they were struggling, it was Qin Xiaowan who sold her father's land deed. When she sold it, her uncle said that when she got married, he would take a share from his portion. When she married, her dowry was 10 taels, while Xiaoro only received 5. Xiaoro complained that their parents favored her, which hurt her feelings. She understood that their parents were indeed biased, but anyone could complain except her. She was the one benefiting, so she had no right to judge. Some might wonder why her father didn't bring back 200 taels, and each family received 50 taels. Yes, but along with the money came debts. At that time, Uncle Chun and Uncle Sen borrowed money from the Yu family. Her father's medicinal herbs didn't come from money. He just hid the valuable ones from her grandparents to avoid worrying them, secretly adding them when preparing medicine. But who would be foolish enough to ignore the tears she saw her grandparents shed in secret? Everyone seems to understand but pretends to be confused. Those coins probably haven't even warmed up before most of them are used to pay off debts. As for the remaining funerals, what can be left? The youngest, Xiao San, is 9 and Xiao Si is 8. They just started school last year. Xiao San really couldn't keep up anymore, while Xiao Si managed to pass and become a student. They were still too young back then, and their father, despite being sick, just managed to give them a little guidance. It looks like Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu also aren't planning to continue their studies. What can children of just 10 do if they don't go to school? However, the schools of this time mainly focus on exams, which isn't necessarily the path for their future. Chen Xiaowan thought that no matter what, at least these two kids should stay in school until they are 13 or 14. After that, they could either start a business or learn a trade. She would think of a way to help them. Xiao Qi also needed to be sent off. Once her house was settled, the families should have enough money. While she was thinking, Xiao Zhen came out wearing a simple nightgown and said, "Elder sister, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you going to sleep yet?" Chen Xiaowan waved her over to sit on a small stool beside her and asked, "Xiao Zhen, have you thought about what kind of life you want in the future?" Xiao Zhen looked at her with big, watery eyes and replied, "I have thought about it." Chen Xiaowan was a bit surprised and asked, "What do you think?" The little girl hugged her legs tightly and rested her head on her knees as she slowly said, "I want to marry in the village like you, live an ordinary life, and be able to see Dad, Mom, and all our family often."
They are all so nice.
But people grow up, they both said at the same time. They exchanged a smile, having developed a mutual understanding after living together for so long. Chen Xiaowan continued, "But big brother and second brother might not stay in the village in the future. Xiao San and Xiao Si might leave too, especially if Xiao Si becomes an official. This small Qingping county won't be able to keep him. Xiao Qi, Xiao Jing, Xiao Xiu, and Xiao Yu will also get married one day, and we don't know what Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu will do. Even Uncle San and Aunt San, Uncle Si and Aunt Si might not stay in the village either. Then, Xiao Zhen, would you still want to marry in the village?" Xiao Zhen suddenly asked, "Elder sister, will you always stay in the village?" Chen Xiaowan paused. She used to be certain about it, thinking she would just live here comfortably. This place is really nice, and that was her initial reason for building a house. But now, she felt uncertain. If the Qin family all left, would she still stay here? But she still hoped to stay. Chen Xiaowan smiled and said, "Of course I will stay. My house is built so well. How could I leave? I can't bear to." Xiao Zhen glanced at her. In her opinion, her older sister was the most likely to leave the village. Even if her brother-in-law didn't hold an official position, her sister was so capable now that she could go anywhere. But Xiao Zhen still said, "As long as my sister is in the village, I can stay too." Chen Xiaowan looked at her, thinking that this silly girl was too naive. She couldn't continue like this. In this small mountain village, life seemed peaceful, but there was no suitable match for her sister. Once the new year came, she would be 16, and it was time to be more serious. She couldn't just teach her sister to work anymore. When she got married, she would face challenges. Chen Xiaowan said, "Your second sister will be upset if she finds out." Xiao Zhen replied, "She won't be mad. She'll just call me stubborn." She laughed as she said this. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Li Yunzheng lay on the sandy ground, looking at the stars. He thought about what his father had said, the current enemy situation, a certain person far away, and the promise they made 3 years ago. If he didn't send a message back, what would happen? Would she wait for him? If he did send a message, would her 3 uncles let her stay? He regretted it. His father was right. He should have had a child with her. Thinking about the big house he had never seen, he wondered if someone else would benefit from it in the future, and he felt a pang of sadness. Clenching his fists, he realized this enemy situation was strange. His father told him to observe carefully. No one in the Li family was a newcomer. They all started as small soldiers, earning their way up through hard work, and he was no exception. But this time, was it bait or a trap? It didn't matter. What mattered was that he needed to complete his mission and return alive. He didn't fully trust that woman's words. She didn't seem like someone who could handle tough tasks. Closing his eyes, he focused on listening to the sounds around him. The old hunter had taught him that animals and insects were much more sensitive than humans. Sometimes, by listening carefully, one could discover something unusual. Suddenly, Nie Zheng opened his eyes wide, gently waking his companion and signaling for silence. The group quietly moved to the side. The weather was hot, and it was now September. After enduring the high temperatures, the pandemic gradually subsided, and the Mid-Autumn Festival passed quietly. Chen Xiaowan didn't make mooncakes or anything special. On that day, she killed the few chickens they had and took out the preserved meat she had made earlier to cook a few dishes. About 30 people enjoyed a nice meal together. The only fortunate thing is that Qingping County is the center of the disaster this time, but it is not the worst-hit area, with only a few thousand casualties. It is the least affected place in this disaster. This was said by Zhao Hansheng when he came to pick up Xiaoro after the Mid-Autumn Festival. The county magistrate is likely to be promoted this time. His hard work over the past couple of months has not been in vain. The magistrate has talked to him, and if he gets promoted, he can take him along. He refused, saying he didn't want to be too far from home. After all, it's just him and Qin Xiaoro at home. He felt a bit insecure. The credit for this achievement mostly came from the news from Lianshan village. If it were just up to him, he might be in danger. Despite the great temptation, he held firm under pressure, speaking without showing any signs of nervousness. The magistrate stared at him for a long time before giving in, rewarding him with 20 taels of silver and promoting him to head of the guards. However, he is still young and feels uncertain inside. After receiving the reward, he went to Lianshan village to visit his father-in-law and see his wife. Uncle Chen looked at his son-in-law speechlessly, feeling helpless. A good achievement was given up. But it's also good, as it shows the young man is honest, and his daughter can stay close. Regarding the news from the village chief, Uncle Chen knew it came from their family, but didn't say much. He just asked him to bring some wine, meat, and cloth next time he came back. When he left, he took Qin Xiaoro with him. Looking back at Qin Xiaowan, he frowned. These two older daughters have suitors who are both single. Nie Zheng is all alone, far away, and he doesn't know what his situation is. As for Zhao Hansheng, he claims to have brothers, one in this small county and one in the capital, but they cannot take care of each other. Leaving his daughters at home, who knows what might happen in the future? Moreover, these two daughters, one married for 3 years and the other for almost a year, still have no children. Looking at the little girl, Xiaozhen, who is embroidering nearby, Uncle Chen felt a headache. She is well-behaved, but he hopes she won't be burdened by her older sisters and that her marriage will go smoothly. Little did Uncle Chen know that his youngest daughter's marriage would truly leave him astonished. Qin Xiaowan's house is almost completely finished, and the doors and windows are nearly done. The bright room excites the little ones. Everyone who sees the flushing toilet in the bathroom loves it. They just need to wait for the next big market day to buy supplies in the county. Once they get the necessary items, they can move in. The Qin family has been working hard without rest, saying that finishing it quickly will make things easier. Qin Xiaowan suggested that if it goes well, they could open a furniture store in the county. Brother Chen could make furniture, and Brother Chen Air could paint some designs to create more beautiful carvings to sell to wealthy families. Uncle Chen Si could manage the store. Qin Xiaowan had other plans for Uncle Chen Si as well. He had a good sense of aesthetics and was very detail-oriented, making him great for soft furnishings. They could take their time with it and not rush. Chen Xiaowan asked Uncle Chen San if he was interested in starting a kiln to make squat toilets and regular toilets, as there would likely be a strong market for them in the future. However, Uncle Chen San shook his head, saying he didn't want to stay in the kiln because it was too hot. Then Chen Xiaowan thought of another business, pottery, but Uncle Chen San shook his head again, saying there were already too many people in the pottery business. He noted that the pottery industry in the Zheng dynasty was also quite developed. Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment and decided not to say more, waiting until she could visit the county for more ideas. She had already delayed things with Chen Xiaosan's matter. Meanwhile, the house in Banshan Bay was changing daily, with flowers, plants, and small trees starting to grow. Even the backyard garden had been planted by Aunt San and Aunt Si. They were just waiting for the furniture to arrive and to choose an auspicious day to move in. In the backyard, Chen Xiaowan took Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu to the small hill to dig up 2 wild grapevines. At first, She worried that it was the wrong season and they might die, but it didn't matter. Xiao Wu said, if they die, they die.
There are plenty more on the mountain.
If they die, we can go find more next spring. The wild grapes were very sour and small, some red and some green. Chen Xiaowan only wanted the taste of those grapes under the trellis. Not long ago, the two kids had picked a large basket of grapes, claiming they were for feeding pigs, but there were no pigs left at home. Seeing no one eating them, Chen Xiaowan asked Xiaozhen to help make grape wine, using up all the sugar they had. Auntie scolded her for wasting things. The wine was now fermenting in the corner of the kitchen. While making it, Xiaoqi asked her how she knew how to do it, and she confidently replied that she read it in a book, which made Xiaoxi look at her several times. In the backyard, there was no well, so Master Cheng personally brought spring water from the back mountain, creating a flowing water system. Chen Xiaowan was skeptical, wondering how well her knowledge from thousands of years ago would work in this time. The water was brought in through an underground waterway into the small yard, filling a water tank. When the tank was full, the water would flow into a larger, shorter tank and then overflow into the ground drainage system. Chan Buan didn't need to fetch water. She could just use a scoop to get it. Master Cheng said it could be shaped like petals, but Chunwan shook her head, saying it should look like a traditional farmhouse. The water channel wound around the small courtyard, connecting to the roof's drainage system, then flowed out from a corner at the back of the yard, heading straight for a few acres of uncultivated land. Uncle Chin even dug a small water pit in the middle to store water for irrigation, and the water flowed into a stream at the foot of the mountain on the other side. After seeing this, Chen Xiaowan thought that as long as she didn't pour dirty water into it, it shouldn't pollute the environment. Fortunately, Master Wang also installed a wastewater pipe, separating it from the clean water pipe at Chen Xiaowan's request. This idea came from the 21st century, but here, the wastewater didn't need special treatment. It was all natural and connected to a pipe that led to a fermentation pit built at the edge of the uncultivated land, turning into organic fertilizer. Indeed, Chen Xiaowan was thinking ahead. Master Cheng also specially dug a water pool 1 meter away from the front wall, and Uncle Chen used leftover tiles to surround it. The two of them worked together to create a landscape, planting a small crepe myrtle and a few azaleas inside. Uncle Chen saw this and somehow brought over a few orchids. Chen Xiaowan felt a bit overwhelmed. She just wanted to enjoy a simple rural life, but these people were turning the small courtyard into something elaborate. She wondered whether to raise some edible fish or toss in some lotus seeds. However, Uncle Chen also specially created a place in the backyard for raising edible fish, with a water tank half buried in the ground. He drilled a few small holes in the middle, allowing water to flow in and out through lower holes. Chen Xiaowan looked at the height and thought a small water wheel would be perfect, and Uncle Chen agreed. They changed the position and prepared to build a small water wheel, while Uncle Chen dug a square deep pit. Chen Xiaowan asked, "What will this be used for?" Uncle Chen smiled and said, "Just wait and see. Your Uncle will set it up for you." Chen Xiaowan counted the plants that could grow in the water. But she never expected that Uncle Chen would directly build her a rockery with natural stones, which was quite elaborate. Standing in the courtyard, the rockery had a pool below, but Master Cheng had stuffed a few stones into the water, allowing it to overflow and trickle down through the cracks, using bamboo tubes to direct it into the water tank. The water then flowed out from the tank's holes and fell back into the pool, creating a small waterfall and an automatic water circulation system. The spring at the bottom of that water tank is quite similar in nature. Uncle Chen finally said that the place was too small. Otherwise, it could have been made even better by adding a few wildflowers and grasses dug up from the small hills, which would add a touch of nature. Chen Xiaowan always felt something was strange, but she couldn't figure it out until just before bed when she suddenly remembered. The water wheel. Uncle Chen was teasing her. However, Chen Xiaowan thought that Uncle Chen had done such a great job already, and asking for more would be unreasonable. On the night the house was completed, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu somehow brought 2 small turtles and a few little fish. Master Cheng laughed heartily, saying that a new home should have spiritual creatures to protect it, so the turtles naturally settled in. The little fish were placed in the front yard's pond, and Xiao Zhen also found a few large clams, which he tossed into the front yard. He said that the back pond was too small, so he wouldn't make the turtles compete for space. Uncles Chun San and Chen Si exchanged glances, and it seemed they were planning to expand the area. Chun Shaowan quickly stopped them, saying a farmhouse doesn't need to be so elaborate. But the two of them didn't listen, and they stirred things up in both the front and backyards. By the time Uncle Chinda and Chen Urge brought in 2 osmanthus trees, the courtyard had already changed a lot. Uncle Chunda surveyed the front and back and nodded at his 2 younger brothers. Uncles Chun San and Chen Si became even more enthusiastic. Uncle Chinda asked, "Who is taking care of the furniture today?" During dinner that evening, everyone was enjoying the meal, but no one dared to look at Uncle Chinda. In fact, his expression wasn't dark. He just seemed a bit more serious than usual. Annie Chen watched her husband's face and found it amusing. She noticed that whenever his expression changed, the younger ones fell silent and didn't dare to make a sound. The only one not afraid of him was Chen Shaowan, who had never been scared since she was little. Her big, sparkling eyes could melt anyone's heart, and Uncle Chinda couldn't maintain a stern look for long. He would soon have to soften his expression and comfort the younger ones. Annie Chen wondered why Xiao Rou often clashed with Xiaowan. Her husband had put in quite a bit of effort there. But she understood that Xiaowan was the only girl in the family and the child of the second brother, so she was naturally favored. Xiao Rou was also cherished, but over time, that attention had become a habit, and by the time it reached Xiao Rou, it wasn't as focused anymore. Plus, the child had lost her parents at a young age, which made her a bit more spoiled. As she thought about this, Annie Chen felt a bit sad. Chun Shaowan said, "Uncle, my yard has been turned into a beautiful garden. There's a pond, a rockery, a canal, and so many flowers and plants. I feel that if I plant rice, millet, or firewood there, it would be a bit of a waste." Indeed, Uncle's wife noticed the head of the family's expression relaxing as he said, "What do you want to do then? Tear it down and rebuild?" Chun Shaowan replied, "That won't do. It's such a lovely sight. I can't bear to change it. I was thinking, since it's already so nice, we might as well take our time with the details and the furniture. We still need to go to the county town to buy things, so there's no rush." Uncle's expression softened further. September is coming soon. Chun Shaowan said, "There's no hurry. This September, we won't be harvesting rice, so it's not a big deal." Uncle's face relaxed, and everyone quietly sighed in relief. He then said to Chen Shaowan, "You're not in a hurry to move in now." Chen Shaowan replied, "We've waited this long, so a few more days won't matter. We can finish everything and move in just in time for the new year." Uncle fell silent. After a while, he said, "All right, Lao San and Lao Si, you two take Xiao San to work on the yard. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, you go too. I'll stay home with Xiao Song and Xiao Bai to work on the furniture." He turned to Xiao Wan and asked, "Since you'll be living alone, do you need all the furniture done right away?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "No need to rush. Just focus on finishing the main room, kitchen, and bedroom first. You can arrange the rest as you see fit." Uncle added, "Now that the disaster has just passed, grain prices will definitely not drop. We need to dry more fruits and vegetables." Aunt said, "I understand. You can go ahead and take care of your business. I'll manage with the girls." Chun Shaowan then said, "Uncle, the house is basically ready, so let's settle the labor costs. Otherwise, we can calculate it tonight." Uncle looked at the others and said to Chen Shaowan, "All right, you prepare, and I'll call Master Wang and Master Cheng." Aunt said, "Head of the family, those 2 masters really want to settle in our village." Uncle San quickly added, "That's right. Sister-in-law, they've been bothering the village head in turns, making him quite annoyed." Uncle C continued, "Master Cheng plans to discuss with the village head about digging a well for the village for free." Uncle said that old fox might not agree. Master Cheng can't dig the well alone. He will need help from the young men in the village. Aunt Chen usually stays quiet during times like this. Her household registration hasn't been transferred yet, so she doesn't officially belong to Lianshan village. She has thought about it and plans to tell her older brother to rent a house in the village once things settle down and winter comes when things are a bit quieter. She feels it's not appropriate to stay at her brother's house with her 2 daughters, especially since there are still many daughters in the Qin family who haven't married yet. Xiaojin is turning 16 soon, and she shouldn't be delayed because of her. A girl's best years are only a few. After dinner, Uncle Chun and Uncle Si went to call Master Wang and Master Cheng, and also to get dashing. Uncle Sen just slumped in his chair to cool off. Chun Shaoan took out paper and a pen. Looking at Uncle San made her feel relaxed and happy. She wanted to make a rocking chair to put in the yard, so she could lie back comfortably anytime, with one in the front yard and one in the back. Shaoan had a habit of keeping things in fixed places with specific uses. She didn't like moving things around or making do. For example, her phone charger always had a designated spot, so it never needed to be unplugged and moved around, as wasting time on that was unnecessary. She had at least 3 or 4 kettles for boiling water. One was in the kitchen for boiling water and making ginger tea, 2 were in the dining room, 1 for plain water and 1 for flower tea. In the tea room, there was a kettle specifically for boiling water for tea. Moving things around was not an option for her. She seemed to have a bit of a mild obsession with order. While waiting for others, Shaoan casually sketched a design for the rocking chair with a curved base, simple armrests, and smooth lines that looked comfortable. She also thought about an old rattan chair, which would be nice too, comfortable and breathable. Just as she finished her drawing, several people came in one after another. Master Wang spoke first. Shaoan, what are you drawing? Now that they were familiar, the conversation felt relaxed, like between elders and younger ones. Shaoan quickly hid the drawing under her hand and stood up, saying, Uncle Wang, Uncle Cheng, dashing is here. Uncle Sen also entered, and they began discussing plans together. Master Wang had his own little ledger. When Nie Zheng left, he directly received 100 taels. Master Wang spent 82 taels and 2 qian on materials like pipes and bricks. He paid 9 taels and 4 qian for labor and 14 taels and 4 qian for transportation. In total, it was 106 taels, plus Master Wang's own labor cost of 10 taels, making it 116 taels. Shaoan took out silver to pay, but Uncle Chun stopped her, saying it was his to cover. Uncle Chun is in charge of the wood, but most of it is either cut from the village or purchased. The total amount of wood costs 18.8 taels, but Uncle Chun San spent a lot, totaling 136 taels. When Nie Zheng left, he gave 100 taels, and later Qin Shaoan also gave 100 taels, which adds up to 154 taels and 8 qian. The wages for the village workers are 10 taels and 8 qian. There are about 3 taels for various small expenses. Additionally, 4 taels were given to Qin dashing. In total, that makes 172.8 qian. Uncle Chun cleared the remaining silver, giving 16 taels to Master Wang and 11 taels to Master Cheng for the well-digging costs, as previously agreed. Master Cheng also needs this money to pay 2 young workers in the village. Uncle Chun looked at the 4 qian in his hand, then turned to stare at Qin Shaoan for a while, making Masters Wang and Cheng laugh. Chun dashing also happily accepted the 4 taels, even though his wages weren't that much. His father had specifically told him, the Qin family will take care of it, so don't be too strict. Just accept it for now, and you can pay it back slowly later. After expressing thanks, they prepared to leave. Master Wang tossed a 5-tael silver ingot into his hand and said, I can't repay your kindness, especially since I learned a lot while helping build this courtyard for Shaoan. There will be more opportunities to help in the future. This 5 taels is for the food and drink you brought to my family during those days. I won't give more, but we will continue to help each other. Master Cheng smiled and said, I don't have as much skill as my senior brother, so here are 3 taels. Consider the spring in the backyard as my gift. If you need anything, just call me. No need for further discussion. After saying this, the 3 of them laughed and left without giving the Qin family a chance to speak. Uncle Chun, Uncle Chun San, and Uncle Chun Si looked at the 8 taels and 4 qian on the table, exchanging glances, then all turned to look at Qin Shaoan.
Chun Shaoan,
There are 300 taels of silver, with 8 taels and 4 qian remaining. The 8 taels were taken by the masters, meaning only 4 qian is left. Chen Shaowan noticed everyone was looking at her and realized something was wrong. Behind them, Auntie Chun and Aunts Chun San and Chen Si widened their eyes. They knew Chen Shaowan spent money on building this courtyard, but they didn't expect it to cost so much, 300 taels. That's a whole 300 taels. They save and scrimp for a year and can't even save up to 2 taels. Aunt Chin San felt faint and wanted to scold her husband, as he spent the most, 136 taels. Aunt Chin Si slowly sat down. Holding onto the chair, her mouth opened but she didn't say anything. These days, she has been eating well, almost forgetting the times when she could hardly have meat in that year. Auntie knows a bit about the situation. She realizes that Nie Zheng has saved quite a bit of silver, but she didn't expect it to be so much. Thinking about that little courtyard, she must keep an eye on it. No one should have any ideas about it, as it belongs to little Wan. Before anyone could speak, Chen Shaowan pulled out a heavy money pouch from her sleeve and poured it onto the table, saying, "Come on, let's calculate our wages." Uncle Chun was about to start a lecture, and Uncle Chin Si was ready to say it wasn't necessary, but when he saw the pile of over 100 taels of silver that Chen Shaowan had poured out, he fell silent. He couldn't bring himself to say it wasn't needed. It seemed that this girl was the richest in their family. Uncle Chun Sen asked Shaowan, "How much is this? How much did Zheng leave you?" Chen Shaowan replied, "I don't know. Besides what I gave you last time, there's this, and there's another pouch with half of this amount. That's all." The 3 men looked confused, not understanding her words. Uncle Chin Si said, "You don't know." Then a pleasant female voice came from behind. "If the eldest sister can't tell the weight of the silver, I've counted it. Including what I have, it's a total of 146 taels." Looking up, they saw Xiao Zhen smiling and holding a money pouch behind them. Upon hearing this, the 3 Chin brothers felt dizzy, forgetting that this girl had this quirk. Laughter erupted from behind, where Chen Go, Chen Er, Xiao San, and Xiao Qi were. Chen Shaowan pretended to be innocent, sitting there with a nonchalant expression, raising her hand and saying, "It's not my fault. It doesn't know its weight." Her words made everyone laugh, including Auntie and the other aunts, as well as little Chinger, who was held by her second aunt. This completely ended Uncle Chen's intention to lecture and Uncle Chun Si's wish to decline. After all, he had a family to support, and his savings over the years were still less than what this girl had. He thought it best to let her do some work in the future, since that courtyard was so big and this girl couldn't do heavy labor. Little did they know, Chen Shaowan had this thought. If she didn't show her wealth, the Chin brothers wouldn't accept anything from her. But she knew she had to give something. Relationships and business had to be kept separate. If they mixed together, it would be hard to distinguish between personal favors and business matters, leading to endless disputes, especially when it came to money. Uncle Chen asked, "So, how do you plan to distribute it?" Chen Shaowan said, "Uncle, do you pay by person or by work done?" Uncle Chen glanced at her and replied, "By work done. When we work outside, we earn about 30 won a day. Your aunt earns around 20 won a day." Chen Shaowan responded, "Then let Uncle San and Uncle Si be paid by person. Older brother, second brother, and Xiao San can be paid by work done." Uncle Chen looked at her again and said, "That works." Chen Shaowan quickly calculated and said, "Each person gets 10 taels, based on Master Wang's prices." Uncle Chen replied, "That's too much. Master Wang is a master craftsman, and he bought a lot of materials this time. It's only worth that much." Chen Shaowan looked confused and said, "But Master Wang is a mason, and you are a carpenter. Uncle San has been in the kiln for a long time, and Uncle Si is in charge of overseeing everything. That's worth the price." Uncle Chen sighed and said, "A mason is a master craftsman, usually earning around 6 taels. Your courtyard is large, and many of the designs are new. Didn't you hear Master Wang just say he learned a lot of skills?" He continued, "A carpenter who only works on beams usually earns about 2 to 3 taels. Furniture is priced per piece." Seeing Chen Shaowan still confused, he added, Your Uncle Sen usually watches the kiln and earns less than 2 taels a month. Uncle San chimed in, that's if it's 2 taels. Usually it's just 1 tael, alright. Uncle Chen was taken aback, and Chen Xiaowan smiled at her Uncle San. Uncle Chen continued, I'm saying the highest amount. You want new designs, so just add 2 more taels. Besides, he took your blueprints and learned some skills. It's fine if you don't pay him. Uncle San was silent, realizing his brother was right. He took the blueprints and still needed to pay Xiaowan. Uncle Chun went on, your Uncle C usually frames paintings and earns around 800 to 1,200 won a month. Giving him 2 taels is enough. Uncle C said, how can my brother ask for more from Xiaowan? Chen Xiaowan just laughed. Uncle Chun, feeling frustrated, said, there's plenty to cover all the costs for supervising her work. You need to finish the courtyard completely. Chen Xiaowan didn't argue further. She knew to listen to her elders, especially in such matters. She smiled at Uncle Chun and said, 5 taels for the furniture, paid per piece. I'll pay when it's done. Uncle Chen glared at her, but accepted it, a smile appearing on his face. Chen Xiaowan then offered Uncle San 5 taels for the kiln work and the courtyard work. After all, Uncle San had returned and had been helping in the courtyard. Next, she said to Uncle C, 5 taels for the courtyard work and the work for the later arrangements. Uncle Chun Si was also happy to accept it, especially since Chen Xiaowan mentioned the wages for the work done later. This girl knows what she's talking about. The house has been under construction for a few months now, with some breaks in between, but everyone still eats together. Each family has been contributing food, but the meat has been bought by Chen Xiaowan. So, Chen Xiaowan calculated that, based on the current progress, the work is almost finished, but they still need help from these people. When they calculated for 3 months, everyone disagreed. They said that with so many children eating together, it shouldn't be counted that way. So, they agreed to calculate for 2 months. Aunt, Chen San's wife, and Chen Si's wife would each get 1.2 taels. Eldest brother, second brother, eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, Xiao San, and Xiao Zhen would each get 1 tael for their help. Eldest brother and second brother mainly worked on the furniture, and they would need to pay extra for that. Xiao San worked hard at the kiln, and Xiao Zhen helped around the house, which was also tough. The sisters-in-law spent half their time taking care of the kids, so they would each get 1 tael. The children, who were mostly playing and helping a little, would not receive any pay. Chen Xiaowan wanted to calculate the cost of rice and vegetables, but was refused, as they had already eaten enough as a big family. Chen Xiaowan didn't argue and said, then each person will get 2 sets of clothes. We'll go to the county to buy fabric to make 1 set for autumn and 1 for winter, as a gift for me and Nie Zheng. You can't refuse this. Everyone accepted this, especially Uncle Chen, who was mainly listening to Nie Zheng, as that guy hadn't contributed anything when he was supposed to. The 3 brothers exchanged glances and didn't object. After all, as long as that guy doesn't come back, they still have to treat Xiaowan like their daughter. The little ones were excited. It's rare for a farming family to get new clothes. Aunt Chen Si said, didn't we just make 2 sets of inner clothes? Chen Xiaowan replied, that was before. Now is now. My house is built, so I should wear new clothes and enjoy it. When Aunt heard this, she was happy. That's true. Then we'll accept these 2 sets of new clothes and wear them to your new house for fun. Xiao Zhen said, Mom, Big Sister is talking about autumn and winter clothes, and by then, Big Sister will have moved in. Aunt rolled her eyes and said, you little rascal, can't I enjoy it when the time comes? This made everyone laugh again. Uncle Chen also smiled and nodded at Chen Xiaowan. This girl is truly the daughter of the second brother. Uncle Chen San and Uncle Chen Si also laughed. In the end, Chen Xiaowan's yard cost a total of 316. 2 taels. The 8 taels and 4 coins were clearly stated as a life-saving fee, which Chen Xiaowan did not intend to take. Uncle Chen picked it up, and the family divided 2 taels. The rest was split among Chen Go, Chen Urge, and Chen Xiaosan, each receiving 100 coins. There were still 100 coins left, which were given to Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. After all, these 2 boys had been helping the family a lot lately. The two kids were grinning from ear to ear. Dad, the money from Uncle is for us. Mom and Dad can't take it away. Xiao Jing looked on with envy. Aunt Chen didn't take any money, and Chen Xiaowan didn't insist on giving her any. Aunt Chen came after the disaster, and since she wasn't there when the house was being built, it wouldn't be right to give too much or too little. Chen Xiaowan also thought about the two kids and their clothes. On the way back, Aunt Chen secretly told her the same thing, and Chen Xiaowan nodded, saying, "Got it. Thank you, Aunt." Up ahead, Uncle Chen and Uncle San and Uncle Si sent everyone away and quietly asked her how much Nie Zheng had left her. The house wasn't fully repaired yet, and there were still many things to buy, so she couldn't spend it carelessly, especially since there was no regular income. Uncle Chen thought about the furniture designs, which should be worth a good amount. He needed to think of a plan. Chen Xiaowan mentioned opening a shop in the county, but she wasn't too keen on it. Xiao Si was fine with studying, but if he got into business, he would become a merchant. Xiaowan might not fully understand this yet, so she needed to talk to her about it later. Uncle San wondered if the cheap toilet designs could be sold, but he was unsure how much they would be worth. Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment and didn't speak the truth. They say not to show off wealth. Although the Chen family treated her well, one must always be cautious. You never know if someone is listening. Besides, if she wanted to be smart, she couldn't be foolish. She said, "That's all. There's also a silver note for 50 taels at home. Nie Zheng said I should keep it for emergencies." The three Chen brothers exchanged glances and sighed in relief. Uncle Chen said, "You go to the city to buy things, and let your Uncle Si and Uncle San accompany you."
Xiao Si, keep an eye on her. Uncle Si replied, "Yes."
Chen Xiaowan asked curiously why. Uncle San explained, "They're familiar with the county. They won't let anyone cheat you on those things you're buying." Chen Xiaowan responded, "Oh." Uncle Chen added, "Keep that silver note safe for emergencies. Spend the money wisely, and when you use it, have someone weigh it. If necessary, exchange it for copper coins." Chen Xiaowan remained silent. Uncle San said, "Xiaowan, about the toilet and squat toilet designs." Chen Xiaowan replied, "Uncle, there's no rush. Let's not sell them for now." Everyone understood. The girl was growing up and had her own plans, which was a good thing. And so life went on slowly. After Chen Xiaowan left that day, Uncle Chen came back and saw Chen Urge discussing a piece of paper with Chen Dage. When he took a look, it was a design for a chair with curved legs at the bottom. Uncle Chen frowned and said, "Lao San, it would be better to use bamboo for this. Wood is too heavy." See, he really knows his stuff. Chen Xiaowan didn't have this awareness. She only knew about the material, shape, and whether it was useful. She didn't understand the craftsmanship and weight involved. Uncle Chen San agreed that bamboo would be better. Chen Urge added, "Xiaowan said we can use wood for the sides and bamboo or rattan for the seat." Uncle Chen replied, "You two should give it a try." He then told Uncle Chen San, "Tomorrow, go to Wu Shu's house and ask Zhuo Fu if he can make this." Uncle Chen San smiled and said, "Sure, Zhuo Fu should be able to do it." People in the village started coming and going, but Uncle Chen Si and Chen Xiaosen were still busy with the house at Banshanwan. Chen Dage and Chen Urge continued making furniture for Chen Xiaowan at home. Uncle Chen and Uncle Chen San, like the others in the village, were keeping an eye on the late rice fields. It was their first time planting late rice, and it was nerve-wracking. However, they didn't know that two others were even more anxious. Grandpa Wu and Grandpa Sunday. Grandpa Wu kept his thoughts to himself, leaving others guessing. Grandpa Sun's worries were simpler. If this crop failed, his family wouldn't make it through the winter. When they met in the fields, Grandpa Wu asked, "So, how's it looking after your inspection?" Uncle Chen replied, "The ears are starting to form now." Grandpa Wu nodded and said, "If all goes well, we should have a harvest by mid-October." Grandpa Sun added, "If that's the case, life will be easier for us, and we can relax a bit." He then asked Grandpa Wu, "Uncle Chen Wu, do you think we can plant 2 seasons next year?" Grandpa Wu looked at the sky and then at the rice seedlings before asking, "Do you want to plant?" Grandpa Sun replied, "Of course. My family relies on this land to make a living." Grandpa Wu said, "It's possible. We can give it a try next year." Grandpa's son nodded vigorously. Uncle Chun, however, was thinking about the theories Qin Shaowan mentioned the other day. Planting 2 seasons, seedlings in March, transplanting in April, and harvesting in June. For late rice, seedlings in May, transplanting finished before the autumn equinox in June, and harvesting before the frost. Uncle Chun asked in detail, but Qin Shaowan replied, "Let's consider the timing. At the beginning of spring, it is still cold, and everything starts to renew. We need to prepare for spring. From December to January, during the rain season, temperatures warm up and we clear the ditches and remove weeds. January, when the spring thunder arrives, everything awakens, and insects come out to loosen the soil. From January to February, at the spring equinox, day and night are equal and we conserve water to maintain soil moisture. February, during Qingming, the wind arrives, temperatures rise, and plants begin to grow. We need to nurture seedlings. From February to March, during grain rain, crops grow, and we hear the calls of birds. March, at the beginning of summer, the weather warms up and everything flourishes. We need to transplant seedlings and remove weeds. From March to April, when the crops are nearly full, we prepare the fields and plant beans and melons while preventing pests. April, during the busy season of grain and ear, we are busy planting and harvesting, and every household fills their granaries. From April to May, at the summer solstice, we focus on the crops, ensuring they are well watered and free from weeds. May, during the minor heat, we conserve water to prevent drought and manage pests. From May to June, at the major heat, summer transitions to autumn, and the crops thrive. June, as autumn approaches, the energy begins to gather and the grains mature. We need to fertilize and prepare the fields. From June to July, during the cold dew period, late rice is ready for harvest. July, when the white dew arrives, the heat starts to fade, and we need to water the crops diligently. From July to August, during the autumn equinox, we must work early to avoid frost and rain. August, as the cold dew arrives, we need to plant wheat and broad beans. From August to September, when frost descends, everything is completed, and we prepare to plant early wheat. September, at the beginning of winter, water begins to freeze, and we focus on rest and warmth. From September to October, during minor snow, we hope for a snowy winter, which brings good rain next year. October, at major snow, the cold increases, and we improve the soil and prepare for the winter. October to winter, during the winter solstice, we focus on water management and soil improvement. Winter to December, during minor cold and major cold, we prepare for winter and protect against freezing. December, however, things may vary in different places. He also asked if they had planted before the beginning of autumn this year. Qin Shaowan thought for a while and replied, "It should be fine, but I haven't planted before, so I'm not sure." Qin Shaowan then asked, "When is the frost descent this year?" Uncle Chun replied, "September 29th. Qin Shaowan counted on her fingers for a long time and said, "It should be okay." This sentence is not a big problem. Uncle Chun has not been working on furniture these days. He has been taking Uncle Chun's sand to the fields every day. He is worried that the rice in the fields won't mature, and he is also concerned that Qin Shaowan might remember things she shouldn't. His second brother, what a tragic fate he had. He asked his wife to talk to Qin Shaowan, and she only said it might be something she learned before, but she couldn't remember the details. The couple didn't sleep all night. Early the next morning, Uncle Chun went to find Grandpa Wu and talked to him for a while. Grandpa Wu sighed in relief and said, "Don't worry. The Chun family has its own ways. Just treat that girl well." When Uncle Chun asked more, Grandpa Wu replied, "It's still early. It's not a bad thing, so don't worry." Uncle Chun said, "I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about Shaowan." Grandpa Wu assured him, "It's fine. She was just a child back then. No matter how clever she was, there were limits. Even if we knew something, we couldn't do anything about it. If Shaowan remembers something, it's okay. There's a saying, ignorance is no crime." Zhou Ping kept quiet back then because he didn't want us to know. If Shaowan has forgotten, then let her forget. If she remembers, it will be for her own reasons. We shouldn't interfere. She will find her own way. She won't harm us. He added, as for farming, let's take our time. There's no need to rush. And don't talk about it outside. Zwaping, even though we have separated our households, we are still of the same bloodline. You must remember that. Uncle Chen's unease was not lost on Chen Xiaowan, but some things once said cannot be repeated. It only makes people feel worse. It's better to act as if nothing has happened. So Chen Xiaowan felt quite at ease. Now that there are no workers, she doesn't have to cook for every meal. Her sisters-in-law have taken over that task. Although Master Wang and Master Cheng haven't settled in Lianshan village, they are temporarily staying there. Both families are financially stable. Even without farmland, they have skills to rely on, so they are managing fine. Master Cheng is helping the village dig a well and is currently looking for a suitable location. Master Wang, who is Chen Daxing's teacher, has been wandering around the village with his apprentice these days, but it's unclear what they are up to. Every day, Chen Xiaowan takes Xiaojin, Xiaoqi, and Xiaojing with her to the small hill, armed with hoes. They only managed to gather a few wild grapes and some wild pomegranates, but nothing else. The chestnuts and various wild fruits she imagined simply weren't there. After 3 days of traveling, the little ones were extremely tired. When they returned to the hillside bay, they carefully placed the baskets down. Yes, now at the hillside bay, they could put some things here. The harvest from the mountain over the past few days was stored here. They had 2 baskets of grapes, but there was no sugar left to make wine. Chen Xiaowan walked around the houses, going back and forth twice, and made a decision to go to the county town to buy what they needed. Uncle Chen had arranged the flowers, plants, and trees here, and the water from the tank was flowing smoothly. The little turtles hid under the stones, while small fish swam in front, and a few children remembered to feed them. The furniture was mostly set up, and Uncle Chen's yard was filled with items, all arranged by Chen Xiaowan. During mealtime, she directly told Uncle Chen and Auntie Chen about her plans. The 2 of them had likely discussed it beforehand. Auntie Chen said, "I'll go with you. Your Uncle Si and Xiao San will also go. One will drive a cow cart. Your Aunt San, Aunt Si, and Xiaojin will go too, but the others will stay behind." Little Wu immediately protested. "Mom, I want to go too." Auntie Chen replied, No. This time we are buying things for your big sister's new house. We can't take you little ones. You'll have to wait for the next time." Chen Xiaowan agreed, thinking about how many things they needed to buy and how it would be difficult to manage with the little ones. She comforted them, saying, "I'll bring back some candy for you, and if I find anything nice, I'll get it for you. You can stay home and be good." Xiao Jing asked, "Why is Sanjie going and not me and Xiaoqi?" Auntie Chen explained, "Your Sanjie is going to help pick and carry things. You 2 are too small to help and someone needs to look after you." She reassured them, "Don't worry, next time I'll take you with me." After some comforting, the little ones finally calmed down. The next day, just as dawn broke, Chen Xiaosan appeared outside Chen Xiaowan's yard, driving the cow cart. Chen Xiaowan opened the door and asked, "Why are you here so early?" Chen Xiaosan replied, "Annie said to bring more baskets, as there might be many small things to carry." Chen Xiaowan patted her head and turned to the storage room to find baskets, with Chen Xiaosan following her inside. After rummaging around, they took 3 baskets and placed them on the cart. Xiaojin also got ready, and Chen Xiaowan went inside to grab a scarf and a silver pouch, then locked the yard. The 2 of them sat on the edge of the cow cart, with Chen Xiaosan driving it toward the village entrance. At the village entrance, Uncle Chen was already waiting with Auntie Chen, Auntie San, and Auntie Si. When they saw them coming, the cow cart moved forward. After an hour, they finally arrived at the gate of Qingping County, where the marks of water damage were clearly visible. 4 guards stood at the entrance. 2 collected fees, while the other 2 checked the pedestrians and vehicles passing by. Uncle Chen got out of the car and handed a booklet and several copper coins to the guards. It was the fee to enter the city, 2 coins per person. Those under 15 were free, and residents of the county were also exempt. The guards looked them over and waved them through. This was Chen Xiaowan's first experience of an ancient city, and it felt different from what she had seen in movies. It was more real and down to earth. The roads were paved with bricks, and while they weren't as smooth or pretty as her small courtyard, they were expansive, stretching as far as she could see. No wonder, when she wanted to pave her courtyard, everyone just glanced at her without saying much. It seemed she had been too inexperienced. She needed to get out more to avoid being narrow-minded and making a fool of herself. Once inside the city, the ox cart moved forward for a few minutes until it reached a gathering place for oxen and horse carts near the city wall, filled with carts. Uncle Chen and Qin Shaosan drove the ox cart in, and a young attendant quickly came over to guide them to a designated spot. Chen Shaoan found it interesting. It was similar to a parking lot from her previous life, but the ground was a bit messy, though not dirty. While she was lost in thought, she noticed the young man who had guided them bringing over 2 bundles of grass, followed by another young man carrying a bucket of water. They placed the grass and water into a stone trough, and the ox immediately began to eat. Chen Shaoan thought the service was quite attentive. The animals were well taken care of. Uncle Chen went to the side to collect 2 tokens and gave one to Qin Shaosan. Curious, Chen Shaoan quietly asked Shaosan how the fees worked. Shaosan smiled and said, "For coins, plus a bundle of grass, and a bucket of clean water. After noon, if you come back, it will cost an additional 2 coins." Chen Shaoan calculated, "That's not cheap." Shaosan replied, "Of course it's not cheap. Otherwise, why would there be so many ox carts outside the city gate?" Chen Shaoan agreed, and didn't ask further. Shaosan looked at her, thinking how smart she could be, yet sometimes quite naive. Uncle Chen approached and asked, "What should we buy first?" Chen Shaoan pulled out a piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to him. Uncle Chen opened it and exclaimed, "Wow, these 2 carts might not be enough." After examining it closely, he said, "Let's go to the fabric store first and buy all the curtains and drapes we need." Another person said, "You don't need to buy those baskets in the county town. Go to Uncle Wu's house and ask Uncle Zhuofu to help you. He should have everything you need. Your Uncle San can help you with jars and containers, so you won't need to buy them." Chen Shaoan was confused and asked, "Then what do I still need to buy?" Uncle Chen gave her a sideways glance and said to Aunt Chen, "Take them to see Manager Liu, and then look around. I will take Xiao San to the blacksmith shop." Aunt Chen smiled and replied, "Okay." The elder aunt said, "You take Xiao San. We will browse at our own pace." The group split into 2, with 5 women going one way and 2 men going the other. The roads in the county town were much easier to walk on, with brick surfaces that didn't leave dust or mud on your shoes. They were clean. However, Chen Shaoan didn't mind the muddy roads in the countryside when it didn't rain. Everyone naturally wanted to live in a better environment. It was human nature. As they chatted, they walked for about 10 minutes and arrived at a main street lined with shops. There were no signs of the recent disaster on the walls. It was hard to believe they had just suffered. However, the pedestrians on the street were few and far between, looking thin and unhealthy, as if they were malnourished. But the shops along the street were all open, with a few customers here and there. It wasn't bustling or prosperous, with no street vendors or performers and no residents chatting on the road. But it was clear that it used to be lively. Chen Shaoan sighed inwardly, realizing that it would take time for the community to recover after the disaster. "Here." Aunt Chen pointed to a sign that read, "Liu's Fabric Store." Chen Shaoan looked up to see a middle-aged woman inside, focused on sorting something. Wooden shelves displayed various fabrics in different colors and textures. They walked inside, and the middle-aged woman greeted them. "What kind of fabric are you looking for, ladies?" Aunt Chen smiled and said, "Manager Liu, it's me, Jiang Rumei." Manager Liu immediately smiled back and said, "Oh, it's Sister Jiang. Long time no see. How have you been? Did you suffer any losses from the disaster? Did Brother Suoli come with you?" Her voice carried a hint of sadness. Aunt Chen replied, "When disaster strikes, we can't escape. All our fields were flooded." She pointed to Chen Shaoan and the others and said, "This is my sister-in-law, my 3rd sister-in-law, my niece, and my 3rd niece." The group greeted her. Aunt Chen continued, "My niece needs to buy some bed curtains and drapes, so we came here to look." The shopkeeper Lu said, "All right, feel free to choose anything here, and I'll give you a good price." He then turned to Aunt Chen and said, "Before the flood, I saw your brother Li a couple of times. I heard you've been busy." Aunt Chen replied, "Of course I've been busy. With the fields and the kids at home, I can't leave them for a moment. The men don't take care of these little things." Shopkeeper Lu agreed, "That's right, it's all women's work." Chen Xiaowan, listening, looked at Shopkeeper Lu in surprise. Shopkeeper Lu called out to a few people, asking, "What quality and color do you want?" He noticed that although the people were not wearing patched clothes, they were dressed in coarse fabric, which made him think they were poor folks. He didn't say much more, and led them to where the coarse fabric was stored, saying, "Take a look, this is all good quality coarse fabric. It's dry and hasn't been soaked." Chen Xiaowan glanced at him again, thinking that the shopkeeper was probably losing quite a bit this time. There was a hint of complaint in his words. Seeing Chen Xiaowan looking at him, Shopkeeper Lu said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Chen Xiaowan smiled and said, "I just heard you say that this fabric hasn't been soaked. Are there other fabrics that have been soaked?" Shopkeeper Lu was taken aback and looked at Chen Xiaowan, saying, "You're very clever. My little shop has quite a few fabrics that were soaked in water, and I've lost a lot, so I can't sell them. Don't worry, the ones I sell are all good." Chen Xiaowan thought about the luck she had with the rules of crossing over, and said, "Can I take a look?" Shopkeeper Lu asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "Can I see the fabrics that have been soaked?" Aunt Chen said, "Xiaowan, we shouldn't look at those. Wasn't she the one who said that fabrics soaked in floodwater can't be used? Why does she still want to buy them?" Chen Xiaowan turned back and said, "Aunt, it's fine. I just want to take a look." Shopkeeper Lu thought about the damp fabrics in the back courtyard and felt overwhelmed, as this loss had cost him several years of profit. Could he actually sell them? He decided to give it a try and eagerly said, "You can take a look first. If you like anything, I'll give you a great price." He then lifted the curtain and invited them into the inner courtyard, calling out, "Minjia, come out and help with the shop." A young girl emerged, looking neat and youthful, with her hair styled in 2 buns and wearing a light yellow top and matching skirt. She looked clean and seemed to be around the same age as Xiaozhen. The girl called out, "Mother." Shopkeeper Lu replied, "Watch the shop for a bit. I'm taking these guests to the back courtyard." Minjia hesitated for a moment, but obediently said, "Okay." Chen Xiaowan and a few others arrived in the backyard and saw a variety of colorful fabrics drying in the yard. In one corner, there was a pile of fabrics that were clearly damp and showed signs of mold. Aunt Chen stared in shock and pointed at the fabrics, saying, "These are all soaked." Chen Xiaowan looked at the fabrics and replied, "They must have gotten wet from the rain, and after a long time, they started to mold." Manager Lu said, "The young lady is right. We took care of the fabrics right after the rain and stored them up high. Who would have thought that those troublemakers would hide from the flood, climb onto the roof, and break the tiles? When the rain came down, it all soaked the fabrics. We were too busy grabbing these fabrics from the store, and by the time we realized it, the county was flooded and all these fabrics ended up like this. It feels like all my hard work over the years was for nothing." Chen Xiaowan added, "We should not keep these moldy ones, manager. Wearing these fabrics can make people sick." Manager Lu exclaimed, "Is it that serious?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "Yes, these fabrics have been wet for too many days. The weather is hot, and with the flood, they are all bundled together. Bacteria can grow, and mold can develop. If someone touches them, they could easily get itchy or have an allergic reaction, let alone wearing them." Manager Lu asked, "If touching them causes itching, will it cause redness and swelling?" Chen Xiaowan looked at her and said, "Yes, it could be an allergic reaction, and in severe cases, it could spread all over the body." Manager Lu urgently called out, "Minjia, Minjia." The girl in the yellow dress quickly came in and asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" Manager Lu said, "Minjia, show your hand to this lady." Minjia blushed and hesitated, but Manager Lu, in a hurry, took her hand and presented it to Chen Xiaowan. Chen Xiaowan saw a pair of fair hands, but the back of Minjia's hands up to her wrists were all red and swollen. Manager Lu said, "Is this what you meant by?" Chen Xiaowan replied, Bacterial infection. This must have been caused by washing those fabrics. Minjia nodded, her face still red. Manager Lu lamented, "It's all my fault. I thought, since so many fabrics were damaged, maybe I could wash the less affected ones and sell them cheaply to recover some losses." She touched her red eyes and said, "Lady, is there any way to treat this?" Chen Xiaowan said, "I'm not a doctor. You should find a doctor to take a look to avoid it getting worse. It's best not to touch these fabrics anymore." Saying this, she left the yard first, sighing to herself that she just doesn't have the luck to find a bargain. Everyone came out, and the shopkeeper Lu quickly said, "Don't worry, madam. All the cloth in front is good. We just got it from the city, and we wrapped it in oilcloth and hung it up. We kept someone watching the house, so it's fine. It's just that this cloth isn't as good as the ones in the warehouse." Chen Xiaowan understood this feeling well, but she couldn't express her helplessness. She said, "We farmers don't need the best cloth. Fine cloth, coarse cloth, and linen will do." She pointed to a light blue fine cloth and asked, "How much is this?" Aunt Chen Si replied, "What will you use it for?" Chen Xiaowan smiled and said, "How about making a bed canopy with it?" Aunt Chen Sen also smiled and said, "That sounds good. This blue color is nice." Chen Xiaowan then asked the shopkeeper Lu, "Do you have coarse cloth and linen in this color? I need 2 pieces." Seeing the potential for a sale, shopkeeper Lu felt a bit better and said, "Yes, we have more if you need." Chen Xiaowan asked, "Do you have any thin, sheer, yet dense fabric?" Shopkeeper Lu looked Chen Xiaowan up and down and said, "Madam, are you referring to chiffon?" Chen Xiaowan looked at him in confusion. Shopkeeper Lu quietly added, "Chiffon for clothes won't cover much." Chen Xiaowan replied, "But it's sheer and dense." Shopkeeper Lu nodded, "Yes, sheer and dense." The nearby listeners blushed. Xiao Shen tugged at her. Before Anta could speak, Chen Xiaowan said, "That's great. I can use it for window curtains. I was worried I wouldn't find any." Everyone was taken aback. Aunt Chin San said, "Xiaowan, you want to use cloth for window curtains? Don't you use window paper for that?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "I'll add a layer of chiffon to keep out the mosquitoes." Excitedly, she asked Shopkeeper Lu, "Can I take a look?" Shopkeeper Lu turned and took out a piece of fabric wrapped in white cotton cloth. When he opened it, it turned out to be the same light blue. It was very light and thin, with gaps between the layers of chiffon, just perfect. Suddenly, Chen Xiaowan realized what her lucky charm was. It was the ability to make her wishes come true. She just wasn't sure how durable it was and hesitated about whether to try it. Then she heard Shopkeeper Lu say, "This chiffon is sheer, thin, light, soft, and most importantly, durable. You can't break it with your fingers, and it can't be torn easily. You need scissors for that." Chen Xiaowan thought about its durability and decided it was exactly what she needed. "How much is this?" Shopkeeper Lu replied, "If you truly want it, I'll give you this price." He held up 8 fingers. Chen Xiaowan frowned. "Is it really that expensive?" Lu, the shopkeeper, thought, "Once this fabric comes back, it will be snatched up. The red and peach colors can sell for 20 taels. This piece was left behind because of its color." Chen Xiaowan immediately understood and said, "At most 6 taels.
If you can sell it to me, I'll buy it."
"I'll get some other fabrics too. If it doesn't work out, that's fine." The shopkeeper frowned deeply, looking at Chen Xiaowan and then at Aunt Chen Si. Aunt Chen Si genuinely thought the fabric was too expensive for window coverings and said, "Xiaowan, why don't we skip this fabric? It's too costly. Let's just buy some fine cotton and coarse cloth instead." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper frowned again. This light fabric had been on the shelf for a long time, but the price really wasn't profitable. If it didn't sell, would it affect other sales too? He said, "Madam, we still need that fabric." Chen Xiaowan replied, "I want 2 pieces each of fine cotton in red and pink, and 1 piece each of light red, peach, purple, blue, green, and light blue. Also, 2 pieces each of navy blue, black, gray, blue, and bamboo green." Everyone was stunned by her order. The shopkeeper's face darkened, and he said, "Madam, you must be joking. The amount she wanted could supply a dye shop. Who buys fabric like this?" Aunt Chen and the others seemed to understand and said, "Xiaowan, just buy what you need for yourself. We don't need to buy this much. Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment and said, All right, then I'll ask my uncle to help me get it from the dye shop later. The shopkeeper was bewildered. Madam, do you really need that much fabric? Chen Xiaowan replied, Yes, but you're not selling it. The shopkeeper said, Madam, are you planning to open a fabric shop? Chen Xiaowan responded, Not at all. I'm preparing to make clothes for my family, 2 outfits for each person. The shopkeeper said, But you don't need this much. Chen Xiaowan explained, There are over 30 people in my family, and I need to prepare for my elders too. The shopkeeper was speechless. Aunt Chin-si quickly said, Shopkeeper, it's fine. My niece is just joking. We don't need to buy this much fabric. The shopkeeper realized the deal was falling through and thought that Chinswili's brother would just go to the dye shop directly. However, he also remembered that the prices there were indeed cheaper than his, so he had to let it go. Then he recalled something and said, Madam, I still have some old white linen. I bought it in bulk thinking it would be cheap, but it hasn't sold well. Before the rain, if I hadn't thought about moving these burlap cloths to sell them cheaply, I wouldn't have lost so much. Chen Xiaowan's eyes lit up again, and in the presence of her aunt's stern gaze, she said softly, Let's take a look. Manager Lu opened another cabinet, revealing neatly stacked burlap cloths with clear light cream patterns, well preserved. Manager Lu said, When I first got this cloth, it sold for 800 won per piece, then it dropped to 500 won. Now, if you want it, it's 400 won. Xiaozhen whispered, Sister, what will we do with this? We can't make clothes out of it like that. Whatever it is. The 3 sisters-in-law of the Qin family shook their heads in agreement. Manager Lu. Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment and quietly told Xiaozhen for wall covering. Chen Xiaowan said to Manager Lu, I'll take 3 pieces at 300 won each, or, if it's 250 won each, I'll take them all. Manager Lu's expression darkened again. Aunt pulled Chen Xiaowan aside for a quiet discussion, while Manager Lu considered the fine cloth that had just slipped away. Calculating the 3 pieces at 900 won and at 250 won each, she still had several pieces left. After some thought, he decided to sell. Manager Lu said, 250 won each, and you can have them all. Chen Xiaowan nodded, Okay. Manager Lu replied, Great, I have 12 more pieces. Chen Xiaowan said, No problem. The 3 sisters-in-law of the Qin family fell silent, realizing that Chen Xiaowan's idea of using it for wall covering or as shoe soles with coarse cloth was indeed useful. Chen Xiaowan then asked Manager Lu if he had any scraps or any kind of fabric. Manager Lu looked at her several times before dragging out 2 bags from the back. Chen Xiaowan glanced at them and said, What's the price? I'll take them all. Manager Lu, not wanting to lose the sale, said, 1 bag of coarse cloth, burlap, and fine cotton cloth, I'll give you for free. And for the other bag, silk, satin, everything is in here, I'll let you have it for 21. As he spoke, he dragged out a large half bag of small scraps, very small pieces, the kind that needed several to make a handkerchief, and said, This is also for you. He sighed internally, thinking if it weren't for these items, she wouldn't have lost so much. Clearing them out today was a relief. In total, there were 2 pieces each of fine cloth, coarse cloth, and burlap, with fine cloth costing 1 or 2 silver per piece, coarse and burlap at 800 won each, plus 12 pieces of chin burlap for 3 taels of silver, and 6 taels for light gauze. The total came to 14 taels, and 2 coins. The bag of scraps was 21, which Manager Lu ultimately decided not to charge. This Chin lady could spend 6 taels to buy a piece of light gauze to cover windows, and as long as she could keep coming back, she wouldn't have to worry about making money. Understanding this, Manager Lu decided not to fuss over the small details. It's a pity about the business with the 20 rolls of fine cloth. After paying, a few people asked the shopkeeper, Mr. Lu, to leave the cloth in the store, and later Uncle Chen-si would come by with a cart to pick it up. The group then wandered around the county town. They bought various daily necessities at the grocery store. There was no need to buy porcelain, as Uncle Chen-san would take care of that, and Uncle Chen-si could handle the cloth. They bought some sugar, with Chen Xiaowan requesting 20 pounds. The sugar was that yellow rock candy, and she wanted to make wine with wild grapes. This time, her aunt didn't stop her, unlike before. They also got 5 pounds of salt to see if they could make fine salt for themselves. They bought some soap and bath beans, but Chen Xiaowan didn't buy too much, planning to make some herself later. The ants felt relieved when they saw she hadn't spent too much. They hadn't realized how much she could spend. Buying dozens of rolls of fabric for clothes would be too much. It would cost a lot of money. When her aunt calculated, she saw that Chen Xiaowan didn't have much silver left, and it would be 3 more years before Nie Zheng returned. They needed to tell the head of the family about this. The group picked up some household items like needles and thread. They also went to the pastry shop and bought 2 boxes of cheap red date cakes. They had wanted to buy candied fruit, but it was unavailable, so they got 21 of hard candy instead. Aunt Chen San scolded them, saying that having cakes was enough, and there was no need for more candy. The little kids at home wouldn't understand, and they were already eating well during this time, so what more could they want? Sugar was especially expensive now. Just then, Uncle Chin Si and Chin Xiao San arrived with the ox cart. Seeing the group, they asked, "Are you done?" Aunt Chin Si quickly replied, "Yes, we're done." Chen Xiaowan looked at the 2 carts, one carrying 2 iron pots, some farming tools, and the other covered tightly with an oilcloth, likely holding the cloth. She mentioned she still needed to buy some meat, but Uncle Chin Si said, "Get on the cart." Everyone climbed onto the cart and headed out of the city gate. Chen Xiaowan called from behind, Uncle Si, I want to buy meat." Uncle Chin Si replied, "We can buy it next time. Let's go home first." Chen Xiaowan. Everyone laughed. In the new house at Half Mountain Bay, a group was busy. Uncle Chen San, Uncle Chin Si, Chin Xiao San, and Chin Xiaowan were putting burlap on the walls to serve as wallpaper. They made a thick paste with flour, rice flour, and a bit of glutinous rice flour, using 2 large basins. Uncle Chen San and Uncle Chin Si were on a ladder, stretching the cloth, while Chin Xiaowan and Chin Xiao San helped from below. They are sticking things piece by piece and have been busy all morning. The areas that have been done are smooth and clean, and the soft white fabric has changed the whole atmosphere of the room, making it warmer and more comfortable. As Annie said, "It's hard to describe, but it's just good." Aunt Chin San, Aunt Chin Si, and the girls, Xiao Zhen and Xiao Qi, are working on the windows. They are not using the light gauze but regular window paper. Under Chin Xiaowan's guidance, they made a screen window from the gauze, but it can't be opened. It's fixed directly outside the window. From a distance, it looks very light and transparent. Uncle Chin Si pointed out that the gauze is good, but they bought too much. Chen Xiaowan suggested taking some back to make more. Aunt Chin San laughed and said their house doesn't need it, so Chen Xiaowan should keep it for when they build a new house. Uncle Chen San agreed, leaving Chen Xiaowan speechless. After returning that day, Uncle Chin Si and Uncle Chen San went to the county town again the next day. Uncle Chen Si went to the dye shop to order fabric and also brought back some everyday items for Chen Xiaowan, including a copper mirror, which she never expected. Uncle Chin Si said the copper mirror was a gift for her new home, and Aunt Chin Si smiled, saying she should just accept it. Uncle Chen San ordered the jars and containers she wanted from the county, including kitchen pots, bowls, and a set of spice jars, a teapot and teacups, 2 oil jars, a wash basin for the bathroom, and a bathtub, as a gift for her new home. Aunt Chin San happily agreed. Chen Xiaowan was moved to tears, feeling the unexpected joy and the warmth of being cared for and loved. Uncle Chinda and Auntie arranged a dressing table set and a square table for the main room, all in the style that Chen Xiaowan designed. Uncle Chinda directly said these items were a gift and she didn't need to pay for them, but she would have to pay for the other furniture, which made her very emotional. Everyone was quite happy. They checked the auspicious date of September 16th to move into the new home, so they have been working hard to prepare everything. Auntie personally went to the old house to take apart and clean the items to ensure everything is spotless when entering the new home. On September 13th, the furniture was brought in piece by piece, including the main bed, dressing table, and 2 large cabinets. Chen Ge and Chen Er listened to Chen Xiaowan and directly took the materials inside to assemble them, as otherwise, they wouldn't fit through the door. 2 large wardrobes are placed beside the bed, one on each side. A decorative shelf is next to the dressing table in front of the backyard window, and on the other side is a wooden screen that leads to Qin Xiaowan's bathroom. The bathroom has two doors. One leads directly from the room, and the other from the backyard. Just lock the door, and it's fine. Chun Urge carved two lotus flowers on the screen, saying that they are beautiful and should be included. The flowers and leaves are painted, while the rest is left in its original color but coated with tung oil, making it shiny. In the study, there is a bookshelf, a round decorative shelf, a desk, and a chair, all arranged quite nicely. Originally, Qin Xiaowan did not plan for a study. She wanted a guest room. Chun Debo reminded her that a guest room was unnecessary since they all lived nearby and rarely had time to stay. Since both she and Nie Zheng enjoyed writing and drawing, they decided to make it a study. However, the wall connecting to the bedroom is empty. It is a firewall and below it is a stove, but instead of a pot, there are two stone slabs. They plan to replace them with iron plates to heat water or brew tea. Chun Xiaosan joked, "Sister, seeing this makes me want to stay here." Chun Xiaowan laughed. "There's a guest room outside. I'll save one for you." Chun Xiaosen rolled her eyes at her. Chun Xiaozhen hung up the finished curtains, which were blue, instantly bringing a sense of calm and vitality to the room. Chun Si-shu glanced at Chun Dage and said, "Xiaosong, you see, we still need to finish the top part. Since we have a study, it should look like one." Chun Dage replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Si. I'll have it ready the day after tomorrow." Unbeknownst to her, Qin Xiaowan's house had become more refined while still being practical and beautiful. In the main room, there is a table for offerings which is not designed by Qin Xiaowan but is a common style used by De Zheng. It has 4 drawers and is hollow underneath. De Boma suggested she place a statue of Guanyin, to which Qin Xiaowan agreed. Chun Si-shu said he knows a scholar who paints Guanyin well and would fetch one tomorrow. In the center is the square table gifted by Chun Debo, with nothing else. Chun Xiaowan thought this was just fine. Simple and clean. De Boma thought to herself that as long as she was happy living there, there was no need for too many rules. On the other side, there are 2 rooms, but it would have been better if they were connected. However, at that time, Qin Xiaowan had a sudden idea to fulfill her dream of a firewall and placed it in the middle, making it impossible to connect them. Actually, changing one wall is fine, but by the time she remembers, it will be too late. There is a warm room and a workshop. The workshop is at the back and has 2 large cabinets for the fabric she bought. There is a rectangular table, 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long, taking up most of the room, serving as her workbench for cutting clothes. Because Chun Xiaowan is good at sewing, she has taken on work for over 30 people, each needing 2 outfits. In the warm room, there is a tall table by the window with 2 chairs on either side, facing a daybed. On either side of the daybed, there is a low cabinet. Chun Dage mentioned that there is space for 2 lampstands. On the side of the firewall, there is another daybed, but it is narrower for easier movement when using the firewall. In the same corner, there is a stove covered with a stone slab. When not in use, a potted plant can sit there nicely. In the other direction with empty space, there is an altar table for flowers and small decorations. Chun Xiaowan feels it is perfect. Her aunts and friends can come here to chat and enjoy each other's company. Look, she occupies the entire main room by herself. Now, her aunt doesn't say she has too many rooms, just that she spends too much money. The side room is not set up. Chin Dage says there's no rush, and he won't even set up a bed since she doesn't need it yet. It can be used as storage for now. Chun Xiaowan has 2 kitchens in her courtyard. The main kitchen is in front with 2 large pots and 2 small pots, which she requested herself. She thought about cooking, frying, steaming, and boiling all at once, and if she doesn't set it up well now, she'll have to make do later. The kitchen in the back is next to a spring, small with just 2 small pots and a tiny wood storage area. At first, Chun Dage didn't agree to build it, but after Qin Xiaowan persuaded him, he finally allowed it. She plans to use this kitchen for her daily needs. It's convenient. The front one can be left as it is after moving in. Occasionally, she can use it. In fact, she could manage just fine with the main room, but if she built it like that, it would be hard to explain. It wouldn't show any plans for the future, and she wouldn't be able to clarify. So, this way, it's good enough. She can work on the rest slowly. On September 13th, the furniture arrived, and the curtains and drapes were set up. On September 14th, the flowers and plants were brought inside. On September 15th, she checked everything again and moved in some commonly used items. On September 16th, at the right time, a firecracker went off. Uncle Chun personally led the ceremony as Chen Xiaowan carried a basket filled with essentials like rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, tea, pots, and dishes, and was the first to enter the house. Following her was Aunt Chen, carrying bedding, and behind her was Xiao Zhen with her makeup box, which only contained a pair of silver bracelets, a comb, a few clean headscarves, and 3 wooden hairpins. Next, Xiao Qi carried a bouquet of flowers that she and Xiao Jing had picked early that morning from a small hill, accompanied by Uncle Chen, who took them there. Chen Xiaosan was also there, bringing some everyday items from Chen Xiaowan's old home, while Chen Xiaoxi carried a few books. He had taken a day off to help his sister move, but needed to return to school early the next morning. Uncles Chen San and Chen Si were carrying a whole chicken, duck, pig's head, and 2 fish. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ye brought a set of new clothes and a pair of new shoes, made by Aunt Chen and the other aunts. The fabric was coarse cloth that Uncle Chen Si had bought, mainly for good luck. Chen Xiaowan placed the items in the kitchen, while Aunt Chen brought in the bedding and asked Aunt Chen San and Aunt Chen Si to arrange it. She then went to the kitchen to teach Chen Xiaowan how to pay respects to the gods. The square table in the front yard was set up with a pig's head, whole chicken, whole duck, drinks, fresh flowers, and an incense burner. Uncle Chen personally led the ceremony to inform the local deities that the house now had owners, asking for their blessings for peace, harmony, and good fortune. Then, he asked Chen Xiaowan to light incense and pay respects, while everyone else followed suit. They also went to the kitchen to honor the kitchen god with offerings of 3 types of meat, colored rice, drinks, fresh flowers, and an incense burner. Uncle Chen announced, "On this auspicious day, Chen Xiaowan moves in today. To the house spirits, we ask for your blessings, protection from disasters, harmony in the family, good fortune, and prosperity." He continued, "The house spirits have arrived, and the kitchen god is in place." He signaled for Chen Xiaowan to place the incense in the burner and pay respects, with everyone following along. After a quarter of an hour, they moved to the main hall, where Uncle Chen Si asked Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi to bring out the painting of Guanyin and hang it in front of the offering table. With fresh flowers, sacrificial fruits, and an incense burner, this time Uncle Chen did not lead the ceremony, allowing Chen Xiaowan to light the incense and pray on her own. Chen Xiaowan silently recited, "Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva, all divine beings, I, Chen Xiaowan, am here by chance, wishing for peace and happiness for everyone here, free from disasters and illnesses. May the villagers of Lianshan and the Qin clan have enough to eat and wear, with no one in hardship, and may they live in peace." She opened her eyes and prepared to light incense. Her aunt whispered, "You should say that you will light incense on the 1st and 15th of every month." Chen Xiaowan thought that since Guanyin was invited into her home, it would be inappropriate not to light incense. So she said, "I, Chen Xiaowan, will offer incense on the 1st and 15th of every month, asking Guanyin Bodhisattva to protect me with peace and joy." Her aunt added quietly, "And for Nie Zheng, may he return safely soon." Chen Xiaowan had to continue, "And for Nie Zheng, may he return safely." Everyone laughed and echoed, "Peace and joy, safe return." Chen Xiaowan lit the incense. After the worship, guests began to arrive. The first was Uncle Wu, who brought a bag of grains, symbolizing a bountiful harvest. Next was Chen Dasheng, holding a large porcelain bowl filled with 100 copper coins, a clear gesture of goodwill. Soon, Master Wang and Master Cheng arrived, but today, Chen Xiaowan was the host and had to cook, setting 2 tables, one for the men in the main hall and one for the women and children in the front yard. She prepared steamed meat, vegetables, ribs, fish, chicken, duck, eggs, and buns, using 2 small pots for stir-frying. This was the simplest method she could think of, otherwise, she would regret only having 2 large pots. The steamers were made by Uncle Fu from Uncle Wu's family, who personally crafted 2 steamers, one of which he gifted to her. Everyone helped, and things moved quickly. All the necessary tools were prepared in advance, and it was busy but organized. At noon, they started the meal on time, with 7 steamed dishes, 1 braised fish, 1 cold eggplant salad, and 1 vegetable, making a total of 10 dishes. It was a complete meal, and Aunt Wu insisted there would be no more added. So, Chen Xiaowan didn't feel too tired. She made the most basic flavors in the simplest way. When Chen Xiaowan came out, she found Uncle Wu, Uncle Chen, Uncle San, Uncle Si, Chen Dasheng, Master Wang, Master Cheng, and Uncle Zhuofu and Uncle Zhuogui from her grandfather's side were all present, along with Old Man Sun from the village, totaling 10 people. The wine was brought by Uncle San. At the women's table, there was Grandma Wu. The Wu family had not split yet, so both Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu were there, but none of their children or grandchildren had come. Today, Auntie and Uncle are making amends, along with Aunts Chen San and Chen Si, Aunt Fu and Aunt Gui, and also Aunt Shui Sheng and Aunt Nio from the village, plus Juzi's mom, making a total of 10 people. The wine is ordinary rice wine, homemade by Aunt Chen San, which is basically just fermented rice. As for the others, they all ate in the kitchen, where there was a small square table. The food was the same, and the wine was free-flowing. Around a table were Chen Dege, Chen Erge, Chen Xiaosan, and Chen Xiaoxi, along with Chen Desa, Chen Ersa, Xiao Zhen, Xiao Qi, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu. The younger kids who wanted to eat there just did, running around with their bowls. Xiao Jing and Xiao Qing followed the crowd slowly. Chen Xiaosen said, Xiao Si, you came back and didn't even get a seat. Isn't that unfair? Chen Xiaoxi, chewing on his steamed vegetables, replied, who was it that fished half the night yesterday and still didn't get a seat? Chen Xiaosan choked a bit, almost spitting out a fish bone, ready to respond. Chen Dege said, it's a happy day. Let's not talk about such things. Chen Ergo added, exactly as for the seating, Xiaowan can't decide that. Chen Desa and Chen Ersa exchanged glances, both smiling. Xiao Zhen, biting into some meat, said, if it were up to the eldest sister, you wouldn't even get to eat. She was planning not to invite anyone from the village, just to have a meal with family. Chen Desa said, Xiaowan had everything arranged. Just a meal of dumplings would have been fine. Chen Ersa replied, Dad and Mom disagreed, saying someone would definitely come today. And this is without inviting anyone. If we did, it would be a big deal. Chen Desa said, we still need to steam some buns and dumplings later for those who brought gifts but didn't stay for the meal. Chen Erge said, then Xiaowan has to go. Chen Desa and Chen Ersa laughed again, and Ersa said, that shouldn't be a problem. Xiaowan will probably just visit a few elders. She pointed at the younger kids and added, aren't there still these little ones? Chen Dege said, that's good. At least we're done with the busy work and can rest for a few days. These past few months have been exhausting, and soon we'll be harvesting the grain. Chen Ersa, holding her chopsticks, said slowly, I heard Dad say that the late-planted grain is growing well, better than in previous years. Chen Erge replied, not just as good, it's even better. Didn't you see Old Man Sun came today? If it's a good harvest, just think about the future. Chen Dege kicked him lightly and said, let's talk about the future later. Grandpa Wu and Dad have their own plans. Chen Ersa's expression darkened as she slowly ate from her bowl, and Chen Desa glanced at her. Chen Xiaowan and her aunt were puzzled about the situation with Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu, but they both suspected it might be related to her deceased parents. Chen Xiaowan sighed quietly. After sending off a few village aunts, her aunt stayed with Grandma Wu in the backyard to tend to the vegetable garden. The garden was separated from the backyard by a bamboo fence. One side had paved tiles, while the other was filled with vegetable plots that Aunt San and Aunt Si had already planted with beans, water spinach, eggplants, and pumpkins, all growing tall. In the middle, there was a path of stone tiles leading to the backyard gate. The vegetable plots were also separated from the livestock area by a bamboo fence. On either side of the back door, one side was for livestock and the other for poultry. Chen Xiaowan did not plan to raise any livestock for now, so that area would remain empty. Uncle Chen mentioned that in the future, they could keep a mule or a cow for pulling carts, and there was also a place to store the cart, which she couldn't rely on the children to manage. Chen Xiaowan thought things through quite thoroughly. There was also a side door that opened to a small path leading directly to the front gate, making it convenient for future cart access. In the poultry area, the chicken and duck coops are made of bricks, bamboo, and straw. Uncle Chen Si built them himself, and they look very cozy. Chen Xiaowan thinks they're great, but right now there are no chickens or ducks left. She has eaten them all. There is also a small round water pool in the middle, not big for the chickens and ducks to drink from. Next to the yard wall, there is a small dog door for the pets to come and go, but it is currently blocked by a heavy stone. There is another stone nearby, waiting to be used when the poultry arrives. Oh, there is also a dog house for the livestock, which Uncle Chen Si and Uncle Zhuofu built together yesterday. It is made of bricks and bamboo, with a tiled roof. In short, it is made from leftover materials from Chen Xiaowan's place. Similarly, there is another dog house by the tool shed at the front gate. Uncle Chen Si said it is not safe for Chen Xiaowan to live alone, so they will keep a dog in both the front and backyards. As for where the dogs will come from, Uncle Chen San will bring them over later. He promised to bring back 2 puppies in a while. Aunt Zhuofu said their cat had kittens, and when they are a month old, she will bring 2 over as well. It is too big for Xiaowan to live alone in this garden. She needs 2 to catch mice. Grandma Wu also wants a cat, saying her grandchildren like them. Uncle Zhuofu said he would make 2 baskets for the cat's bed. Chen Xiaowan felt a bit gloomy, thinking that with both cats and dogs, if she didn't want to cook one day, would they all be hungry together? She worried that her laziness might get the better of her. After dinner, the women went to the backyard. Chen Xiaowan, along with her sisters-in-law and Xiao Zhen, started steaming buns. With 4 people inside, it was spacious and not too hot. The roof had bright tiles and there were ventilation holes in the walls. As Chen Dajie said, it felt like they had entered a fairy's kitchen, making the other 3 laugh. Xiao Zhen joked, "Sister-in-law, don't fairies only drink air and dew?" This left Chen Dajie speechless. Oh, what does a country woman know about drinking air and dew? As long as it's good, that's enough. This made everyone laugh again. After the buns were ready, they brought out a list. Aunt Chun San came in to organize the children into groups of 1 or 2, and they would return with 2 buns or 4 buns as gifts. Each child carried a small basket and set off. This small basket was made by Uncle Zhuofu when Chen Xiaowan returned from the county, designed for the children at home. They each had one, sized according to their height, with Xiao Qi, Xiao Jing, and Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu having slightly larger ones, resembling little backpacks. Uncle Zhuofu thought it was nice to make one for each child, so now all the kids in the village wanted one. As a result, Uncle Zhuofu's little backpacks sold out quickly, even before Chen Xiaowan moved into her new house. Aunt Zhuofu was very happy about this. Today, she didn't come because she was busy working at home. Chen Xiaowan was accompanied by Aunt Chen San, carrying a large basket, ready to visit some elders. Chen Xiaosan came over, took the basket, and said, "I'll go with you." Chen Xiaowan and Aunt Chen San smiled and didn't stop him. The 3 of them walked a little way when Chen Xiaoxi joined them, saying, "I have nothing to do, so I'll walk with you to digest some food." Chen Xiaowan's eyes filled with tears. Aunt Chen San sighed, thinking how lucky Chen Xiaowan was. Her own son had no one to accompany him, and Xiaoxi had no one either. Big sister was with Grandma Wu, and Big brother was still at the banquet. These 2 brothers were there for support, eager to help this older sister. Xiaoxi was the most promising child in the Chen family. As long as he wasn't like his second uncle, his future was bright. The 4 of them chatted quietly as they walked toward the village. When the villagers saw Chen Xiaowan coming to return gifts, they thought it was normal. The Chen family never took advantage of others. If Chen Xiaowan didn't come, the eldest couple of the Chen family wouldn't allow it either. It was also normal for Aunt Chen San to accompany her. The Chen brothers always cared for their niece. However, when they saw Chen Xiaosan and Chen Xiaoxi carrying the basket, Some families nodded quietly, some raised Qin Xiaowan's status in the Qin family, and others changed their expressions, forcing smiles. After this, even the villagers began to respect Qin Xiaowan more. Some might say it wasn't a big deal that she was accompanied by the younger brothers instead of the eldest grandson of the Qin family. Only those who understood the situation slowly explained it to them. In this generation of the Qin family, Qin Dage and Qin Urge got married and learned trades, just like Qin Laoda. They would either be farmers or craftsmen, with their futures tied to this small piece of land. But Qin Xiaosan and Qin Xiaoxi had received an education. After finishing school, Qin Xiaosan went to the county to work. He was someone who couldn't be kept in the village. Qin Xiaoxi was even more promising, soon to be a scholar. His talent was not much different from that of the former Qin heir. At the very least, he would be a scholar and might even become a successful candidate in the future. The presence of these two showed something important, so think about it carefully. Also, all the children in the village carrying baskets to return gifts were from the Qin family. Uncle Chen's family and several sons from Grandpa Chen's branch were still sitting in her yard. What does this mean? Qin Xiaowan is an only daughter. Even though she is married, she is still part of the Qin family, living in the big courtyard, protected by all the elders and children of the family. Right now, Qin Xiaowan hasn't thought about all this. She just feels warm-hearted because her younger brothers, San and Si, are supporting her. However, she notices that the villagers are looking at her differently today. Aunt Qin San understands the situation. She knows that as long as her own children are doing well, they will also be blessed. She doesn't mind and is actually pleased because both Qin Xiaowan and Nie Zheng seem very capable in her eyes. The saying "a night of east wind changes everything" describes Qin Xiaowan at this moment. The Qin family's protection of their daughter and their support for their own is quietly touching the hearts of everyone in Lianshan village. The daughter of Qin Erlang is still Qin Erlang's daughter. After being silent for over 10 years, it turns out she is also very capable. The village chief stroked his sparse beard at home, looking through the courtyard wall at the rice fields, thinking, sending that lazy son of Desheng was the right choice. Otherwise, how could he have the chance to get ahead? The Qin family is about to rise, even if it's been delayed for nearly 10 years. When the four returned to Hanshan Bay, it was already late afternoon. The men had finished their meal, and everyone was gathered in the backyard, chatting and laughing. The children were in the front yard, playing around the water pool with a few fish. Little 5 was shouting, "Just look, don't catch them, don't catch them." Little 3 and Little 4 exchanged glances and went over to see what the kids were doing. Aunt Chun San said a few words to Qin Xiaowan and headed straight to the backyard. Qin Xiaowan placed her basket by the well and went to the kitchen. It was empty. Everything was clean and neatly arranged. On the table, there were 2 osmanthus branches in a small porcelain vase, giving off a lovely fragrance. It was clearly the work of little Qi, a talented and kind-hearted girl. Qin Xiaowan sighed to herself, thinking that these younger sisters would excel in modern times. Being born into a farming family feels a bit unfortunate. It seems like a waste for them to just focus on family and children. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she went to the well to fetch water, washed her face, and felt much refreshed. Dinner didn't need to be prepared. As agreed, they would have a big lunch, and for dinner, it would just be steamed buns and dumplings, enough for everyone to feel full. Entering the main hall, she found the table was also clean and neatly arranged. The laughter of a group of girls came from the warm room on the right. Not all the girls were inside. Some were sitting there playing with string or chatting. Xiaowan greeted them, took a bowl of candy inside, and then went to the backyard. The women were gathered around the spring, talking, while the men were by the fence, discussing something unknown. After listening for a while, it seemed they were talking about the 2 grapevines. Xiaowan joined the group of women. Aunt Chen didn't come today, saying it was unlucky to leave, and would come another day. Malian and Lilan, who usually accompany them, also didn't come. There weren't enough chairs, so they sat on the long benches at the table. Aunt Shui Xing pulled her over and said, "This house is really nice." Xiaowan lowered her head and smiled slightly, saying, "Over there." She wasn't very familiar with Aunt Nie Zheng. In her memory, this aunt often had her sew clothes and gave her a few coins. She also brought her some fresh vegetables and fruits. Her son was closer to Nie Zheng. Before the hour of the rooster, Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu left together, and the others followed, as they couldn't stay too long before dinner. Naturally, everyone left with something. Each person had a small basket containing buns and steamed bread wrapped in oil paper. Once everyone left, only the Qin family remained. Everyone sighed in relief. They had been very busy lately, with hardly a moment to rest. Xiaowan went to pour tea, giving each person a bowl. She also asked Xiaozhen to cook some mung bean soup for the evening. Uncle Qin took the tea and said, "Xiaowan, autumn harvest is coming soon, and the village might not be peaceful. Try to go out as little as possible. If you need anything, buy it in the next few days." Xiaowan looked at him in confusion. Uncle Chun continued, "Last time we planted the second crop of rice, some relatives went back and said that someone has already caused a stir at the county office. I'm afraid that soon, someone from the county will come." Xiaowan asked, "Uncle, how do you know this?" Uncle Chun replied, "Xiao Rou sent a message back with Xiao Jin. She was supposed to return today, but because of this matter, Han Sheng was called away by the county magistrate and hasn't come back." Xiaowan asked, "Is there any problem? Isn't it good that our village planted a second crop?" Uncle Chun explained, "It's not a bad thing, but first, we didn't report it, and second, we don't know if there will be taxes. Third, this idea came from you." Xiaowan said, "What does that have to do with me? I just mentioned it casually. It's you and Grandma Wu who are skilled. The seeds were just right. I didn't grow seedlings or plant anything." Uncle Chin insisted, "You really shouldn't dismiss this credit." Xiaowan replied, "I don't want it." Uncle Chin looked at her and didn't say anything more. She didn't know what was in her heart. Chen Xiaowan truly felt this way. Now she had a home, help with chores, and enough money, so she had no worries. The days ahead would be peaceful and enjoyable, with pets around her. Uncle Chun San and Uncle Chin Si were still discussing how to improve things. Since Jin Xiaowan had moved in, they were happy to let her be. If it didn't work out, they wouldn't push it. After all, her expectations were not very high. In the evening, a group of people had dinner together, with green bean soup, buns, and steamed bread available. There were hardly any leftovers from lunch, so they didn't bother reheating anything, as it wasn't enough for everyone. Annie said that on the first day of moving in, they shouldn't leave everything untouched. After dinner, they helped clean the kitchen and tidied up the yard before leaving. Tonight, Xiao Zhen didn't stay. Auntie said that in the past it was fine, but now that they had a new house, it was better for Xiao Zhen to live there only if other girls moved in too. Chen Xiaowan watched the departing guests and looked back at her yard. She had a home now, a place that truly belonged to her in this strange world. As she closed the door, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders, followed by a sense of relief. She sat on the steps in front of the main room, gazing at the softly swaying yard, memories of 2 lifetimes flooding her mind. For reasons she couldn't explain, Chen Xiaowan stood up and went to the statue of Guanyin, lit 3 incense sticks, and stood there for a long time, tears glistening in her eyes as she left. In the small kitchen at the back, she boiled water for a bath, enjoying this moment that was just for her. 2 small pots and a ceramic jar were filled with water. As she sank into the warm bath, the soothing water enveloped her body, bringing her relaxation and joy, and finally, tears streamed down her cheeks. In her 2 lifetimes, this was the most peaceful moment. No more endless meetings, clients, or the exhausting 007 and 996 work schedules. No more pressure from marriage and children, and no more listening to insincere words from unreliable men. She no longer had to worry about the small balance left in her bank account after paying the mortgage each month, saying things she didn't truly mean. All she wanted was a simple life, with decent clothes and food, just a quiet and ordinary existence. She never imagined or hoped for much, yet here in this foreign land, she could live the life she desired. But she wondered if anyone truly cared for her, shedding tears for her and feeling pain for her like the Qin family felt for Chen Xiaowan. As Chen Shaowan looked at the star map pieced together by Uncle Chen, memories began to flash in her mind from when she was just learning to speak. The innocent little girl, the gentle woman, and the handsome man held her close, reading to her. They read page after page, patiently repeating the words. When the little girl became restless, they gently patted her, unsure if they were reading for her or just for themselves. Chen Shaowan, you are so lucky. Your family loves you so much. Even if you are alone in life, you are still happy. But I feel a bit greedy for this warmth at the moment, whether it's from the Chen family or the insincere Nie Zheng. With tears flowing, Chen Shaowan slipped into the water. She thought, at this moment, I am Chen Shaowan, so I will embrace being her fully. If Chen Shaowan returns, then I will go back to being my true self, Chen Lijun. A girl loved by so many, she wouldn't want to hurt her or take over her life. But before you come back, let me use your body to live the carefree life I desire. Good girl, don't worry, I won't harm your family. I care for them too. I will ensure they are all well and live in peace and happiness. While Chen Shaowan was lost in her thoughts, at Uncle Chen's house, Aunt was tidying up the room for Xiao Zhen and said, once your older sister's husband returns, life will be much better for her. Xiao Zhen replied, I think my sister is doing well now. Living alone in such a big house, she can do whatever she wants. Aunt paused in her work and said, nonsense. Being alone isn't good at all, especially without a child. If they had a child in these 3 years, it would be so much better. I wouldn't have to worry so much about your brother-in-law being out there. Xiao Zhen said, but my brother-in-law isn't a talkative person, and he has had a good relationship with my sister these past few years. Otherwise, why would he send her so much money and arrange everything so well before leaving? Aunt placed the pillow down and said, it's exactly because everything is arranged so well that I'm worried. What if something happens or he doesn't come back? Then she added, spit, spit, spit. Bad things won't happen, only good things will. Xiao Zhen looked at her mother in disbelief and said, Mom, no wonder my second sister always says you favor me. I think it's true. You never worry about me and my second sister like this. Aunt shot her a glance and said, you little girl, what do you know? Your elder sister was born into a privileged family, but ended up in a difficult situation. Xiao Zhen, Mother, what happened with Uncle Air? You never tell us and we don't know. My dear, it's not that we don't want to share, it's just that we don't know either. Your Uncle Air passed the first level of exams at 15 and became a scholar at 18. The plan was for him to take the county exam 3 years later and then the capital exam right after. His teacher even came to our home and said he would surely succeed. He even started planning for his future assistants and reminded your grandfather to arrange for someone to help him. But then he suddenly wanted to get married. It wasn't a bad thing, but your grandparents worried that having a high-status daughter-in-law would disturb the household. Parents always want the best for their children, so they agreed. However, your aunt was already in poor health. Although she quickly gave birth to your elder sister, she had to take medicine for many years. You don't know, when your elder sister was born, she was as small as a kitten. I took care of her back then. She was such a sweet little girl. With her big, dark eyes looking at you, it melted your heart. Your grandparents loved her dearly. If you were tired from work, she would use her tiny hands to pour you a glass of water and respectfully hand it to you, making you feel warm inside. Eventually, when her health improved a bit, your uncle decided to go to the city early. He wanted to study, check on your aunt's health, and after the county exam, go straight to the capital. Your grandmother, seeing your aunt's long-term illness and inability to do much work, worried about her longevity and how it might burden your uncle, agreed. But your uncle insisted on bringing Xiaowan along. After much discussion, he finally convinced your grandparents to let your elder sister go with him. But when they returned, everything had changed. Your aunt passed away not long after coming back. Before she left, she specifically asked me, saying she felt she had burdened too many people in her life and didn't want to cause any more trouble. She asked me to take good care of your elder sister after she was gone. As she spoke, she wiped her eyes and said, such a gentle woman, yet her health was so fragile. Xiao Zhen. But mother, didn't you ask what happened? I did ask, but your aunt shook her head and said not to ask her about it. She didn't want to burden anyone anymore. She just wanted me to be good to your elder sister, saying that good people will be rewarded, and your elder sister would be grateful to me. Later, your second uncle never took the entrance exam again, and the Qin family split apart. Your older sister, such a lovely girl, became less talkative. Your second uncle took her with him and taught her to read and write, but it was never the same as before. Before he left, your second uncle specifically asked Aunt Fong to teach her how to sew. She learned quickly and got better at it. Within a month, Aunt Fong said she couldn't teach her anymore. He sighed and said, before your second uncle left, he arranged everything at home, including for the younger ones. You sisters were too young at that time, so he personally told your father that your older sister should not marry far away, but find a decent family in the village, living a simple life. Xiao Zhen said, Mother, are you mistaken? I am the same age as Xiao Si. Since uncle arranged for her, why didn't he arrange for me and my older sister? Aunt said, he mentioned you because he felt responsible for the Qin family. He couldn't help with your older sister's marriage, and your marriage can be postponed for a while, along with the younger ones. Xiao Zhen blushed and asked, why wait for Sangge and Xiao Si? Aunt shot her a look and said, are you silly? At that time, they were just starting to learn, and your second uncle was teaching them himself. Xiao Zhen remained silent. Aunt continued, but now, you are older, and we don't know what will happen with Xiao Si next year. Aunt added, don't talk about what I just said outside, and don't tell your older sister. She is too stubborn and will only get upset if she hears it. Mother, how can you say that about my sister? If she finds out, she will be angry and think you are biased. Then she whispered, Xiao Zhen, I want to ask you, have you noticed that your older sister seems different lately? Xiao Zhen thought for a moment and replied, it seems that after brother-in-law said he would leave, my sister changed a bit. She has become better and more carefree, and she doesn't worry about money anymore. Oh, why did you hit me? You eat well and drink well, so of course, you don't worry about your sister's money. You should see what the meals have been like at home these past few months. Xiao Zhen chuckled. Xiao Zhen, I want to tell you something in secret. I think your older sister has returned to her old self. Xiao Zhen was surprised. She is becoming like she was when she was younger. Before she turned 6, if you look at how she has been speaking and acting lately, she resembles your second uncle and Anne a bit. If that's the case, your older sister will care about your future. Xiao Zhen exclaimed, Mom.
Mom.
What you said is so scary. I don't feel anything. Besides, isn't it our parents who decide our matters? Aunt shook her head. Your grandparents said before they left that the Qin family must be united and not have divided hearts. If brothers quarrel, it could bring great trouble. Even if there is no trouble, there will be no blessings. If everyone is united, when the younger ones grow up, they can support themselves. But I know this was said by your second uncle and your grandparents. They also mentioned that your older sister can remember the past, so the Qin family has nothing to worry about. I didn't hear what came next. Your grandparents said that regarding your sister's marriages, if Xiao Wan interferes, we must listen to her. She looked outside and said, haven't you seen your aunt get a divorce? Your father, third uncle, fourth uncle, and your fifth grandfather didn't say they disagreed, did they? Xiao Zhen was shocked. Mom. And today, when we returned the gifts, we didn't call the younger ones to join, but they went anyway. Don't be afraid, your older sister won't harm us. Something must have happened back then that we don't know about. But you shouldn't ask, you will find out when the time is right. Your father secretly asked your fifth grandfather, and he said it's not a bad thing. Your fifth grandfather also said the Qin family is going to rise. She whispered, but this is something no one can talk about, understand? Xiao Zhen hurriedly nodded at her mother. But how did you tell me? She swallowed hard. It's because I see you always sticking to your older sister, and I'm afraid you don't know anything. Plus, looking at your older sister now, she will get involved in your marriage. It's better to tell you early, so you have some peace of mind. Then why do you say your older sister is pitiful? That's a different matter. Just listen to your older sister more in the future, but you can't stay in her room. If you go, Xiao Qi and Xiao Jing will definitely want to go too, and then there's Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ya, Mei Lian and Li Lian. Xiao Zhen was frustrated. Mom, you're being biased. After talking for so long, it's still about my older sister.
Aunt.
Chen Xiaowan didn't know that tonight, several families in the Chen household were saying similar things. In Chen Xiaowan's memory, she didn't read any related information. She only knew that the young girl received unconditional love from her parents and the whole family. When Chen Xiaowan woke up in the morning, she was confused for a while, feeling the solid wooden floor and looking at the oil-finished wooden bed frame. She hazily remembered that she had already moved into the new house. Covering her eyes with both hands, she could feel the swelling. It wasn't just from crying yesterday. There were always people around her, and she didn't dare to show her emotions. Now, in her own space, finally alone, she could let loose. Books say that traveling through time makes one invincible, but Chen Xiaowan knew that was nonsense. If she were exposed, she would surely be in danger. As an outsider, she could be punished without question. The Chen family treated her well, but only because she was Chen Xiaowan. She couldn't risk what would happen if she wasn't. In modern times, people foolishly believed that the luck of a time traveler and 1,000 years of knowledge could allow them to do whatever they wanted, without realizing that they were playing by someone else's rules. Without extraordinary talent or intelligence, an ordinary person couldn't compete with the locals. She admitted her limitations. She still didn't fully understand the current rules. If it weren't for Nie Zheng's conscience during that incident, things could have been worse. If they wanted to improve, the Qin family couldn't rely solely on their small piece of land. They needed two things. One, her knowledge accumulated over thousands of years, just knowledge, waiting for the right moment to create a gap in understanding. Two, the efforts of her generation in the Qin family. At least, Xiao Si needed an official position. Only with a proper identity could they engage with the upper class and have the means to rise. She had tested the waters. Her uncles didn't want to go into business. So, the so-called blueprints and secret formulas she had could only be sold for money, trading money for time and space. She also needed to work harder, exploring the back mountains to find undiscovered species, preferably food, to earn merit and gain resources. But she couldn't take the initiative. If she overstepped, losing the protection of the Qin family would lead to dire consequences. Death didn't scare her much, but her new house had just been built, and her dream life was about to begin. Dying too soon felt unfair. Plus, she needed to leave some opportunities for the young girl. Forget it. She decided to go with the flow, avoiding trouble. Chen Xiaowan, if you can hear me, come back soon. Rubbing her eyes, Chen Xiaowan got out of bed. This new house was wonderful, well-ventilated, bright, and clean. She put on her clothes, took a stroll around the backyard, and played with the two little turtles. After washing up, she slowly made her way to the kitchen, cooked a bowl of porridge, heated 2 buns in a small pot, boiled an egg, and added some dried radish. She carried the tray to the corridor and brought out a special small round table and stools. Perfect, so comfortable. Chen Xiaowan enjoyed her late breakfast while looking at the scenery in the yard, feeling happy. It had been a long time since she felt this relaxed. She chewed slowly, savoring her meal, taking 32 bites to finish her breakfast. Then she realized she had some free time. She sighed, understanding why people say life is about sharing a home, meals, and seasons. She needed to check on her pets and see when the fabric and wine would arrive. She could probably get some more wine. From now on, she wanted to truly enjoy life at a slow pace. She strolled around the yard, even feeding the fish some dough. She touched the osmanthus tree facing the door and said to herself, no need to rush the pets or the fabric. Let Uncle rest for a couple of days, and I'll go pick grapes. With such beautiful weather, I can't just sleep at home. That would be a waste. Then she sincerely offered incense to Guanyin and changed the water in the vase for the osmanthus. After changing her clothes, she packed her basket with tools and tied a red ribbon on the door lock, as agreed with Xiaozhen, to signal she was nearby if she wasn't home. She walked slowly, enjoying the mountain view, stopping by the pond at the roadside. thinking about how to improve it. She could build a gazebo and plant some fruit trees like peach, pear, orange, persimmon, and pomegranate. In spring, she could enjoy the flowers. In summer, the cool breeze. In autumn, the moon. Well, the moon viewing was better in her yard. But she could enjoy the autumn scenery, with the golden wheat waves looking beautiful, and in winter, she could appreciate the snowy landscape of the nearby village while having tea by the fire. Along the way, she picked up a small branch and waved it around, walking along the mountain path until she reached the spot where she used to pick wild grapes, which were now scarce as many had been eaten by birds and insects. Chen Xiaowan carefully cut a few bunches, following her footprints as she walked, doubting the abundance described in books. She picked a few more bunches, starting to sweat, and thought about going back. But seeing her basket was only half full, she felt it would be a shame to leave, so she continued slowly. When she reached a small stream, she knew that crossing it would lead her into the back mountain area. Encouraging herself, she thought that even if she wasn't extraordinarily lucky, she shouldn't give up easily, so she bravely moved forward. After crossing the stream, she walked a bit further. On the sunny side, there were many vine plants. Chen Xiaowan picked up a branch and pushed aside the grass on both sides as she walked slowly ahead. There are indeed grapes here, and they are much larger than those on the small hill, resembling big ping-pong grapes. Chen Xiaowan put down her basket and used a branch to poke around, but there was no response. Feeling relieved, she picked one and tasted it. It was sweet. Oh my! After 6 months, this was the first delicious fruit she had eaten. Chen Xiaowan was almost in tears from joy. She had been craving this for so long. She even thought about grafting seedlings. She ate several more, remembering she couldn't stay in the mountains for too long, so she hurried to gather more. She filled her basket to the brim, knowing it was heavy, but unable to resist. She just thought to handle it carefully. Seeing she couldn't fit any more, she quickly cut a few leaves to cover the grapes and then followed the stream to the spot where she washed the pigs last time to exit the mountain. Thank goodness, Xiao San had explained the terrain that day. Otherwise, she might have gotten lost. Once out of the mountain, she sighed in relief and looked back at the towering hills. It truly was a treasure. Today, she had only taken a few steps and found such grapes. If she went deeper, anything was possible. Carrying the heavy basket back to the halfway bay, she didn't encounter anyone along the way, as the whole village was focused on the rice harvest. She placed the basket by the well, drew some water, washed her face, and then changed her clothes. Taking out a winnowing basket, she carefully arranged the grapes, relieved that only a few had fallen and there was not much loss. Comparing the wild grapes from the small hill to those from the back mountain, the difference was quite noticeable. She soaked the fallen ones in salt water, washed them, and while eating, wondered what to do with the grapes since she didn't want to make wine. She just wanted to eat them. After thinking for a moment, she took out a bamboo basket and placed 3 bunches inside. She planned to take them to Uncle Chen's house. Good things should be shared, especially since it was her first day moving in. She couldn't be ungrateful. Chen Xiaowan hummed a tune as she entered the village. The villagers greeted her, and she responded warmly. Uncle Chen was sharpening his sickle, and Chen Xiaowan couldn't help but smile. He was eager to get started. She knew that everyone in the village was restless now that they had planted the second season. If it were up to her, she would say there was no need to rush. They could wait until the frost on the 28th to see how things were. But she wouldn't say that out loud. She had never worked in the fields in either life, and she wouldn't believe it herself if she did. As she entered, Uncle Chen glanced at her once, and then looked away. Chen Xiaowan felt a twinge. She was being dismissed. Chen Xiaowan didn't call anyone and went straight to the main room. Aunt was making shoes, Xiao Zhan and Mei Lian were sewing clothes, and the older sister and Aunt Chen were sweeping something in the backyard. The second sister-in-law and Lillian were playing with 2 children. The older brothers were not around, but there were sounds coming from the tool room. She thought, they aren't making something for her again, are they? When Aunt saw her, she put down the shoes and said, Xiaowan, why are you here at this time? Do you have something to discuss? Chen Xiaowan replied, Aunt, Just because I have no business doesn't mean I can't come. I just moved and you don't want me to visit? Aunt said, nonsense. The others laughed, and Chen Xiaowan realized they had just been talking about her. She thought, isn't it just like saying speak of the devil? Chen Xiaowan asked, what were you saying about me? Aunt replied, just nonsense. Who would dare speak ill of you? I'll just have to teach them a lesson. Xiaozhen laughed and said, sister, listen to this. My mom favors you. Now I understand why my second sister always says mom is biased.
Aunt.
This joke was too much. Aunt looked at the basket and said, what have you brought? You need to be careful living alone. Chen Xiaowan decided to reveal what was under the cloth. Inside were round, beautiful grapes in shades of purple, red, green, and pink. Aunt, Xiaozhen, and Mei Lian were stunned. Xiaozhen exclaimed, sister, where did you get these wild grapes? They're so big. Chen Xiaowan handed the basket to Mei Lian and said, go wash them and share. They are really sweet. Aunt said, wait, we can't just eat such good things like this. Chen Xiaowan nudged Mei Lian and said, I have more where that came from, and they were free. Why can't we eat them? Free? Xiaozhen and Aunt stared at her. Chen Xiaowan smiled. I picked them from the mountain.
Come with me tomorrow.
Xiaozhen said, you picked them from the mountain? Sister, you can't be tricking us. We spent so many days picking and didn't find any this big. Aunt asked, did you go to the back mountain? Chen Xiaowan replied, no, I just went a little past where we washed the pigs awful last time. If I had gone deep into the mountains, I wouldn't have come back this early. Soon, Mei Lian returned with a bowl of grapes. Chen Xiaowan took one and said, try it. It's sweet and delicious. Really sweet. This flavor is amazing. Where did you get them? Aunt Chen brought in another bowl, and then the older sister and second sister-in-law came in. Seeing Chen Xiaowan, they smiled and said to Xiao Jinger, it's more delicious food brought by your great aunt again. Xiao Jing held a bunch of grapes and bit into one, shouting, Aunt, it's sweet. Aunt, it's delicious. Chen Xiaowan teased him, thinking about the way her uncle looked at her. She filled a bowl with some grapes and went to tease Uncle Chen. She approached Uncle Chen and called Uncle. He ignored her, so she slowly squatted down and called again, Uncle. Still no response. She slowly offered the bowl, saying, I brought wild grapes for you. Uncle Chen glanced at the bowl, but remained silent. Chen Xiaowan said, Uncle, try some. I just picked them from the mountain. They are really sweet. She then popped a grape into Uncle Chen's mouth before he could react. A burst of sweet and sour flavor hit him, and Uncle Chen's expression softened as he said, didn't I tell you not to come out for no reason? Chen Xiaowan thought. Could she say she forgot? They were picked from the mountain. The back mountain. Humph. Uncle Chen's expression changed quickly. No, it's from the little hill behind my half-bay mountain where it meets the back mountain. There are so many. Uncle Chen's mood improved a bit, and he called, eldest son, second son, come out. Chen Xiaowan. The whole scene made the others inside laugh. Aunt quietly said to Xiaozhen, your dad. He can't do anything about your big sister. Xiaozhen thought.
What?
Clearly he spoils her, but she is his big sister. She always remembers to bring good things, so let him spoil her a bit. She wouldn't mind. Chen De-ge and Chen Er-ge came out sweating. Wiping his sweat with his arm, Chen De-ge asked, Dad, what's the matter? Uncle Chen pointed at the grapes in Chen Xiaowan's hand and said, try these. If you like them, go pick some more. There are plenty. Chen Xiaowan. The two brothers stepped forward to take some, but Chen Xiaowan instinctively moved her hand and said, wash your hands first. They exchanged glances and obediently went to wash their hands. They didn't take from her bowl because there were 3 bunches of grapes in the backyard, which was quite a lot. As they ate, they asked, where did these come from? Chen Xiaowan repeated her earlier explanation. Uncle Chen put down his sickle and came in, saying, go pick more. Fruits like this are rare. They are top quality in the city. Chen De-ge ate a few grapes and went to get a basket. Chen Er-ge looked at her and asked, how many do you have? Chen Xiaowan gestured and then gave up, saying, I don't know. I didn't check closely. I just filled my backpack and came back. Not just Chen Ergo, everyone looked at her speechless. Normally, when picking things, wouldn't you check how much you have? Brother Chen took out 2 baskets and asked, "Are 2 baskets enough?" Chen Xiaowan shook her head. Xiaozhen stuffed some grapes into her mouth and said, "I'll go too." Chen Xiaowan still shook her head. Brother Chen helplessly said, "You all go to Half Mountain Bay first. I'll go call Xiao San and Uncle Si." After all this fuss, by the time they went back up the mountain, it was already late afternoon. Uncle Chen Si looked at the wild grapes and then at the entrance of the mountain, asking, "How did you find this place?" Chen Xiaowan thought, "Can you believe I just walked this way? Can you believe I wanted to bring you some tasty food? It's frustrating how this turned into a big harvest." Chen Xiaowan pointed to a small hill and said, "I followed the path from the last few times I picked wild grapes and ended up here." Uncle Chen Si looked at her, sensing something was off. She always seemed to find something new, and this place isn't far from the entrance. How did no one else discover it before her? He then told Brother Chen, "Go call your dad and Uncle San. Tell Uncle San to bring the cart down the mountain." Brother Chen replied, "Uncle Si, let's pick everything." Uncle Chen Si said, "If we don't pick everything today, the whole village will know by tomorrow, and there won't be any left for us." Chen Xiaowan said, "But no one saw me picking today." Uncle Chen Si glanced at her again. "Are you planning to give some to your Uncle San's family, my family, Grandpa Wu, and Brother Fu?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "I didn't plan to give that much. What I picked isn't enough." Hearing this, Brother Chen hurried down the mountain. With his little sister's generosity, the whole village would definitely find out. Chen Xiaowan felt confused. Did everyone misunderstand something? When Uncle Chen and Uncle San arrived, several baskets were already full. The 2 men looked at the scene and at Chen Xiaowan, speechless. Uncle Chen Si whispered, "I'm afraid we won't finish picking today." Uncle Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle San, go to Grandpa Wu's house to get help. You and Uncle Si will have to work hard again tomorrow, either going to the county or directly to the city." Uncle San said, "While you pick, I'll take people to the city overnight. We can't let such good grapes go to waste." In the end, Grandpa Wu personally came up, arranging for his eldest grandson and his 2nd and 3rd sons to help. He originally wanted to ask Annie and sister-in-law for help, but Grandpa Wu said it would be too much effort. Actually, Chen Xiaowan didn't pick that many grapes. Mainly, Uncle Chen Si went a bit further and discovered another patch with even better quality, making the task even bigger. It seems like no one has been here for a long time, which is why it has grown like this. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much. Considering selling, Chen Xiaowan and Xiaozhen are now in charge of sorting the colors and quality roughly. Uncle Chen San took Xiao San and the younger son and grandson of Grandpa Wu, and they have already left with 2 carts. They're checking outside the city gate for horse-drawn carriages to switch to a cart for the county town. Tomorrow morning, they will go to the county town to sell some. For people left, and Grandpa Wu went to call Uncles Wufu, Brother Shijiang, and Uncles Wugui, along with his own sons, Shijun and Shirtang. The elders worked through the night. Chen Xiaowan said she only sent things to her uncle's house. She didn't know about the others. It wouldn't matter if they picked later, but no one paid attention to her. Grandpa Wu comforted her, saying to rest if she was tired. They would handle it. Chen Xiaowan didn't understand why they were in such a hurry. Brother Chen quietly told her that the wild ginger was rare and very valuable. She shouldn't send what they had at home. They could just eat it themselves. Chen Xiaowan thought to herself that once picked, it wouldn't last long. Uncle Chen Si took her keys, and he and Brother Chen moved her things to her small yard. As they say now, moving down the mountain was impossible. It could only be to her small yard. Later, Chen Xiaowan learned that during the wild ginger season, rice and flour were common, but fruits were highly profitable, truly profitable. To put it simply, the value of her small yard couldn't compare to the worth of these fruits today. Of course, Chen Xiaowan didn't know this yet. She was just frantically picking and moving fruits. She would rather let them spoil than let anyone know. If Nie Zheng were here, he would probably look at her in disbelief. After so many years on the mountain, he had never discovered this patch of wild grapes. All night long, without stopping, by midnight, Aunt Chun, sister-in-law, and Aunt Chun also quietly came to help. As dawn broke, Uncle Chun looked at the sky and exchanged a glance with Grandpa Wu. With a swift motion, he cut down the best few plants, nearly making Qin Shaowan gasp, but Uncle Qin Si quickly covered her mouth and kept signaling her to be quiet. The other uncles saw this and did the same, leaving only some smaller ones that hadn't yet borne fruit. After tidying up, Aunt Chun, sister-in-law, Aunt Chen, and Xiaojin came around from the small hill, making several trips down the mountain. By the time they reached Qin Shaowan's small yard, only Grandpa Wu, Uncle Chun, and Uncle Chun Si were left. The others returned home from different directions, making it seem like nothing had happened all night. As soon as Qin Shaowan opened the door, she saw the yard filled with baskets full of grapes. She wondered if the vineyard from before could yield so many. Uncle Chun and Uncle Si drank some well water and first handed a bowl to Grandpa Wu, then gave one to Qin Shaowan. Uncle Chun said, "Shaowan, if you're tired, you can go sleep." Qin Shaowan shook her head. They didn't insist, and the three of them went directly to her backyard. Qin Shaowan watched as they dug up the grapevines she had originally planted. Uncle Si noticed her worried expression and said, "Don't worry, I'll plant them outside the yard for you." After they planted 2 vines, Grandpa Wu said, "Plant 2 more. These wild fruits can be planted together for better growth." Uncle Si and Uncle Chun worked together to plant 2 more, then found a corner in her vegetable garden to plant another 2. Grandpa Wu asked, "How many are left?" Uncle Chun replied, 6. Grandpa Wu asked, "Is there space to plant them?" Both shook their heads. Uncle Si looked around the yard and said, "This yard is still a bit small." Grandpa Wu suggested, "Why don't you take them home to plant?" They both shook their heads again. Uncle Chun said, "Uncle Wu, my family is too crowded. I'm afraid they won't survive." "What about Zhushun?" "Need to ask him." "Zwali, won't you plant them?" "I can't. They won't survive there either." Grandpa Wu looked at Qin Shaowan and asked, "Shaowan, what do you think?" Qin Shaowan was confused. She had no idea what was happening and couldn't understand the situation. Uncle Si noticed her confusion and said to Grandpa Wu, "Uncle Wu, Shaowan might not know what's going on." Qin Shaowan nodded at her uncle. Everyone was so straightforward. Grandpa Wu looked at her and asked, "Shaowan, have you ever eaten such high-quality fruit?" Qin Shaowan shook her head. Since she arrived in April, she hadn't eaten any fruit until now in September. The only things she had were sour peaches and wild pears brought back by Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. Uncle Si continued, "Shaowan, we rarely have high-quality fruit in our village. Usually, they are sour and astringent. The few slightly better fruits are brought in from outside." Grandpa Wu added, "The kind of fruit we picked this time, even if only half is this good, can ensure that a family like your Uncle C's won't have to worry about food for a year, and they can send Xiao Lu and Xiao Ba to school, plus have some left over." Qin Shaowan was stunned. What was going on? Why was the price so high? When did fruit become so expensive? She looked at Grandpa Wu, then at Uncle Chun and Uncle Si, unsure of how to express her thoughts. Uncle Wu said, "Child, those trees on the mountain cannot be kept. If they are discovered, it could bring trouble to the whole village. Remember, these fruit trees in your yard should not be seen by others during harvest time. Keep them hidden and sell the fruit secretly each year. This way, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life." He then told Uncle Chun and Uncle Si, "You both need to be careful and keep an eye on her. Make sure the little ones stay quiet."
Boom.
Qin Shaowan felt dizzy and looked at Uncle Chun. Uncle Chun said, "We can't plant in our yard. If someone finds out, it could cause trouble." Uncle Si looked at the 6 seedlings on the ground and asked, "What should we do with these?" Everyone was deep in thought. It wouldn't do to lose something so good. Qin Shaowan looked at the wall and suggested, "How about I find an excuse to build another wall?" The others looked at her and then outside the yard. Uncle Si said, "Big brother, why don't you go wash up first? I'll take care of this." He then told Uncle Wu, "You should go back and rest. Come back to check after you wake up." Uncle Wu nodded. He was thinking that the Qin family still needed more hands. After Uncle Wu left, Uncle Si said, "Shaowan, bring out your rocking chair. I'll lie down for a bit and then head to the county." He said to Uncle Chen, "Big brother, let's work together quickly so no one sees us." The two opened the back gate and went outside, gesturing to each other. Then there was the sound of shovels digging. Soon, Uncle C came back in, having dug up the 2 grapevines from her garden, along with some soil and 2 small wild grapevines. Chen Xiaowan didn't follow them outside. Instead, she went to the kitchen to cook a few bowls of noodles and fry some eggs. Her mind was still foggy from not sleeping all night, and she couldn't quite understand what was happening. It seemed like something significant had occurred, but she hadn't grasped it yet. When Chen Xiaowan woke up, the yard was quiet, as it usually was. She opened the door and saw Melian sitting in the living room, embroidering. When Melian noticed Chen Xiaowan, she quickly said, "Elder sister, you're awake." The 2 girls, after changing their surnames, now called her elder sister and second sister, and the boys were called elder brother and second brother, instead of cousins. However, they didn't have a strict order, because Aunt Chen didn't allow it and Uncle Chen and the others didn't insist on changing their titles. "Melian, what are you doing here?" "Uncle sent me." "Xiaoqi is also here, waiting at the door." Chen Xiaowan stepped out of the main hall and saw that the little girl had moved her small round table over and was sitting there stitching flowers. "Xiaoqi, what are you doing sitting there?" Xiaoqi looked up at her, put down the embroidered cloth, and happily ran over, saying, "Sister, 4th uncle asked me to watch the door and not let anyone in." Chen Xiaowan looked around. Baskets of grapes were placed all along the corridor. She asked, "Where is 4th uncle?" Xiaoqi replied, "He went to the county town with Brother Shi Hu and Brother Shi Zheng." Chen Xiaowan bent down and took a small bunch of grapes from a basket, handing it to the 2 of them, saying, "Go wash them and eat. Don't just stitch flowers. It's not good for your eyes." To her surprise, both of them shook their heads. Mei Lian said, "Sister, we can't eat anymore. These are very expensive, and my mother has already told me." Xiaoqi nodded and said, "My mother said the same thing. She told us not to be greedy." Chen Xiaowan pointed to the baskets and asked, "With so many, can you finish them all?" The 2 laughed and said, "Sister, these are not for eating. They are for selling." Chen Xiaowan remembered what Grandpa Wu said about the price of the grapes and felt a bit uneasy. She said, "All right, you 2 help me sort these fruits, and if there are any loose ones, you can eat them." The 2 happily nodded. They took 2 baskets from the tool room, and Chen Xiaowan taught Mei Lian and Xiaoqi how to pick the good ones. It was too rushed, otherwise, it would have been better to prepare special baskets. She would mention it to Uncle Zuofu another day to get ready in advance. While the 3 were sorting, there was a knock at the door and 4th uncle called out, "Xiaoqi, open the door." The little girl ran to open the door and peeked through the crack, only opening it when she saw it was 4th uncle. As soon as Chen Si uncle came in, he saw the 2 busy in the yard and said to Chen Xiaowan, "I thought you would sleep a bit longer. You've already started sorting." "Yes, I just woke up." "Didn't you go to the county town?" "I sold everything, and I'm heading straight to the provincial city tonight." Chen Xiaowan replied, "So fast?" "The fruits are good. How could it not be fast? When Shi Hu and the others come over, take the ones with slightly worse quality. The best batch is for me and my brother. We will reach the provincial city tonight." Chen Xiaowan asked, "Aren't 3rd uncle and the others still not back?" "They won't be back that quickly. They can only arrive today. After selling, they won't be back until tomorrow at the earliest. Your uncle and I will deliver them tonight. We should meet up around midnight, just in time to switch vehicles." Chen Xiaowan replied, "The horse-drawn carriage?" "Yes, it's all rented. You all hurry up and sort. I just called your sister-in-law and will arrange for 2 people to come over. Shi Hu and the others still need to send a batch to the county town tonight. These fruits can't wait. If they do, they won't be fresh." Chen Xiaowan looked at the many baskets in the yard, feeling amazed. Uncle Chen Si noticed her expression and leaned closer, saying softly, 100 pounds. In the county, 200 taels. Chen Xiaowan looked at Uncle Chen Si in surprise. He nodded gently and added quietly, "It's even higher in the capital. We can't let anyone know." Chen Xiaowan quickly understood. This was not just a high profit, it was like a lottery ticket that had already won a big prize. Looking at the baskets filled with grapes, which were more precious than gold. She finally realized why her uncle and granduncle said they couldn't protect the grapevines anymore. She wanted to take some. This was a treasure vine. Suddenly, she turned to Uncle Chen-si, realizing that all the grapevines were in her backyard. Her heart raced, and her eyes widened. Uncle Chen-si saw that she was back to her senses and nodded, saying, "I'll come with your older brother and third brother to build the wall in a few days. Don't let anyone into the yard from now on." Chen Xiaowan felt her heart pounding. Did she dare to do this? Wasn't that putting her life in danger? Just then, Hu called from outside, "Uncles Wooly, it's me, Hu." Uncle Chen-si personally opened the door. They took 4 more baskets of grapes and made 2 trips to load them onto the ox cart. As the cart swayed away, Uncle Chen-si kept an eye on it, urging them to hurry back since they needed the cart for the evening. Jiang smiled and said, "Uncles Wooly, don't worry, we'll be back soon." Chen Xiaowan felt overwhelmed. Her yard was only worth a few baskets of fruit. "Uncle C, are there really people who will buy such expensive fruit?" "Of course. They're hard to get. Wealthy families want them. It's just us common folks who suffer." Chen Xiaowan nodded, realizing that in peaceful times, common people are still treated poorly, just like in modern times. She had worried for nothing. In this era, fruits were already scarce. It was normal for them to be expensive. As long as she didn't buy or spend money, she wouldn't feel bad. That evening, 6 people came with 2 carts. After they left, Chen Xiaowan's yard felt much emptier. Hu returned and said they couldn't sell in the county anymore. If they did, they would attract attention. They also couldn't go to the town since many people recognized them. They planned to come back at midnight to take 2 more carts to the neighboring county. They made 12 trips in total, each time with 2 carts. Chen Xiaowan emptied the yard and finally sighed in relief. When Uncle Chen-san returned, his slightly plump figure had lost weight, and even Xiao-san had become thin, making Aunt Chen-san worry about him. Oh, they also brought back 4 carts of bricks and some jars, all of which were taken to the hillside bay. The reason for their absence this time was that Chen Xiaowan had asked him to burn something, so he took his mistress to the mountains to hide for a few days. The villagers laughed at how much he spoiled Chen Xiaowan, and he foolishly smiled, saying, "What can I do? My second brother only has this daughter, and I can't help but feel sorry for her, so I have to spoil her." As for Chen Xiaosan, when others asked him, he frowned and said, "Ask my dad." People thought the son couldn't argue with his father. No one asked about anything else, as the villagers could see a few others busy every day. These people were changing carts between the county town and the capital. After switching carts, the people here would head back while others continued to the capital to sell goods, repeating the cycle. However, these people looked noticeably thinner, and the villagers thought it was because Chen Xiaowan stopped providing meat, so their meals had gotten worse, and they joked about it. Over 2,000 pounds of grapes were sold out. Chen Xiaowan calculated that it was at least 4,000 taels of silver, which was crazy. That night, she felt a sense of financial freedom. It's no wonder people worked so hard. If she had known earlier, she would have worked even harder and not told anyone. Don't blame her for being selfish. She wasn't a generous person. She was generous because she never spent her own money. Of course, this was just talk. She wasn't troubled. She hadn't done much, just provided a place for others. And she couldn't do this alone. Without a space to store everything, it was inconvenient. Grandpa Wu had also put in a lot of effort, making sure his eldest son and uncles stayed in the village, working in the fields or crafting things at the door, just waiting for things to finish here. Chen Xiaowan thought this was the power of family and relatives. Some were at the front, some were transporting goods, some were assisting, and some were guarding the rear. Grandpa Wu had avoided drawing attention to her these days and only let a few kids play near Chen Xiaowan's door, essentially keeping watch. These kids were clever and had plenty of tall tales. When they saw the ox cart returning, they would pull at passers-by, asking them to do this or that, but by the time people returned, the cart had already left. The passers-by found it strange. They had never seen these kids so enthusiastic before. Chen Xiaowan thought, what does it matter if she crossed over? With this kind of power, what could she play with? There are truly people who only wish for a long life, not a short one. When the silver was being divided, Chen Xiaowan did not participate. Uncle Chen went to a remote area under the pretense of looking for wood and brought back the timber. Grandpa Wu said he wanted to make a coffin, and everyone reacted with surprise. Grandma Wu came out with red eyes. Chen Shizhong left with a dark expression, while Uncle Zhou Fu chased after him with a broom, scolding him for being ungrateful and saying they raised him for nothing. In reality, Shizhong was hiding silver and didn't want to greet anyone. Uncle Chen was still shouting from behind, saying if they were going to fight, they should go back and not embarrass themselves, and to remember to help Chen Xiaowan fix the courtyard wall tomorrow. Chen Xiaowan was amazed by the whole scene. It was more entertaining than any celebrity show. In real life, it was a raw and genuine performance. When Uncle Chen and Uncle Chen Si were dragging bricks to the hillside, everyone in the village knew that Chen Xiaowan, the spendthrift, was up to something again. Uncle Chen San, Uncle Chen Si, Uncle Zhou Fu, Uncle Zhou Gui, and Uncle Zhou Fu came to help, and Chen Dasheng also arrived, asking why he wasn't invited to build the house. Uncle Chen pointed at the incomplete courtyard wall and said, "If we hire you, we'll have to pay you. That girl doesn't have much silver to hire more people. We can just help finish it ourselves." Chen Dasheng was left speechless. Chen Xiaowan listened nearby, feeling frustrated. Uncle Chen shouted again, "Go back to the front yard. Just seeing you gives me a headache. You should think about how to explain this to Nie Zheng when he returns." Chen Xiaowan. So everyone in the village knew that Chen Xiaowan, the spendthrift, had definitely caused trouble, and Chen Lao was furious. Chen Xiaowan asked, "Do I still have a reputation after all this?" Uncle Chen replied, "Do you even have a reputation?" Chen Xiaowan. 2 days later, the courtyard wall was almost finished. Grandpa Wu went in and scolded a few people, saying, "Chen Zhuoren, a person like that, leaving only this little bloodline in the world, and you still don't treat him well? If you don't like it, then come and be my granddaughter. I don't care for you ungrateful ones." The Chen brothers thought Grandpa Wu was taking the opportunity to scold them. After the scolding, they gathered around Chen Xiaowan's round table in the backyard, drinking chrysanthemum tea and eating grapes, discussing the next steps. They decided that they couldn't spend the money just yet. Suddenly becoming wealthy would definitely raise suspicions, and it was a significant amount. Chen Xiaowan sighed, feeling like she was living a double life. But this wasn't dirty money. Grandpa Wu tapped his smoking pipe and said, "On the surface, we should still do something that shows we have income." Everyone looked at each other and finally turned to Chen Xiaowan.
Chen Xiaowan.
This time, Chen Xiaowan received a lot of silver. When Uncle Chen San brought the silver notes, there was only 1 50-tael note, 10 5-tael notes, and the rest were all 100-tael notes. The message was clear: spend wisely. Uncle Chen San also explained the situation. This time we had over 2,800 pounds of grapes. The first few days, the fruit was good and the prices were high, but in the following days it wasn't as fresh and the prices dropped a bit. After accounting for losses on the road, we sold for over 6,800 taels. After deducting the cart fees, we ended up with 6,830 taels. She took 2,000 taels because she discovered the fruit, stored it at her home, and organized everything with her team. Uncle Chunda, Uncle San, and Uncle Si each received 800 taels. For prosperity, wealth, and blessings, each family got 500 taels. For happiness and health, each family received 400 taels. There was also 100 taels for Grandpa Wu, who worked hard all night and worried a lot. With 30 taels left, she distributed it as work fees to a few people who were out running errands. This was what they had agreed upon on the mountain that day. It couldn't be called unfair or fair, but everyone had no objections. It was settled. This was truly a huge profit, and several families were almost financially free now. The average price was nearly 3 taels of silver per pound. Uncle Chen San said that several wealthy families were competing for the best grapes, claiming they wanted to send them to the capital, which drove up the prices. They didn't dare stay too long, fearing they might attract attention, and they didn't want to raise the prices too much, or they would sell for even more. But no matter what, for Chen Xiaowan, It was a fortune. Chen Xiaowan wondered if her share was too much, and Uncle Chen Sen casually told her to keep it, saying, if you have ideas next time, don't even let them have soup. Hearing this, Chen Xiaowan felt a bit annoyed. Uncle Chen Si added that everyone had no objections. If it weren't for her extra effort, they wouldn't have this windfall. Everyone was satisfied and didn't dare to be greedy. Chen Xiaowan accepted the silver. After thinking for a moment, she slowly said, the fastest way to make money is through trade, but merchants are considered lowly and cannot change their status. They cannot take the imperial exams, hold official positions, buy land, or marry commoners, which makes it very difficult. She had discussed this with Xiao Si when he returned last time, and this rule was indeed too harsh on merchants. Everyone knew that in the Zheng dynasty, merchants were looked down upon, which was not a pleasant sight. Chen Xiaowan continued, but those in official families often have shops. Men cannot trade, but women can, she added. This was also something Xiao Si mentioned. Wealthy ladies rarely own shops. Everyone looked at her, and the rich man said, isn't it inappropriate for a woman to show her face and go out to do business? Chen Xiaowan replied, but farming and planting rice also involves showing your face. Old Man Wu asked, do you have any good ideas? Chen Xiaowan shook her head and said, I don't have any good ideas for now. But there will always be a way, as long as it's done properly. Old Man Wu nodded and said, you're right, as long as it's done properly, there will always be a way. He then turned to Uncle Chen and said, Xiao Si, the village exam is coming up soon, right? Uncle Chen replied, yes, there was no exam this year due to the flood, but there should be one next year. Then, let's prioritize him. He is the pride of our Chen family, and we have enough money now, so let's not make things hard for the child. Uncle Chen answered yes. As the elder spoke, he slowly got up and walked away, mumbling something under his breath, looking unhappy. Chen Xiaowan. This situation. Soon, the villagers learned that Chen Xiaowan had gained the favor of Old Man Wu, and the Chen brothers were scolded. The courtyard wall was built on the right side of the yard, separating the vegetable garden from the backyard. The door opened into the vegetable garden. 2 sturdy doors were made by Uncle Chen himself. In 3 days, everything was in place. Uncle Chen said he would take care of the grapevines and told Chen Xiaowan not to touch them. Chen Xiaowan. While other female protagonists in stories have magical abilities, she ended up with nothing. In the following days, the villagers continued to sharpen their tools, keeping an eye on the earliest plots of land from the Chen family and the flooded land belonging to Old Man Sun. There was no choice. This was the earliest batch. However, it wasn't just the villagers watching. The county office also sent 2 people. The first to come was Zhao Hansheng. Uncle Chen was quite annoyed to see him, especially since he was busy selling grapes. He had no time to deal with him and impatiently sent him away, asking him to come back after the frost. Zhao Hansheng returned looking pitiful. The county magistrate asked him many questions, but was still not at ease. Farming was a serious matter, and it affected his own reputation. 2 days before the frost, they sent 2 more people to stay in the village. Once the harvest was done, they would return to report that the county magistrate wanted to come personally. This made Zhao Hansheng go back and complain to Chen Xiaro for a long time, saying he didn't know when he had upset the father-in-law and asked her to speak on his behalf. Chen Xiaro gave him a look. This fool, her father was just busy with something and didn't want to deal with him, which was why he was annoyed. Next time it would definitely be fine. Chen Xiaowan took Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Jing to the small hill every day. They also went to the creek to catch fish and crabs, then came back and fried them in oil with flour, making the kids' mouths greasy with delight. Uncle Chen said not to enter the village for a day, which left Chen Xiaowan speechless. On the day of harvesting, October 3rd, 5 days after the frost, Grandpa Wu, Old Man Sun, and village chief Li had practically lived in the fields. They anxiously watched the sturdy ears of grain, waiting for the right time to harvest, as no one had planted a second crop before. They hoped for a bountiful yield but worried about timing. As the weather turned cooler, they gathered together, and the village chief shouted, "Cut!" With the sound of the gong, everyone in the village, young and old, rushed out with their sickles. The two officials, panicking, rode their horses toward the county town, nearly falling into the river. They tightened the reins and muttered about the villagers being inconsiderate, not giving them a heads up. Meanwhile, one of them followed the villagers to the fields, thinking it would be good to report back to the county chief. The heavy ears of grain suggested a good harvest. The villagers were familiar with the process and didn't need much direction. Old Man Sun and the men from the Chin family only cut a few stalks as a formality before carrying the grain back. At the village threshing ground, Auntie Chen was already harnessing the ox to pull the stone. Aunt Chin San and Aunt Chin Si set up their small tables under the shade of a tree, bringing tea and bowls, while nearby neighbors who weren't working in the fields brought chairs and stools. It looked like a lively tea gathering. Chen Xiaowan set up a table by the pond in front of her house with Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Jing. The branches hung down just enough to block the sunlight. On the table were rice cakes, a pot of tea, and several cups. They each found their favorite spots to sit. Chen Xiaowan held a leaf, Xiao Qi had a flower-patterned basket, and Xiao Jing played with a flower string. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu squatted on the ground, enjoying the triangular chess game that Chen Xiaowan had taught them, fully engaged in their playful competition. Chen Xiaowan watched the lively threshing ground but didn't join in or watch closely. It wasn't that she was cold-hearted. It was just that Xiao Wu's first words every day were, "Sister, where are we playing today?" Dad said not to go to the village. This made Chen Xiaowan feel like she had done something terribly wrong, trapped in a situation that was nothing like she had imagined, and it frustrated her greatly. Every day, with a few kids around her, she couldn't complain to her uncle. She went up and down the mountain and gathered a lot of wild grapes, which she turned into wine. Now she has 3 big jars. The wine made earlier was brought to her by Brother Chun and Brother Air. One jar might not have been sealed properly and turned sour. The other 2 jars were filtered, and they shared a little among the family, leaving her with just a small jar. Since the grapes weren't the best for winemaking and she used less sugar, it couldn't compare to wines from later times. It was more about the fruity flavor and novelty. The little girls really liked it. Each had a big cup for their first drink, turning their cheeks rosy. Little Chi even got tipsy, making her aunt point at her, stammering for a while. This time, she decided not to share and keep it for herself to enjoy slowly. Without the little kids around, it would be nice to switch from tea to wine. The view of the mountains from here was lovely, and she thought about building a gazebo so she wouldn't have to worry about the sun or rain. Honestly, it was much cooler in the mountains now, far better than the hot weather before. It was nice, but she missed snacks. She wished she could visit the back mountain. Feeling a bit restless, without a phone to scroll through, no novels to read, and nothing to pass the time, it was normal to feel out of place. Her fabrics hadn't been brought back by Uncle Chin yet. Watching Little 5 and Little 6 argue, she suddenly remembered something she had heard. To teach kids, you should let them be leaders among their peers. Since she had some free time, doing a little mischief wouldn't hurt, especially since her uncle wouldn't let her into the village. She called Little 5 and Little 6 over and asked how many kids in the village listened to you and play with you. Though they were both over 10, they hadn't thought about this much, trusting their big sister instinctively. They answered honestly. Little 5 counted on his fingers. Tuanzi, Yaozu, Yana, Shirtu, Lizzie. 8 people. Little 6 added, I only play with Brother 5. Then how many kids your age are there in our village? They calculated and found about 15 or 16 they knew well, plus 5 or 6 more who were in school. In a village with over 100 households, that wasn't a small number, and they were all boys. Chen Xiaowan waved her hand and quietly said to the 2, you both go play with them and teach them how to play the triangle chess, but you need to find a way to win more and lose less. Xiao Wu replied, Sister, can't we just play by ourselves? I don't want to teach them. They have nice things, but they don't share with us. Chen Xiaowan smiled. Well, don't you want them to listen to you in the future? You can tell them what to play and what to do. Is that impressive? What do you think? Impressive.hara.ok.haraha. What about you, Xiaolu? I'll play with Brother Wu. Then go. Have fun, and when you come back, I'll treat you to some fried fish snacks. The 2 ran off happily, and Chen Shaoan felt very pleased. Little did she know that her casual thought and teaching would lead these two gifted children to not only create a leader among them but also bring the Qin family into an unpredictable future. In the days to come, she would often regret that brief moment of mischief, which created a dilemma, making the Qin family and this small village restless. But at this moment, she happily waved her hand, stretched, got up to walk around, and called out to Xiao Qi to join her and not strain her eyes. Xiao Jing stood up and said, "Sister, why didn't you call me? You're already up." "Sister, you're unfair. You favor her." "I'm not being unfair. I take you with me every day."
"Sister."
She casually responded to her two sisters while watching the busy crowd in the threshing area, seeing their joyful expressions. She also noticed Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu rushing into the threshing area, bringing a group of children who squatted at the edge, surrounded by the others. Chen Shaoan smiled, impressed by their efficiency. Turning to Xiao Qi and Xiao Jing, she said, "Let's go back to the yard. We're going to fry some fish snacks." Just as Chen Shaoan was happily frying fish snacks with the two little ones, she also explained the methods and types of fish snacks to them, making them watch the pot with hungry eyes. Suddenly, she had an idea and decided to make some oil dumplings for lunch. She also cooked some mung bean soup, which was a bit greasy, and she knew that in a few days, the soup wouldn't taste as good. She wondered if there were any red beans. She liked those too. The messenger sent to deliver a letter to the county magistrate rushed into the county office. The magistrate was busy working in his study, discussing government matters with his assistant. Just as the messenger entered the back courtyard, he heard that the people sent to Lianshan village had returned, announcing that the harvest had begun. The magistrate quickly left his wife, who was waiting for lunch, and hurried to the front courtyard, instructing others to gather. His assistant called the clerk and brought along two officers, as well as the messenger and Zhao Hansheng, who was known for being ungrateful. When they reached the front courtyard, the messenger, Zhu Ming, was still catching his breath. He exclaimed, "What happened? Didn't I tell you to return early with news?" "Sir, we were watching closely every day. This morning, we asked the village head, and he said they weren't harvesting. But less than half an hour later, they rang the gong to announce the harvest. When I returned, all the villagers, young and old, were heading to the fields. Quick, hurry, gather people and prepare the carts. Don't just stand there, lead the way. Where's Zhao Hansheng? Call him here." In a flurry of activity, within a quarter of an hour, a cart and 5 or 6 riders set off for Lianshan village. As for this situation, village head Chen felt wronged. He and elder son had excitedly decided to ring the gong, not thinking about the two people the magistrate had sent to keep watch. By the time they remembered, Zhu Ming had already left Lianshan village, while another officer, Wang Chong, was in the fields, watching the villagers work with a puzzled expression. This made village head Chen quite anxious. He smiled and said many flattering things, trying to explain. In his heart, he thought, "What kind of magistrate is this? He sent people to bother us, and we've already been at his house for 5 days without receiving a single coin." Wang Chong looked at the overly flattering village head and then at the villagers carrying heavy rice, unsure of what to say. The sight of the abundant harvest indicated that the entire Lianshan village had done well, and the magistrate would surely reward them. However, these people seemed to disregard the magistrate, and the two of them. After 5 days of waiting, they had announced the harvest without any notice. What could he say? He feared offending them, but he also felt frustrated over the past few days, so he could only wave his hand and say, "Village head, remember this well. We'll discuss it when the magistrate arrives." This left village head Chen feeling quite gloomy, thinking about who he could send to deal with these people, or if he should just resign altogether.
It won't work if we think that way.
De Sheng can't handle it alone. He can't even deal with the Chen family by himself.
He needs to step in.
Yes, we need to involve Chen Lao de Chen Xiao when has her ideas, and it's impossible for him not to show up. Let's also bring in Uncle Chen Wu, as the seedlings were originally cultivated by his family. After thinking it through and looking at the people around, I felt a bit more at ease. When Aunt Chin San and Aunt Chin Si were busy grinding rice with the ox cart, the people at the threshing ground started taking turns going home for meals. Xiao Zhen, Sister Chinda, and Sister Chin Er came to take over. This work isn't tiring. You just need to guide the ox and walk around the spread rice slowly. Xiao Zhen, dressed like Qin Xiao, one with a veil to cover her face completely, wore a wide-brimmed hat made of coarse fabric to shield herself from the harsh midday sun. Sisters Chinda and Chin Er only wore regular straw hats. They understood their sister-in-law. At her young age, she should be careful about her appearance and not get tanned. But why hasn't anyone mentioned Xiao Zhen's marriage? Xiao Si is busy with the entrance exams, but what about Xiao Zhen? Just as the few people who had finished their meal picked up their bowls and chopsticks, Xiao Qi and Xiao Jing came in with a basket, bringing a dozen small oil cakes. Chen Xiaowan even cut them in half, just enough for the Qin family to share. Xiao Qi took out the oil cakes and told Aunt Chen, "Aunt, my sister said the oil cakes are too rich, and Xiao Jing and Xiao Qing shouldn't eat too many." The Qin family always eats together during spring plowing and autumn harvest, helping each other out. When Qin Xiaowan first moved to Shanwan, the three sisters-in-law didn't allow their children to stay for meals, as life is not easy for anyone. There's a give and take, but there are differences too. They had enjoyed Qin Xiaowan's meat dishes for several months, so it seemed fair. However, after learning about the money from selling grapes, they didn't mind as much. First, they knew Qin Xiaowan wasn't stingy, especially when she bought meat so generously. Second, all the children, big and small, liked her. They still held back a bit. Otherwise, they would all run to her place. Third, it was manageable now. Eating and drinking wasn't a burden for Qin Xiaowan anymore, and they could return the favor. The three sisters-in-law sat together to discuss. The older kids could go play, and if they were eating there, that was fine. They just needed to prepare some dishes and send over daily necessities, which they were already planning to do. Qin Xiaowan's little garden hadn't fully grown yet, so she asked the kids to bring over some more each day, sharing anything rare they found. No one was taking advantage of anyone. It was fair for all. The little ones are not allowed to go much. They stay with their parents. After all, they are so young, and Qin Xiaowan still needs to watch them, unable to do anything else. It would just be like watching the kids. Xiao Zhen goes out less often, not for any other reason, but because her aunt thinks it's not fair for her daughter to play, while the two daughters-in-law work at home. Xiao Zhen is very clever and understands her mother's concerns. As usual, she works hard at home, knowing that her older sister will always share good things with her. As for her sisters-in-law, they can't say much since they are younger sisters-in-law themselves, but she envies her older sister. Living alone in such a big, clean, and beautiful house, able to do whatever she wants, how wonderful that is. That's her goal, but she doesn't yet realize that she will spend her whole life striving for this, yet never achieve it. Even if she later owns many large houses and estates, she will never have the freedom she desires, which will be a regret for her and leave her children speechless. Meanwhile, everyone is happily eating oil dumplings, and Uncle Qin rarely praises the meal. At the threshing ground, people are enjoying the scene. Those who are afraid of missing out, the older folks, simply hold their bowls and squat in the shade, eating and watching, occasionally giving directions to the three people in the field. In another corner, Grandpa Sun's family has also brought their ox over. Wang Chong squats in the shade at the threshing ground, watching everything and feeling quite speechless. This time, the county official told them not to wear their servant uniforms to avoid scaring people. Without those uniforms, they now blend in like this. The villagers are not afraid of him, thinking he is just a relative's young man, while village chief Chin has forgotten about him again. Yes, he is forgotten. At this moment, village chief Chun is eating and pondering how to deal with the county official, completely forgetting that he should have a little servant coming to eat. After what happened in the morning, Wang Chong feels too embarrassed to join the meal. On the official road, a group of people is rushing over, and from the carriage, voices can be heard saying, "Hurry up, hurry up." The villagers of Lianshan are immersed in the joy of the harvest. After lunch, the three sisters-in-law of the Qin family return to their positions, ready to start threshing the rice stalks. The three sisters-in-law stepped back, and Uncle Chen, Uncle San, and Uncle Si took up their forks and went to the field. The three forks flew through the air, lifting the rice stalks along with grains and dust. No one stepped aside. Their faces were filled with joy, and those watching also showed happy expressions. Under the rice stalks, a thick layer of golden grains was revealed, each one plump and clearly better than what they had grown in the past. Old Li and Grandpa Wu both squatted down, holding a handful of rice and exchanging joyful glances. Old Li was truly happy. The village would not go hungry this year, and there was hope for the future. Grandpa Wu smiled, but tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at the three people in the field, their smiles growing wider. If only there had been a camera, it would have captured a beautiful scene of the farmer's harvest. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Master Wang looked at the anxious county magistrate and said, "Sir," as the magistrate turned to him. "May I ask, sir, now that the rice in Lianshan village has successfully grown a second crop, what will you do?" The magistrate was taken aback, as if he had never considered this question. "Naturally, I will report to the court and inform the emperor. If our great Jiang can grow rice, it will be a blessing for us." "Sir, have you not thought about yourself?" The magistrate paused again. "Sir, this is a greater achievement than the last flood disaster. Your orders are likely already on their way. If I report this now, sir, would you be willing to stay in Qingping County for another 3 years?" The clerk nearby spoke up. "What the master means is, sir, if you do not report now, your promotion is certain. But if you report now, the rice takes 4 to 5 months from planting to harvest." The clerk understood. This could be a serious oversight. One achievement could increase while the other decreases, possibly resulting in 3 more years here. The magistrate frowned, touching his sleeve, and remained silent. Outside, someone shouted, "Sir, we are almost there, entering the village soon." The magistrate hurriedly lifted the carriage curtain and saw the carriage climbing the hill. The wild grass on both sides was lush in some places, yellowing in others, and some had completely withered. After a stretch of road, the carriage went downhill, revealing a golden rice field ahead. In one area, there were many people harvesting, carrying, and bundling rice. In other fields, some farmers were scattered about, using shovels for an unknown task. Those who have farmed know this is to drain the water. Before harvesting, the water is let out so the rice stalks become sturdier, making it easier to harvest and thresh. The three watched in amazement, standing up in surprise, completely forgetting about the downhill slope, and they all tumbled forward due to the carriage's momentum. The carriage driver outside shouted, "Sir, what's wrong with you and the clerk?" The county magistrate, ignoring his pain, waved his hand and said, "It's nothing." He then called out, "Stop, stop." At the rice threshing ground in Lianshan village, people saw 5 or 6 individuals protecting a horse-drawn cart, which came rushing in and stopped halfway. 3 people stumbled out, one of whom was holding his forehead and headed straight for Old Man Sun's field. The crowd was curious, but they had no time to spare, as Uncle Chen and 2 others had already flipped the rice stalks and were ready to weigh them. However, there were always some curious villagers, like Wang Chong and the village chief. When Wang Chong saw the cart, he immediately stood up, realizing it was the county magistrate arriving. When he noticed the cart had stopped, he quickly ran over. The village chief, seeing the cart come in, exclaimed, "Oh no," and hurriedly pulled Old Man Sun along to go over. He wanted to grab Uncle Chen too, but Uncle Chen was busy in the field. Seeing Wang Chong approach, he jokingly said, "Wang, didn't you come for lunch? My youngest son looked everywhere for you." Wang Chong rolled his eyes at this. His son hadn't even greeted him. What a joke. But this was just a little trick of the common folk, knowing when things went wrong, they would shift the blame first. Meanwhile, the 3 who got out of the carriage stumbled into the rice field. Looking at the golden rice paddies and the plump rice ears, the excitement on the county magistrate's face was hard to hide. Clerk Wang observed everything with a mix of surprise and admiration, his expression full of complexity. Clerk Yen was genuinely happy. The Yen family had been in this county for 4 generations, and this significant achievement could lead to great opportunities. He planned to discuss it with his father and son when he got home. He pulled a nearby man who was bundling rice and asked, "When did this mature? What's the yield per acre, and how many acres did you plant in total?" The man, feeling wary of the unexpected visitors, remembered the village chief had warned during the initial planting that they didn't know how well it would turn out, so they shouldn't spread rumors. He hadn't left the village for months, just guarding these rice crops. He replied rudely, "Get lost.
Who are you?
This is none of your business. Go away. We don't welcome you here." The others were taken aback. Clerk Yen was about to reveal his identity when Zhao Hansheng called out, "Son, these people are." The man turned around and, seeing Zhao Hansheng, immediately said, "Oh, it's the second son-in-law of the Qin family. If you're here for a visit, then come on in. Your father-in-law's family is busy threshing. Just go help them, and don't bring anyone along to wander around." A few people. Zhao Hansheng felt awkward and continued, "Brother son, these are." Then they heard voices from the village calling, "Sir, sir." As a few people rushed over, the man called brother son tied up the grain, picked it up, and walked away, mumbling, "What, sir? I'm just a common man." Zhao Hansheng found it hard to express his feelings. Everyone looked at Zhao Hansheng, their expressions quite telling. Yen Zhuobo laughed, came over and patted his shoulder, saying, "Hansheng." The county magistrate glanced at him a few times, as if finally understanding why he couldn't get any answers when he first sent him to ask. The atmosphere was quite strange. Village Chief Wang, an old man's son, arrived. "Subordinate, I greet you, sir." The two behind him knelt down, saying, "Commoners greet you, sir." Seeing the village chief kneeling, the busy farmers were a bit confused, and one foolish person shouted, "Village chief, your ancestors have come. Why are you kneeling?" The village chief jumped up angrily and scolded, "You fool! Hurry and kneel. This is the county magistrate. The county magistrate. The county magistrate has arrived." After scolding, he knelt down again, and there was a moment of silence. Then those holding sickles and carrying burdens put down their tools and knelt down as well. Some were slow to react, like the foolish one who just shouted, still holding his sickle. Seeing this, Wang Shiya broke out in a cold sweat at the sight of these ignorant villagers. "Greetings to the county magistrate! Greetings to the county magistrate! Greetings to the county magistrate!" The voices came one after another, not in unison, very simple and sincere. If one looked closely, some people's faces showed excitement, some confusion, some fear, and some curiosity, with a variety of expressions overall. At this moment, the county magistrate was in a good mood, personally helping the village chief and old man's son up, and said to everyone, "You may rise. I heard that Lianshan village has harvested 2 crops of rice, and I've come to see it today. You all don't need to be formal. Go back to your work." Village chief, "May I borrow your big scale?" Village chief, "May I borrow your big scale?" Village chief, "May I borrow your big scale?" At the village threshing ground, a young man shouted 3 times like a loudspeaker, and he was none other than Qin Urge. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate and the others didn't bother with anything else and headed straight into the village. At the threshing ground, Uncle Qin looked at his second son, who was making a trumpet shape with his hands, and felt a wave of exhaustion. There was no one in the family who made things easier. He glanced at the group of people approaching. He said to Aunt Qin, "You all go back. Someone from the county office has arrived." Aunt Qin nodded and took a few sisters-in-law and daughters-in-law back home. Xiaozhen went directly to Half Mountain Bay. The villagers saw this and led their women back, leaving the threshing ground with half as many people. Uncle Qin Si was tossing the grain, and as a gentle breeze blew, a cloud of dust came up, catching the county magistrate and the clerk right in the face. The magistrate looked at the pile of rice and, ignoring the dust, quickly walked a few steps forward, squatting down in front of the grain pile, holding it in his hands and repeatedly saying, "Good, good, good." Uncle Chen Si looked at Uncle Chen, unsure whether to continue tossing the grain. Uncle Chen shook his head, and Uncle Chen Si put down the wooden shovel. Uncle Chen stepped forward, and Zhao Hansheng, realizing the situation, quickly stepped up and said, "Father, this is the county magistrate, Mr. Zhao." Everyone hurriedly knelt down, saying, "Greetings, county magistrate." Magistrate Zhao quickly asked them to rise and inquired, "What is the yield from this land? You mentioned weighing it. Has it been done?" "In response to your honor, this is the yield from 2 acres of land, but it hasn't been weighed yet." "Then weigh it quickly, weigh it quickly." A few people exchanged glances. Uncle Chen stepped forward and said, "Sir, this grain hasn't been threshed or dried yet, so it might not be accurate." The magistrate paused, realizing he had no experience with these matters. After thinking for a moment, he stepped back and said, "Quickly thresh it, quickly thresh it." Village Chief Chen guided the people to the side. Uncle Chun San and Uncle Chun Si sped up their actions. The magistrate watched the scene before him. Farmers bending over to cut rice, men carrying rice back and forth, the wooden shovel tossing the grain, and someone leading an ox pulling a stone roller to press the rice, an entire picture of spring harvest and autumn bounty. Suddenly, Magistrate Zhao turned to Clerk Wang and whispered, "If this works out, I wouldn't mind staying for another 3 years." Clerk Wang also looked at the scene, seeing the hopeful expression on Magistrate Zhao's face, and nodded in agreement, feeling inspired. There was a flurry of activity. Chun Urge and the village chief's second son came over with a large scale. Chun Urge ran back home to get some sacks. Once Uncle Chin San and Uncle Chin Si finished threshing the grain, they began to bag it and weigh it. At Half Mountain Bay, by the pond, a round table and stools were still set up. Chen Xiaowan and Xiaozhen stood on the slope, watching everything unfold. "Big sister, it's a bountiful harvest."
Yes.
"Big sister, do you think the county magistrate will raise our taxes?"
No. Why not? Don't be silly.
"At this time, we should write a report to the court." "I don't understand." Chen Xiaowan shook a leaf and slowly walked back to the table to sit down. "Think about it. If the emperor is pleased, he might promote people. Promotions benefit the officials. But tax revenue goes to the court, and in our village, how much can we collect from just a few acres? Besides, how much is appropriate? If it's too much, we might not plant next year. If it's too little, the county magistrate will look bad." "What you said makes sense." Both were startled and turned to see Zhao Hansheng. Xiao Zhen greeted him, second brother-in-law. Chen Xiaowan said, "Why are you here? Don't keep the magistrate waiting." Zhao Hansheng cupped his hands and took out a red envelope. "I heard you moved to a new house, so I came to give you this." Chen Xiaowan replied, "Oh, this late blessing. We've moved in a long time ago, so I can't accept this gift now. Since you're busy today, I won't keep you. Come over with Xiao Rou when you have time." She then told Xiaozhen, "Go to my kitchen and bring that small jar of wild grape wine. Please take something back for Xiao Rou." Zhao Hansheng shyly scratched his head, looking unsure of what to do. "Don't worry, she'll definitely like it. But next time, let her come back to get it herself." Zhao Hansheng nodded. He was much more sincere than that other guy. After asking a few more questions, Xiaozhen came out holding a small jar and handed it to Zhao Hansheng. He accepted it shyly. Cheers erupted from the threshing floor. "It must be the weight results. You should go down." Zhao Hansheng nodded, bowed again, and turned to leave. On the way, he thought about why he felt a bit uneasy every time he saw this big sister. But Xiao Rou and this big sister could handle themselves, others couldn't say anything against them. He scratched his head and quickened his pace. The two women watched him leave and smiled at each other. Cheers continued to come from afar. Chen Xiaowan, who had never farmed, still knew that the grain should have a good yield this year, with late rice and early rice increasing by 10% to 20% due to the weather. It wasn't due to any special luck. She asked Xiaozhen, "Are we eating here tonight?" Xiaozhen thought for a moment and shook her head. "I won't eat anymore. I'll head down soon. I don't know what's happening at home today, and it wouldn't be good if I don't go back." Chen Xiaowan didn't insist. Every family has its own matters. She could pretend to be clueless for a while, but not forever. When leaving, She asked Xiao Zhen to take some oil dumplings with her, but Xiao Zhen refused, saying there were too many people and she couldn't always bring food. Chen Xiaowan cleared the round table and set it in the backyard. She cooked a bowl of porridge, added some pickled vegetables, cut an oil dumpling, and poured herself a glass of wild grape wine. She began to eat and drink leisurely. Life is about enjoying moments like this. After eating and drinking enough, she held the wine, lay back in the rocking chair, and watched the sunset slowly paint the sky red. She observed the morning star rise and the Milky Way gradually appear. But she felt too relaxed. She needed to find something to do. After finishing the last sip of wine, Chen Xiaowan thought about it. Meanwhile, in the carriage heading to the county town, Master Wang and Supervisor Yan were quietly discussing how to write the report. 580 pounds. Previously, the rice yield in their county was only 400 to 500 pounds per acre. This was an exceptional harvest and an increase in production. The credit was significant. They needed to handle it well. This was a great fortune. Neither of them realized that this fortune had nothing to do with them. The rice was grown by the villagers of Lianshan. If anyone deserved credit, it should be village head Chen and County Magistrate Zhao. However, County Magistrate Zhao was also pondering how to write the report. He had just learned that the seedlings were a result of a mistake with the seeds, and the second planting was due to a farmer girl's suggestion. The entire village agreed to plant because the flood had destroyed the rice, and they were worried about going hungry. It was all a series of unexpected events. Who should get the credit? Once the report was submitted, the emperor would reward someone, and they had to name a person. Moreover, Zhao Hansheng had mentioned that the last time he was told to pass a message, it was from the eldest son of village head Chen, who said it was passed on by the farmer girl's uncle. In short, it was all quite chaotic. Also, the young man's father-in-law had been expressionless, and his uncle rarely spoke. It was unclear if they were dissatisfied with their county magistrate. An elder named Sun claimed it was the Qin family's idea and that they were the first to start planting and managing the seedlings. Thinking about this, he tapped on the window, and someone outside responded, "Sir, what is it?" "Call Zhao Hansheng, that young man." "Sir, what do you need from me?" "Did you know that your father-in-law's family grows 2 seasons of rice?" "I didn't know." "Do you understand what this yield means?" Does it mean we have to pay taxes?" "But, sir, how much land does our mountain village even have? We can't collect much." "Sir, it would be better for you to write a report to the court. If the emperor is pleased, he might promote you, and that would be all yours. If you collect too much tax, the village might not plant anything next year, and that would be a problem. If you collect too little, it won't look good for you either. It might be better not to collect at all. Besides, the court hasn't said anything about taxing the 2-season rice." This silly person was happily talking to himself, waking up a few people in the cart. Wang and Yan exchanged glances and then looked at County Magistrate Zhao. This was a blessing from heaven. They shouldn't let it go to waste. County Magistrate Zhao's face turned red and pale as he asked, "Who taught you to say this?" "No one taught me. I heard it when I went to see my older sister." "Who is your older sister?" "She's my wife's cousin, raised in my father-in-law's house since childhood. She's the farmer girl my second uncle mentioned." County Magistrate Zhao paused as he lifted the curtain. If Uncle Chen knew about this conversation, he would surely scold this silly person. He had kept Chen Xiaowan in Half Mountain Bay for almost half a month and had made a mess of the breeding and harvesting line. This silly person accidentally hit the nail on the head. That night, a report was sent urgently to the capital, stating that agriculture and people's livelihoods were important matters. County Magistrate Zhao dared not ignore it or delay. Lianshan village was filled with joy for the autumn harvest, not caring about what County Magistrate Zhao was doing. After the first day, County Magistrate Zhao came back 2 more times, dealing only with village chief Chen. The Chen family stayed in the background and did not step forward. After finishing his own land, Uncle Chen began to focus on his carpentry skills, while helping others with the harvest was left to his sons. Uncle Chen San and Uncle Chen Si helped Grandpa Wu and were then pulled into the mountains by Chen Xiaowan, who also brought along Xiao San and Xiao Zhen. Naturally, they headed to the back mountain. Entering the deep mountains was impossible. There were only two places, one near the old house of Nie Zheng in the back mountain, and the other near where they picked grapes to sell, both at the mountain's edge. The group wandered around the mountain's edge with their baskets and tools. Uncle Chun San asked Chen Xiaowan, who was squatting on the ground digging, "What are you looking for?" Looking for food. All around were branches, yellowing autumn leaves, and various shrubs and weeds. Chen Xiaosan watched as his older sister cut a large leaf, then crouched down to dig, asking him to keep an eye out for snakes. This was really something. She was both inexperienced and playful. And he had to wait for her again. How many times had it been? Xiaozhen took off her hood and fanned herself. It was still quite warm that day. Chen Xiaowan was digging hard for a long time, thinking she had found taro, but she didn't recognize what it was. She looked at it, sniffed it, and when she cut the root, white juice spilled everywhere. She wanted to eat it, but didn't dare. Standing up, she walked to the creek to wash her hands, wiped her sweat, and waved her hand, saying, "Let's go." The others looked at her in silence. She was really getting more and more excited, wanting to dig up everything they saw along the way. Chen Xiaowan sighed. Life was quite comfortable, but a bit boring, and there was no flavor in her mouth. She couldn't just snack on braised meat all the time. Why was it so hard to find something to eat? The group walked around the newly renovated courtyard several times without any luck. The two uncles were already impatient. They had a lot of things to do at home and didn't have time to follow a young lady around every day. Chen Xiaowan could only pout and prepare to head down the mountain. Just a few steps down, she caught a glimpse of something yellow hanging from the treetops. Looking closely, she didn't see it again, but when she glanced back, she saw it, a yellow object hanging from the treetop. Chen Xiaowan stopped, shifted left, then right, looking around as if trying to confirm something. She waved to Xiaosan. "Xiaosan, stand here and look over there. Is that a yellow fruit?" What could Xiaosan do? He had never won against his sister's authority and never dared to. He obediently walked over to take a look, mimicking Chen Xiaowan's movements, and then his eyes widened. He glanced at Chen Xiaowan and said, "I'll go check it out." Chen Xiaowan replied, "I'll go too." She followed Xiaosan's steps forward. The other three had already gone down quite a bit, but seeing the two running back up the mountain, they hurried after them, worried about what might happen. Uncle Chen Si called out, "Xiaosan, Xiaowan, what are you doing?" Xiaosan ran to the spot where he had seen the yellow fruit, which hung down like a unique treasure. This wasn't the problem. The issue was that the view of the fruit was blocked by the branches and leaves above, all of which were a bright yellow. This place is also a slope, and the entire area below is covered with greenery. At the bottom of the slope, there are lush trees, creating a scene of summer. Xiaosan's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils dilating and contracting as he rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing, breathing heavily. Chen Xiaowan climbed up behind him, panting, and called out, "Xiaosan, slow down. What's going on?" Chen Xiaosan turned around and stared at his older sister, amazed that she could discover such a magical place. He took a deep breath, helped Chen Xiaowan up, and then sat down on the ground, not caring if it was clean or wet. He needed to take a moment. Even though he was young, his heart felt fragile lately. His older sister was incredible. A fruit that was so subtle and required careful observation led her to find this vast area. Uncles Chun San and Chen Si, along with Xiaozhen, caught up with them, seeing one standing and one sitting on the ground, both gasping for air. They couldn't believe one was exhausted, and the other was startled. Uncle Chun San shouted, "You little rascal! Why are you running around? You can't just wander on this mountain. What if something happens?" Chen Xiaosan didn't want to argue with his father. He took a deep breath and pointed up, saying, "Go see for yourself." Uncle Chun Si went up first. Once he reached the yellow area, his legs felt weak, and he stumbled backward. Uncle Chun San happened to be there and managed to catch him, saying, "Slow down, slow down. What's going on?" As he spoke, he noticed the bright yellow in front of him. When he focused, his mind went blank for a moment, and he lost his grip. Just as Uncle Si was trying to steady himself, both of them nearly fell. Chen Shaoxin quickly ran over and hugged their legs tightly. Falling down could be dangerous. Chen Shaowan and Xiaozhen rushed to help support the two men. After a while, they finally stood steady, all five of them gazing at the sight before them. Their expressions varied. Chen Shaoxin was torn between laughter and disbelief, especially after his father had just scolded him, while Uncle Si looked even more shocked. Chen Shaowan looked at the yellow area and realized it was filled with persimmons and pomelos.
Great.
Finally, we have fruit to eat, she exclaimed. The last grapes couldn't be stored, and they hadn't eaten much. But these two kinds could be kept. They wouldn't have to worry about food all winter. Chen Shaowan's face lit up with joy, and Xiaozhen was thrilled too. Big sister found something delicious again. That's wonderful. The two of them, beaming with happiness, grabbed each other's hands and rushed to pick the fruit. Three men looked at the two sisters, unsure of how to react to their innocent expressions. This money might not be less than wild grapes. You can say it's fine for Xiaozhen. She doesn't know much since she's younger, and last time she didn't learn how much money was shared. But Chen Shaowan, you went too far. You got the biggest share last time. The three exchanged glances. Although they received a lot of money last time, it was exhausting, and they were nearly worn out. They all sat down, watching the sisters happily pick persimmons. Uncle Chin-si said, "This time, we can't hide things. It's harvest season, and there are people everywhere." Uncle Chun-san replied, "It's not as easy to transport from the mountain this time." Chun Shaoxin added, "Just now, the eldest sister said these fruits can be stored, so there's no need to rush." Xiaozhen brought 3 persimmons and said, "Uncle San, Brother San, Uncle Si, try these. They are very sweet." The three really didn't want to hear this. They were reluctant to share the money they had, and it would be difficult to see the busy farmers in the distance. What they didn't know was that, at that moment, thousands of miles away in the capital, the current emperor, Emperor Chongping, was furious in the imperial study. The kneeling eunuchs and officials were trembling in fear. Emperor Chongping threw the memorial at the head of Lord Zhu, the Minister of Political Affairs, and shouted, "Come and see what this is. A 500-mile urgent memorial, and you only submitted it today. What use is it to keep you around if you are useless?" Lord Zhu held the memorial and opened a corner, seeing it read, "Due to this year's flood, Lianshan village in Qingping County has no harvest, and the villagers fear they will starve in winter." A farmer's daughter proposed to plant 2 crops of rice, sowing before the beginning of autumn, and now harvesting on October 3rd, with a yield of 580 pounds per acre. "Your Majesty, please decide for Lianshan village. Planting before autumn and harvesting after the frost, 2 crops can be grown." He didn't dare to read further, cold sweat dripping down. Today was already October 12th, and the urgent memorial should have reached the emperor's desk by the 3rd day. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, this is a serious matter. Don't you know how many people in the great Zheng dynasty are hungry and cold? Your Majesty, Your Majesty, do you dare to delay this matter? You have a lot of nerve." Zhao Ting said the flood was not detected in time, but at least he knew by the time of harvest and went to check. An yield of 580 pounds per acre, which is 20% higher than previous years, even in a year of great disaster. Do you know what this means? Fools. My empire cannot rely on people like you. Bring in the official Zhu Guangxi for failing to do his job and delaying state affairs. He is unfit for service. Give him 60 lashes and send him home. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, please show mercy.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me who caused the delay. Summon the Grand Minister of Agriculture, along with the relevant officials from the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Personnel. Emperor Chongping paced back and forth. He instructed the kneeling Grand Eunuch Wu Yong. Then he addressed the kneeling Chancellor and Minister, saying, "You should take a look too." The officials below picked up the memorials while kneeling. Some looked shocked, while others were delighted. However, seeing the emperor's expression, they dared not speak further and remained quietly kneeling. What these officials were thinking remained a mystery. No matter how furious Emperor Chongping was or how prepared he was, and regardless of how anxious County Magistrate Zhao was in the county office, he still awaited news from above. Meanwhile, the 5 people on Dalian Mountain were happily picking fruit. Yes, they were indeed picking fruit. Chen Xiaowan said this pomelo could be stored, and she even opened one to eat. It was sweet and sour. Not everyone might like it, but Chen Xiaowan did. Chen Xiaowan also thought that since there were pomelos, oranges couldn't be far behind. October was the season for ripe oranges, so she quietly stepped aside to take a look. Uncle Chen threw a pomelo into the basket behind her, startling her, and she exclaimed, "Is this how an uncle behaves? Stay put. Where do you think you're going? I want to see if there are any smaller fruits." The pomelo tree was tall and big, making it hard to pick. The persimmons were mostly yellow or red. If not picked soon, they would be overripe. They could only reach for the lower fruits. There's nothing left to see. This area is empty. These aren't enough for you to eat.
Chen Xiaowan.
Xiao Zhen smiled quietly. 5 baskets were filled for the descent. 3 baskets were left at a halfway point, as it was too difficult to get closer. The other 2 baskets were carried directly to Uncle Chinda's house by Uncle Chin San and Uncle Chin Si. They placed the 2 baskets in front of him. Uncle Chinda was taken aback. What happened? The 2 of them signaled for him to look. Uncle Chin reached out to remove the outer layer of leaves and wild vegetables, revealing 2 baskets of fruit. The yellow ones were pomelos. Even this mountain village had 2 trees, but the fruit was small, sour, and bitter, so no one ate them. The yellow-red ones were persimmons, which were also found in the village, but they were very astringent. Uncle Chin examined the fruit and asked the 2 brothers, "Xiaowan found these. Where?" They sat down, and Uncle Sen said, "Brother, isn't it strange? We searched the mountain for half a day and found nothing. Just as we were about to head down, Xiaowan spotted this one hanging alone at the treetop. She showed it to Xiao San, and then we found a whole patch." A patch. Yes, it's definitely more than the wild grapes we found last time. Where is it? Near Nie Zheng's old yard. Did anyone see it?
No.
But it's hard to go up and down that mountain. It's quite steep, and there's a slope below. If it weren't for that, someone would have discovered it long ago. Nie Zheng has lived in that mountain for so many years and might not even know. Can our families eat it? We can, but it's harvest season now, and there are people everywhere. We can't keep it a secret. Plus, with so many of us going up and down the mountain, it would be hard not to be seen. The trees are tall, and we have to climb to pick them. And those persimmons, if we don't go soon, they'll all be ripe. As for the pomelos, Xiaowan said they can be stored, so there's no rush. Have you tried them? I have. They taste great. Uncle Chen stood up and walked around, feeling overwhelmed. Brother, why don't we make this clear? That way, we can use the money. Having money but not being able to spend it is a feeling only those who have experienced it understand. Let's put the things in this room first. You go find brothers Zuofu, Zuogui, and Zuofu, and bring them to show us. Tell them to help me carry the wood. Brother, do you still have wood to carry? Last time, I happened to have a log, and I left it behind Xiaowan's backyard. You didn't see it, but today is a good day to bring it back. A few men prepared to go up the mountain to carry wood. When Uncle Sen called for help, he was quite loud. Seeing Chun dashing busy, he called him, and whoever was busy got called. In the end, he said, "Never mind, I'll just call brothers Wufu and his brothers. They should be finishing up in the field soon." This made a group of people roll their eyes. Xiao Wan, Xiao Zhen, and Xiao Sen stopped in the backyard halfway up the mountain, eating fruit and drinking tea. Xiao Wan wanted to try honey pomelo tea, and was discussing with the 2 where they could get honey. Chen Xiaosen said it's not a good time now. It will be better in spring or summer. Chen Xiaowan countered that maybe honey found in autumn would be better and more plentiful. Chen Xiaosan is very fond of his sisters. He is very nice in front of them, always ready to help, answer questions, and keep the conversation going, creating a harmonious atmosphere. He agreed to find time to accompany Chen Xiaowan to look for honey. Xiao Zhen shook her head and said she wouldn't go because she was afraid of getting stung. Chen Xiaowan thought about what to wear to avoid being stung. Chen Xiaosan smiled and said it would be fine to use a torch to smoke them away. The two shook their heads, thinking that was not a good idea. Each had their own busy life, like two flowers blooming separately. In the small courtyard of Hanshan Bay, the atmosphere was harmonious. Qin Shaowan prepared 3 dishes and a soup, and even contributed a small jar of grape wine, making their little life very enjoyable. On the back mountain of Dalian Mountain, 7 or 8 big men looked at the slope, wondering how many horses had run through that area. They were all locals from Lianshan village, and although they came here less often, they had been here much more than Qin Shaowan. Why did they all seem so clueless? Old Grandpa Wu was pacing at home, sensing something was wrong and fearing it was serious. In the county office of Qingping County, County Magistrate Zhao was anxiously discussing matters with Wang Shiya, waiting for news of his promotion and the results of the second rice harvest. In the deep courtyard of the capital, servants were bustling about. Their master had left in the morning and still hadn't returned. Lord Zhu, the official, had been badly beaten and was brought back, causing everyone to cry. Now, the noble ladies were anxiously hoping for their husbands to return safely, just wishing nothing bad would happen. At the first watch of the day, Grand Minister Su Siki hurried back to his residence. The main gate was wide open, and servants on both sides held torches. His wife, Madame Qin, along with their children and servants, came out to greet him. Before they could bow, Minister Su quickly took a couple of steps to support his wife and said, "I'm sorry to trouble you again, dear. Please arrange for some food and prepare some clothes and provisions. I need to leave for official business right away." Madame Qin was shocked. "My dear, what has happened? You just arrived home, and now you have to leave?" Minister Su paused to comfort his wife, saying, "It's good news, but it's a bit rushed. I need to go personally. Please take care of the arrangements, and I'll head to the study first." With that, he turned and left. Madame Qin looked back at the servants and her children, and they exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening. The younger son, clever as he is, immediately said, "Mother, don't worry, I'll go with father and make sure he is well taken care of." After saying this, he turned and ran off. When Mrs. Qin heard this, she didn't think much of it. Her younger son was good at charming others. As long as the master was fine, that was all that mattered. However, seeing the master's expression, she feared something serious had happened, but there was no way to ask right now. She arranged for the servants to prepare food and reminded her daughters-in-law to keep an eye on things. Then she went back to her room to get the master some clothes and shoes. The master hadn't mentioned where he was going or how long he would be gone. He was used to packing as the master of agriculture, though a second-rank official wasn't a typical one. He didn't manage money or grain, but focused on agricultural production, which required him to be out and about most of the time, leaving him little peace, much like a common farmer. After packing, she still felt uneasy, so she ordered the maid to take a lantern while she carried a bundle to the study. In the study, Mr. Su was talking with his assistant. When he saw his wife, he quickly stood up to greet her. "Just have someone bring it over. You've been up all night. You'll end up with a headache." Mrs. Qin smiled gently and said, "With you leaving, you haven't said when you'll be back or where you're going. It makes me worry." Mr. Su laughed and replied, "It's my fault for forgetting to inform you. It's a good thing." In Xingyun Prefecture, Qingping County, there's a village called Lianshan. They just harvested their second crop of rice at the beginning of the month, and the county magistrate reported an average yield of 580 pounds per acre, which is higher than usual. The emperor is very concerned and needs me to make a trip. Mrs. Qin was shocked, knowing that food was very precious in the Great Ginger Dynasty.
This
is good news. But why was Lord Zhu sent out looking like that? That fool submitted an urgent report 500 miles away on the 3rd of October, and it was only delivered today. Who else should be punished? Mrs. Qin was startled again and said, "Master, I just remembered that Xingyun Prefecture had a flood this year, right? Lord Huang from the Ministry of Revenue even came to ask you for grain." That ignorant fool, living comfortably without a care in the world. My dear, it's precisely because Xingyun Prefecture had a flood this year that this matter is important. Disasters happen every year, and the court needs to provide relief, but the national treasury is empty every year. How long will you be gone this time? If all goes well, I can return in a month and a half. If not, I might be back sooner. Mrs. Qin shook her head, feeling something was off about this. Master, the carriage and provisions are ready. Lord Su took the bundle from Mrs. Qin and said, You should go back and rest. I will leave now. Mrs. Qin watched him leave. After so many years, he still had the same temperament, unchanged at all. She personally closed the study door and instructed the servants to keep it secure, allowing no one to enter. Supporting the old maid, she slowly walked toward the back courtyard. The day was almost breaking, and with the cool autumn air, there was no need to worry since the people she cared about were safe. It was a good time to go back and sleep. Turning to the old maid, she said, I will go straight to bed soon, so tell them not to come and greet me. Let them be. The old maid wondered, what is wrong with the lady? She hasn't slept all night and surely won't come to greet in the morning. Evening would be more appropriate. Though puzzled, she replied, Yes, my lady. In the courtyard, the winding paths were quiet, with red corridors and many servants, making it look like a wealthy family. At the city gate, Lord Su and his officials were discussing matters when they met with the agricultural officer. Lord Su asked if both officials were ready, and they replied affirmatively. Lord Su continued, This matter is very important. Since the founding of our great Zheng dynasty, we have struggled with low grain production and limited variety, making food precious. If what County Magistrate Zhao said is true, it means our grain production could double, and we won't face empty state coffers anymore. The officials smiled and agreed, exactly. As the city gate opened, several horses and 3 carts left the city. The guards, seeing the Grand Agricultural Officer leading the group, performed a quick routine check and let them pass. Unbeknownst to them, beneath one of the carts, a white figure was desperately clinging to the side, turning red from the effort. Before leaving the city, Lord Su lifted the curtain and glanced toward the palace. Those useless officials are probably still kneeling in the Golden Throne Hall. Indeed, each of them looked pale and anxious. A young eunuch reported, Your Majesty, the Grand Agricultural Officer just left the city with the Agricultural Officer and the teacher. Well, at least one of them can get things done. Let's go to court. The sleepless Emperor Chongping hurried with his attendants to the Golden Throne Hall. The emperor sat high on his throne, facing south, with civil and military officials standing on either side. He exuded authority, but the burden of leadership was not something just anyone could bear. Long live the emperor. Yet, nothing compares to a simple drink in the fields. But who can give up the riches and power of the throne? It's just sour grapes for those who cannot have it. If you don't believe it, just ask the officials in the court. In Lianshan village, Chen Xiaowan was telling stories to a group of younger siblings. She had been grounded again, but this time Uncle Chen didn't say it directly. He just mentioned that the family was busy for a few days, so the kids were sent to stay with her, including Xiao Jing and Xiao Qing. It was clear they didn't want her to go outside, but she wasn't upset about it. If she really wanted to leave, they couldn't stop her. Xiao Zhen and Mei Lian also arrived, bringing 2 baskets of vegetables, saying they would have lunch there. Little Xiao Qi shyly walked over to Chen Xiaowan and said, Big sister, being an official is so tiring and you have to kneel all the time. I still want to be an official. Chen Xiaowan hugged the little one, feeling warm inside. Children under 7 are the cutest and most fun, but after that they start to understand things and can be quite noisy. Why do you want to be an official, Xiao Qi?
She asked.
I don't want to be bullied. I want to bully others, Xiao Qi replied. Laughter erupted from the small courtyard. Xiao Qi blushed and snuggled closer to Chen Xiaowan. Chen Xiaowan smiled and asked, Who bullied you? 5th brother and 6th brother, Xiao Qi said.
Huh? Oh.
I didn't, said the older brother. I didn't, said the other. Chen Xiaowan looked at the 3 of them, noticing Xiao Qi's flushed face, and playfully tapped his nose, saying, Little clever one. Xiao Qi shyly smiled and buried his face in her embrace. Village Chief Chen stood on the hillside, staring in shock at the golden sight before him. His jaw almost dropped. He had lived in Lianshan village for nearly 50 years and had never seen anything like it. He turned to Uncle Chun and said, "What?
What? What are you talking about?
Look at this. If these persimmons keep this up, they will ripen."
Wait.
Let me catch my breath. When did you find this out? Just a couple of days ago. Village Chief Chin turned in circles, pointing at Uncle Chinyu. You. We didn't pick many, just a few baskets of persimmons and some pomelos. There's still at least 90% left. Village Chief Chin sighed in relief, but then he quickly added, "No, that's not what I meant. I meant, why didn't you pick them yourselves?" Uncle Chin rolled his eyes and pointed at the people picking fruit from the tree. Look, that tree is so tall, and they have to climb up to pick the fruit. It's not easy. Everyone in the village has worked hard this year. Let's hope we all have a good new year. You really want the villagers to pick? Of course, but let's agree first. Our 3 families will pick for 3 days, and on the 4th day, everyone can come. No, that arrangement won't work. Let me think. Why won't it work? If not, then maybe none of you should pick, and we can just give you some. Uncle Chun remained calm. This was a plan agreed upon by several families. There was no choice. The fruit was on the tree, and they couldn't pick it all in one night like last time. It was also difficult to transport everything to the halfway point, which was much farther than before. They had already done this once, and if they did it again, the villagers would eventually notice. Besides, they couldn't cut down the tree. It would take years to grow back, and it would be a shame to lose those grapevines. Who knew this would happen? Even if they knew, they couldn't keep it. It might really be lost. The important thing was to use the money openly. The third brother had mentioned several times that he wanted to build a house like Shaowan's. He also noticed how the fourth brother looked at it. He wanted that too. He was envious of Shaowan's house, and since she set an example, they had wasted a lot of money. If their families built, they could manage with a maximum of 200 taels, which was still worth considering. Village Chief Chun hurriedly said, "That's not what I meant." "What do you mean then?" Village Chief Chun paused and organized his thoughts. "You 3 families can pick for the first 3 days, but be careful. I'll talk to a few elders, and your Uncle Wu can help. On the 4th day, each family can come to pick according to the number of people. But about selling, how do you plan to sell it? We'll see how much we have, and then make a trip to the city, leaving some at home for us to eat."
Eat.
Such precious fruit. You want to keep some for yourselves? The little ones at home haven't had much good food. If we don't keep some, Shaowan will just spend money to buy it. Village Chief Chin. Shaowan could really do that. She had bought up all the meat several times. Village Chief Chin looked at the people in the tree and said, "Tomorrow, bring your little song and little Bai to pick as well. Don't worry about the village work. No one will say anything about you." Uncle Chin glanced at him. He picked 2 persimmons from the tree and tossed one to him. "Try it. It's very good, sweet, not astringent." Shaowan asked her to pick the unripe ones to take back, saying she would make persimmons. The ripe ones needed to be dealt with quickly. Village Chief Chin didn't hold back and took a bite. Wow, it was sweet, fragrant, soft, and tasted amazing. The color was beautiful too. His eyes turned red. He was a hardworking man who rarely got to enjoy such good food. Usually, food was scarce, and there was no extra money to buy these treats. Even if there was money, these weren't things people like him could afford. Uncle Chin saw him and handed him 2 more. Village Chief Chin, feeling frustrated, ate 3 more. Noticing Uncle Chin only had 2, he felt a bit embarrassed. Uncle Chin didn't mind and said, "You can't eat too much. It's not good for your health. There will be more every year, as long as this mountain is here. Are you suggesting we share this with the village? If not the village, then share it with me." "That's impossible. Think about it. Once we send these fruits out of the village, how will you face those wealthy people and the county magistrate who visits often?" Village Chief Chin jumped up and shouted, "Chinswiping, you have bad intentions. Why are you so eager to give this to the village?" The people in the tree glanced at each other and continued picking fruit. These 2 had grown up together, but now Uncle Chun was becoming harder to deal with. Village Chief Chin took off his shoes and wanted to step forward. Just say whether the village wants it. If not, I'll take a share for our 3 families. We can manage. But getting it out is a problem. Village chief Chen put his shoes back on and said, "Of course we want it. Chin's whipping if you try to keep it all to yourself. Do you think the villagers won't come after you? Then it will come back to you." Village chief Chen lowered his head and said, "But once the fruits are out, we can't hide it from those outside. Even from the mountain village. Why not talk to the county magistrate and discuss it?" "That's hard to do. County Magistrate Zhao is decent, but bringing him in might not work. Or you could consult the village elders and say that the whole Lianshan village has been growing these for years, and this year's fruits are finally ready. We can agree on a story. With so many people in our village, you can talk to County Magistrate Zhao. Surely, he won't take our lives." "Is that possible?" Uncle Chen shrugged. They had been discussing this for days. Unless they pretended not to notice, it would be hard to ignore their conscience. Village Chief Chen quickly picked 2 pomelos from the tree and held them close as he prepared to head down the mountain.
It was exhausting.
The autumn harvest wasn't over yet. County Magistrate Zhao came by every few days. It was hard to keep things hidden. It was one thing to keep the villagers quiet, but outsiders would notice. If the fruit wasn't sold, how would the villagers have a good year? Keeping it for themselves? This was money. Each bite was worth a lot. "I worry that those old women won't stay quiet either." He turned and said, "You should pick some too. Don't just stand around. Gather more. I'll send someone on the 4th day, and then you won't have to worry about it anymore." "What do you mean?" "We aren't from the village." Village Chief Chen rolled his eyes and replied, "It's the same. Just follow what the village decides." "All right, go back and discuss it well." Village Chief Chen walked away feeling weak. The recent scare still lingered, and he felt powerless about what lay ahead. With such a big operation, they could protect their mountain village, right? It's not impossible. People can do anything for money. But when it comes to life and death, sometimes you have to let go. It's not like they can't take a risk now. When Village Chief Chen returned to the village, holding 2 pomelos was quite a sight. People thought he was lucky to have found 2 good ones and didn't think much of it. After all, living near the mountains, it wasn't unusual to find some nice wild fruits. Seeing Village Chief Chen's weak appearance, they assumed he had put in a lot of effort. Everyone was still excited about the autumn harvest. This year, being able to have enough to eat made everyone happy. Village Chief Chen slowly made his way home, giving 1 pomelo to his wife and letting the children taste it. He sat in the house for a while, patting his thigh, feeling overwhelmed by this sudden wealth. It was hard to handle. Holding the other pomelo, he walked slowly to Old Li's house, where everyone was out in the fields, leaving the house empty. On the way, he gathered a few children to call for Grandpa Wu, Old Huang, and some other village leaders. This was a big deal. Once the news about the fruit spread, it would be hard to contain it. It was better to discuss things now than to argue later. Village Chief Chen shakily arrived at Old Li's house, watching Old Li weave straw sandals without saying a word. He plopped down on a small stool, staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. Old Li continued weaving, thinking that while Village Chief Chen was good, he was just too responsible. After waiting for a while without hearing him speak, I glanced over and noticed he hadn't changed his position at all. I looked again, and cleared my throat twice. Village Chief Chen turned his head to take a look, then glanced at the pomelo on his lap, and continued to zone out. Old Li was about to stand up and ask what was going on when he saw Grandpa Wu and Old Huang slowly walking over. Oh, something big must be happening. Old Li looked at the nearly lifeless Village Chief Chen and the newcomers and said with a smile, "What's going on? Did something big happen?" Grandpa Wu looked at Village Chief Chen and then said to Old Li, "It's a big deal, but we don't know if it's good or bad."
"Oh."
"It's good news. Definitely good news. For sure good news," Village Chief Chen said while patting the pomelo on his knee. The 3 of them were taken aback. Then Grandpa Wu laughed. Old Li and Old Huang exchanged glances, realizing that Chen Lao Wu must know something. Just as they were about to ask, 5 more people, the heads of several families, came up the hill. Usually, they only gather for important matters. When the gong sounds, it means a decision has been made. But this time, village chief Chen decided to call them. The more people, the more strength. Despite looking half-dead, village chief Chen was quick-witted. The Chen family was willing to hand over that piece of land to the village, explaining clearly that they were afraid of being targeted. He planned to share the responsibility among everyone. That way, everyone involved would have a stake, right? Oh, there were two families missing, Master Wang and Master Cheng. Those two were still renting here and hadn't settled down or acquired land yet, so he would need to check with them. As the five entered, one of them asked, "Village chief, why did you call us?" The village chief stood up, tossed the pomelo to one of them, and went into the main room, finding a chair to sit down. Now he seemed more energized, no longer looking half-dead. The others were puzzled, looking at him and then at the pomelo before following him inside. Not everyone was seated yet. Village chief Chen spoke up. The Chen family found a patch of this fruit on the back mountain. I don't know how many pounds, but it's quite a lot.
What? Crash.
One person lost his balance and fell to the ground. The others were surprised and looked at the calm village chief. Village chief Chen raised his chin and pointed to the bright yellow pomelo, saying, "This fruit was found by the Chen family on the back mountain." "What do you mean by a patch?" Over there. Are they all this big? What do they taste like?" The village chief, Chen, remained silent and waited for everyone to settle down before saying, "On the back mountain, I haven't tasted it myself, but you can try it." He continued, "The Chen family discovered it and said they would pick for 3 days before handing over that area of forest to the village." I agreed. "What do you all think we should do?" The crowd turned to look at him, and a few continued to pick the fruit, which was fine, but the main concern was the taste. If it didn't taste good, no one would want it. Old Li looked at Grandpa Wu and asked, "Brother Wu, do you know about this?" Grandpa Wu nodded. "Yes, on the day it was discovered, Zhuoping came to my house and told me. He didn't plan to pick it himself. Zhuoping said that the hillside is full of them, and there are too many to pick and eat. There are also plenty of persimmons. He came to discuss it with me, saying it would be a waste to leave them there, so why not give them to the village? This way, everyone can have a good year." A man stepped forward to share the fruit. Grandpa Wu waved his hand, saying that his family didn't need to compete for it anymore. "It's sweet, sweet. Yes, sweet. It's sweet and delicious. Over there, really hand it over to the village." When there were too many people, it became chaotic. These few village leaders and elders were not very old, similar in age to the village chief and Uncle Chen. They were more energetic, holding pomelos and asking Grandpa Wu questions, forgetting about sitting down. Grandpa Wu smiled. Cough, cough, cough. The village chief, Chen, cleared his throat. Finally, a few people settled down and sat properly. The village chief said, "I've been to that area, and there are plenty of fruits, just as good in size and color as the ones we just picked."
But
everyone's hearts raced. But Lianshan village might not be able to consume them all.
Huh? What?
The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how such a large area could be too much for Lianshan village. "Village chief, how big is the area?"
"We can handle it."
The village chief looked at everyone and sighed. "We can eat them, but it's just a bit troublesome to pick them from the mountain. Once the fruit leaves the village, it's hard to say what will happen. Our Dajiang people have always valued food, especially various fruits, which are often sour, bitter, or unpleasant. The few good fruits we have are all from foreign lands. This pomelo discovered now has been growing on the back mountain for many years, becoming this sweet and tasty. The sales will definitely go well, but how do we explain it to outsiders?" "Village chief, wait a minute, didn't you say the Qin family would pick for 3 days first?" "They aren't selling.
They're selling.
They said they would go to the city, but they can only pick less than 10% of that forest in 3 days. On the 4th day, as agreed, I will take people up the mountain. Now we have a few things to discuss. First, how to explain to the villagers. Second, how to transport and sell what we pick. Third, how to communicate with outsiders." Everyone exchanged glances. "They aren't selling.
They're selling.
They said they would go to the city, but they can only pick less than 10% of that forest in 3 days. On the 4th day, as agreed, I will take people up the mountain. Now we have a few things to discuss. First, how to explain to the villagers. Second, how to transport and sell what we pick. Third, also, no one should talk about the location to others. Think about it and see if it works. We should also bring out the picking rules today and quickly finish the autumn harvest. Early the day after tomorrow, I will take people up the mountain. There are still a lot of persimmons up there that will be overripe if not picked. There are persimmons? Yes, quite a few.